Chapter 1 Divorce, Choice, and Homecoming. Civil Affairs Bureau of Annan District, Jiangcheng, Huaguo. The sun was shining outside, but the atmosphere in the hall was unspeakably cold. The red divorce certificate that had just been stamped, still seeming to carry the residual warmth of the steel stamp, lay in the hands of Su Yang and Lu Ruian respectively. The marriage, which had lasted for 6 years with almost no emotional foundation, officially came to an end at this moment. Su Yang stood up and put the little red book, which symbolized freedom and new responsibilities, into his pocket. He felt calm inside, and even had a hint of relief. 6 years have passed. As a time traveler, this marriage that started due to an accidental drunkenness has finally ended. For the sake of his daughter Su Wening, he gave up his potentially bright career prospects and willingly became a house husband. However, this kind of dedication did not earn him equal warmth. Instead, he received Lu Ruian's silent contempt and a growing rift between them. Lu Ruian also stood up. She put on a pair of large Chanel sunglasses, covering most of her delicate yet cold face. She is a well-known businesswoman in Jiangcheng, in charge of several high-end hotel chains and a group involved in biotechnology, and is used to being in control of everything. At this moment, she looked down at Su Yang, and then turned her gaze to the little girl who was hugging Su Yang's thigh tightly that was their 4.5-year-old daughter, Su Wening. Ning Ning. Lu Ruian's voice was slightly stiff, and she tried to slow down her tone. Do you want to go with your mother, or with him? Su Wening raised her delicate little face, with no hesitation in her big eyes. She hugged him tighter with her arms and said in a clear and loud voice, I want my dad. I want to go with my dad. Lu Ruian's brows frowned slightly behind her sunglasses. Humph, you have no conscience. She snorted in her heart, it doesn't matter, follow Su Yang? What can a man who doesn't even have a job give her? She has been used to living in a villa and using the best things since she was a child. In less than half a month, she will come back to me crying. At that time, the custody will naturally be mine, and it will save me a lot of effort. Thinking of this, she looked at Su Yang, her tone carrying her usual contempt and a hint of barely perceptible sarcasm. Su Yang, have you thought it through? The divorce agreement states that you leave the house with nothing, not a penny. Raising a child is a money-eating beast. You know how much the annual tuition for the international kindergarten Ning Ning attends is. Are you sure you can afford it? What he said was a blatant doubt and pessimism about Su Yang's ability to raise his daughter alone. Su Yang met her gaze, his eyes calm and calm. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, Ning Ning is my daughter, I will naturally take good care of her. He deliberately used the title Mr. Lu, silently pulling away the last bit of tender affection between the two of them, leaving only an icy distance. Lu Ruian seemed to be stung by the title, or perhaps she felt that saying any more words to Su Yang would be a waste of time. She stopped talking, turned around, and walked towards a black Bentley Bentayga parked on the side of the road in her high heels. The car door opened and she sat in gracefully. The window slowly rose up, blocking out everything outside. The engine let out a low roar, and the luxury car merged into the traffic and sped away without any reluctance. Su Yang looked at the disappearing taillights of the car and breathed a long sigh of relief. It's been 6 years, it's finally over. This marriage was a mistake, for her, for Lu Ruian, and perhaps for Ning Ning as well. However, now that Ning Ning has chosen him, he will never let Ning Ning suffer any injustice. He looked down at the little guy in his arms, and his eyes instantly became extremely gentle. Lu Ruian looked down on him and felt that he could not survive without the Lu family, let alone take good care of Ning Ning. But Lu Ruian didn't know that he was not completely penniless. Su Yang's thoughts drifted away. He traveled through time 6 years ago and accidentally became involved with Lu Ruian. After giving birth to Ning Ning, the awakened farming system also appeared with him. He hadn't had time to use it then, and now is the perfect time. His plan gradually became clear in his mind. My hometown, that small village with beautiful mountains and rivers, has the ancestral home and a few acres of land left by my parents. The air there is good and the environment is suitable for children to grow up. Moreover, isn't the country encouraging new farmers now? With the help of the system, I can grow some high-quality agricultural products in my hometown, and then use the popular Douyin platform to film rural life, sell goods, and support myself and Ning Ning. It should not be a problem. It can even give Ning Ning a better life than when she was with Lu Ruian, a life full of companionship and love. Dad Su Wening tugged at his trouser leg with her little hand, tilted her head back, her big eyes full of curiosity. Where are we going now? Su Yang squatted down and gently helped his daughter tidy up the messy hem of her princess dress. He smiled and said, let's go home, back to the house where Dad lived when he was a child. It's in the countryside. There's a big yard there, And we can grow lots of delicious food in the future. The countryside? Su and Ning's eyes lit up. Then Dad, Ning, do you have chickens to look at and run in the big fields? Yes, both. Su Yang scratched her little nose. Ning, do you like it? I like it. Ning likes it everywhere as long as she is with Daddy. The little guy nodded vigorously and hugged Su Yang's neck. Su Yang felt warm in his heart. All his confusion and uncertainty turned into firm strength in the face of his daughter's pure dependence and trust. He stood up and took his daughter's hand. Okay, let's go. Let's pack our things first, and then take the high-speed train home. There wasn't too much luggage, most of it was Su Wening's clothes and toys. Su Yang's stuff was almost packed into one backpack. After hailing a taxi, the father and daughter drove towards the villa that was once called home but was actually more like a gorgeous cage. It was their last stop in this city. At the same time, in a Bentley driving on the wide road, Ruian took off her sunglasses and rubbed her eyebrows. Assistant Secretary Lin took a look in the rearview mirror and handed over a glass of warm water at the right time. Ruian took the water but did not drink it. Looking at the street scenes passing by outside the window, the image of Su Yan leaving with his daughter flashed through her mind again. Divorce is a relief. Su Yang, a house husband who is content with the status quo, is simply not worthy of her pace. She told herself so. As for Ning, what does a child know? It's just a temporary novelty. Go back to the countryside? It's simply courting death. When Su Yang is at his wit's end, he will naturally send the child back. She shook her head, pushed away these useless thoughts, picked up her phone, and started dealing with work emails. For her, career is eternal, and everything else is just an embellishment of life, or even a burden. However, she did not realize that deep down in her heart, a corner seemed to be slightly hurt by her daughter's words, "I want my daddy." But the feeling was fleeting and was soon overwhelmed by more important business decisions. In the taxi, Su Wening leaned against the window, looking curiously at everything outside, chattering away with questions. Dad, aren't there such tall buildings in the countryside? Dad, does the high-speed train run very fast? Dad, are the strawberries we grow sweeter than those bought in the supermarket? Chapter 2: Return to Dust and Rebirth. After leaving the house with nothing, all of Su Yang's savings added up to less than 40,000 yuan. This was a little savings he had from his previous job, but after 6 years as a house husband, he had basically no extra income. Ruian was right. Raising a child was indeed a money-eating beast, especially in a place like Zhangcheng. The annual tuition fee of Ningning International Kindergarten is equivalent to several years' income of an ordinary working class. However, back in the country, everything is different. Su Yang was thinking in his mind. 40,000 yuan, if you spend it frugally, should be enough to support your initial life, do some simple repairs on the old house, and buy some necessary seeds and farm tools. Although the startup capital is tight, as long as the system is powerful, the first batch of crops can be successfully grown and sold through Douyin, and the funds can be recovered quickly. As the high-speed train sped along, the scene outside the window gradually changed from towering skyscrapers to rolling fields and low houses. Wow! Dad, look! That house is so short. It's just like a building block. Su Wening's little face was almost pressed against the car window, and she pointed with her little hand at the rows of farmhouses in the distance and shouted excitedly. Well, that's a house in the countryside, not as tall as the buildings in the city. Su Yang explained with a smile, when we get home, our house will be like that too, but we have a big yard. Big yard? Can I run around? Can I have bunnies? Ningning's big eyes blinked, full of anticipation. Sure. Su Yang answered affirmatively. Seeing his daughter's curiosity and yearning for the unknown rural life, the last trace of uncertainty in his heart about the future disappeared. The high-speed train arrives at a county town, which is dozens of kilometers away from Su Yang's hometown, Qingshan village. Su Yang and Ning got into a taxi. The car drove out of the county town. The road gradually became narrower and the greenery on both sides of the road became more and more lush. The fragrance of soil and the scent of grass drifted in through the gaps in the car windows, bringing with it a long-lost sense of familiarity. Su Wening became even more excited, pointing at the buffalo leisurely grazing on the roadside ridge and shouting, "Dad! Cow! It's a cow!" Su Yan looked at his daughter's excited expression and the smile on his face deepened. Finally, the car stopped at a fork in the road. The driver pointed to a dirt road that meandered upwards and said, "It's hard to get in there, so we can only take you here. Going up this road is Qingshan village." Su Yang paid the fare, dragged a large suitcase in one hand, held Ningning's hand with the other, and walked towards the village in his memory with the heavy backpack on his shoulders. At the entrance of the village, there are several old locust trees with lush branches and leaves, and under the trees a few old people are sitting and chatting in the cool air. Seeing Su Yang, a stranger with a pretty baby and luggage, everyone looked at him curiously. Isn't this the kid from the old Su family? Su Yang? A gray-haired old man squinted at him. Su Yang recognized Uncle Wang from the village and quickly greeted him with a smile. Uncle Wang, it's me. I'm back. Oh. It's really you. You've grown so big. Uncle Wang stood up enthusiastically. Is this your daughter? She's so pretty. Su Wenning felt a little embarrassed when being looked at, so she hid behind Su Yang and whispered, Hello, Grandpa. Hey. So good. Uncle Wang couldn't stop smiling. After a few simple greetings, Su Yang took Ningning and continued walking towards the village. The village is not big, with dozens of households scattered in the valley. Most of the houses are old brick and tile houses, with a few newly built small buildings interspersed here and there. From time to time on the dirt road, you can see a hen running by, clucking, or a local dog lying lazily at the door basking in the sun. Dad. Dog. Chicken. It was the first time that Su Wenning saw these little animals at such a close distance. She was extremely curious and not afraid at all. Instead, she wanted to get up close and touch them. We can raise one at home in the future. Su Yang held her and continued walking forward. Soon, they arrived at a slightly remote courtyard. This is the ancestral home left by Su Yang's parents. The courtyard wall is made of stone and earth, and some places have peeled off, revealing the rammed earth inside. The wooden door had mottled paint and the door hinges were a little rusty, so it made a creaking sound when pushed open. The yard was overgrown with weeds that were almost as tall as adults. Opposite the gate are 3 tiled houses. Some of the tiles on the roof are broken, the walls look gray, and the old newspapers pasted on the windows are already in tatters. Everything seems so shabby, a far cry from the luxurious villa in Zhangchang. Su Wenning looked around curiously at this strange and adventurous place. There was no disdain on her face. Instead, she took Su Yang's hand and said excitedly, Dad, is this our new home? It's so big. Su Yang looked at his daughter's innocent smile, feeling both sad and relieved. The environment is a bit poor, but here we have the thickness of soil, the vitality of nature, and most importantly freedom. He took a deep breath, and the fresh air with the fragrance of plants rushed into his lungs, making him feel extremely comfortable. Su Yang put down his luggage and started planning. Today I will simply tidy up the habitable room, and tomorrow I will go to town to buy some daily necessities, cleaning tools, and materials to repair the roof and windows. You have to spend your money carefully and don't buy any large pieces of furniture for the time being. Wait until it stabilizes, then improve slowly. Ningning, let's clean our new home, okay? Dad will be in charge of the heavy work, Ningning will help Dad pass things and be Dad's little assistant. Su Yang rolled up his sleeves and said to his daughter with a smile. Okay. I'm Dad's little assistant. Su Wenning responded immediately, looking at the battlefield in front of him with high morale. In the setting sun, 2 figures, one big and one small, were busy in the deserted courtyard. Although simple, it was full of hope and warmth. Chapter 3 Settlement and System Awakening. The next morning, Su Yang devoted himself to the work of cleaning and preliminary repairs of the old house. He showed amazing hands-on ability. He cleared the weeds in the yard with swift movements. He carefully filled the leaking roof with old tiles and mud. He firmly fixed the loose window frames with a few wooden strips and nails. These tasks were not familiar to him, as he had grown up in the city in his previous life and had been a house husband for 6 years in this life. However, there seemed to be some kind of instinct hidden in his body, and the learning ability brought by the soul of a time traveler enabled him to do them quite well. Su Wenning was like a happy little tail, following her father closely. She couldn't help much. At most she could hand over a small tool or carry a little water in her little bucket, but she enjoyed it. The chickens running around in the yard and the cat squatting on the wall to bask in the sun were all very novel to her. Occasionally, she would move a small stool and sit at the gate of the yard, watching her father's busy back, humming the nursery rhymes she learned in kindergarten, and enjoying herself. This girl has a really strong ability to adapt. Su Yang felt relieved when he saw his daughter's carefree appearance. As long as he is there, the little girl can be happy even if the environment is a little bad, and that's enough. The villagers naturally noticed the new father and daughter. The old house had been vacant for many years, and suddenly someone moved in, a young man with a beautiful little girl. This was undoubtedly a new thing in the quiet countryside. Uncle Wang, whom he met on the first day, strolled over with a hoe on his shoulder. Seeing Su Yang repairing the courtyard wall, he greeted him enthusiastically. "Xiaoyang, are you busy? Do you want your uncle to give you a hand?" Uncle Wang, no, I can do it myself. Su Yang wiped his sweat with a smile and handed him a cigarette. "This is not a tiring job." Uncle Wang took the cigarette and lit it, squatting beside him and watching, chatting casually. "It's not easy for you to take care of the baby by yourself. Where is the baby's mother? Why didn't she come back with you?" Su Yang paused and replied calmly, "We separated, the child is with me." Uncle Wang was stunned for a moment, then he sighed and didn't ask any more questions. Although the village is isolated from information, he has seen a lot of family affairs. He patted Su Yang on the shoulder and said, "Well, live a good life. If you have any difficulties, tell your uncle." At this time, Aunt Shen from next door also came over with a bowl of freshly cooked sweet potatoes. Aunt Shen is a kind-hearted person, but she is also a gossiper. She is a well-informed person in the village. "Xiaoyang, take a break and have a bowl of sweet potatoes." Aunt Shen stuffed the bowl into Su Yang's hand, but her eyes kept looking into the yard. "Oh, this house needs to be cleaned up. How can you take care of such a young girl by yourself? Do you want me to introduce you to a?" "Aunt Shen, thank you for the sweet potatoes, they are so sweet." Su Yang interrupted her quickly, knowing what she wanted to say. "We are fine, take your time, there is no rush." He responded politely, neither seeming distant nor revealing too much information. The villagers are simple and warm, but also very curious. Su Yang knew it clearly. "I will have to deal with these family matters in the future. But this is also part of rural life." The old house finally looks a bit like home. Although it is still simple, it is at least clean and tidy, and the water and electricity are barely usable. Su Yang used the little money he had to go to the town to buy some basic daily necessities, pots and pans, bedding and sheets, and also bought Ningning some ordinary clothes suitable for wearing in the countryside. Looking at the newly renovated courtyard, Su Wenning excitedly chased a big white goose in the yard, her giggles clear and pleasant. At night, the mountain village is quiet, with only the chirping of insects outside the window. On the small wooden bed, Su Wenning had already fallen into a deep sleep, with a satisfied smile on her pink little face, and her little hand still tightly grasping one of Su Yang's fingers. Su Yang sat beside the bed, and in the dim light, quietly looked at his daughter's sleeping face. For 6 years, he gave up everything in exchange for his daughter's 6 years of carefree growth and her peaceful sleep at this moment. Lu Ruian might never understand his choice, but in his opinion, it was all worth it. But it can't go on like this forever. Su Yang's eyes became firm. Most of the 40,000 yuan had been spent, and the remaining money was only enough to maintain the most basic life. If you want to give Ningning a better future, you can't just rely on frugality. He took a deep breath and recited silently in his heart. The system has been silent for 6 years, it's time to wake up. Host's current environment and available resources? Available land, there is about 0.5 mu of open space in the ancestral house, and about 2.5 mu of wasteland adjacent to the foot of the mountain outside the house needs to be reclaimed. Available funds, 3,752.8 yuan. Available initial resources, Novice Seed Gift Pack X1 to be opened. Current status, host biological information is not bound, and some advanced functions are not unlocked. Do you want to bind immediately? A light blue virtual light screen appeared in Su Yang's mind. It was simple and clear, full of technology, and out of place in this dilapidated old house. Su Yang chose yes without hesitation. Binding host biological information, fingerprint, iris, DNA sequence. Binding successful. System permissions have been upgraded, and all basic functions have been opened. Newbie guidance task release. Task 1, open the Novice Seed Gift Package. Task 2, select a piece of land at least 1 square meter and cultivate it for the first time. Task 3, successfully harvest the first batch of crops. Complete the novice task to get System Points X100, Basic Farm Tool Set X1, unlock the Soil Improvement Primary Technology. Su Yang studied the system interface carefully. On the left side of the light curtain is his personal information and resource status, and on the right side is the functional area, including several modules such as Land Management, Seed Warehouse, Technical Center, System Store, Currently Gray and Not Unlocked, and Task List. With a thought, he clicked on the Seed Warehouse, and a virtual package icon appeared, which was the Novice Seed Gift Pack. Open. The Novice Seed Gift Package has been successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Ordinary cucumber seeds X1 bag about 100 seeds, strong adaptability, short growth period. Ordinary tomato seeds X1 bag about 50 seeds, average taste, medium yield. Ordinary Chinese cabbage seeds X1 bag about 200 seeds, easy to survive, fast cycle. Special seeds, cream strawberry seeds X10 quality, excellent, taste, sweet and juicy, slightly creamy flavor, growth period, short, yield, medium, planting requirements, requires careful care, has certain requirements for soil, water, and light. When Su Yang saw the last, cream strawberry seeds, his eyes lit up instantly. Strawberry. Still creamy. Ningning will definitely like it. He immediately thought of his daughter's wistful question in the taxi that day, "Dad, are the strawberries we grow sweeter than those bought in the supermarket?" Now, he has the answer. Not only will it be sweeter, but it will also be creamy. Su Yang clicked on the Land Management module, and a three-dimensional model of the land inside and outside the old house immediately appeared on the virtual screen. Basic data such as soil composition, humidity, and light duration were all marked. He chose the 0.5-acre open space in the yard that was closest to the well and had the best lighting. The system interface immediately displayed detailed information about the land and prompted, "It can be cultivated and planted." He clicked on the Technical Center again. There was only a single, basic planting technology in it. After clicking on it, he saw the basic planting methods and precautions for various common crops, which were much more detailed than the information he could find on the internet. Su Yang said in his heart. Information database, quality improvement, accelerated growth, increased output, these functions are simply tailor-made for me. He took a look at the system store. Although it was still gray and unavailable, the introduction said, you can earn system points by selling agricultural products produced by the system, which can be used to exchange for more advanced seeds, technologies, tools, and even to expand the scope of the land or unlock special functions. The profit model is also clear. Grow high-quality agricultural products, sell them through the Douyin platform, earn real money and system points, and then use the points to improve the system to form a virtuous circle. Chapter 4: The First Experimental Field. The little girl was very restless when she slept. The quilt was kicked half away, revealing her round belly that rose and fell slightly with her breathing. There was a satisfied smile on her little face, her pink little mouth was slightly pouting, and I don't know what delicious food she was dreaming about. Her little hand was unconsciously holding one of her father's fingers, as if that was the safest harbor in the world. Su Yang sat on the edge of the bed, quietly looking at his daughter's sleeping face in the faint light from the dim old-fashioned table lamp. He took a deep breath, gently placed his daughter's little hand into the quilt, then stood up carefully and tucked the quilt for her. Most of the 40,000 yuan of savings had been spent on repairing the house and purchasing daily necessities. The remaining money was only enough to maintain the most basic living expenses, and it was not enough to even buy Ningning her favorite imported strawberries. If we want to give Ningning a future full of love and companionship while also having a material foundation, it is definitely not enough to just rely on frugality. He had to find a way out. Su Yang walked outside the house, stood in the yard where the weeds had not yet been completely cleared, and looked up at the starry night sky. The air in the mountains was exceptionally fresh, carrying the fragrance of soil and plants, making his mind exceptionally clear. He summoned the system and looked at the 10 cream strawberry seeds lying in the system. These were the starting point of his career and the first surprise for his daughter. Su Yang suppressed his inner excitement and immediately clicked on the Land Management module. The three-dimensional models of the plots of land inside and outside the old house were immediately clearly presented on the light screen, with detailed soil composition analysis data marked next to them: open space in the yard, area 0.53 acres, soil, sandy loam, fertility, poor rating D, low organic matter content, pH value, 6.2 slightly acidic, suitable for planting most crops after improvement. Wasteland outside the courtyard, area, 2.48 acres, soil, clay loam, fertility, poor grade E, high stone content, needs deep reclamation and improvement. Sure enough, the land of the old house has been abandoned for several years, and its fertility is pitifully poor. Su Yang pondered. But this is not a problem for him who has the system. Without hesitation, he chose the 0.5-acre vacant land in the yard that was closest to the well and had the best lighting conditions as the first experimental field. The system interface immediately prompts, the land has been selected and can be cultivated and planted. He clicked on the Technical Center again and carefully read the contents of Basic Planting Technology, especially the part about strawberry planting. The information provided by the system was extremely detailed, covering almost all details from land preparation, fertilization. Although there was no fertilizer now, the system suggested that wood ash and a small amount of fermented human and animal feces could be used as a substitute, sowing, watering, light adjustment, to physical prevention and control methods of pests and diseases. It was much more professional than the information he had in his scattered memories and found on the internet. Especially for the 10 cream strawberry seeds, the system also gave a special note: this seed contains a special gene fragment and is sensitive to the growth environment. It is recommended to use the seedling transplanting method. The water and temperature need to be precisely controlled in the early stage. It is recommended to be carried out in the soil optimized by the system, which can greatly improve the survival rate, shorten the growth period, and optimize the final quality. Raising seedlings and transplanting them? That's good, it's safer. Su-yang nodded, already having a complete plan in mind. He glanced at the weeds and some dead branches and leaves that had just been cleared piled in the corner, and then looked at the simple tool shed next to it. Looks like I'll be busy tonight. Su-yang took a deep breath. There was no trace of fatigue in his eyes. Instead, he was full of energy. I thought about Ningning's surprised look tomorrow morning when she saw that I had cleared a small strawberry garden for her. He felt full of strength. Picking up the hoe and shovel in the corner, Su-yang walked towards the open space in the backyard shrouded in moonlight. He would take advantage of the night and follow the system's instructions to first cultivate a small piece of land that was most suitable for growing seedlings, and then use the existing materials to make simple wood ash to prepare for the formal sowing tomorrow. This is not only his first experimental field, but also the beginning of a new life for him and his daughter. Chapter 5: Amazing Growth Rate in Small Internet Celebrities. Ever since the 10 cream strawberry seedlings broke through the soil, they seemed to have pressed the fast-forward button for growth and began to grow wildly at a speed that completely subverted Su-yang's cognition, not to mention the common sense of ordinary villagers. The next morning, those tender green seedlings, which were originally only the size of a fingernail, had already stretched out their palm-sized, dark green leaves with clear veins, and even grew flower stalks that were thicker than ordinary strawberry seedlings, with plump flower buds on the top, ready to bloom. This growth rate doesn't feel like farming, it's more like watching a fast-forwarded documentary. Dad! Look! The strawberry baby has grown up again. The leaves have become so big and green. Su-Wening's unshakable inspection task every day is to run to the small nursery in the backyard, squat there, carefully measure the size of the leaves with her little fingers, and then excitedly report her major discovery to Su-yang. The little guy's voice is clear and loud, full of wonder and pure joy for life. His serious little look always brings a warm feeling to Su-yang's heart. Yes, they drank the water from Dad and basked in the sun. They are trying hard to grow so that they can quickly produce strawberries for Ningning to eat. Su-yang put down the work in his hands, walked to his daughter, and agreed with a smile. He was also shocked by the astonishing growth rate. Cream strawberry excellent, current status, vegetative growth period vigorous, flower bud differentiation accelerated. Expected budding time, 12 hours. Fertility index, 55-100 slightly decreased. It is recommended to add phosphorus and potassium fertilizers in time. The data on the system light curtain is updated in real time, accurately reflecting the crop status and environmental requirements. The maturity period was originally expected to be 15 days, but it seems that because the potential of the D+ grade soil has been initially stimulated by the system, coupled with Su-yang's daily careful care, the growth rate is showing a tendency to accelerate. This is simply a life of cheating. Su-yang felt emotional and became more cautious. The abnormal growth rate of strawberries has begun to attract the attention of villagers. Just the day before yesterday, Uncle Wang, who was passing by with a hoe on his shoulder, was amazed at the green and thriving strawberry seedlings. Xiaoyan, what are you planting in this field? How come it grows so fast? It's only been a few days, but it's almost as fast as what other people plant for a month. Uncle Wang squatted on the ground, pulled aside a leaf, and looked at it curiously. It looks like strawberries, but I've never seen strawberries grow so wildly. Su-yang's heart skipped a beat at the time, but he remained calm and explained with a smile, Uncle Wang, this might be a new variety I asked a friend to get. He said it was improved overseas and grows faster. This is my first time planting it, and I'm still figuring it out. Oh? Foreign stuff? Uncle Wang nodded as if he had suddenly realized something. No wonder, foreign stuff is different. He didn't think much about it. After all, the country now advocates the introduction of high-quality varieties, and occasionally people in the village try to grow some new things. At this time, the gossipy Anshan also heard the news and came over. She was eating breakfast with a bowl in her hand while peeking outside the wall of Su Yang's house. Xiaoyang, I heard that the strawberries you planted are growing very fast. Can you show them to Auntie? Su Yang could only smile helplessly and respond, Aunt Chen, it's just planting blindly. It's normal for the varieties to grow faster if they are good. Oh, you are such a modest child. Aunt Chen obviously didn't believe it completely, but she didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she started to care about other things. Are you tired of taking care of Ningning by yourself? Do you want me to keep an eye on her for you? In our village. Not tired, not tired. Thank you, Aunt Chen, for your concern. We are fine. Su Yang interrupted her quickly, fearing that she would start arranging introductions to someone again. The villagers are simple and warm, but they are also very curious. Su Yang realized that the abnormal performance of the System S crops would require more reasonable disguise in the future. The most important thing at the moment is to harvest and sell the first batch of strawberries successfully. He was not idle either. In addition to taking care of strawberries and repairing the house, he devoted almost all his free time to studying the Dodo platform and shooting videos. He found that the previous video recording the sprouting of strawberries and the cheers with milky voices unexpectedly received a lot of views and likes, and the number of fans also increased to several hundred. In the comments section, in addition to those who marveled at the growth speed of the strawberries, more were attracted by their cuteness. This little girl is so cute. I want to steal her. The voice is so sweet that it touches my heart. I'm a huge Auntie fan. It's so heartwarming that a dad takes care of his baby. I'm following him and want to see the sequel. Su Yang looked at the comments, thoughtfully. It seems Ningning is a girl who was born with the physique of attracting fans. He thought of the cute kids who were popular internet celebrities on Earth in his previous life, such as the little girl who became famous on the internet with her shake dance. Their natural and pure cuteness was indeed an irresistible traffic code. Ningning is lively and cheerful, smart, has strong expressive skills, and is also a real foodie. These characteristics make her tailor-made for short videos. Perhaps, we can try to let Ningning appear in the video more often? Su Yang was thinking in his mind. Of course, he would never deliberately let his daughter perform anything for the sake of traffic. What he wants to record is the most real and natural daily and pastoral life between father and daughter. So, the account, Ningning and her father's daily life in the countryside, began to update videos steadily. The content is still plain and simple. There is a clip where Ningning is wearing a small apron and holding a small kettle, pretending to help her father water the strawberries, but she ends up spilling water all over her pants, causing her to giggle. There is a funny moment when a father and daughter chased a white goose in the yard, but were chased away by the goose. Ningning squatted on the ground, carefully observing ants moving, and told her father the story of Ant Kingdom in a baby voice. Of course, the amazing changes of the cream strawberry seedlings are also indispensable. Su Yang even used the time-lapse photography function on his mobile phone to record the process of the strawberry buds from blooming to starting to bear fruit. These videos have no complicated editing and no sentimental music, but they are slowly gaining popularity because of their authenticity, simplicity, the warm interaction between father and daughter, and the obviously unscientific growth rate of strawberries. The number of fans increased from a few hundred to 1,000, then to 3,000, 5,000. Although it can't be compared with those big internet celebrities, it is already quite good for a new account that is just starting out. The atmosphere in the comments section is getting better and better. Ningning, little baby, this is so healing. These strawberries are growing too fast. Host, did you secretly use Jinkula? Haha, the part where he was chased by the big white goose made me laugh to death. I'm watching, and I'm looking forward to the strawberries being ripe. The anchor must start a live broadcast when the time comes. Looking at these kind comments and the growing number of fans, Su Yang's mood became better and better. Chapter 6: The First Harvest and the Ultimate Taste. Ever since those 10 cream strawberry seeds were planted and broke out of the soil under the optimization of the system, they seemed to be cast under a spell and began to grow wildly at a speed that was visible to the naked eye and completely contrary to common sense. Just the next morning, the flower stalks, which were thicker than ordinary strawberry seedlings, could not wait to sprout out. The snow-white flowers on the top bloomed one after another, dotted among the vibrant green leaves, which was very beautiful. This growth rate, which is almost like forcing growth but extremely natural, gave Su Yang a more intuitive understanding of the power of the system. Looking closely, I saw fully ripe fruits hanging on the green strawberry vines. They are plump in size, much larger than the common strawberries on the market, and bright red in color, like carefully carved rubies, emitting a faint, attractive luster under the morning light. What is even more amazing is that when you get close and smell it carefully, you can actually smell a faint, creamy, mellow aroma mixed in with the sweet scent. Dad! Dad! The strawberries! They're red! The strawberries are red! Su Wenning was the first to discover it. She shook off Su Yang's hand and fluttered to the edge of the ridge like a happy little butterfly. She pointed with her little hand at the rosy fruits hidden under the green leaves and jumped up and down excitedly. Her big eyes, like black grapes, were full of desire for the delicious food that was about to come. Wow! They are so beautiful. Dad, are they big enough to eat now? The little fellow raised his rosy little face and asked in a baby voice. Cream strawberry excellent, current status, mature. The fruit is full, bright in color, and has reached its best flavor. It can be picked. Fertility index, 45-100, continuously decreasing. Please replenish nutrients or rotate crops in time after harvesting. Yes, the strawberry babies have grown up and can be eaten. Su Yan looked at the scene of the harvest in front of him and felt an irrepressible excitement in his heart. The appearance, color, and unique aroma were even more tempting than those shockingly expensive premium strawberries he had seen in Jiangcheng's most upscale imported supermarket. He bent down and gently picked the largest and reddest one. The strawberry is slightly heavy in the hand, the stem is fresh and green, and the bright red flesh seems like it will drip out sweet juice with a light pinch. He walked to the old well in the yard, the windlass creaked, and a bucket of clear, sweet well water was drawn up, with which he carefully rinsed the strawberries in his hands. Crystal clear water droplets hang on the bright red flesh, reflecting a charming luster in the morning light, making it look even more delicate and tempting. Come on, Ningning, open your mouth. Our number one little hero will be the first to taste it. Su Yang half knelt down, with a gentle smile on his face, and handed the cream strawberry, which embodied the power of the system and the father's love and hard work, to his daughter's already open mouth. Su Wenning had been so greedy that she bit off most of the strawberry with her little mouth. The next second, the little guy's eyes suddenly widened and sparkled, as if he had discovered a new world. Her little mouth was bulging as she chewed quickly. Because the food was so delicious, she even forgot to speak and only uttered vague exclamations of Wow! Dad! This strawberry! It's delicious! It's super sweet! The little girl swallowed the strawberry in her mouth with great difficulty. Her face turned red with excitement. She expressed her surprise incoherently. It tastes better than the one given by the kindergarten and the one we bought in the supermarket. It tastes 100 times better. As she spoke, she opened her mouth impatiently and looked eagerly at the remaining half strawberry in Su Yang's hand and the tempting fruits on the vine. Dad, there's more. I want to eat more. It tastes like Grandma's. Su Yang was amused by his daughter's innocent and direct description, and at the same time his heart was filled with curiosity. Is the slightly creamy flavor described by the system really so obvious? He also picked a strawberry of excellent quality, washed it with cool well water, and put it in his mouth. The moment the fruit pulp enters your mouth, an extreme sweetness that is difficult to describe in words immediately sweeps over your taste buds. The sweetness is pure and rich, yet not greasy at all, with the fresh fruity aroma unique to strawberries. What's more, it does not have the inevitable slightly sour taste of ordinary strawberries, but only pure sweetness as if it had been soaked in honey. The fruit is extremely juicy. With a light bite, the sweet juice bursts in your mouth. The flesh is delicate and soft, and melts in your mouth without much chewing. The most amazing thing is, as Ningning said, that in this ultimate sweetness, there is indeed a faint, very natural, mellow aroma similar to fresh cream. It is not abrupt, but blends perfectly with the fragrance of the strawberry itself, forming an unprecedented, rich, and extremely harmonious top-level flavor. Su Yan was also completely shocked by the taste that was beyond his imagination. He had eaten many expensive imported strawberries, but none of them could compare to the one in his hand. This is no longer just an ordinary fruit, it is a dessert art created by nature in system technology. Dad, isn't it super delicious? Ningning didn't lie to you, did she? When Su Wenning saw the expression of surprise that her father could not hide on his face, she proudly raised her little chin and straightened her little chest. She looked so proud, as if the absolutely delicious cream strawberry was grown by her own hands. It's super delicious, better than any strawberry my dad has ever eaten. Su Yang came back to his senses and looked at his daughter's satisfied and proud face, and an unprecedented sense of confidence surged in his heart. The quality of this cream strawberry is absolutely top-notch. Not to mention in this small mountain village, even if it was taken to the most high-end fruit boutique in Jiangcheng, it would definitely cause a sensation. This quality is definitely competitive in the market. He could even imagine how popular these strawberries would be when they appeared in front of netizens through the Doudo platform. Ningning, we will have endless delicious strawberries to eat in the future. Daddy promises. Su Yan squatted down and rubbed his daughter's soft hair, his eyes full of pampering and confidence. He looked at the cucumber vines, tomato seedlings, and Chinese cabbage seedlings that were also growing well nearby. Although they were just ordinary seeds, they looked exceptionally green and vigorous, full of vitality, on the system-optimized D+ grade soil. Now, not only will Ningning have the most delicious strawberries, but our good days will also truly begin. Su Yang stood up and looked towards the rolling green mountains in the distance. The morning sun shone on him, dispelling the last trace of haze. Chapter 7: Sharing in Word of Mouth. The first batch of ripe strawberries was not large, weighing only about 2 or 3 pounds in total, but each one was plump and bright, as red as agate, exuding an enticing sweet fragrance and a hint of cream. Su Wenning is naturally the biggest beneficiary. Every day, she gets the biggest and reddest strawberries as a reward for being a little helper. Every time she finishes eating, she squints her eyes and exclaims in a baby voice, "The strawberries grown by my dad are the most delicious strawberries in the world." Looking at his daughter's satisfied little look, Su Yang felt sweeter than eating honey. Happiness alone is not as good as happiness shared with others. Su Yan looked at a batch of strawberries that were about to ripen hanging on the vines and was thinking in his mind. In the past few days, Uncle Wang and Aunt Chen from the village have come to show their concern. Although they are a bit gossipy sometimes, their simple kindness is real. He had just returned to the village and was unfamiliar with the place, so it was important for him to maintain good relations with his neighbors. More importantly, he needed to verify whether the strawberries produced by this system tasted as amazing to others as he and Ningning did. This was directly related to his subsequent pricing and sales strategy. So, in the morning, Su Yang specially picked a small basket full of cream strawberries that had just ripened and were of the best quality, and also picked a few cucumbers that were particularly juicy, with flowers and thorns growing on the land in the system, as well as a few red and juicy small tomatoes. Although the vegetables grown from these ordinary seeds are not as special as cream strawberries, their growth is far beyond that of ordinary vegetable fields due to the systematic optimization of soil nourishment. Ningning, let's send some delicious food to Grandpa Wang and Grandma Chen to thank them for sending us sweet potatoes, okay? Su Yang held his daughter's hand. Okay. Give the strawberries to Grandpa and Grandma. The strawberries grown by Dad are the most delicious. Su Wenning immediately clapped her hands in agreement. She was the most enthusiastic person in sharing delicious food. The father and daughter first came to Uncle Wang's house. Uncle Wang was sitting at the gate of the yard, puffing on his pipe. Seeing Su Yang coming over with a basket, he was a little surprised. "Xiao Yang, what are you doing?" "Uncle Wang, thank you for your concern the other day. These are the strawberries, cucumbers, and tomatoes that I grew myself. They were just picked and are very fresh. Please try them." Su Yang handed over the basket with a smile. "Oh, kid, you're too polite." Uncle Wang waved his hands again and again. "It's not easy to grow something at home. Take it back and give it to your daughter." "It's okay. There's still some in the field. Try some and tell me how it tastes." "This is my first time growing it, so I'm not sure." Su Yang insisted. Uncle Wang had no choice but to take it. He first picked up a bright red strawberry and nodded secretly just by looking at its appearance. These strawberries were big and bright in color, better than those sold in the fruit shop in town. He didn't even wash it and put it directly into his mouth. The next second, the expression on Uncle Wang's weather-beaten old face changed instantly. He paused in chewing and his eyes widened as if he had eaten something incredible. This strawberry." Uncle Wang smacked his lips, his face full of unbelievable surprise. "Xiao Yang, your strawberry, is it too sweet? So fragrant and sweet. I have never eaten such delicious strawberries in my entire life. Not sour at all. And there is an indescribable fragrance." He finished a strawberry in just a few bites, then picked up another one, still not satisfied, and ate it while praising the taste. Su Wenning listened from the side and puffed out her chest proudly. "Grandpa Wang, it's delicious, isn't it? The strawberries my father grows are the most delicious. 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 So delicious." Uncle Wang nodded repeatedly, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Su Yang changed, filled with surprise. Su Yang felt relieved. It seemed that the quality of these strawberries could stand the test. He picked up another juicy cucumber and handed it to Uncle Wang. "Uncle Wang, try this cucumber again." Uncle Wang took the cucumber and took a bite. After the crisp sound, he praised again and again. This cucumber is also very tasty. Crisp. Full of moisture. It tastes better than the ones grown in my own fields. After saying goodbye to Uncle Wang, who was still savoring the sweetness of strawberries, Su Yang took Ningning to Aunt Chen's house. Aunt Chen was also very surprised when she saw the strawberries and vegetables brought by Su Yang. She held Su Yang's hand and praised him for his ability. When she tasted a cream strawberry, her reaction was even more exaggerated than Uncle Wang's. "Oh my God! Xiao Yang! This is not a strawberry. It's simply a candy jar. It's so sweet to my heart. How can it taste like milk? It's so delicious. I have never eaten such a rare strawberry in my life." Aunt Chen held Su Yang's hand and said excitedly, "If you take these strawberries to sell in town, they will definitely be snapped up like crazy." Even the cucumbers and cherry tomatoes were highly praised by Aunt Chen, who said they tasted better than the vegetables she had grown at home for decades. After leaving Aunt Chen's house, Su Yang felt completely at ease. The villager's recognition is the first step and the most direct proof of the extraordinary quality of the system's crops. This ultimate taste is definitely the most powerful weapon in market competition. So, next. Su Yang's gaze turned into the distance, and his thoughts began to become clear. If you want to maximize the value of your products, it is definitely not enough to just rely on scattered sales in villages or towns. The efficiency is too low and the price cannot be raised. He thought of the Dodo platform that he had been studying these days. Now that the country is vigorously promoting rural revitalization, the concept of new farmers is very popular on Douyin. Many young people who return to their hometowns to start businesses sell their hometown agricultural products all over the country by shooting short videos and live streaming. They are doing very well. Rise. Su Yang's heart moved. The Dodo platform has a huge user base, fast dissemination speed, and has a natural attraction for high-quality and novel agricultural products. I have the traffic code of Ningning, who is loved by everyone, the unique and ultra-high-quality agricultural products provided by the system, and the real records of rural life. These conditions are tailor-made for Dodo's new farmers. The more Su Yang thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He can continue to shoot the video series Ningning and her father's daily life in the countryside, recording the planting and harvesting process of cream strawberries, as well as the warm and interesting life of the father and daughter, to attract fans. When strawberries are ripe in large quantities, you can try live streaming to sell the products, or pre-sell them through a small store on the platform. That's it. Su Yang made up his mind. The Dodo platform will be the first and most important step for him to open up sales channels and achieve financial independence. He took out his mobile phone, opened the Dodo app, and began to carefully study those successful new farmer accounts, learning their shooting techniques, content selection, and sales skills. The recognition of the villagers gave him confidence, the strength of the system was his backing, and the Dodo platform would be the stage for him to set sail. Chapter 8 Douyin First Attempt. The villagers' recognition is the first step, proving the product's potential. But if he wants to truly support himself and his daughter through farming, and even give Ningning a better life, he must find a broader sales channel. He opened the Dodo app on his mobile phone again. Study those successful new farmer accounts. He found that the platform has an extremely large user base, information dissemination speed is amazing, and users seem to have a natural liking for novel, high-quality agricultural products with a pastoral feel. That's it. Su Yang was determined. He remembered the short video he had posted before recording the sprouting of strawberries. Although the video was crudely shot and the content was simple, it unexpectedly received hundreds of likes and many comments. The focus of the comments, in addition to curiosity about the abnormal growth rate of strawberries, was more on Ningning's childish cheers and cute little appearance in the video. It seems Ningning is really my lucky star. Su Yang looked at his daughter's sleeping face, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. He thought of the cute kids who were all over the internet in his previous life on Earth. Their innocent and natural cuteness was indeed an irresistible charm. Ningning is lively and cheerful, like a little sun. She is also a real foodie and is not at all shy in front of the camera. She is a natural short video expert. Of course, Su Yang would never deliberately exploit his daughter for traffic. What he wants to do is to record the truth. It records the new life of the father and daughter in the countryside, and the surprises brought by this land. Ningning is the brightest and most core part of this life. Having made up his mind, Su Yang immediately took action. He pulled out the video footage he had taken in the past few days on his phone. These footage recorded every bit of their lives. There was the cute moment when Ningning, wearing an ill-fitting apron, watered the strawberry seedlings like a little adult, holding a small kettle thicker than her arm, and ended up spilling water all over her trouser legs, making her giggle. There is a funny scene where a father and his daughter are chased by the proud big white goose in the yard and they are fleeing in panic, and Ningning shouts in a baby-voiced, "Brother Goose, stop chasing me," while running. Ningning squatted on the ridge of the field, pointing her little finger at a row of ants moving, and explained to her father in a serious manner, "Where should the ant kingdom hold a meeting? Of course, the most important thing is the creamy strawberry that creates miracles." Su Yang specially used the time-lapse photography function of his mobile phone to record the amazing process of the strawberries rapidly swelling and turning red from green fruits, and also the scene when Ningning was picking strawberries this morning, holding a large strawberry, smiling so hard that her teeth were showing and her saliva was almost flowing out, looking so happy. Su Yang opened the simple video editing software on his phone and began to carefully select and edit the materials. He first chose a close-up shot of Ningning standing beside a strawberry field, curiously observing the red fruits as the opening. The little guy's pure and flawless big eyes and chubby little face are very attractive in themselves. Next, there is a time-lapse video clip of the amazing growth process of strawberries, accompanied by some light and slightly mysterious background music, highlighting its unusual characteristics. Then came the harvest scene. He and Ningning picked the strawberries carefully together. Ningning cheered with her hands full of strawberries. He looked at his daughter with a doting smile on her face. The scene was warm and healing. Finally, there are a few close-up shots of cream strawberries, which are rosy, plump, and shiny. You can almost smell their unique sweet scent through the screen. Editing is not complicated. What Su Yang pursues is authenticity and naturalness. He accompanied the music with a soothing, relaxing instrumental music, without too many special effects or fancy transitions. At the end of the video, he typed a simple line of text, which was also his truest voice at the moment. "The first harvest of my child's farming in my hometown, my daughter said it was delicious. Hashtag 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 hashtag." After checking twice and confirming that there was no problem, Su Yang took a deep breath, lightly tapped his finger, and pressed the publish button. Video uploaded successfully. Looking at the video that had just been released on the screen, the initial number of views was still a lonely 0. Su Yang felt a little complicated. He had confidence in his products and content, but also a little nervous about the unknown market reaction. This is his first work published as a new farmer in the true sense. Will it slowly accumulate popularity and eventually gain recognition like those successful accounts? Will netizens who are used to city life like this simple rural life? The most important thing is, can this cream strawberry with the ultimate taste impress them and make them want to buy it? Su Yang didn't know the answer. But he knew he had taken the first step. Recalling Lu Ruian's contemptuous look when she divorced, Su Yang felt a stronger motivation in his heart. Not only does he have to support himself and his daughter, he also has to prove with facts that by leaving the Lu family in that prosperous but cold city, he, Su Yang, can live a wonderful life, or even a better life, relying on his own hands in this land. Ningning fell into a sweet dream lying on the small bed beside her, with a satisfied smile on her face after eating delicious strawberries during the day. Su Yang sat under the dim desk lamp, but he was not sleepy at all. His brain was working fast, planning the blueprint for the future. He turned off the screen of his mobile phone and quietly lay down beside his daughter. The little girl seemed to feel her father's breath, rubbed against him unconsciously, and then her little hand accurately grasped his fingers. Su Yang held his daughter's little hand tightly, feeling the heavy responsibility and sweet burden, and closed his eyes. Chapter 9, Small Fire and Doubt. Su Yang opened his eyes and saw that Su Wenning had already put on her little clothes and was lying on the edge of the bed, looking at him with her bright big eyes. "Dad, it's daybreak. Has the strawberry grown bigger again?" The little guy's voice was full of anticipation. "Maybe. Let's go check it out after breakfast." Su Yang smiled and rubbed his daughter's little head, feeling soft in his heart. After a simple wash and some cooked porridge, the father and daughter ate with gusto, accompanied by the refreshing homemade pickles that Aunt Chen had sent them yesterday. After breakfast, Su Yang habitually picked up his mobile phone and opened the Dodo app. He actually didn't have too high expectations in his heart. After all, he just edited and posted it casually. He would be satisfied with the previous few hundred views and occasional likes. However, when he saw the notification in the background, he was stunned. On the message notification icon, a red corner mark 99 plus is clearly displayed. Likes, 3,000 plus. Number of comments, 500 plus. New fans, 800 plus. Share count, 100 plus. This. Su Yang rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It's only been one night, how come the data is increasing so quickly? He quickly clicked on the video that was released yesterday. The video has been viewed over 50,000 times. For a new account with almost zero fan base, this is definitely a small hit. He took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and clicked on the comments section. The most popular comments have a surprisingly consistent style. Ah! This little girl is so cute. The sentence "the strawberries grown by my dad are the most delicious" is so cute that it melts my heart. Tricked me into giving birth to a daughter series. The little baby's eyes are sparkling like grapes, I want to rub it. This father is so gentle. The way he looks at his daughter is full of doting. I envy him so much. Sure enough, Ningning's charm is enormous. Su Yang looked at these comments and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. He was happier that his daughter's cuteness was recognized by everyone than when he was praised himself. Next, the focus is on strawberries. These strawberries look so tempting. Bright red and so big. Where did you buy the seeds? Please give me the link. I can smell the fragrance even through the screen. Is that creamy scent real? It sounds so classy. Will you sell them? I want to try them. They look better than those overpriced imported strawberries in the supermarket. Seeing these comments, Su Yang's heart became completely alive. This is exactly the result he wanted. As long as word of mouth and expectations can be raised, there will be a foundation for subsequent sales. However, as the comments scrolled down, questioning voices began to emerge intensively. Wait, isn't the growth rate of this strawberry a bit outrageous? In the time-lapse photography, it looks different every day. Is it because they were fed hormones? I agree with the above. My family also grows strawberries. It takes at least a month from flowering to full red, right? His speed is too fast. It feels like he has pressed the fast-forward button. Could it be that they bought the strawberries in advance and staged the photo? There are so many scripts for new farmers nowadays. Just find a good-looking father with a cute kid and you can attract traffic. That's right. It doesn't look real. Where in the countryside are there such shabby houses nowadays? I'm afraid they are deliberately making it look old and miserable. Wait for the follow-up to fail. How delicious can this quick-made thing be? Looking at these questioning and even malicious comments, Su Yang frowned slightly. He anticipated that there might be doubts. After all, the growth rate under the system's blessing was indeed contrary to common sense, but he did not expect the doubts to come so quickly and so concentratedly. Especially the word script, staged in misery, which made him feel uncomfortable. He returned to his hometown to provide Ningning with a better and companionable environment, and to earn money to support his family with his own hands and the abilities given by the system, not to put on a show for anyone. Su Yang calmed down and began to analyze. He needs to use subsequent videos to respond to these doubts calmly. How to respond? Display process. For the next batch of crops, such as cucumbers and tomatoes, the entire process from sowing, management to harvesting can be recorded in more detail. Although the growth rate may still be very fast, the authenticity of the process can dispel some of the concerns about staged photography. Emphasis on daily life. Show more details of his and Ningning's life in the countryside, such as repairing houses, going to the market, interacting with neighbors, etc., to prove that they really live here, rather than a temporary scene. Highlight quality. When the strawberry production is higher, you can consider giving some away by lottery, or pre-selling on a small scale, so that the first batch of people who taste it can speak for themselves. The ultimate taste is the best proof, far better than a pale explanation. Ningning's natural expression. Continue to let Ningning appear naturally in the video. The innocence and happiness of children cannot be disguised. This is the most powerful weapon against the script theory. Thinking of this, Su Yang's mood calmed down a lot. This is how the internet works. Where there is praise there will be doubts, and where there is traffic there will be controversy. The key is how to respond. He doesn't need to convince everyone. He just needs to capture those users who are truly interested in his life and his products, and retain them with continued sincerity and excellent quality. Dad, what are you looking at? Is the phone so pretty? Su Wenning leaned over and looked at the comments on the screen curiously. Nothing, Dad is just checking to see if everyone likes the strawberries we planted. Su Yang put away his phone, smiled and picked up his daughter. Let's go and see our precious strawberries to see if they have turned red again today. Great! Let's go see the strawberries. Su Wenning cheered and hugged her father's neck. Looking at his daughter's pure and happy smile, Su Yang became more determined. No matter how much doubt there is from the outside world, he will move forward step by step at his own pace. This land, this system, and his beloved daughter are his greatest confidence. What he has to do is to show this real life and the miracles brought by the system to everyone little by little. As for those doubts, time and agricultural products that will soon be on the market and will amaze your taste buds will give the best answer. Chapter 10: New Farmers Certification and Continuous Update. The small popularity of the video made Su Yang clearly aware of the huge potential of the Doudu platform. More than 50,000 views, more than 3,000 likes, and hundreds of comments of all kinds all prove that rural life and cute kids' daily lives do have an attractive magic. Of course, along with the attention comes those glaring voices of doubt. Labels such as hormone strawberry, staged script, and misery marketing buzzed like flies. Although Su Yang felt at ease, he also understood that in the online world, trust cannot be established overnight. If I want to do this for a long time, it's not enough to just attract attention with the content. I have to make people believe in me and believe that what I do is real. Su Yang sat on a small stool in the yard, looking at Ning Ning, who was arguing with an old hen in the distance, and quickly made a strategy in his mind. He opened the Doudu app and found the platform's new farmer support program. This is a certification channel launched by the platform for content creators who return to their hometowns to start businesses and take root in rural areas under the background of the country's encouragement of rural revitalization. The application process is not complicated. You need to submit proof of identity and relevant materials that can prove that you are indeed engaged in agricultural production, such as a land contract and some video clips of on-site work. The new farmer's certification is not just a label, it's also a kind of credibility endorsement. While uploading the information is required, Su Yang thought, with this certification, at least some people's doubts about my identity can be dispelled, and the platform can also be more inclined in traffic distribution. He specially shot another short video. In the early morning sunshine, he was wearing old clothes stained with mud, and was using a hoe to turn over the newly reclaimed wasteland outside the yard. His sweat soaked his hair on his forehead. Ning Ning was holding her small shovel and digging the soil in a serious manner, shouting, "Come on, Dad." The picture was real and simple. After submitting the application, Su Yang was not overwhelmed by this sudden burst of popularity. He is well aware that internet popularity comes and goes quickly, and if he wants to really build up this account, the key is to continuously output high-quality, authentic content. So, the account, Ning Ning and her father's daily life in the countryside, began to be updated regularly. Su Yang's mobile phone camera records more frequently every detail of the father-daughter life, as well as the little miracles happening on this land that has been quietly transformed by the system. He would consciously show more processes, for example, how he used wood ash and a small amount of fermented farm manure to replenish the fertility of the soil, how he carefully set up frames and weeded the newly planted cucumber and tomato seedlings. He even recorded his research on using bamboo strips and plastic film to build a simple small arch shed for the delicate cream strawberries to cope with the slightly cool temperature in the mountain village at night. Of course, the protagonist of the video is always the energetic elf who is curious about the world. Su Wenning. In front of the camera, she completely releases her nature. Sometimes she would wear the floral apron her father bought for her, and like a little peasant woman, she would carry a small bucket and grunt as she watered the seedlings, only to end up getting soaked. However, she would sit on the edge of the field and giggle without a care in the world. Sometimes, she would wear a straw hat and hold a small net bag, chasing flying butterflies in the yard, and end up bumping into cornstalks, getting covered in dust. When she got up, she would complain in a baby voice, "Butterflies are flying around, not waiting for Ning Ning." Sometimes I would squat beside the chicken coop, watching the hens lay eggs, then carefully pick up the warm eggs and present them to my father like a treasure, proudly announcing, "Look, Dad. The mother hen gave birth to eggs. We can make egg custard now." These pictures, full of childlike fun, real and natural, are warm and healing, and have quickly captured the hearts of more and more netizens. And that piece of magic cream strawberry is still the most eye-catching star in the video. Su Yang continued to use time-lapse photography to record their changes. A new batch of flower buds bloomed again, and then pollinated, bore fruit, swelled, and turned red at an astonishing speed. The visual impact made the exclamations and calls for buy in the comments section grow louder and louder. Did the anchor's strawberries grow like a rocket? It's amazing. Baby Ning Ning is so cute. Watching her and her dad's daily life is so relaxing. This dad is really good at hands-on work, isn't he? He builds houses, plants crops, and takes care of his kids so well. Anchor. Are you selling strawberries? My mouth is watering just looking at them. This is the first time I've seen strawberries grow so fast. Su-yang noticed that the direction of the comment section was quietly changing. Although there are still sporadic voices questioning quick success in script, there are more people yearning for pastoral life, loving Ningning, and having a strong interest in the magical cream strawberry. He also successfully passed the new farmer certification, and an official certification logo was added to the account homepage, which undoubtedly increased the credibility of the account. It seems that we are on the right track. Su-yang felt more at ease as he looked at the steadily growing number of fans and the increasingly active comment section. Real life, a lovely daughter, and a little bit of magic from the system, this combination seems to really touch people's hearts. He began to plan the content of his videos more systematically, not only to show the beauty but also to present the real face of rural life, such as the occasional unstable power supply, the inconvenience of having to go to a town a few kilometers away to purchase supplies, and the simple interactions with his neighbors Uncle Wang and Aunt Chen. He wants to make this account more three-dimensional and down-to-earth. Of course, the most important thing is the cream strawberries that are about to ripen in large quantities again. When the next batch of strawberries are fully ripe, the yield should be able to reach more than 10 kilograms. Su-yang looked at the status bar of cream strawberry on the system interface and thought to himself, perhaps I can try the first small-scale pre-sale. He clicked on the system store. It was still gray, but there was a progress bar next to it, showing system points, 75-100 note, 1 point can be obtained for each system-optimized crop sold, and the points can be used to unlock stores or redeem goods. You can only earn points by selling crops and unlock the store. Su-yang thought for a moment. It seems that online sales are not only for making money, but also a key step in system upgrades. He looked out the window and saw Ningning playing with a little cat in the yard. The sun was shining on them, and everything seemed so peaceful and beautiful. Chapter 11: System Upgrades and New Varieties. As the popularity of the account, Ningning and her father's daily life in the countryside, continued to grow, a new batch of cream strawberries ripened as scheduled. This time, with the system-optimized D+ grade land and Su-yang's more careful care, the yield increased significantly, and the vines were full of red, plump and tempting fruits. A rough estimate is that there are at least 15 or 16 kilograms. The air was filled with that unique sweet fragrance and a hint of cream. Even Uncle Wang, who occasionally came to visit from next door, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "Xiaoyang, your strawberries are amazing. Not only do they grow fast, but this crop has more fruits than the last one. What magical fertilizer did you use?" Su-yang could only smile and gloss over it, saying it was due to the advantages of the breed plus his own unique methods. Looking at these rubies that embody his hard work and system power, Su-yang knew that it was time to convert them into real benefits and recharge the system. In the comments section, the calls for wanted to buy are growing louder and louder, and many fans have even begun to send private messages asking how to buy. Direct transaction via private message? Su-yang shook his head. Firstly, the efficiency is too low and errors are easy to occur. Secondly, there is a lack of security, which is inconvenient for both buyers and sellers. Thirdly, the quantity is too small to meet the demand at all, and may instead cause dissatisfaction among fans. We have to find a more formal and controlled way to sell it. Su-yang sat in the yard, watching Ningning carefully watering the strawberries while making quick plans in his mind. Live streaming to sell goods? The fan base is not large enough, and it is a big risk to go all out for the first time. Opening a Dota store? Qualification review is required, and the process is relatively complicated. Time is tight right now. Got it. Su-yang's eyes lit up. We can start with a small-scale, limited-time pre-sale. He can make a preview in the next video, clearly informing the strawberry ripening time and estimated yield, and then set a specific time point to sell a small portion in limited quantities through the simple little yellow car link provided by the platform. This can not only test market reaction, recover funds, accumulate system points, but also control shipment volume and avoid confusion due to lack of experience. That's it. Su-yang took action immediately. He carefully shot a new short video. In the video, he demonstrated in detail the growth of this batch of cream strawberries, emphasized their natural growth and the use of no pesticides or chemical fertilizers, and emphasized their unique taste, quoting Uncle Wang and Aunt Chen's previous comments, and even let Ningning describe in a milky voice the feeling of sweet and tastes like grandma. At the end of the video, he officially announced the pre-sale information. Thank you for your love. A new batch of Ningning brand cream strawberries will soon be ripe, with an estimated yield of about 15 kilograms. To ensure quality and freshness, 10 copies will be available for limited time pre-sale. At 8 p.m., a purchase link will be posted on this account. First come, first served, only in the same city or neighboring counties, guaranteed to be delivered the next day. Thank you for your support. In order to ensure the quality of transportation, Su Yang went to the town to buy foam boxes and blister packing boxes. Although the cost increased, he understood that the experience of the first batch of users was crucial, as it was related to the establishment of word of mouth. As soon as the pre-sale video was released, the comments section exploded. Is it finally going to be sold? Set the alarm. 1 gene. Is it enough to fill the gaps between our teeth? Can the anchor sell more? Ah. What a pity I'm not near Jiangcheng. I'm crying with greed. My friends in the same city said that happiness came too suddenly. At 8 p.m., no one can snatch it from me. The anchor's packaging is good, it looks professional. On the night of the pre-sale, Su Yang had been waiting in front of his phone half an hour in advance, feeling both excited and a little nervous. The price he set was not low. He referred to the prices of Jiangcheng's boutique fruit shops and, based on the uniqueness and scarcity of his own products, he set it at 128 yuan per caddy. This price is definitely sky high in the ordinary fruit market, but in the eyes of consumers who pursue the ultimate taste and fresh experience, it may be worth a try. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Su Yang posted the temporary product link provided by the Doudu platform on the homepage of his account on time. Almost at the moment the link appeared, a ding-dong prompt sound came from the background. User Little Fatty who loves strawberries has placed an order and payment has been successful. User Ningning is my goddess has placed an order and payment has been successful. User The Win Like Man 888 has placed an order and payment has been successful. The prompt sounds rang out densely, like the most beautiful music. Su Yang didn't even have time to see how many orders were pouring in. Less than 30 seconds later, the system prompted, the product is out of stock and has been automatically removed from the shelves. 10 servings, totaling 10 kilograms of cream strawberries, were sold out in half a minute. It's sold out? Su Yang looked at the screen of his mobile phone and was a little unresponsive for a moment. He expected it to be in great demand, but he didn't expect it to be sold out in seconds. This not only proves the popularity of his cream strawberries, but also proves the success of his pricing strategy. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully sold 10 copies of system-optimized crops. System points plus 10. Current score, 85-100. Only 15 points left to unlock the system store. Su Yang felt a burning sensation in his heart. He quickly replied to the order information in the background, confirmed the address, and promised to pick, pack and ship the fruits personally early the next morning. The next day, Su Yang got up early and carefully picked the largest and freshest strawberries. According to the order requirements, he carefully packed them in blister boxes and placed them in foam boxes filled with cushioning material. Ningning was like a little supervisor, inspecting from the side with her hands behind her back, reminding her father from time to time, "Dad, be gentle, don't crush the strawberry baby." I contacted a familiar courier point in town, confirmed the cold chain transportation, and solemnly sent out 10 packages of Ningning brand cream strawberries. Only after finishing all this did Su Yang breathe a sigh of relief. Although it was only a small amount of 10 shares, it was his first income after returning to his hometown to start a business, which was of great significance. After deducting packaging and express costs, the net profit was just over 1,000. Although the money was not much, it gave him great confidence. "Dad, we made money from selling strawberries. Can you buy lots of delicious food for Ningning?" Ningning raised her little face and asked with sparkling eyes. "Of course." Su Yang smiled and scratched her little nose. "When Daddy makes more money, I'll buy you a big strawberry cake." "Yeah. Big strawberry cake." The little guy cheered. Next, Su Yang took care of other crops in the field while closely following the feedback from the first batch of buyers. Soon, buyers' reviews and comments after receiving the goods began to appear in Doudu's comments section and private messages. Received it. SF Express was super fast. The packaging was so careful, it wasn't damaged at all. Oh my god. These strawberries are so delicious. I swear this is the best strawberry I've ever eaten in my life. Sweet and fragrant, with a real creamy taste. 128 per pound, it's worth it. One bite and I'm instantly in heaven. The sweetness is off the charts. The flesh is super smooth. The only downside is that there's too little of it. 1 pound isn't enough. The anchor should sell more next time. I was worried it was a photo scam, but after trying it I was completely convinced. When will it be back in stock? I'll pre-order £3. All the reviews were positive. Some buyers even took the initiative to take videos of themselves unboxing and tasting the products, and tagged Suyang's account. Word of mouth has completely spread. Looking at these real feedbacks, Suyang's heart was completely relieved. The power of the system is beyond doubt. Along with these positive reviews, there were a few scattered orders for strawberries, probably from friends introduced by the buyers, which finally allowed his system points to break through the 100 mark. Ding! System points reached 100. Upgrade conditions met. System store unlocked. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Novice Mission Reward, Basic Farm Tool Set X1 already stored in the warehouse. The basic technology of soil improvement has been mastered. Congratulations to the host for receiving the System Upgrade Reward, 1 random gift pack of excellent seeds, 1 System Farmland expansion card small. A series of system prompts sounded in Suyang's mind. He suppressed his excitement and immediately immersed himself in checking. System store. Currently, there are not many items that can be exchanged, mainly some basic fertilizers, common seeds of common crops, and some simple farm tools. Exchange requires points. The most conspicuous one is the lottery roulette option. Each lottery consumes 10 points, and the prize pool includes seeds, technology, tools, special items, etc. Basic Farm Tool Set contains common farm tools such as hoes, shovels, sickles, buckets, etc. The quality is much better than those Suyang bought himself, and it is lighter and more durable. Basic technology of soil improvement. A large amount of knowledge about soil analysis, production and application of organic fertilizers, and trace element supplementation instantly flooded his mind, giving him a deeper understanding of the land under his feet. Random gift pack of excellent seeds. Suyang chose to open it without hesitation. The gift package was successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining excellent cucumber seeds X 20 pieces. Taste crisp and sweet, juicy, growth period short. Excellent sweet corn seeds X 30 grains. Taste thin skin without residue, sweet, sticky and juicy, can be eaten raw, growth period medium. Cucumbers and corn. Suyang's eyes lit up. Cucumbers are common vegetables with a short growth cycle and are easy to sell. And this high quality sweet corn can actually be eaten raw. This is definitely a big selling point. Moreover, Ningning seems to like chewing corn cobs. System Farmland expansion card small. After use, the system's certified available land area can be increased by 0.5 mu. Suyang chose to use it without hesitation. On the light curtain, next to the original 2.5-acre wasteland model outside the courtyard, there was a small area marked as activated, and the total usable land area reached 3.5 acres. 0.5 acres inside the courtyard, 2.5 acres reclaimed outside the courtyard plus 0.5 acres newly added. Very good. Suyang was excited. The rewards brought by the system upgrade far exceeded his expectations. New seeds mean new product lines, expanded land means higher yield potential, and unlocked shops and lottery features provide more possibilities for improvement. The next step is to plant these new high-quality seeds, and then Suyang's eyes fell on the Doudou app. It's time to do the first live broadcast to sell goods. Chapter 12 Live Streaming Debut. After the successful trial of the first pre-sale and the encouragement brought by the system upgrade, Suyang decided to strike while the iron was hot and conduct his first live broadcast to sell goods. This is not only for selling a new batch of ripe cream strawberries, but also for further expanding the influence of the account and consolidating the fanbase. At the same time, it is also an urgent need for system points. All the good things in the system store require points to redeem. Live streaming is the most direct way to interact with fans, and it is also the best way to showcase products and personal charm. Suyang knew that this debut was crucial. He released a preview video on his Doudou account in advance. The content of the video is very simple. In the early morning sunshine, he and Ningning are busy in the strawberry field, with the background being lush strawberry vines full of red fruits, and the equally vibrant cucumber racks and corn seedlings next to them. My dear family, Ningning and I will be waiting for you in the live broadcast room at 7 p.m. on Saturday. Suyang smiled gently at the camera. This batch of cream strawberries has a slightly larger yield, about 30 kilograms, and we will put them on the shelves in the live broadcast room. There are also the first batch of crispy sweet cucumbers that have just been picked. The quantity is not large, so I will also let you taste them. This is my first live broadcast, and I am a little nervous. I hope you will support me. In the video, Ningning is holding a freshly picked big strawberry, biting it until her mouth is red. She also adds to the camera in a baby voice, "The strawberries and cucumbers grown by my dad are super delicious. Everyone, come and try them." This preview video once again sparked a heated response from fans. Finally, the live broadcast is about to start. Set the alarm. 30 kilograms of strawberries. I hope I can grab some. And cucumbers? The host's cucumbers must be delicious too. Bye. Ning Ning baby is so cute. I have to go just to see Ning Ning. Come on, anchor. Don't be nervous, it's your first live broadcast. Looking at the enthusiasm in the comments section, Su Yang felt more at ease, but he also felt greater pressure. Live broadcast is different from recorded video. It is real time and cannot be edited. Any small mistake may be magnified. He took some time to prepare. The first step was that the network signal in the mountain village was unstable, so he ran to the corner of the yard with the best signal to test it repeatedly to ensure that there would be no lag or disconnection during the live broadcast. The second step is to use your mobile phone to broadcast live if you don't have professional equipment. He found a piece of wood and made a simple cell phone holder, and checked the power bank to make sure it had enough power. The third step is to pick most of the strawberries and cucumbers one day in advance, carefully select the best ones for live display and sales, and prepare the packaging materials. In the fifth step, he simply wrote down the general process of the live broadcast in his notebook. Open with greetings, introduce products, display physical objects, list product links, answer fans' questions, interact at appropriate times, and end with thanks. Step 6. Tell yourself repeatedly to relax and be natural, just like when you shoot a video, and show your truest side. At 6:30 in the evening, after Su Yang had dinner, he began to set up the venue for the live broadcast. He moved a small wooden table to the best lit area in the yard and covered it with a clean blue printed cloth. On the left is a basket of bright red, evenly sized cream strawberries, and on the right are a few bright green cucumbers with flowers and thorns on top. There was also a small plate of washed strawberries and cut cucumber strips on the side, ready for you to try. Ning Ning changed into a clean little skirt and ran around excitedly, occasionally picking up a strawberry to smell it, or picking up a cucumber to gesture. Ning Ning, please don't make trouble during the live broadcast later. Just play quietly by the side, okay? Su Yang squatted down and gently instructed his daughter. I know, Dad. Ning Ning is a good kid. The little guy nodded vigorously, but the excitement in his eyes did not diminish at all. Su Yang had a feeling that this little guy would not be able to behave himself later. At exactly 7 o'clock in the evening, Su Yang took a deep breath, faced the screen of his mobile phone, and pressed the Start Live Broadcast button. The screen in the live broadcast room lit up and the number of people online began to jump rapidly. 100, 500, 1,000, and soon the number exceeded 3,000. The barrage also started rolling instantly. Here it comes. Good evening, anchor. Where's Ning Ning? I want to see Ning Ning. Wow. These strawberries look so tempting. Hello, good evening, everyone. I'm Su Yang. Welcome to Ning Ning and my dad's daily rural live broadcast. Su Yang faced the camera with a slightly shy but sincere smile. This is my first live broadcast. I'm a little nervous. Thank you all for coming to support me. His voice is clear and gentle, without the slick tone of those professional anchors. Instead, it has a kind of intimacy like the big brother next door. Today I'm mainly going to bring you two good things that we grow ourselves. Su Yang picked up a plump cream strawberry and showed it to the camera. These are the cream strawberries that everyone has been dreaming about. This batch of strawberries are both very good in size and sweetness. They grow purely naturally without any pesticides, so you can eat them with confidence. He picked up a washed one and took a light bite, making a crisp sound. It's really sweet, very juicy, and has a light creamy aroma. As he ate, he described the taste, his expression showing enjoyment and authenticity. The barrage immediately filled the screen. Ah! Watching the anchor eat makes me cry. That sound. It's so juicy. Hurry up. Upload the link. At this moment, Ning Ning ran over with her short legs, looking up at the half strawberry in Su Yang's hand. Dad. I want to eat one too. This one is red and sweet. Su Yang smiled helplessly yet dotingly and handed the remaining half to his daughter. Ning Ning ate it in one gulp, squinted her eyes happily, and said to the camera incoherently, "Strawberries, delicious." This sudden episode instantly ignited the atmosphere in the live broadcast room. The number of people online soared directly to 500 plus. Ha 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 ha. Ningning's nature as a foodie is fully exposed. So cute. God assists. Stop eating, Anchor. Go to the link now. The kids can't wait. Okay, I'll link it right away. Soo-young smiled and reassured everyone, then introduced the cucumbers next to him. This is the first batch of cucumbers we planted. The variety is also very good, especially crisp and sweet, and can be eaten raw as fruit. He picked up a cucumber and broke it with a snap, revealing the juicy cross-section. The number of cucumbers is not large, only 20 portions, also 1 kilogram each. 60 portions of strawberries are prepared, each half a kilogram. After Soo-young finished speaking, he operated in the background and put the prepared product links on the shelves. The links for strawberries and cucumbers have been posted on the WeChat app, and families can buy them as needed. As usual, in order to ensure freshness, we are currently only shipping to Jiangcheng and neighboring counties and cities. The moment the link was put on the shelves, the barrage of comments almost stopped for a second, and then it was flooded with words such as already bought, got it, and didn't get it. The order reminder sound in the background sounded frantically again. In less than a minute, all 60 servings of strawberries and 20 servings of cucumbers were sold out. Thank you for your support. They're gone so quickly. Soo-young looked at the sold-out notice, feeling both happy and apologetic. Don't worry, those of you who didn't get any, we'll continue to plant them, and we'll soon have more cucumbers and corn. In the following time, Soo-young patiently answered various questions in the barrage, about planting, about rural life, about Ningning. He answered them one by one honestly. Ningning appears in the camera from time to time, sometimes helping her father pass something, sometimes passing by with a kitten in her arms, or simply moving a small stool to sit next to her, chewing cucumber strips while looking at the screen curiously. Every little movement and expression that comes naturally to her can attract comments of ha and so cute from the barrage. The live broadcast lasted for 1 hour, and the peak number of online users was close to 8,000. For a new anchor, this is a very impressive result. Okay, everyone. It's getting late. Today's live broadcast ends here. Soo-young looked at the screen and bowed sincerely. Thank you very much for your company and support. We will continue to work hard to bring you more delicious food and interesting rural life. Good night. After the live broadcast ended, Soo-young let out a long sigh and felt his back was a little wet. Although it was stressful, the results were gratifying. Backstage data shows that tonight's live broadcast sales are close to 5,000 yuan. The system points have also increased by 80 points. More importantly, through this live broadcast, the number of followers of his account exceeded 10,000, and the stickiness and activity of fans have been significantly improved. Dad, live streaming is so fun. There are so many uncles and aunts watching us. Ningning hugged her father's legs excitedly. Yes. Soo-young picked up his daughter and kissed her on the forehead. Our Ningning performed really well today. You are Daddy's little lucky star. He looked at the stars in the yard, his heart filled with longing for the future. The path of live streaming to sell goods has been a successful first step. The next step is to proceed steadily, expand the scale of planting, enrich product variety, and build up the brand of Ningning and Dad's daily life in the countryside step by step. Chapter 13, Hot Sales and Logistics Challenges. The notification sound of the end of the live broadcast sounded particularly clear in the quiet farmyard. Soo-young let out a long sigh, feeling his tense nerves finally relax, his back already soaked with a thin layer of sweat. The first live broadcast was more mentally taxing than he had imagined, but the result was undoubtedly exciting. On the mobile phone screen, the sales data from Daoduo's backend clearly showed 60 servings of cream strawberries and 20 servings of high-quality cucumbers, all sold out. The total sales volume was close to 5,000 yuan, and the system points also increased by 80 valuable points, which was a big step closer to unlocking the system store. More importantly, the number of fans has exceeded 20,000, and the comments section and private messages are full of expectations for the product and the next live broadcast. Dad, are we sold out? Did we make a lot of money? Soo-wening's little face flushed with excitement. Although she spent most of the time playing on the side during the live broadcast, she knew that her father was selling delicious food. Yes, they are all sold out. Our Ningning is Daddy's lucky star. Soo-young smiled, held his daughter in his arms, and gave her a loud kiss on the forehead. Looking at his daughter's innocent smile, he felt that all the hard work and tension were worth it. However, after the brief joy, the reality of the challenge immediately emerged. 80 orders. This means that he needs to carefully sort, weigh and pack nearly 40 kilograms of strawberries and 20 kilograms of cucumbers early tomorrow morning, and then find a way to deliver them to the express delivery point in town as quickly and safely as possible to ensure that they can be delivered to the buyers in the best condition. This is no small project, especially in this rural area with inconvenient transportation and lack of professional packaging equipment. Happy troubles. Su Yang looked at the long list of orders and address information on the background of his phone, rubbed his eyebrows, and began to think quickly. First of all, the packaging. Cream strawberries are delicate and must be handled with care. The blister boxes and foam boxes he had bought earlier came in handy, but the quantity was only enough to barely cope with this order. It seems that before the next pre-sale, I must purchase packaging materials in large quantities in advance, and find more suitable sizes and cushioning materials. The second step is sorting and weighing. Each portion must be guaranteed to be of sufficient weight and the quality must be as consistent as possible. This takes time and patience and must be done while fresh. Finally, there is logistics. Although the express delivery point in the town provides cold chain services, it is expensive. In addition, there are dozens of kilometers from the village to the town. How to transport so many foam boxes efficiently and safely is a problem. Looking for a tricycle in the village? The bumps are too big and the strawberries are easily damaged. Renting a van? That's too expensive. It seems that establishing a standardized packaging and delivery process and finding a stable and reliable logistics partner are the problems that must be solved next. Su Yang silently calculated in his mind, even if the scale is a little bigger, can I consider purchasing a second-hand truck myself? Or negotiate a preferential price for long-term cooperation with the courier point in town? These ideas flashed through his mind quickly. They were still in their infancy, but the direction was clear. Right now, the most important thing is to handle this first batch of official sales orders well, and word of mouth is the foundation. It was late at night and Ningning had already fallen asleep on the small bed next to her. Su Yang started his packaging assembly line operation under the lamp. He brought the strawberries and cucumbers that he had picked and preliminarily selected during the day to the table in the main room. Under the light, the cream strawberries exuded an attractive luster, and each one looked like a carefully selected work of art. The cucumbers are emerald green and straight, with small yellow flowers on the top. He took out a small electronic kitchen scale and began to weigh it carefully. For a half-pound serving of strawberries, he would always put 1 or 2 more to make sure the portion was just the right amount. The cucumbers, which weigh 1 pound each, are picked to be of uniform size and then packed into boxes. He laid out the shock-proof foam nets layer by layer, carefully stacked the strawberries neatly, and covered the boxes with transparent blister lids. Wrap cucumbers individually with plastic wrap to prevent moisture loss. Finally, the packaged strawberries and cucumbers are placed in customized foam boxes and stuffed with soft fillings around them to ensure they are safe during transportation. Throughout the entire process, Su Yang was meticulous, his movements gentle and focused. This is not just a product, but also the result of his hard work and the hope for a new life for him and his daughter. It was a little after 5 in the morning, just as the sky was getting light, when Su Yang finally finished packing all the orders. 80 foam boxes of different sizes were neatly stacked in the corner, creating a spectacular scene. He stretched his stiff neck. Although he had been busy all night, he was still extremely excited. At this time, there was a rustling sound coming from the inner room. Su Wenning rubbed her sleepy eyes, put on her pajamas, and walked out in a daze. "Dad, what are you doing?" The little guy asked in a baby voice, and when he saw the boxes all over the floor, he opened his eyes wide with curiosity. "Dad is packing the delicious food for the uncles and aunts who bought our strawberries and cucumbers and sending them to them." Su Yang walked over with a smile and picked up his daughter. "Wow! There are so many." Ningning looked at the boxes with surprise on her face. "Dad is so awesome. Dad can't do it alone, we need our assistant Ningning to help." Su Yang said with a smile, "Wait for Dad to send all these boxes away, and come back to make you something delicious." Su Yang contacted Uncle Wang, who ran a convenience store in the village, in advance and borrowed his second-hand van which was used to purchase goods. Although you have to pay for gas and do favors, it is much safer than finding a tricycle. The father and daughter worked together to carefully carry the foam boxes into the car. Although Ningning is not very strong, she is very enthusiastic. She runs around helping her father open the car door and pass the tape, and she is having a lot of fun. "Dad, is this label attached here?" Ningning held a courier slip and gestured carefully. "Yes, Ningning is awesome." Su Yang praised her with a smile, and helped her put the label on properly. The sun was rising, and its golden light filled the entire courtyard. Su-yang drove the small van full of hope, with excitement in his heart, towards the express delivery point in the town. Although the challenges of logistics have just begun to emerge, Su-yang's heart is full of confidence. As long as the product is strong enough and the service is good enough, these problems can always be solved step by step. Chapter 14: Word of Mouth Effect and Fan Growth. After working all night, from picking, sorting, weighing to packing, he drove this old friend along dozens of kilometers of bumpy mountain roads to the express delivery point in the town early in the morning to ensure that every Ningning treasure could be sent out in the freshest and most perfect condition. Even though his body had undergone initial transformation by the system, he felt a little tired. "Dad, shall we go home now? Ningning is a little sleepy." Su Wen-ning rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat obediently in the passenger seat, her little head nodding, obviously exhausted from getting up early. "Well, let's go home. Dad will make you something delicious, and then you can have a good sleep." Su-yang held Ningning's hand and looked at her sleepy face, but still trying to keep her eyes open, and his heart softened. After returning to the shabby but warm courtyard, Su-yang made a simple lunch and coaxed Ningning to sleep. Only then did he have time to pick up his phone and check the status of Daoda's background. He was actually a little nervous. Although the live broadcast room received a warm response last night and the products were sold out in seconds, this was the first official sale after all. The actual feedback from buyers after receiving the goods is directly related to the subsequent reputation and development. In the online world, the higher you are praised, the harder you may fall. Although the voices questioning hormone strawberries and staged scripts are temporarily overshadowed by the enthusiasm, they will soon backfire if the product itself is not strong enough. However, when he opened the background notifications and comment area, his heart instantly fell back into his stomach, replaced by an uncontrollable surprise. The red dot 99 plus is all over the screen again. The comments section and private messages were almost flooded with buyer shows and good reviews pouring in like snowflakes. Received it. Super fast. The packaging is amazing, not a single strawberry is rotten, and there is still dew on it, so fresh. Ah! I declare that this is the most delicious strawberry I have ever eaten, bar none. It's so sweet to the heart, and the light creamy flavor is incredible. 128 per pound? A huge profit. When will the anchor sell it next time? I'll buy it all. Cucumbers are so delicious. Crisp, sweet and juicy, I ate 2 raw. They taste better than fruit. What the hell were the cucumbers I ate before? I bought it originally for the cute Ningning, but ended up being completely won over by the strawberries. Is the host a god who grows crops? The quality is outrageous. I have shared it with my sisters. I can't keep such delicious food to myself. Streamer, please restock it. Wow, I didn't get it. I was drooling with envy reading your comments. Next time I will definitely set 10 alarms. The comments section was filled with 5-star reviews, even more exaggerated than Su-yang had expected. Many buyers not only left written reviews, but also took the initiative to shoot unboxing and tasting videos, describing in detail the ultimate taste and unique creamy flavor, and even specifically tagged the account, Ningning in Dada's daily life in the countryside. These real buyer show videos, like stones thrown into a lake, quickly triggered secondary dissemination. Those netizens who were originally still on the sidelines or had doubts began to change their attitudes after seeing the real feedback with almost 0 negative reviews. Fuck, look at how this guy is eating, his mouth is watering, is it really that delicious? Cream-flavored strawberry? It sounds outrageous, but looking at the comments, it doesn't seem to be a fake. My friend got one and gave me one to try. Wow, it was absolutely amazing. I regret it now. I really regret not getting one. The anchor is definitely a hidden agricultural expert. It would be a shame if this technology didn't go to the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. The word-of-mouth effect is beginning to emerge. Su-yan looked at the rapidly growing number of fans in the background. From just over 10,000 before the live broadcast, it soared to more than 20,000 in just one day. And it continued to grow at a considerable rate. The number of views of several videos released previously also increased rapidly, and the number of likes and comments increased several times. Ningning and her father's daily life in the countryside, this originally inconspicuous account became a small hit on the Doudu platform thanks to the lovely Ningning and the magical cream strawberries. Call. Su-yang put down his phone, the excitement in his heart was beyond words. Success. The first step, taken firmly. There is no doubt that the system is powerful, but how to transform this power into tangible benefits and recognition still requires him to plan and manage step by step. This success gave him great confidence. It also made him more clearly aware of the power of the Doudu platform and word-of-mouth communication. It seems that the previous strategy was correct. Su Yang calmed down and began to review the gains and losses of this sale. Although the small-scale pre-sale is a small quantity, it can guarantee the quality and user experience, form a good first impression, and drive secondary communication. Although the price is high, the ultimate quality is enough to support this price, and even, there is room for price increases in the future. He looked at the system panel again. System points, 165 100, basic 75 plus 10 points for selling 10 strawberries plus 80 points for selling 80 cucumber strawberry orders. The points were enough to unlock the system store, but he was not in a hurry to redeem them. The things in the basic store are not very attractive, and he is more looking forward to unlocking more advanced seeds and technologies later. Land, 0.53 acres in the yard. Strawberries, cucumbers, tomatoes, and Chinese cabbage have been planted. 3 acres outside the yard. 0.5 acres has been activated and is waiting to be reclaimed. Seed warehouse, ordinary cucumber seeds remaining, ordinary tomato seeds remaining, ordinary Chinese cabbage seeds remaining, high quality cucumber seeds x 20 grains, high quality sweet corn seeds x 30 grains. Technology, basic planting technology, soil improvement primary. There is still too little land. We must use the 3 mu of land outside the courtyard as soon as possible. Su Yang looked at the land management module. The high-quality cucumbers and sweet corn can be planted immediately. Especially the sweet corn that can be eaten raw, it will definitely be another hot item. Although cream strawberries are amazing, their yield is limited and their cultivation requirements are high. To achieve stable, large-scale profits, we need more diversified, high-quality agricultural products that are easier to grow and promote. Cucumbers have a short growth cycle and large market demand. Sweet corn has a unique taste and is rich in nutrients, and can also be given to Ningning as a snack. These 2 new varieties of rewards from the system are like timely help. As for logistics and packaging issues, Su Yang rubbed his eyebrows. This is still the biggest bottleneck at the moment. The 80 orders this time have already made him very busy. What if he pre-sells hundreds or even thousands of copies next time? He and Uncle Wang's broken car were simply not capable of handling the situation. The logistics problem must be solved as soon as possible. Su Yang made up his mind, maybe we can negotiate a long-term cooperation agreement with the courier station in town? Or, buy a second-hand refrigerated truck ourselves? But the funds. He glanced at the account balance, and after deducting the money spent on purchasing packaging materials and paying Uncle Wang for gas, there was less than 2,000 yuan left. Funding remains tight. It seems that the next sale needs to be a little bigger in scale to accumulate startup capital as soon as possible. Su Yang is planning his next move, planting new high-quality varieties, continuing to shoot high-quality Doudu videos, accumulating fans and word of mouth, and preparing for the next larger-scale sales. Ningning was sleeping soundly in the small bed with a sweet smile on her lips. Su Yang walked to the bedside, gently stroked his daughter's soft hair, his eyes extremely determined. Chapter 15, Ruian Lu's first hearing. The night is as dark as ink, permeating the prosperous lights of the river city. The lights in the president's office on the top floor of the Orui International Hotel were still brightly lit. Lu Ruian rubbed her swollen temples and ended her last cross-border video conference. She leaned back in a comfortable Italian leather boss chair, a hint of fatigue difficult to conceal revealed between her delicate brows. Out of habit, she unlocked the screen of her mobile phone, slid her finger across it, and clicked on the short video app Doudu, which occupies most people's fragmented time nowadays. For her, this short, aimless slide is a rare moment of relaxation after high-intensity work, just like plucking a few insignificant noises on a taut string. Light and shadows flow on the screen, and various noisy and lively videos flash by quickly. Funny jokes, celebrity dances, tourist attractions. Lu Ruian was a little absent-minded as she watched, her fingertips sliding faster and faster. Suddenly, a video labeled Popular Rural Life by the platform came into her sight, causing her fingertips to pause slightly. The cover of the video shows a little girl with pigtails and rosy cheeks, who is sitting on the threshold of a shabby-looking farmyard. She is holding an exaggeratedly large red strawberry in her arms, smiling with her eyebrows curved and a few tiny teeth showing. The background is a simple brick house and a green vegetable field. It's this kind of marketing that sells misery again. A hint of disdain subconsciously flashed across Lu Ruian's mind. There are too many videos of this kind of new farmers on the platform recently. The routines are all similar: find a background with a poor environment, take some pictures of children or the elderly, gain sympathy, and then start selling goods. She instinctively wanted to swipe away, but the pure and clean smile of the little girl in the video and the strawberry that was so tempting made her click on the video. The video does not have complicated editing and the music is simple and soothing. The camera records a little girl picking strawberries on the ridge of a field. There was a very gentle male voice next to the camera, patiently teaching the little girl. The little girl was wearing a simple floral dress, with a little dirt on her face, but she didn't care. While picking the fruits, she reported to her father in a baby voice, "Dad, this one is red. This one is also red. Like a ruby." The camera gave a close-up of the strawberry, its rich color and attractive luster, and it seemed as if you could smell its sweet fragrance through the screen. Next, there is a picture of a little girl sitting on the doorstep, holding a big strawberry and biting it until her mouth is red, squinting her eyes happily, and saying vaguely to the camera, "The strawberries grown by my father are the most delicious strawberries in the world." Ruian watched the video and frowned slightly. This child is quite cute. Her eyes were big and sparkling, and when she smiled, there were 2 shallow dimples on her cheeks. Although she was dressed in rustic clothes and her face was dirty, her innocent and happy energy made people's hearts soften. And those strawberries. They really looked special, and seemed to be even better than those airship strawberries that she occasionally bought at the boutique supermarket downstairs from her company, claiming to be imported from Japan. Only. Inexplicably, an extremely subtle, almost elusive sense of familiarity flashed through Ruian's heart. In the video, the little girl is eating strawberries with her mouth slightly pouted, and her eyes narrowed in satisfaction because of the deliciousness. How? Why does it look a bit like when Ningning was acting coquettishly and asking for candy? This thought flashed through her mind like lightning, but was immediately extinguished by Ruian herself. Impossible. Ruian categorically denied it in her heart. Ningning? The little princess who has been living a life of luxury since childhood, attending a top international kindergarten, being picked up by a special car, and even having clothes from designated brands? How could she be in such a shabby country place, wearing such cheap clothes, with her face covered in mud, sitting on the dirty doorstep eating strawberries? What's more, that man Su Yang. A hint of contempt flashed across Ruian's eyes. How could the man who couldn't even find a decent job after leaving her Lu family and was beaten to a pulp by reality grow such good strawberries? Not to mention growing strawberries, he probably can't even feed himself now, let alone take good care of Ningning. I must have been too tired recently and my eyes are blurry. Yes, that must be it. Ruian shook her head and completely threw that ridiculous association out of her mind. She looked at the dirty but heartlessly smiling little girl in the video, and even felt a little pity in her heart. She didn't know which adult would torture a child like this just to make money by making videos. So pitiful. She slid her finger again, swiped over the video, and new content appeared on the screen. Ruian leaned back in her chair, picked up the document next to her, and turned her attention back to her work. To her, what happened just now was just an insignificant episode in the gap between her busy work. The little girl in the video, with that familiar look in her eyes, was soon drowned out by more important business reports and market analysis. She had no idea that what she had just missed was the daughter she had longed for but stubbornly believed would never have a good life, and the ex-husband she had long believed would fail miserably and fend for himself. Chapter 16, Expanding Planting and Upgrading the System. The popularity of the live broadcast and the instant sellout of cream strawberries and high-quality cucumbers were like a shot of adrenaline for Su Yang, and also like dropping a stone into a calm lake, causing ripples. Looking at the 99+ new message notifications that kept popping up in the background of Dadu, as well as the positive reviews and private messages asking for purchases that poured in like snowflakes, Su Yang couldn't calm down for a long time. "Dad, have we become big stars?" Many uncles and aunts said they like Ningning and want to eat the strawberries that Dad grows. Su Wenning had been flipping through Su Yang's phone early in the morning, looking at the comments, her little face filled with curiosity and a little bit of pride. Su Yang smiled and pinched his daughter's nose. "Yes, because our Ningning is the cutest baby in the world, and the food grown by Daddy is the most delicious." He knows in his heart that Ningning's cuteness is a natural traffic code, but behind this most delicious is the core competitiveness given by the system that is enough to subvert the market. The success of this initial trial not only made us the first pot of gold, but more importantly, it verified the attractiveness of the product and the feasibility of the Dadu platform. Word of mouth has been initially established, and the voices of doubt seem pale and powerless in the face of overwhelming praise. Now, what he needs is to build on his success and transform this enthusiasm into a more sustained and stable driving force for development. I have enough points and the system has been upgraded. It's time to plan carefully. Su Yang calmed the excited little guy down and immersed his mind into the system again. He first thought about it and used the System Farmland expansion card small. On the virtual light screen, next to the three-dimensional model representing the wasteland outside the courtyard, an area of about half an acre emitting a faint green glow immediately appeared, and it was marked as activated, waiting to be cultivated. Very good, the usable land area has reached 3.5 acres. Although this piece of land is insignificant in the eyes of a real farmer, for Su-young, who is just starting out, it is enough for him to show his skills. Then, he clicked on the System Store. The store interface after unlocking is still simple, with a limited variety of merchandise, mostly basic organic fertilizers requires points to redeem, ordinary seeds of common crops, and some farm tools with quality marked as ordinary. What attracted Su-young's attention the most was the lottery roulette. Each time 10 points were consumed, seeds, technologies, tools, and even special items could be randomly drawn. 10 points per time, a little expensive. Su-young looked at his only 165 points and temporarily suppressed the urge to draw a card. The most urgent task is to make good use of the resources at hand and expand production as soon as possible. He turned his attention to two newly acquired high-quality seeds. Excellent cucumber seeds x 20 pieces taste, crisp and sweet, juicy, growth period, short. Excellent sweet corn seeds x 30 grains taste, thin skin without residue, sweet, sticky and juicy, can be eaten raw, growth period, medium. Cucumbers grow fast and have high market acceptance. They can be used as a product to quickly recover funds and supplement the strawberry season. Sweet corn can be eaten raw, which is definitely a big selling point. And Ningning will definitely like to chew corn cobs. A gleam of light flashed in Su-young's eyes. He started planning immediately. A half-acre of land in the yard has the best sunlight, and will continue to be used for growing seedlings and crop rotation of the delicate cream strawberry. The newly expanded half-acre of land outside the yard, plus a small part of the land that had been reclaimed before, can be used to grow this batch of high-quality cucumbers and sweet corn. However, the land outside the courtyard is too barren. We must improve the soil first. Su-young thought of another key technology rewarded by the system upgrade, soil improvement primary technology. As his mind confirmed his mastery, a large amount of knowledge about soil composition analysis, organic matter ratio, pH adjustment, and trace element supplementation instantly flooded into his mind. Like an experienced old farmer, he had a new understanding of the land under his feet. Following the guidance of soil improvement technology, he analyzed the soil data of the wasteland outside the hospital: clay loam, fertility grade E, many stones, slightly acidic. The improvement plan given by the system is deep plowing the land, removing stones, and then applying a large amount of fully fermented farmyard manure and wood ash to increase the organic matter content, improve soil structure, and regulate the pH value. Just do it. Next, Su-young completely transformed into an old farmer. He first spent a lot of effort to deep plow the newly activated half-acre of land outside the yard and some of the land that had been reclaimed before, and used a shovel and hoe to pick out large rocks and broken tiles deep in the soil bit by bit. This job is extremely physically demanding, but it's okay for him. And Ningning was cheering him on, which made Su-young more motivated. After clearing the stones, he evenly spread the fermented farmyard manure and accumulated wood ash on the ground according to the precise ratio of the system, and then deep plowed the ground again to allow the fertilizer and soil to be fully mixed. After his hard work, the originally barren and hardened yellow soil became visibly loose and dark, exuding the fragrance of fertile soil. Land status update: 1 mu of improved land outside the courtyard, soil quality, loam, fertility, medium grade C, organic matter content increased, pH value, 6.8 neutral, suitable for planting most crops. Done. Su-young looked at the brand new land, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Next, it's time to sow the seeds. He took out the precious, high-quality cucumber seeds and high-quality sweet corn seeds. Following the optimal plant and row spacing prompted by the system, carefully sow the seeds into the improved soil, then cover with a thin layer of fine soil, and finally gently water it with well water. Dad, is this a baby corn? When will it grow into sweet corn cobs? Su-young squatted aside and poked the soil where the seeds had just been planted curiously. Soon, when the baby corn has had enough water and sun, it will grow hard and produce the most delicious corn for Ningning to chew. Su-young explained with a smile. Of course, he has not forgotten his main job: shooting Dota videos. The process of reclaiming wasteland, improving the soil, and planting new crops was all recorded intermittently by him using his mobile phone. He deliberately did not emphasize the system too much, but simply recorded the process of how a father who returned home turned a piece of wasteland into fertile farmland with his own hands, highlighting the hardships and efforts involved, as well as the expectations for future harvests. At the end of the video, he put up a cute picture of Ningning running around the newly sown land, shouting in a baby voice, "Baby cucumber, baby corn, grow up quickly." After this video was released, it once again sparked resonance and discussion among fans. It turns out that the anchor didn't conjure up good things out of thin air. It must be too hard to open up this wasteland. It's so tiring just looking at it. When I used the hoe to dig, there are only rocks and lumps of stone. This is the real countryside. Ningning is so cute, she's even cheering for the seeds. Keep going, host. I look forward to your cucumbers and sweet corn. The seed introduction seems pretty impressive too. I've become a fan. These hard-working new farmers are the ones who deserve respect. The voices of doubt have obviously decreased a lot, and have been replaced by more understanding, encouragement and expectations. Su Yang knew that he was winning the trust of his fans little by little with his sweat and authenticity. And the system quietly provides him with a guarantee of success. Excellent cucumber seeds, planted, absorbing soil nutrients, estimated germination time, 8 hours. Excellent sweet corn seeds, planted, absorbing soil nutrients, estimated germination time, 10 hours. Chapter 17 The Joys of Country Life. With the great success of live streaming sales, Su Yang's life seems to have entered a new, busier but also hopeful track. The new seeds brought by the system upgrade have been planted. With the support of the system-optimized land and the primary soil improvement technology, the tender shoots of high-quality cucumbers and sweet corn are breaking through the soil at a speed almost visible to the naked eye, showing vitality. Su Yang knew clearly that the future of him and Ningning could not be supported solely by the cutting-edge product of cream strawberries. Although strawberries are stunning, their yield is limited, and their growing cycle and requirements are relatively high. These new cucumbers and corn are crucial to achieving stable profits, enriching product lines and meeting the growing needs of fans. Excellent cucumbers, current status, seedling stage thriving, estimated time for first harvest, 7 days. Excellent sweet corn, current status, seedling stage vigorous, expected first heading time, 15 days. The system's prompts were clear and concise, and Su Yang felt at ease at the astonishing growth rate. He knew that a new round of sales boom would come soon. However, life can't just be about farming and live streaming to sell goods. Su Yang knew very well that his original intention of returning to his hometown was to give Ningning a happier and more natural childhood. Moreover, the charm of the account, Ningning and her father's daily life in the country, lies not only in the magical agricultural products, but also in the real, simple and warm rural life itself. Today happens to be market day in town. Qingshan village is some distance away from the town, more than an hour's walk. Whenever villagers have something to buy or need to buy some oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, needles and thread, they will choose to go to the town on market days. Dad, are we going to the market today? Su Wenning had been thinking about this matter since early morning. She had heard Uncle Wang next door say that the market was very lively, with lots of delicious food and beautiful little windmills for sale. Yes, Ningning, do you want to go? Su Yang was setting up a trellis for the newly grown cucumber seedlings in the yard. Hearing this, he smiled and turned back. Yes. I want to go. Ningning nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. I want to eat the red, sweet ones that are strung together. Su Yang was stunned for a moment, then he realized that his daughter was talking about candied haws. Okay, Dad will take you to buy some candied haws. He thought to himself that the soy sauce at home was almost gone, and it was time to buy some meat to improve Ningning's diet. He also wanted to see if there were any suitable, larger packaging boxes and foam boxes in the town to prepare for the next shipment. Uncle Wang happened to be going to the town to deliver some eggs he had saved, so Su Yang took his tricycle. The tricycle was making a thump-thump-thump sound as it drove along the winding dirt road in the country. Ningning excitedly clung to the side of the tricycle, looking at the fields and trees rapidly receding on both sides, her little mouth never stopping. Look, Dad. The buffalo is taking a bath. Wow! That uncle has a huge burden. Grandpa Wang, your car runs so fast. Uncle Wang was so amused that he burst into laughter. Ningning, sit tight. Grandpa will take you flying. When we arrived at the town, it was indeed bustling with people. The streets are lined with all kinds of stalls, selling vegetables and fruits, chickens, ducks, fish and meat, clothes, shoes and hats, farm tools and household items. The sounds of shouting, bargaining and children's laughter mixed together, filling the air with the strong smell of fireworks. It was the first time Ningning saw such a scene. Her little head turned around and everything she saw was new to her. Dad, the dough figurine is so pretty. Dad, I want to touch that little rabbit. Tang Haws. Dad, look. Tang Ha's. Su Yang held his daughter's hand with one hand and carried a cloth bag with the other, patiently satisfying her little curiosity. He first bought a string of the largest and reddest candied haws of hawthorn. Looking at Ningning licking the sugar coating in small sips and squinting her eyes with happiness, his heart was also filled with sweetness. As he walked around, he paid attention to the prices and quality of the various goods. The prices in the town are indeed much lower than those in Jiangchang, but for some industrial products, such as the packaging materials he needs, the choices are more limited. It seems that next time I have to find a way to go to the county or buy directly online. Su Yang took note of it silently. He stopped at a meat stall, carefully selected a piece of fatty and lean pork belly, and bought some fresh ribs. Hey, isn't this Xiao Yang? Is he taking his daughter to the market? A familiar voice was heard. It was Aunt Chen from next door. She was carrying a basket and bargaining with the tofu seller. Aunt Chen, you're here too. Su Yang greeted with a smile. That's right. We're out of soy sauce at home. Aunt Chen glanced into Su Yang's bag, then looked at Ning Ning, who was licking a candied haws beside her, and lowered her voice. Xiao Yang, it's not easy for you to raise a child alone. The thing I told you last time. Aunt Chen, thank you for your concern. We are fine. Su Yang interrupted quickly, keeping a polite smile on his face. I have to go buy something else. I'll leave first. After saying that, he took Ning Ning's hand and walked away quickly, leaving Aunt Chen shaking her head and muttering, this child is very stubborn. Su Yang felt helpless. He knew Aunt Chen meant well, but he really didn't have the heart to think about these things right now. He just wanted to grow the crops well, take good care of Ningning, and live his own life. In addition to going to the market, repairing old houses is also an important part of Su Yang's daily life in the countryside. After all, this old house has been vacant for many years. Although the main structure is still stable, there are many problems with the details. It rained that day, and Su Yang discovered that there was some water seepage in the corner of the west room. He found a ladder and climbed onto the roof to check, and sure enough, a few tiles were loose and misplaced. He found a few spare old tiles from the corner of the yard, mixed them with some yellow mud, and carefully climbed up to repair them. Ningning looked up from below, like a little supervisor, directing in a baby voice, Daddy, be careful. There. Yes. Right there. Su Yang was amused by his daughter, but his hands became more steady. For him, a house husband who used to only hang around in the kitchen, these repair jobs are now gradually becoming handy for him. Done. When the last tile was tightly covered, Su Yang patted the mud on his hands and looked at the repaired roof, feeling a sense of solid accomplishment in his heart. This feeling of creating and improving one's own living environment is something that I have never experienced in that luxurious but cold villa in Jiangchang. He even found some time to make a simple little bookshelf for Ningning using a few old wooden boards he picked up to store the picture books he brought from the city. Although it was rough, Ningning loved it very much and placed the books on it one by one like treasures. In his free time, Su Yang would take Ningning to the mountains and forests near the village. Xingshan village is backed by mountains with lush vegetation and fresh air. Ningning likes to go on adventures with her father the most. She would hold the small bamboo pole her father made for her and lead the way, sometimes chasing colorful butterflies, sometimes squatting down to observe the moving ants. Occasionally, she would be happy for a long time when she found a beautiful wildflower or some ripe wild fruits. Su Yang would teach her some common plants, such as which herbs could stop bleeding and which wild fruits could be eaten. During this process, he himself was constantly learning and adapting to everything in the countryside. He used his mobile phone to record these warm and interesting moments. Ningning's eyes lit up when she saw the candied haws at the market, the cooperation between the father and daughter in repairing the roof, Ningning's cheers of surprise when she found wild strawberries in the forest. These were not deliberately arranged, but were completely real-life clips, which he edited into short videos and posted on the account, Ningning and her father's daily life in the countryside. As soon as the video was released, it once again attracted enthusiastic responses from fans. Going to the market. It's so lively. It reminds me of the days when I went to the market with my grandma when I was a kid. Ningning is so cute when she eats the candied haws. The kids next door are crying with envy. The anchor not only knows how to farm, but he can also repair houses and do carpentry. He's an all-round dad. I like watching your daily life as a father and daughter. It feels very healing and real. This is the life I long for. With mountains, rivers, fields, and a lovely daughter. Chapter 18: Online Supply and Demand and Offline Channel Thinking. The high-quality cucumbers and high-quality sweet corns planted by Su Yan lived up to expectations. With the dual support of the system-optimized C-grade soil and the primary soil improvement technology, they had already sprouted leaves and turned green in just a few days. The growth rate was gratifying, far exceeding the growth rate of ordinary crops. Excellent cucumbers, current status, the vines are in rapid growth stage, and female flowers have appeared. Estimated time for first picking, 3 days. Excellent sweet corn, current status, jointing stage vigorous, leaves are wide and thick. Estimated heading time, 10 days. The real-time feedback from the system gave Su Yang confidence that a new hit product was on the way. However, what makes him painful and happy at the moment is the cream strawberry that continues to be popular and is even hard to come by. Ever since the first batch of buyers received the goods and started a wave of crazy tap water recommendations in the comments section and private messages, there has been a constant influx of messages asking when the strawberries will be back on the shelves. Anchor, please. Give us some more strawberries. The child is crying because of the gluttony. I'm willing to pay more. As long as I can buy your cream strawberries. They taste amazing. When can we sell the cucumbers? Judging from how they are growing, they must be delicious. Squat for sweet corn. Corn that can be eaten raw? Is it true? I'm so curious. Su Yang spends a lot of time every day replying to these enthusiastic messages, patiently explaining the growth cycle and yield limit of strawberries, and predicting the approximate maturity time of cucumbers and corn. Ningning often curiously comes over to look at her father's mobile phone screen. Dad, there are so many uncles and aunts who want to eat our strawberries again? The little guy blinked his big eyes, with a little pride in his tone. They all say that the ones grown by Dad are the most delicious. Yes. Su Yang smiled and touched his daughter's head, so Daddy has to work harder to grow them so that more people can taste them. But soon, Su Yang discovered that things began to develop in a direction that he was not happy to see. That day, an old fan sent him a screenshot of a link to a second-hand trading platform. The title of the link read, Ningning same style, top-grade cream strawberry, SF Express cold chain free shipping, only the last 3 boxes left, hurry up. The price was as high as 298 yuan per kilogram. More than double the price of Su Yang's live broadcast. Look, Anchor. There are scalpers reselling your strawberries. It's so infuriating. Old fans left indignant comments. Su Yang looked at the glaring price tag and couldn't help but frown. Cattle? He felt a little uncomfortable. The things he grows with great effort are meant to be tasted by those who truly like them and let them experience the unique taste, rather than becoming a tool for some people to speculate and make huge profits. But on second thought, the emergence of scalpers just proves how popular his cream strawberries are now and how high their market value is. This is both a worry and a disguised affirmation. It seems that the limited time, limited quantity rush purchase model of Dao Live Studio alone can no longer meet market demand. Su Yang sat on a small stool in the yard, looking at Ningning who was playing with a puppy in the distance, and began to seriously think about future sales strategies. Although the continued imbalance between supply and demand can maintain the scarcity and high value of the product, it also means the loss of a large number of potential customers and provides opportunities for scalpers. Is it time to consider expanding offline channels? A thought came into his mind. Offline channels? He began to weigh the pros and cons silently in his mind. The advantages of offline channels. Wider coverage, it can reach consumers who don't often use Doudu or have concerns about online shopping for fresh food. The order volume may be larger. If you can connect with suitable supermarkets, fruit boutiques, or high-end restaurants, the one-time sales volume will far exceed online retail. The brand image is more three-dimensional. Being able to see and touch the real products in physical channels helps to enhance the brand image and trust. But the disadvantages are equally obvious. Logistics and quality control are huge challenges. From the remote Qingshan village, the delicate cream strawberries with a short shelf life must be transported stably and with high quality to various sales points in the city. Cold chain transportation costs, loss control, quality assurance, every link is a difficult problem. He is now struggling even with small batch shipments online, let alone large-scale offline supply. Bargaining power and profit margin, offline channel dealers usually require lower supply prices and longer payment terms, which means their profits will be compressed. He is already short of funds, and every penny of profit is precious, which needs to be used to upgrade the system and expand reproduction. Loss of opportunity to face consumers directly. With online sales, customers can directly see user feedback and interact with fans. This direct sense of connection cannot be matched by offline channels. Su Yang thought carefully. He thought of those exquisitely decorated boutique fruit shops in Zhengcheng. Perhaps his creamed strawberries could be sold at a higher price if placed there? But how can he ensure the stability of supply? How to ensure that the store will not sell inferior products as good ones and damage its reputation? He also thought of cooperating with large fresh food e-commerce platforms, such as Jinxianqing or Hema, and making use of their cold chain logistics system and sales network. But this usually requires suppliers to have a certain scale and qualifications, and his current family workshop production model may not meet other people's requirements. No, you can't take big steps. Su Yang quickly made a decision in his heart. At this stage, my core advantages are the unique top quality and condensed personal IP charm brought by the system. If I rashly expand offline, the quality control risk is too great and the profit cannot be guaranteed. Once the product has problems in the transportation or sales process, it will destroy the reputation that I have accumulated with great difficulty, which is not worth the loss. He stood up and walked to Ningning, who was watering the corn seedlings. Dad, look. Baby corn has grown a little taller. Ningning pointed at the thriving seedlings as if she was presenting a treasure. Su Yang squatted down and looked at the vibrant green, his eyes becoming more determined. Yes, they are trying hard to grow up. He thought to himself, just like our business, we must take one step at a time and make steady progress. At present, we still have to focus on online direct sales. Su Yang made clear the direction in his mind, continue to face consumers directly through the Doudo platform. Although the quantity that can be supplied each time is limited, it can maximize the freshness and quality of the products from the field to the table, and also maximize profits, accumulating capital for subsequent upgrades and expansions. As for the problem of scalpers and insufficient supply, we can only temporarily optimize the pre-sale process, such as adding some real name authentication or purchase restrictions to try to curb scalpers. At the same time, we should speed up the production of high-quality cucumbers and sweet corn, enrich the product line, and divert some consumers' attention. He looked at the 165 points on the system panel and the tempting lottery roulette in the system store. Maybe I can use my points to draw a few prizes appropriately? See if I can get some more advanced seeds or technologies to increase production and improve logistics? The thought flashed through his mind, but Su Yang decided to wait a little longer. Chapter 19, Attention from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. The piece of land outside the courtyard, which had been optimized through the system's primary, soil improvement, technology, did not disappoint Su Yang's expectations. The high-quality cucumber seeds, sown previously, have now covered the simple bamboo racks. Hanging on the green vines are small, straight and tender cucumbers with flowers and thorns on top, emitting a fresh fragrance. According to the system's prompts, there are less than 3 days left until the first large-scale harvest. What Su Yang was looking forward to even more was the 30 plants of high-quality sweet corn. Their growth is even more amazing. In just over 10 days, they have entered the vigorous jointing period. The corn stalks are like they are under a spell, growing taller every day, becoming thick and upright, with broad leaves that are shiny green in the sun and full of vitality. Excellent sweet corn, current status, jointing stage vigorous, nutrient demand increased. Estimated heading time, 10 days. Su Yang stood beside the cornfield, looking at these treasures that were much taller and stronger than ordinary corn seedlings, and thought in his mind. The biggest selling point of this high-quality sweet corn is that it has thin skin and no residue, is sweet, sticky and juicy, and can be eaten raw. It can be eaten raw. Su Yang's eyes lit up. This was absolutely subversive. Although the fruit corn on the market is sweet, most of them still need to be cooked before eating. If his corn could really be eaten raw like fruit, it would definitely cause a sensation and its market value would be immeasurable. More importantly, his little greedy cat Ningning seems to have a special obsession with chewing corn cobs. Dad, when will the baby corns grow into big cobs? Ningning wants to eat them. Su Ning tilted her little face up, looking at the corn stalks that were taller than herself, her eyes filled with anticipation for the delicious food of the future. It's almost there. Once they grow a little taller and bloom, they will produce sweet corn cobs for Ningning to chew on. Su Yang smiled and rubbed his daughter's head, and already had a new shooting plan in mind. When the first batch of corn matures, he will definitely take a video of Ningning holding the corn cob and eating it raw. That picture is definitely more convincing than any advertising slogan. Of course, daily Doudo video updates cannot be missed. He still insists on recording every detail of his and Ningning's life in the countryside, as well as the growth and changes of crops in the fields. Today, he specially edited a video about high-quality cucumbers. In the video, he demonstrated the amazing growth rate of cucumber vines, as well as the juicy cucumbers hanging on the vines. He even broke off a cucumber and showed the camera the cross-section that was so juicy that you could almost squeeze out water. My dear family, look at our cucumbers, they are growing well. They are grown naturally without any pesticides. They will be ready for picking in 2 days, and then we will put them on the shelves for you to taste. Of course, Ning Ning's figure is indispensable at the end of the video. The little fellow wore a small apron and stood on tiptoe like a little adult, carefully touching the cucumber on the vine and said in a baby voice, "Grow up quickly, baby cucumber, Ning Ning wants to eat crunchy cucumbers." As soon as this video was released, the comments section became lively again. Wow! This cucumber is growing so well. It looks so juicy. Is there some magic in the host's land? Everything grows so fast and so well. I'm looking forward to the cucumbers. I didn't get the strawberries last time, so I must try the cucumbers this time. Baby Ning Ning is so cute. I feel like something is missing if I don't see Ning Ning every day. Come on, Anchor. I support you. Work hard on the farm and bring us good things. Looking at the positive feedback from fans and the continued growth in attention, Su Yang was in a good mood. Although the problems of scalpers and supply shortage still exist, he believes that as long as he insists on quality and develops steadily, everything will gradually get back on track. He didn't know that his videos recording the pastoral miracle and the divine taste praised by countless buyers in the comments section had quietly attracted the attention of another group of people. Huagua, Jiangcheng, Municipal Academy of Agricultural Sciences, Crop Research Institute. Young researcher Li Wei was facing the computer screen, frowning slightly, and repeatedly dragging the progress bar of a Douda short video. On the screen, the latest cucumber video of Ning Ning and her father's daily life in the countryside was playing. In the background, you can vaguely see a cornfield that is growing exceptionally vigorously. This account. Li Wei muttered to himself, clicking his fingers quickly on the mouse, calling out the previous video records of this account. He focused on clips that featured time-lapse photography or explicitly documented growth cycles. The cycle from flowering to ripening for cream strawberries seems to be surprisingly short, and buyers report that they taste excellent with a unique creamy flavor. Cucumbers, from sowing to picking, it seems like it only takes about 10 days? This speed is also far beyond that of ordinary varieties. There is also the cornfield. Although there are no mature shots yet, just looking at the growth during the jointing stage, it looks extraordinary. There were also fans in the comments section who mentioned that it can be eaten raw before discussing the anchor. The growing cycle is significantly shortened, disease resistance seems to be very strong, the fruit quality is extremely high, and the flavor is unique. As Li Wei read, he quickly recorded key information in his notebook. Moreover, these crops seem to be grown in the same place, Qingshan village? Is this blogger Su Yang really a folk breeding expert? As a new researcher at the Crop Institute of the Municipal Academy of Agricultural Sciences, one of Li Wei's research directions is to discover and introduce high-quality and stress-resistant new crop varieties. The country is vigorously promoting rural revitalization, and their institute is also responsible for bringing technology to the countryside and discovering local excellent varieties. Recently, he has been paying attention to the new farmers emerging on platforms such as Doudu. Most of them share daily life and sell ordinary agricultural products. Although some of them have their own special features, there are very few like Su Yang who bring out unbelievable crops one after another. At first, he also thought it was a gimmick, or some special means were used. But as this account continued to be updated, especially with the almost fanatical praise in the comments section from fans who had purchased strawberries, he had to take it seriously. Especially this edible sweet corn, if it can really live up to the hype, it will be of great significance. Li Wei's eyes lit up. Sweet corn is an important economic crop and also a high-quality raw material for deep processing. If a new variety can emerge that tastes excellent, can be eaten raw directly, and has a short growth cycle, it will have huge potential both in the fresh food market and in the processing field. No, this matter must be reported to Professor Zhang. Li Wei did not dare to delay. He immediately organized the information and video clips he had collected and knocked on the door of the office of Professor Zhang, director of the Crop Research Institute and a well-known domestic corn breeding expert. Professor Zhang, I found a very interesting situation. Li Wei turned his laptop towards Professor Zhang and clicked on Su Yang's Doudu homepage. This new farmer named Su Yang, the several crops he grows are performing very unusually. Professor Zhang adjusted his glasses and read with interest. He was first attracted by the lively and cute little girl in the video, and then his attention was caught by the crops that were growing at an astonishing rate in Li Wei's analysis report. Oh? Cream-flavored strawberries? Their growth cycle is only half that of normal strawberries? Professor Zhang's expression became serious, and he looked carefully at the close-up of the strawberry. And this cucumber, this corn, especially this sweet corn that can be eaten raw. If the data is true. As a senior agricultural expert, Professor Zhang knows well what this means. This is definitely not a level that ordinary high-quality varieties can achieve. Have you checked the background of Su Yang? Professor Zhang asked in a deep voice. There are no detailed information yet. We only know that he returned to his hometown Qingshan village about a month ago with his daughter and seemed to be divorced. His previous occupation is unknown, but he claimed that these seeds were new varieties obtained from friends. Li Wei replied, comments in the forum say his strawberries and cucumbers are of very high quality and are very expensive, but demand still exceeds supply. I asked a friend to get it. Professor Zhang tapped the table lightly with his fingers, his eyes flickering with thought. Qingshan village is not too far from Jiangcheng. He pondered for a moment and made a decision. Shaoli, you continue to follow this account and collect more detailed information. Especially the growth data and final quality of the sweet corn. When the time is right, we need to go to the site for an investigation. Okay, Professor Zhang. Li Wei responded immediately, feeling a little excited. If Su Yang really has mastered some amazing breeding techniques or possesses unique germplasm resources, then it could be a major discovery for their research institute and even the entire agricultural sector of China. Chapter 20 Initial Contact. Outside Su Yang's courtyard, the newly reclaimed land was full of vitality. The vines of high-quality cucumbers have impatiently climbed all over the bamboo racks. Under the tender yellow flowers on the top, straight green cucumbers have quietly taken shape, emitting an enticing fragrance. The system panel shows that the first picking time of high-quality cucumbers is tomorrow. Su Yang's mood was just like this land, full of expectations. He was squatting on the ground, carefully checking the growth of the cucumbers. Next to him, Su Wenning was holding her small kettle and watering the excellent sweet corn next to her in a serious manner, muttering to herself, "Grow up quickly, baby corn, and grow sweet cobs for Ningning to chew." Just then, an unusual noise was heard at the entrance of the village. Not long after, Uncle Wang led two young men wearing white shirts and khaki pants, whose temperament was out of place in the village, towards Su Yang's house. "Xiao Yang. Are you home, Xiao Yang? There are comrades from the city looking for you." Uncle Wang shouted from a distance, with a hint of curiosity and inquiry in his tone. Su Yang stood up, patted the dirt off his hands, and raised his brows slightly. "Comrades from the city? Looking for me?" Several thoughts flashed through his mind quickly. Could it be that the previous buyer came knocking on his door? Not really. Or maybe. Before he could think about it, Uncle Wang had already brought the two of them to the gate of the courtyard. The leader was a young man in his 20s, wearing glasses and looking gentle, but his eyes were sharp and revealed a serious and rigorous look. Behind him was a slightly younger assistant, carrying a professional-looking black instrument case. "Excuse me, you are the blogger of the Douyin account, Ningning and her father's daily life in the countryside, Mr. Su Yang, right?" The leading young man took the initiative to extend his hand. Although his tone was polite, it also carried a sense of official business. Su Yang shook hands with him and looked at him calmly. "I am Su Yang, who are you?" "Hello, Mr. Su. I am a researcher at the Crop Research Institute of Jiangcheng Academy of Agricultural Sciences. My name is Li Wei." The young man introduced himself and pointed to the assistant behind him. "This is my colleague Xiao Zhang. Municipal Academy of Agricultural Sciences? Crop Research Institute?" Su Yang's heart was slightly moved, but his face remained calm. "Comrade from the Agricultural Science Academy? What do you want to talk to me about?" Li Wei pushed his glasses and glanced at the vegetable patch in the yard, which was not large but was obviously well maintained, as well as the cucumbers and corns outside the yard that were growing at an astonishing rate. A hint of subtle surprise and affirmation flashed in his eyes. "Mr. Su, it's like this," Li Wei organized his words, trying to make his tone sound less abrupt. "We have been following some new farmers' accounts recently, and noticed the videos you posted on Doudu. The crops you planted, especially the cream strawberry, as well as the cucumbers and corn, seem to have very unique and excellent growth cycles, fruit quality and flavor, judging from the video records and netizens' feedback." He paused, observing Su Yang's reaction, and continued, "Our institute has been committed to discovering and researching and promoting new crop varieties that are high quality, high yield, and resistant to adversity. Therefore, we are very interested in your situation and would like to come and learn more about it on the spot." It turned out that they were here for the crops. Su Yang understood instantly. Academy of Agricultural Sciences? This is a pleasant surprise. He was originally worried about how to improve the credibility of his products and counter those doubts about hormones and scripts. If it can be recognized by official scientific research institutions, it will undoubtedly be the best endorsement, which will be of great benefit to the long-term development of the brand, Ningning and Dada's daily life in the countryside. However, the existence of the system must not be exposed. So that's how it is. Welcome, welcome. Su Yang showed a polite and slightly surprised smile on his face, and his mind was racing. These seeds of mine are indeed experimental varieties that I asked a friend to get. I don't know where they came from. I just planted them for fun. I didn't expect that they would attract the attention of experts. His words were half true and half false. He explained the special nature of the seeds, but also excluded himself, implying that he was not a breeding expert. Mr. Su, you are too modest. Li Wei was obviously more concerned about the crops themselves. He pointed to the cucumber that was about to mature and said, "Can we take a closer look at these crops? And, if it is convenient, we would like to take some plant samples, such as leaves, fruits, and some soil samples, and bring them back to the laboratory for testing and analysis. This will be very helpful for us to understand the characteristics of these new varieties." Here comes the key point. Su Yang pondered for a moment and weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Cooperation is a must, and opportunities for official endorsement are rare. But the samples cannot allow them to discover anything beyond common sense, especially secrets involving the core of the system. Of course, it's okay to take a look. Su Yang agreed readily. You can also take samples, but the cucumbers are not fully ripe yet, and the strawberries are just past the picking period. As for the soil, this land has just been improved, so it may not be very representative. He paused and added, "How about this? When the cucumbers are ripe in a couple of days, I'll mail some to you. Or you can come get them then? As for the soil and leaves, you can take some now." He decided to adopt a strategy of limited cooperation, which not only showed a cooperative attitude but also took a certain initiative to avoid the other party from probing too deeply. That's fine. Li Wei nodded. He also knew that he couldn't force it. Then let's take some soil and cucumber leaf samples. This corn is growing amazingly. I wonder how it tastes. His eyes fell on the field of tall corn. This corn is said to be edible raw, but it's not ripe yet, and I haven't tasted it yet. Su Yang answered truthfully, but he was thinking in his heart that when the corn is ripe, this will definitely be the next killer weapon that will shock the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Dad! Are these uncles here to see our Kai Kai? At this time, Su Wenning, holding her small water bottle, came over curiously, tilted her little face, and looked at Li Wei and Xiao Zhang with her big eyes blinking. Yes, the uncles think that the vegetables my father grows are amazing and they want to come and see them. Su Yang introduced with a smile. Li Wei and Xiao Zhang's serious expressions softened a little when they saw this delicate and lovely girl who was just as cute as in the video. "Hello, little friend, the vegetables your father grows are really amazing." Li Wei responded with a smile. After a brief exchange, under Su Yang's guidance, Li Wei and Xiao Zhang carefully collected several soil samples from the improved land outside the courtyard, as well as several cucumber leaves, and put them into professional sampling bags. "Mr. Su, thank you very much for your cooperation." Before leaving, Li Wei shook hands with Su Yang again. "We will contact you again when our test results come out, or when the cucumbers are ripe next time. This is my business card. If you have any questions about planting technology, you can contact me at any time." "Okay, Researcher Li, take care." Su Yang took the business card and politely sent the two away. Watching the SUV with a government license plate disappear at the entrance of the village, Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief, but his eyes became profound. The attention from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences is both an opportunity and a challenge. The opportunity lies in that once officially recognized, his products will be able to completely get rid of the label of internet celebrity products, gain a higher market position and credibility, and may even receive policy support. The challenge lies in how to strike the right balance in cooperation, leveraging the power of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences without exposing the secrets of the system. It seems that I have to be more cautious when dealing with them in the future. Su Yang stroked his chin and thought silently in his heart, but this is also a good thing. At least it proves that I am on the right path. Chapter 21: Shocking Discovery of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Inside the precision laboratory of the Crop Research Institute of Jiangcheng Academy of Agricultural Sciences, the atmosphere was unusually solemn and exciting. After a series of rigorous and detailed tests and analyses of the soil and cucumber leaf samples collected from Suyang and Qingshan village, the preliminary data report has just been delivered to researcher Li Wei. Li Wei sat in front of the clean bench, looking at the graphs and data lists generated on the computer screen, his breathing unconsciously becoming rapid. He repeatedly dragged the mouse, zoomed in, compared, and checked the standard database. The expression on his face changed from initial anticipation to disbelief, and finally to shock that could not be concealed. This is impossible. He muttered to himself, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement, and clicked on the nutritional analysis report on cucumber leaves again. The report shows that not only is the chlorophyll content in this type of leaves much higher than that of the ordinary control group of cucumber varieties, but the content of several key vitamins, especially vitamin C and soluble sugar, is actually 2 to 3 times that of ordinary high-quality cucumbers. Even more incredible is that the instrument also detected several trace amounts of aromatic compounds that are usually rare in other fruits and vegetables, which may explain why those buyers reported that cucumbers taste sweet and have a fruity aroma. Li Wei thought to himself, this data is simply overwhelming. How could ordinary cucumbers possibly reach this level? Is it sample contamination? Impossible. He took the sample himself and followed the procedure strictly. Could it be that the fertilizer used by Suyang is special? But the soil sample analysis has also come out. He quickly switched to the analysis report of the soil sample. The result also surprised him. The test results of soil samples from the land that Suyang claimed had been recently improved showed that its organic matter content, nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium ratio, and trace element balance had all reached a very ideal state, and the rating was excellent grade B. This was in stark contrast to the unremarkable wasteland dotted with rocks when he first saw it. More importantly, no excessive amounts of synthetic fertilizer residues or harmful heavy metals were detected in the soil. All indicators point to an extremely efficient and natural way to improve the soil. Li Wei's heart was in turmoil again. Isn't the speed of improvement too fast? Can ordinary farm manure and wood ash achieve this effect? That's Suyang. He is definitely not an ordinary farmer. Who are these friends he mentioned? It's not just a matter of seeds, it may also involve a unique set of planting and soil management techniques. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. This is no longer an ordinary excellent variety, it may be a major discovery that will shock the industry. Especially combined with the previous understanding of cream strawberries, the growth cycle is shortened by nearly half, the taste has a unique flavor, and now there are cucumbers with explosive nutritional content and rapidly improved soil. Li Wei did not dare to delay and immediately printed out several key test reports. Holding the slightly hot paper, he quickly rushed to the office of Professor Zhang, director of the Crop Research Institute. Professor Zhang. Li Wei pushed open the door with an uncontrollable excitement in his voice. The test results of the samples from Suyang and Qingshan village are out. Come and have a look. Professor Zhang was reviewing a document wearing reading glasses. He looked up when he heard this. Seeing his usually calm student looking a little out of control, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Oh? What's the result? What makes you so excited? He motioned Li Wei to sit down and took the report. At first, Professor Zhang's expression was relatively calm, and he just looked at the data carefully. But as he turned the pages, his brows furrowed more and more, and his eyes became sharper and sharper. When he saw the amazing vitamin C content in cucumber leaves, as well as the excellent grade B rating and the note natural and residue-free of the soil sample, this veteran expert with decades of experience in the agricultural field could no longer remain calm. Bang! He gently slapped the report on the table, took off his reading glasses, and looked at Li Wei with burning eyes. Shaoli, are you sure about the accuracy of these data? Have you repeated the test? We repeated the test 3 times, Professor Zhang. Li Wei immediately straightened his back and said in a positive tone, the data from the 3 different batches of samples are highly consistent. We also compared the database of the Institute's best cucumber varieties, and all indicators were completely surpassed by this Suyang cucumber. Especially the nutritional value and potential flavor substances. Professor Zhang was silent for a moment, tapping his fingers unconsciously on the table. Professor Zhang fell into deep thought, surpassing in all aspects, short growth cycle, high nutritional value, unique flavor, rapid and natural soil improvement. If these are all true, what does that mean? This is not just a question of a new variety, it may involve a completely new breeding idea or even a disruptive agricultural technology system. That young man, Suyang, the friend he mentioned, was by no means simple. In other words, he himself is not simple. He remembered the lively and cute little girl in the previous video, and the young man's calm yet neither humble nor arrogant attitude. How could an ordinary divorced young person who returned to his hometown with children come into contact with this level of experimental species? This Su Yang, we must get in touch with him further. Professor Zhang's tone became unusually serious. Shaoli, you said before that he has a kind of sweet corn that can be eaten raw? Yes, Professor Zhang. Although it's not yet mature, the growth in the video is amazing. And he himself mentioned that it can be eaten raw. Li Wei added. Raw sweet corn, if the quality is really as good as he said, coupled with its amazing growth rate and nutritional value. Professor Zhang's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Shaoli. This matter may be much more important than we originally expected. He stood up, paced around the office for a few steps, then stopped and looked at Li Wei, saying firmly, immediately set up a special team, and you will be in charge of it. Continue to follow up on Su Yang's situation. Focus on the maturity and quality of the sweet corn. Also, arrange time as soon as possible. I want to go to Qingshan village in person. We need more comprehensive samples, including the cream strawberry, the cucumber fruit that is about to mature, and the sweet corn. Yes. Professor Zhang. Li Wei responded excitedly. He knew that this was not just an ordinary survey, but might be related to a major breakthrough in the future of the institute. Professor Zhang paused for a moment and added, also, organize this preliminary report, anonymize the key information, and send a copy to the Institute's Cooperation and Development Department. We may need to consider the possibility of some external cooperation, especially in the subsequent promotion and industrialization of varieties. Professor Zhang further thought, with this level of results, it may not be possible to quickly realize the maximum value relying solely on the internal strength of our institute. Perhaps we can introduce some capable companies with a presence in agricultural technology or high-end fresh produce for cooperation? For example, the Lu Group, which has been looking for cooperation in the source of high-quality agricultural products recently. A vague name flashed through Professor Zhang's mind. He did not delve into it further for the time being, but a seed had been quietly planted. All his attention now was focused on that remote mountain village, and the young man named Su Yang who had a daughter and was growing the magic crop. Chapter 22 Professor Zhang visits in person. In the morning, Su Yang was carefully observing the growth of high-quality cucumbers on the newly reclaimed land outside the yard. The vines have lushly climbed all over the bamboo frame. Small cucumbers with tender yellow flowers on top hang on the vines like jasper, exuding a fresh scent. The system panel shows high-quality cucumbers, first picking time, 1 day. Tomorrow, new products will be available on the shelves. Next to her, Su Wenning was holding her small kettle, huffing and puffing to water the equally thriving, high-quality sweet corn, and in a baby voice, she was performing the daily ripening ceremony. Grow up quickly, baby corn, and produce sweet corns for Ningning to chew. Ningning wants to eat big corns. Just then, the sound of footsteps and voices, clearer than usual, came from the direction of the village entrance, mixed with Uncle Wang's slightly excited and polite greetings. Su Yang straightened up, patted the dirt off his hands, and looked over with his eyes slightly narrowed. I saw Uncle Wang and a few other people walking towards his house. The leader was an old man with gray hair but vigorous spirit, about 60 years old, wearing a clean and simple Zhongshan suit. Although simple, it exuded the demeanor of a scholar with a sense of authority without even being angry. Following him was the researcher Li Wei who had been here before, and another slightly younger person who looked like an assistant. Su Yang's heart trembled slightly. He recognized Li Wei, but the old man, judging from his aura and Li Wei's obviously respectful attitude, his identity might be extraordinary. Are people from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences here again? And this time the scene is quite big. Sure enough, not long after, Uncle Wang came trotting over, with a look of excitement and awe on his face. Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang. Come out quickly. The leaders of the Municipal Academy of Agricultural Sciences are here to see your land. Su Yang came forward with just the right amount of surprise and politeness on his face. Uncle Wang, what is this? Mr. Su Yang, nice to meet you again. Li Wei took the lead, with a hint of excitement in his enthusiasm, and then he introduced, this is Professor Zhang Yuanchao, the director of the Crop Research Institute of Jiangcheng Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Professor Zhang? Su Yang was shocked. Zhang Yuanchao, this name he had seen when he was looking up information about the Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences on the internet. He was a famous crop breeding expert in China, especially in the field of corn, where he was a leading figure. He actually came in person? It seems that the results of the last sample test are much more important to them than what Li Wei showed. Hello, Professor Zhang, I'm Su Yang. Su Yang quickly extended his hand with a neither humble nor arrogant attitude. He showed respect for the elders and experts without any flattery or nervousness. Professor Zhang looked Su Yang up and down with sharp eyes. The young man in front of him was wearing a plain old t-shirt and muddy pants. He had an upright figure and calm and clear eyes, which was completely different from the mystification or peasant mentality he had imagined. He nodded imperceptibly, shook hands with Su Yang, and said in a gentle but powerful voice, "Comrade Su Yang, hello. I'm sorry for disturbing you by visiting me. Professor Zhang, you are too polite. Please come in and have a drink of water." Su Yang politely led them into the yard. "Don't be in a hurry to drink water." Professor Zhang waved his hand. His eyes were already deeply attracted by the vibrant land outside the courtyard. "Let's take a look at your treasure first. Shaoli told me that the crops here are amazing." Su Yang understood clearly and knew the purpose of the other party's visit. He led Professor Zhang and his group to the cucumber and cornfields. When Professor Zhang saw with his own eyes the cucumber vines climbing all over the racks, laden with fruits, each of which was of excellent quality, and the cornfields that were taller than ordinary corn seedlings, sturdy and upright, with leaves so dark green that they seemed to drip oil, even though he was knowledgeable, he could not help but reveal amazement in his eyes. He squatted down and carefully stroked a broad corn leaf. Then he picked up a cucumber that was about to ripen, smelled it closely, and even pinched it lightly with his fingers to feel its firmness and moisture. The growth, the color and thickness of the leaves, the fullness of the fruit. Professor Zhang watched and muttered to himself, while Li Wei and his assistant were busy using instruments to record environmental data such as light, temperature, and humidity. "Mr. Su." Professor Zhang stood up and looked at Su Yang with a serious look in his eyes. "We have done a detailed analysis of the sample that Shaoli brought back last time. The nutritional content of your cucumber, especially the vitamin C and soluble sugar content, is surprisingly high. The soil improvement effect is also very good, and it is very natural. Can you tell us more about your planting methods? For example, the use of fertilizers, the prevention and control of pests and diseases, and the specific sources of your seeds?" Here comes the core issue. Su Yang was well prepared. He responded calmly, skillfully using the knowledge in the system information database and combining it with his own practice in the past few days, and explained half-truthfully, "Professor Zhang, to be honest, I am crossing the river by feeling the stones. The seeds were given to me by a friend, who said they were experimental products. I don't know where they came from. As for fertilizer, it's the most common wood ash and fermented farm manure in our countryside. I just look at what the land lacks and make an estimate of what to add. Maybe I'm lucky and got the right mix?" He pointed at the land and said, "This land was barren before. I just wanted to loosen the soil faster and make it more fertile, so I turned it over several times and picked out the stones. I haven't found any serious pests and diseases yet, except for some small aphids. I sprayed them with some wood ash water, and it worked well." These words sound plain and simple, and seem to be some common folk remedies in rural areas. However, Su Yang used the knowledge provided by the system to accurately point the guessing and good luck parts to the most critical optimization links, such as the ratio of organic fertilizers, the supplementation of trace elements, and the timing of physical control. Professor Zhang was a man of such stature that he could naturally tell that Su Yang was holding back in his words. However, the young man answered fluently and clearly, and his understanding of some planting details even exceeded that of an ordinary farmer. He was more like a practitioner with systematic theoretical support. Professor Zhang looked at Su Yang deeply, and did not ask about the source of the seeds. Instead, he turned the topic to the practical results. "We have read the feedback from buyers about your strawberries, and they have received very high ratings. The cucumbers are growing well and the quality is not bad. This corn, are you sure it can be eaten raw?" His eyes finally fell on the cornfield full of hope. Su Yang nodded, and said affirmatively, "My friend said so. We will have to wait until it is ripe to know the details. However, judging from its current growth, I am very confident in it." "Dad! Grandpa Zhang! Uncle Li! Look!" At this time, Su Wenning ran over like a happy little bird, holding a small cucumber that had just been picked from the vine. There was a delicate little yellow flower on the top of the cucumber. The baby cucumber has grown up. It's ready to eat. The little guy knew that he could pick them tomorrow, so he couldn't help but pick the smallest one first. Su Yang felt a little helpless, but he didn't stop it. Ningning handed the washed cucumber to Professor Zhang first. "Grandpa Zhang, try it. The cucumbers my father grows are crispy and sweet." Professor Zhang looked at the delicate and clear-eyed girl in front of him, and his heart warmed. He took the cucumber and said with a smile, "Okay, thank you, Ning Ning, Grandpa will try it." He bit it with a crunch. The crisp sound is particularly clear on the quiet ridge of the field. The next second, Professor Zhang paused in his chewing, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes. This cucumber. He savored it carefully, his face showing admiration. It's crisp, sweet, full of juice. And there's a hint of an indescribable sweetness in the aftertaste. Good. So good. This taste is definitely the best cucumber I've ever eaten. Li Wei and Xiao Zhan couldn't help swallowing their saliva, their eyes filled with desire. Su Yang smiled secretly in his heart. The system's product was indeed worthy of its reputation. This is just a excellent cucumber. How great would it be if top quality, or even legendary, level seeds were unlocked in the future? Professor Zhang finished a cucumber in 2 or 3 bites, still not satisfied, and looked at Su Yang with more eager eyes. "Comrade Su Yang, it's not just your seeds that are good. Your planting philosophy and practical ability are also excellent. We at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences very much hope to have deeper cooperation with you." He paused and said sincerely, "For example, we can provide technical support to systematically identify and register your excellent varieties, help you optimize planting management, and even, in the subsequent promotion and industrialization of varieties, we can also act as a matchmaker and connect with some powerful large companies, so that such good things can go to market faster and benefit more people." The name appeared in Professor Zhang's mind again. Lu Group. They have been active in the fields of high-end fresh produce and agricultural technology recently, and they need such groundbreaking and high-quality sources. If we can get them to work with this young man. As Su Yang listened to Professor Zhang's words, his thoughts raced. In-depth cooperation? Variety identification and registration? Connecting with big companies? This is exactly the official endorsement and development opportunity he needs. But he must strike a balance and protect the secrets of the system. And big business? His face showed just the right amount of gratitude and a hint of embarrassment. "Professor Zhang, thank you so much for your recognition and kindness. I certainly look forward to cooperating with the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. But I am raising the child alone now, my ability is limited, and the scale is small. I mainly want to work hard to grow the land in front of me and give the child a stable life." He paused and added sincerely, "I really need technical support, and I will inevitably ask you and Researcherly for advice in the future. As for variety identification and promotion, when my cucumbers and corn are mature and I have more comprehensive data, we can discuss it in detail. What do you think?" He cleverly kicked the ball back, expressing his willingness to cooperate while buying time and initiative. Professor Zhang looked at the calm and clear-minded young man in front of him and nodded secretly in his heart. It's good to be patient, have ideas, and bottom line. Okay. We'll do as you say. Professor Zhang smiled and made the decision. "We respect your wishes. However, after this batch of cucumbers mature, we hope to get enough samples for comprehensive testing, including taste, flavor substances, and nutritional components. As for the sweet corn, we will also focus on research after it matures." "No problem, Professor Zhang. We will give priority to supplying our Academy of Agricultural Sciences when the time comes." Su Yang agreed immediately. Chapter 23: Cooperation Intention and Conditions. Professor Zhang's heartfelt admiration sounded particularly loud on the quiet ridge of the field. This old expert, who has been immersed in the agricultural field for decades, is now looking at the half-eaten cucumber in his hand, which still exudes an amazingly sweet aroma, and the excitement on his face is beyond words. He walked quickly to Su Yang, looking at this young but unbelievably calm new farmer with burning eyes, and spoke with unprecedented seriousness and sincerity. "Comrade Su Yang, your cucumber, and the strawberry before, are definitely not just good. Their quality has already surpassed the best varieties we have. Behind this, there may be huge scientific research value and promotion potential." Professor Zhang took a deep breath, his eyes swept across the vibrant land, and his voice was filled with a hint of irrepressible excitement. "We at Jiangcheng Academy of Agricultural Sciences very much hope to have deeper cooperation with you. We have professional laboratories, advanced testing equipment, and an experienced scientific research team, and can provide you with a full range of technical support to help you better understand and optimize the characteristics of these crops." Li Wei also added, with the same excitement in his tone, "Yes, Mr. Su. For example, we can systematically identify the varieties of your crops, analyze their unique flavor sources and nutritional composition, and even explore the mystery of their short growth cycle. This can not only provide authoritative quality endorsement for your products, but is also likely to lead to breakthroughs in breeding. Su Yang understood what was going on, but a hint of flattered and embarrassment appeared on his face at the right moment. Cooperating with the Academy of Agricultural Sciences is undoubtedly a huge opportunity. The official certification can instantly shatter the doubts about hormones and staged photos on the internet. The authoritative technical guidance can also help him make better use of system resources and avoid detours. Not to mention what Professor Zhang mentioned later, connecting with large enterprises for industrial promotion, which is almost the path he will inevitably take in the future. However, the existence of the system is his trump card and must not be exposed. Providing seeds for genetic sequencing? Delve deeper into the growth cycle? The risk is too great. Su Yang pondered for a moment, organized his words, and said sincerely, Professor Zhang, researcherly, thank you so much for your appreciation. To be honest, I am very excited and honored to receive the attention and recognition of our Municipal Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Of course, I am very happy to cooperate with an authoritative organization like you. He first expressed a positive attitude, then changed the subject, with an embarrassed look on his face. It's just, like I mentioned to researcherly before, these seeds are indeed experimental products given to me by a friend I haven't contacted for a long time. He repeatedly warned me that these seeds are still in the confidential stage and must not be provided to any third party for research, especially genetic analysis, for fear of causing unnecessary trouble and disputes. Su Yang once again brought out the shield of friends agreement and emphasized the words confidentiality and trouble, trying to make the other party back down, at least at the level of seeds and core technology. He looked at Professor Zhang and Li Wei, spread his hands, and said helplessly, so, I'm afraid I really can't provide seeds for breeding research or gene sequencing. I have to abide by the agreement with my friends. As for the planting method, there is really no special secret recipe. It's just some rural folk methods, which may just be suitable for these foreign varieties. Upon hearing this, Professor Zhang frowned slightly and a hint of disappointment flashed across his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by understanding and a deeper level of thought. He is well aware of the confidentiality and complexity of the scientific research field, and that many groundbreaking technologies or resources are often accompanied by various restrictions and agreements. Although Su Yang's words sounded a bit deliberate, it was not completely impossible. Moreover, the calm and honest attitude of the young man in front of him did not seem like he was deliberately shirking responsibility. Comrade Su Yang, we understand your difficulties. Professor Zhang pondered for a moment and slowed down his tone. He decided to adopt a more flexible and sincere way of cooperation. We respect the agreement between you and your friend. Since it is temporarily impossible to conduct in-depth breeding research, we can try another way of cooperation. He looked at Su Yang, his eyes full of dedication to science and love for talents. Our Academy of Agricultural Sciences can provide you with free technical support. For example, we can send technicians to help you monitor the soil, analyze nutrient needs, and provide the most scientific fertilization suggestions. Help you establish a more complete physical pest control system even in terms of irrigation, temperature control, etc. We can provide professional guidance. All of this is done with one goal, to help you maximize the potential of these excellent crops and grow the highest quality products. In return, Professor Zhang continued, offering the most attractive conditions for Su Yang at this stage, our institute can issue you a legally binding, official quality inspection report, which will analyze in detail the nutritional indicators and flavor characteristics of your product. At the same time, we can assist you in applying for relevant certifications for pollution-free agricultural products and even green food. With these authoritative reports and certifications, the value and credibility of your products in the market will be greatly improved, and those doubts on the internet will naturally be refuted. Su Yang's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Professor Zhang's proposal is like timely help. Technical support can enable him to use system resources more efficiently, and official quality reports and certifications are the amulet he needs most at the moment, enough to shut up the gossips and label his products as high quality, safe and reliable. Moreover, this cooperation model completely avoids sensitive issues of seeds and core technologies, greatly reducing risks. Professor Zhang, you are really... Su Yang's face showed uncontrollable excitement and gratitude. This is really great. Thank you so much. I totally agree. Technical support and quality certification, this is exactly the help I need most right now. Okay. That's settled. Professor Zhang was pleased to see Su Yang agree so readily. Shaoli, remember to keep in close contact with Comrade Su Yang and come over regularly for technical services and data collection. Yes, Professor Zhang. Li Wei responded immediately, and his eyes looking at Su Yang were full of kindness and expectation. By the way, Comrade Su Yang. Professor Zhang seemed to remember something and added, when your production is stable, if you consider expanding the scale or connecting with market channels, you can contact us at any time. The Institute has cooperative relationships with some large agricultural enterprises and high-end fresh food platforms that focus on quality. We can help you make connections. He again mentioned big companies and high-end platforms. Su Yang's mind moved, but the thought only flashed through his mind. Now he just wants to rely on himself to manage the land under his feet and promote the brand of Ningning and Dad's daily life in the countryside. Thank you for your kindness, Professor Zhang. I will seriously consider it. When I am stable here, I will definitely ask you for advice as soon as possible. Su Yang expressed his gratitude again with a sincere attitude. Chapter 24, Dilemma Opportunity of Lu Ruian's Company. Zhangchang, Lu Group Headquarters Building, top floor. In the luxurious and cold president's office, the atmosphere was like the gradually sinking night outside the window, with a lingering solemnity. Lu Ruian pressed her temples tiredly with her slender fingers. Spread out in front of her was a quarterly report on the group's latest high-end organic catering project. The deficit and customer complaint rate on it were like needles, pricking her brows. Raw material quality, flavor stability, supply chain costs. She looked at the conclusions in the report, a layer of frost covering her delicate face. She initiated this project against all odds, with the aim of creating a unique top-level dining experience for the Orui International Hotel and finding new growth points for the group's high-end fresh food and biotechnology sectors. To this end, she spared no expense to introduce the latest organic cultivation technology from abroad and signed exclusive supply agreements with several of the best organic farms in the city. But what is the result? The first batch of dishes received a mediocre response, with high-end customers harshly criticizing the taste and flavor of the ingredients. Even several long-term Michelin restaurants euphemistically stated that the quality of the ingredients did not meet their expectations. Boss Lu, this is the latest technical research report of the project team. Secretary Lin gently placed a document on the table and spoke cautiously. We have tried a variety of soil improvements and nutrient solution formulas, but the results are not satisfactory. The cooperative farm also said that they have tried their best. It may be a problem with the seeds themselves, or our technology is not mature enough. Lu Ruian picked up the report and quickly flipped through it, her face becoming increasingly gloomy. Failure, she hated the feeling of failure. She has invested huge resources and energy in this project, and even regards it as one of the important strategic layouts of the group in the next few years. If she encounters a bottleneck here, it will not only be an economic loss, but also a blow to her business judgment. Seeds, technology. Lu Ruian leaned back in her chair, her slender fingers tapping the smooth tabletop unconsciously, her brain working rapidly. The existing cooperative farms have the best technical level in Jiangcheng, but they still cannot meet the stringent requirements of the project. Do you really want to give up? Or, looking for new breakthroughs? Her eyes fell on another document on the desk. It was a memorandum of long-term strategic cooperation with Jiangcheng Academy of Agricultural Sciences. The Lu Group has always maintained contact with the Academy of Agricultural Sciences in the field of biotechnology. Although previous cooperation was mainly focused on some basic research and policy consulting, she knew that the Academy was home to the top agricultural experts in Jiangcheng and even China. Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Lu Ruian's eyes moved slightly. Professor Zhang Yuanqiao of the Crop Research Institute is a famous breeding expert in China. Perhaps they have the solution we need? She recalled several previous meetings with Professor Zhang, the old expert who had an almost fanatical obsession and in-depth research on new crop varieties and planting techniques. If there is anyone in Jiangcheng who can come up with top-notch agricultural products or planting techniques that surpass the current level in a short period of time, Professor Zhang's team is undoubtedly the most likely. We must find a breakthrough. Lu Ruian made up her mind. She couldn't tolerate this highly anticipated project being shelved. She needs a higher quality, more unique and more stable supply of raw materials, and more advanced and reliable technical support. The Academy of Agricultural Sciences seems to be the only hope at the moment. She picked up the intercom and her voice returned to her usual calm and decisive tone. Secretary Lin, immediately make an appointment for me with Professor Zhang Yuanqiao of the Municipal Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Tell him that I have an important agricultural science and technology project and hope to have an in-depth exchange with him and seek cooperation. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ruian looked at the dazzling city night view outside the window, and her eyes became sharp and firm again. She is used to being in control and solving problems. No matter what kind of difficulty she encounters, she is confident that she can find the best solution. As for Su Yang? The name flashed through her mind, but was immediately replaced by more important business considerations. How could a man who has problems with his own life understand the challenges and opportunities she is facing at this moment? Go back to the countryside to farm? Oh, it's just a cowardly act of escaping reality. She didn't even bother to think about what kind of difficult life Su Yang and Ning Ning were living now. In her opinion, they had brought it upon themselves. When she achieves greater success in business, when Ning Ning cries and makes a fuss to come back to her, everything will prove that her choice today is the only correct one. Lu Ruian took a deep breath, put aside all distracting thoughts, and focused her attention on her work again. For her, the meaning of life lies in moving forward continuously and climbing to the peak of her career. She had no idea that the solution she had placed high hopes on, the miracle crop that might bring a turnaround, was now quietly growing in the hands of her despised ex-husband at a speed she could not have imagined. Chapter 25 Shock Behind the Screen. Zhongchang, Lu Group Headquarters Building, top floor. The night shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, casting the bright lights of the city on the smooth marble floor, but it cannot dispel the low pressure that permeates the president's office. Lu Ruian rubbed her brows tiredly with her slender fingers. The organic catering project report spread out in front of her. The red loss figures and the rising customer complaint rate were like invisible needles, pricking her and making her upset. Raw material quality, flavor stability, supply chain costs. Red lights were on at every stage. This project, which she had pushed forward against all odds and had high hopes for, is now facing severe tests. Mr. Lu, I have already made preliminary contact with the Municipal Academy of Agricultural Sciences regarding cooperation. Professor Zhang Yuanqiu said that they are also paying attention to the potential of some new and excellent crop varieties recently and are open to our cooperation intentions. You need to discuss the specific details in person. Secretary Lin's voice sounded at the right time, with his usual professionalism and caution. Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Lu Ruian's eyes narrowed slightly. This may be the only breakthrough at present. Professor Zhang is the top breeding expert in the country. If even he doesn't have a solution, the prospects of this project will be really worrying. Arrange it, as soon as possible. She gave the order succinctly, her voice carrying a hint of unquestionable determination. After the meeting, she was the only one left in the huge office. Out of habit, she unlocked her phone and opened the short video app Doudu, which occupied the fragmented time of countless people. My fingertips slid unconsciously, and the light and shadow on the screen switched quickly, trying to use the noise from the outside world to dispel my inner fatigue and anxiety. Due to work needs, she has recently paid attention to a lot of content related to agricultural technology and rural revitalization, and the algorithm seems to have captured her interests. A video labeled Selected from the New Farmer Program and officially certified high-quality agricultural products appeared at the top of the recommendation stream. The cover of the video is still the familiar, shabby farmhouse, but the protagonist this time is a vibrant vine trellis full of emerald green cucumbers, and next to it is a cornfield that is obviously unusually tall and has dark green leaves. A man in a plain white t-shirt is standing with his back to the camera, putting up a rack for cucumbers. He has an upright figure and his movements are skillful. In the corner of the camera, a little girl with pigtails was holding a small kettle and watering the corn seedlings in a serious manner, calling out in a baby voice, "Baby cucumber, baby corn, grow up quickly." Lu Ruian's heart skipped a beat for no reason. It's this account again. Ning Ning and her father's daily life in the countryside. She remembered that the last time she saw it was a video of a little girl eating strawberries, and she thought it was a marketing scam. But this time, the video was significantly more popular, the comments section was unusually active, and there was even an official certification label. Is it really not a script? Her fingertips hovered over the screen, and after hesitating for a moment, she clicked on it. The soundtrack of the video is soothing and warm, and the camera language is smoother and more natural than last time. The picture records the process of a man reclaiming wasteland, improving the soil, and sowing new crops. Sweat soaks his forehead, but his movements reveal a kind of concentration and strength. The little girl was like a happy elf. She was helping her father pass tools, chasing butterflies, and squatting on the ground talking to the chicks and ducklings. Her pure joy almost overflowed the screen. Dad! Look! Baby corn has grown a little taller. The little girl's voice is clear and sweet, with a unique baby voice, just like. Lu Ruian's breathing suddenly stopped. She quickly dragged the progress bar back to the moment when the little girl looked up and talked to the man. The sun shines on the little girl's face, her chubby cheeks, her big, sparkling eyes like black grapes, her slightly pouty mouth, and the faint dimples on her cheeks when she smiles. It's Ning Ning. It's definitely Ning Ning. Even if she was wearing coarse clothes, even if her little face was covered in dirt, even if the background changed from a luxurious villa to a shabby farmhouse, she would never make a mistake. That was her daughter, Su Ning. This realization exploded in Lu Ruian's mind like thunder, making her feel cold all over. Her fingers began to tremble uncontrollably and the phone almost slipped from her hands. She opened her eyes wide and stared at the screen, as if she wanted to see through the tiny figure. Ning Ning, why is she here? How did she become like this? Shouldn't she be in a bright and clean international kindergarten, wearing a beautiful princess dress, playing the piano and learning ballet? How could she be in a place like this, wearing dirty clothes, doing rough work, and still smiling so happily? Lu Ruian's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible big hand, and a sharp pain quickly spread. She suddenly turned her gaze to the man in the video who had his back to the camera. Although it was only the back and profile of her, the familiar figure and the gentle yet magnetic voice. It's Su Yang. It's really him. The ex-husband whom she thought would become destitute and accomplish nothing without her, the man whom she sneered at and thought was just a gigolo. He actually, really took Ning Ning back to that remote hometown? And, they grow the crops so well? Lu Ruian felt her brain was in chaos. Countless thoughts surged up crazily, colliding with each other, almost tearing her sanity apart. Shock. Incredible. How is it possible for Su Yang? Where did he get the money? Where does this technology come from? Those strawberries, those cucumbers, and the attention from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, are they all true? The Ning Ning on the screen who was running between the ridges of the fields, carefree, and smiling like a little son, and the Ning Ning in my memory who sometimes sits alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the villa with a somewhat lonely look. Which one is the real happiness? She had previously disdainfully thought that this was a misery script and felt sorry for the pitiful child in the video. Turns out the clown was actually herself? If Ning Ning is happier with Su Yang than with her, then what is she as a mother? Could it be that the material conditions that she was so proud of were not as good as that shabby yard and a few acres of land? Her confidence during the divorce, her contempt for Su Yang's ability, her prediction that Ning Ning would come back crying soon. In front of this vivid and vibrant video, it seemed so ridiculous and so pale and powerless. Lu Ruian suddenly stood up from her chair and paced back and forth in the office in annoyance. The sound of her high heels hitting the ground was particularly harsh in the empty room. She opened the account again and scrolled through the videos posted by Su Yang one by one. Watching Ning Ning's curiosity when she first arrived in the countryside, and how she gradually adapted to and fell in love with the place, watching Su Yang repair the house and reclaim wasteland from scratch, watching the crops grow and mature at an incredible speed. Every scene was like a loud slap in the face, slapping her rationality and control that she was so proud of. Especially when seeing the buyer's almost crazy praise for the cream strawberries and the news that experts from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences had visited the store in person, Lu Ruian's heart sank completely. Su Yang, not only did he not fail, but in a way that she could not understand at all, in that field that she despised, he achieved initial success that was enough to make her look sideways. And the core of all this success seems to revolve around the amazing quality of agricultural products. Etc. Agricultural products? High quality? Academy of Agricultural Sciences? Professor Zhang? Lu Ruian's steps suddenly stopped, and a thought that made her scalp tingle instantly hit her. She was anxiously trying to find a cooperation with the Academy of Agricultural Sciences to solve the bottleneck of raw materials for her high-end catering project, and the person who could provide the magic crop was actually Su Yang? The impact of this recognition is far greater than recognizing Ning Ning and Su Yang themselves. This is simply an absurd and cruel joke played by fate. She, the president of Lu Group, might need to seek help from her ex-husband who was kicked out of the house by her in order to solve the company's difficulties? Lu Ruian felt dizzy and she held onto the edge of the cold desk, barely able to keep her balance. The night view of the river city outside the window is still prosperous, but in her eyes, it seems to have lost its former glory. For the first time, she was deeply shaken and doubted about the decision she firmly believed in and the life trajectory she had planned. That shabby courtyard, that man who seemed to have nothing, and that daughter who laughed so heartlessly. Is what they have really something she can easily despise and discard? Lu Ruian slowly sat back in her chair, picked up her phone, and clicked on the latest video again. This time, her gaze lingered for a long time on Ning Ning's little face that was filled with pure happiness. Her eyes were complicated and her emotions were surging. Chapter 26, Shocks Behind the Screen Inside Investigations. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the night view of the river city is colorful and dazzling, like an overturned jewel box. However, this bustling scene could not dispel the almost stagnant low pressure in the top-floor president's office of Lu Group. Lu Ruian pressed her throbbing temple with her slender fingers. Her face was pale and her breathing was rapid. She had just experienced a cognitive shock that could be described as subversive. On the screen, the girl who was laughing heartily in the shabby farmyard, with her face covered in mud but as happy as a little son, was Ningning. The man wearing an old t-shirt covered in mud, sweating on the ridges of the fields, and skillfully tending to the crops that were growing at an amazing pace, was Su Yang. Her daughter. Her ex-husband. The man who she thought had fallen into oblivion and was left to fend for himself, was actually living, so vibrantly, with his daughter, who she thought would come running back crying, in that remote and poor place that she despised? What was even more unacceptable to her was that what he grew, the miracle crop that was praised to the sky by countless buyers and even attracted experts from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, might just be the key to solving her company's biggest dilemma. Ridiculous, too ridiculous. Lu Ruian muttered to herself absent-mindedly, her body shaking slightly uncontrollably. She felt dizzy and had to hold on to the edge of the cold Italian ebony desk to barely keep herself steady. My mind is in a mess. Shock, disbelief, shame and anger, as well as a hint of panic and uncertainty that she herself was unwilling to admit. All these emotions were like an uncontrollable tsunami, impacting her usually solid fortress of reason. How could Su Yang be possible? Where did he get the skills? Where do the seeds come from? Those almost fanatical praise in the comment section, the personal visit of experts from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, are all of this true? And Ningning, the little girl in the video who chased butterflies on the ridge of the field, giggled while holding a chicken, and whose eyes were full of pure happiness, and the Ningning in my memory who sometimes sat alone in front of the French window of the luxurious villa with a lonely look in her eyes. Which one is the real her? She always thought that she had given Ningning the best material life, a top kindergarten, brand-name clothes and toys. Could it be that all these were not as good as the companionship and freedom that Su Yang's shabby yard and a few acres of land brought her? Her determination when divorcing, her contempt for Su Yang's identity as a househusband, her certainty that Su Yang could not survive without the Lu family, all seemed so ridiculous and vulnerable at this moment. When she saw the video before, she looked down on it and thought it was a misery script and felt pity for the children in the video. It turned out that the really ridiculous person was herself. Lu Ruian stood up suddenly and paced back and forth in the empty office in annoyance. The sound of her high heels hitting the smooth floor was particularly harsh in the silence. She forced herself to calm down. She is Lu Ruian, the president of Lu Group. She is used to controlling everything and solving problems. Even faced with such a bizarre situation, she couldn't lose her composure. We must understand the situation. What's going on with Su Yang? To what extent has he cooperated with the Academy of Agricultural Sciences? Is the quality of the crops he has really that amazing? These issues are directly related to her troubled high-end organic catering project and the group's strategic layout. Yes, work. She had to put her personal emotions aside and approach the matter from a purely business perspective. As for her past with Su Yang, as for Ningning's choice, for the time being, they can only be put aside. Lu Ruian took a deep breath, walked to the desk, picked up the internal phone, and her voice returned to her usual calm and decisive tone. But if you listen carefully, you could still detect a subtle tension. Secretary Lin, come in for a moment. Soon, Secretary Lin, dressed in a professional suit and looking capable and neat, pushed the door open and walked in. Boss Lu. Secretary Lin, Lu Ruian raised her eyes, her gaze sharp, and deliberately avoided the phone screen that was still on the table. Can you help me check for a new farmer who was quite popular on Dota recently? The account is called Ningning and Dad's Daily Life in the Countryside. The blogger is Su Yang, and he is in Qingshan Village. Secretary Lin's eyes flashed with surprise, but her good professionalism prevented her from asking any more questions. She just took out her notebook and prepared to take notes. Focus on understanding the agricultural products he grows, especially the cream strawberries and cucumbers, what the market feedback is like, and whether there is an authoritative quality inspection report. Lu Ruian paused, her tone very casual. Also, I heard that the Municipal Academy of Agricultural Sciences seems to be paying some attention to him. Check the specific cooperation between them and to what extent. Is it just a preliminary contact, or has a substantive project already been established? Who is in charge? Is Professor Zhang Yuanchao involved? She deliberately made the Academy of Agricultural Sciences the focus of her investigation and downplayed Su Yang himself as a person of concern in an attempt to cover up her real focus. Okay, Mr. Liu. Secretary Lin quickly wrote down the key points. Remember, Lu Ruian added, lowering her voice a bit, with an unquestionable command, find out from the side, be quiet, and don't let him realize that we are investigating him. Do you understand? Understood, Mr. Liu. Secretary Lin understood in his mind that it seemed that the relationship between this new farmer and President Liu was probably more than just a matter of business concern. But she knew what to ask and what not to ask. Go ahead. Lu Ruian waved her hand. Secretary Lin nodded, turned around and left the office, closing the door gently. The huge office fell silent again. Lu Ruian slowly sat back in her chair and leaned against the back tiredly. The order has been issued, and the next step is to wait for the result. She picked up her phone and, for some unknown reason, clicked on the video again. Watching the screen, Ningning was holding a freshly picked cucumber and handing it to a gray-haired old man in a childish voice. Her little face was filled with the kind of pride and happiness from the bottom of her heart that she had never seen before. Lu Ruian's heart was once again stabbed with an indescribable pain. For the first time, she began to seriously think about a question. Did she really do the right thing by getting a divorce? Is Su Yang really just a good-for-nothing man? And is the career she is striving for really the whole meaning of life? These questions came like a tide, beating against her solid cognition and making her feel unprecedentedly confused. But soon, she shook her head vigorously to shake off these weak emotions. What is the point of thinking about these things? The top priority is to resolve the company's predicament. If Su Yang's crops can really solve the problem. She looked at Su Yang's profile on the screen with complicated eyes, and an extremely difficult and humiliating thought began to take shape in her mind. No, it's not the time yet. Let us wait for Secretary Lin's investigation results to come out first. She turned off the video, picked up another document, and forced herself to focus back on her work. But this time, those cold numbers and clauses no longer seemed to be able to easily occupy her mind as before. Chapter 27: The Assistant's Report and Lu Ruian's Complex Emotions. Not long after, when Secretary Lin pushed the door and entered the president's office again, he keenly noticed that the low pressure in the air seemed to be a little thicker than before. Mr. Liu had his back to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and his figure looked somewhat lonely against the backdrop of the bright city lights. His former sharpness in controlling everything seemed to be shrouded by some complex and inexplicable emotions. Boss Liu, the preliminary investigation results you requested about the new farmer Su Yang and his account, Ningning and Dad's daily life in the countryside, are out. Secretary Lin placed a concise report on the table, his voice professional and steady. Lu Ruian turned around slowly. Her face had returned to its usual calmness, but the ripples of emotion that flashed across the depths of her eyes had not completely subsided. Explain. She was brief and to the point. Okay. Secretary Lin opened his notebook and reported clearly. First, about agricultural products. Su Yang currently sells a fruit called cream strawberry on the Doudu platform, as well as cucumbers, which he has just started pre-selling in small quantities. According to the feedback from online buyers and the evaluation videos of multiple food bloggers. Secretary Lin paused, choosing his words carefully. The evaluation was extremely high, almost phenomenal praise. It is generally reported that the cream strawberry tastes far better than the high-end imported varieties on the market, is extremely sweet, has a unique creamy flavor, and has no sourness at all. The cucumber is also described as crisp, sweet and juicy, comparable to fruit. Lu Ruian's fingertips tightened unconsciously. Excellent taste? Phenomenal praise? These words pierced her nerves like needles. What her troubled high-end catering project lacks most is this kind of top-notch ingredients that can surprise and amaze picky customers. Online sales are booming, Secretary Lin continued. They sell products online in limited quantities or through live streaming. Every time they are put on the shelves, they are sold out in seconds. The prices are very high. For example, cream strawberries are sold at 128 yuan per kilogram, but they are still in short supply. There are even scalpers who are reselling them at a higher price. The number of fans is growing very fast, and they have already gained considerable attention. Demand exceeds supply, scalpers. There was a barely perceptible hint of sarcasm at the corner of Lu Ruian's mouth, but her heart was in turmoil. The man who she thought would be poor and destitute, was actually using a method that she despised to create a market effect that even she was jealous of? This is a cruel mockery of her business judgment. Secondly, regarding the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Secretary Lin lowered his voice a little. According to the information we learned from the side, the Crop Research Institute of the Municipal Academy of Agricultural Sciences has indeed shown a high interest in Su Yang. The director of the institute, Professor Zhang Yuanxiao, a breeding expert, personally led a team to Qingshan village for a field investigation 2 days ago. Professor Zhang went there in person? Lu Ruian's heart sank suddenly. Yes. Secretary Lin nodded in confirmation. It is said that Professor Zhang has a very high opinion of the cucumbers grown by Su Yang and another type of edible sweet corn that has not yet matured. At present, the two sides have reached a preliminary cooperation intention. The Academy of Agricultural Sciences will provide Su Yang with free technical support, including soil monitoring, pest control guidance, etc., and will issue official quality inspection reports for his agricultural products and assist in applying for pollution-free and green food certification. The person in charge of the connection is Li Wei, a researcher at the Crop Research Institute. Professor Zhang attaches great importance to this matter. Official quality report. Green certification. Technical support. Each of these words hit Lu Ruian's pain points precisely. The resources of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences that she had tried so hard to win over had actually been delivered to Su Yang. And it is done in a way that is almost like support. Why? Just based on the things he grew using those evil ways? Lu Ruian felt her blood boiling and she tried her best to restrain herself from losing her composure. She could even imagine Su Yang's calm and indifferent look, as if he had everything under control, which made her even more annoyed. Secretary Lin observed the ever-changing expression of CEO Lu, paused for a moment, and then continued to report the last part, which she thought might touch CEO Lu the most. Finally, about his daughter. Su Wenning. Secretary Lin chose his words carefully. From the content of the video he posted, the little girl's life in the countryside is very happy. The video records many scenes of her and her father playing in the fields, interacting with small animals, and exploring nature. The innocent and carefree state she showed is very touching. In the comments section, many netizens expressed that they were healed by the warm daily interactions between the father and daughter, and they envied their living conditions very much. Happiness? Lu Ruian's voice suddenly rose, with a hint of incredible sharpness, and then quickly lowered it, returning to its cold tone. How can there be happiness in a place like the countryside? As she said this, her mind uncontrollably emerged with vivid images in the video of Ningning chasing a big white goose, laughing while holding a chicken, and eating strawberries while sitting on the doorstep. That smile was the most unreserved and brilliant she had ever seen on Ningning's face. Secretary Lin did not respond, but added objectively, at least from the video, the little girl is in very good spirits, has adapted to the new environment very quickly, and has a very close relationship with her father. Extremely intimate. These 4 words were like a blunt knife, slowly cutting Lu Ruian's heart. When Ningning was with her, although he had no material worries, he was always cautious and in awe of her. But next to Su Yang, she was like a bird that had broken free from its fetters, free and unfettered, with a clear laugh. Is it jealousy? Yes, she is jealous. She was jealous of how easily Su Yang could gain her daughter's wholehearted dependence and love, and she was jealous of the natural warmth between them that she had never had. Are you regretting it? Maybe. If she had spent more time on her family, if she had not looked down on Su Yang's efforts, would the ending have been different? Are you unwilling? Of course not. How could she, Lu Ruian, lose to a man who was eliminated by her? Is it true that everything she worked so hard for is not as good as that seemingly cheap companionship? Various complex emotions intertwined and collided in Lu Ruian's heart, making her feel so powerless and confused for the first time. Su Yang's success was like a loud slap in the face, slapping her rationality and achievements that she was proud of. Her past evaluation of Su Yang as content with the status quo, lacking ambition, and only knowing how to cook and take care of children seemed so one-sided and harsh in the face of these ironclad facts. And for her daughter, the material supplies that she was so proud of seemed to have lost their meaning in the face of pure happiness. The strong longing came like a tide, almost drowning her. She wanted to rush to Qingshan village immediately, take Ningning back, and tell her mother that this was the best place. But, looking at Ningning's heartfelt smile in the video, she hesitated again. Will I really be happier if I go back than I am now? Boss Lu? Secretary Lin saw that she had been silent for a long time and reminded her softly. Lu Ruian suddenly came to her senses, took a deep breath, and forced down her surging emotions. I understand. Her voice sounded a little hoarse, but still carried unquestionable majesty. Put the report here, and you go out first. Okay, Mr. Liu. Secretary Lin stepped out and the office door was gently closed again. Lu Ruian stood alone in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling city below. The bright lights and heavy traffic were once her favorite scenery, symbolizing the power she controlled and her endless ambition. But at this moment, her heart was empty. Su Yang. Ning Ning. Academy of Agricultural Sciences. These people and things, like an invisible net, trapped her tightly. She picked up her phone and clicked on Ning Ning and her father's daily life in the countryside again. This time, she didn't fast forward, but watched Su Yang's figure in the video carefully, his gentle profile when he told Ning Ning a story, his focused back when he worked in the fields, his eyes full of doting when he looked at his daughter. This man seemed a little different from the taciturn and slightly dull house husband in her memory. There is a kind of calmness and confidence in him, a kind of steadiness and strength that is rooted in the land. And this change seemed to have started from leaving her. This realization made Lu Ruian's heart ache again. Maybe she really misjudged him? Once this thought came to her mind, it was like a wildly growing vine that entangled her heart, causing her to have a huge wavering view of her life and choices for the first time. Chapter 28, An Excuse for Chance Encounter. Secretary Lin stepped out and the office door was gently closed, blocking out all sounds from the outside world, but it was unable to calm the turmoil in Lu Ruian's heart. She sat stiffly alone in the large CEO chair, her fingertips cold, and every word that Secretary Lin had just reported echoed in her mind. The evaluation is extremely high, phenomenal praise, far exceeding the high-end varieties in the market, official quality report, Professor Zhang personally inspected, preliminary cooperation intention, Ning Ning is very happy, extremely close. Every word was like an ice-hardened dagger, piercing precisely into the proudest yet most vulnerable part of her heart. Su Yang. The man whom she thought would be devastated and down and out, actually rose up quietly in a field that she knew nothing about, in a way that she could not understand? Those wildly snatched cream strawberries and highly praised cucumbers even attracted Professor Zhang Yuanchao, a leading figure from the Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences, to visit them in person and offer technical support and official certification. This made her feel more irritated and unwilling than any commercial success. The resources and recognition that Lu Ruian had tried so hard to obtain seemed to be easily obtained by Su Yang. Why? Is it because he was lucky that he got the so-called experimental variety? And Ning Ning, the princess she held in her hands and built up with the most expensive materials, actually found the pure happiness that she had never given her in that dilapidated country courtyard? What kind of happiness can there be in a place like the countryside? The words that she just blurted out sounded so pale and self-deceptive. The girl's joy when chasing the butterfly and her satisfied smile when holding the chick in the video, the unfettered freedom and joy from the heart, cannot be replaced by any brand-name clothes or toys. Envy? Regret? Humiliation? All kinds of complicated emotions were like an overturned pallet, smearing randomly in her heart, making her usually clear and calm thinking become confused. Su Yang's success, like a mirror, reflects her past prejudice and harshness. The condensed happiness was like a hammer, smashing her self-righteous "it's for your own good." In the face of all this, the business empire she was so proud of and her ability to control everything seemed a little ridiculous. Calm down. You must calm down. Lu Ruian pinched her palm hard, forcing herself to pull herself away from the chaotic emotions. She is a businesswoman and problem-solving comes naturally to her. Let us put personal grudges aside for now. The most important thing right now is the company's high-end organic catering project that is stuck in a quagmire. She picked up the report on the project's difficulties on the table and the investigation materials that Secretary Lin had just left behind, and her eyes moved quickly between the two, trying to find a connection. Raw material quality, lack of flavoring substances, customer complaints focus on the taste of ingredients. Her eyes suddenly fixed on a key bottleneck raised by the dessert or D department in the project report: the urgent need for a strawberry variety with extremely high sweetness, unique flavor, and natural creamy aroma to enhance the competitiveness of the hotel's signature desserts. All the varieties currently available on the market, including those imported at high prices, cannot fully meet the requirements. Natural creamy aroma, extremely sweet. Isn't this description exactly the characteristics of Su Yang's cream strawberry in Secretary Lin's report? A thought that made her scalp tingle instantly hit her. Could it be that the key raw material that the company's project urgently needs to break through is the G cream strawberry grown by Su Yang? Lu Ruian's heart felt like it was hit hard by a sledgehammer, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. She immediately looked through other parts of the catering program and discovered that the salad and cold cuts sections were also facing demands for top quality cucumbers and specialty corns. They were required to have a crispness, sweetness, and juice content far exceeding that of ordinary organic vegetables, and preferably to provide a unique flavor experience. In Secretary Lin's report, buyers commented on the Suyang cucumbers as crisp, sweet, and juicy, comparable to fruits, and Professor Zhang of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences had high expectations for the sweet corn that can be eaten raw. All the clues pointed to a fact that was hard for her to accept but had to face. The agricultural products in Su Yang's hands were very likely the magic pill to save her company's project. This realization was even more shocking than the previous discovery of Su Yang and Ning Ning's identities, because it directly touched upon Lu Ruian's most core area business. This is simply the most absurd and ironic joke played by fate. She, the president of Lu Group and an elite in the business world, might need to seek help from her ex-husband, who was kicked out of the company and left with nothing, and whom she had always looked down upon, in order to resolve the company's crisis. How does she cope with this? How could she face Su Yang? Giving alms as a high and mighty ex-wife? Or should I humble myself and beg for cooperation? Lu Ruian felt humiliated and embarrassed just thinking about these scenes. She subconsciously wanted to resist and find alternatives. Maybe we can cooperate indirectly through the Academy of Agricultural Sciences? After all, they have established contact with Su Yang. But she quickly rejected the idea. The Academy of Agricultural Sciences provides technical support and quality certification, but the real source lies with Su Yang. Moreover, given how much Professor Zhang values Su Yang, he probably won't easily give up resources of this level. In order to obtain raw materials of this quality in a stable and large-scale manner, direct contact with Su Yang seems to be the only and most efficient way. For the company, for the project. Lu Ruian repeated this to herself in her mind, trying to use professional reasons to convince her struggling self-esteem. Yes, this is purely business. It has nothing to do with personal feelings. She did this for the benefit of the Lu Group and to recover the losses of the project. She needed Su Yang's produce as much as she needed any other quality supplier. It doesn't matter who he is or what their past is. As long as she can get what she needs, pay some price, or even lower herself a little, what's wrong with that? Thinking of this, Lu Ruian's tense body seemed to relax a little. Although she was still full of contradictions and discomfort deep in her heart, at least she found an excuse for herself to contact Su Yang, a seemingly high-sounding but unavoidable business reason. Cooperate. As the president of Lu Group, he went to talk to the new farmer Su Yang about cooperation on the supply of high-quality agricultural products. This sounds not so unacceptable. Lu Ruian slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the still bustling night scene outside the window. Her eyes became complex and deep again. She has not yet figured out what to do specifically or how to start this doomed business negotiation. But the direction seems to have gradually become clear. No matter what, she might have to meet Su Yang again, the man she thought she had completely eliminated from her life. And this time, the initiative does not seem to be entirely in her hands. Chapter 29, The Academy of Agricultural Sciences Matchmaking. Lu Ruian sat alone in the large executive chair, her fingertips cold. Outside the window was the ever-changing bustling night scene of Jiangcheng, but in her eyes, it seemed covered with a layer of gray. Every word that Secretary Lin reported just now was like throwing a huge rock into the chaotic lake of her heart, stirring up huge waves. Su Yang's success, Ning Ning's happiness, and the Academy of Agricultural Sciences' attention all ran counter to her predictions when she got divorced, like a silent slap in the face of her rationality and control that she was proud of. What she found most absurd and unacceptable was that the bottleneck of raw materials for the company's high-end catering project, which she had tried so hard to solve, the long-sought magic pill with unique flavor and top quality, was actually in the hands of her ex-husband, who had been kicked out of the house and whom she had always believed would fail miserably. The unique flavor of creamy strawberries and the amazing texture of cucumber are exactly the breakthroughs her project has been looking for. Lu Ruian closed her eyes, took a few deep breaths, and forced herself to suppress her surging personal emotions. She is Lu Ruian, the helmsman of the Lu Group, and business decisions cannot be influenced by personal emotions. Now is not the time to dwell on past grudges and the ridiculous self-esteem in our hearts. Solving the current difficulties and recovering the losses of the project is the top priority. If Su Yang's agricultural products are the only key to solving the problem, then she must get them no matter how embarrassing the process is. Business cooperation, yes, this is just a pure business cooperation. She needed Su Yang's produce as much as she needed quality products from any other supplier. As for their past, it doesn't matter. After sorting out her thoughts, Ruian opened her eyes again, and her eyes regained their former sharpness and calmness. She pressed the intercom, her voice steady, without any disturbance. "Secretary Lin, come in for a moment." Secretary Lin quickly pushed the door open and stood in front of the desk. "Boss Lu, I asked you to arrange a meeting with Professor Zhang from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences." Ruian crossed her fingers and placed them on the table. She spoke in a businesslike tone. "Now, in the name of the group, we are formally sending a cooperation consultation letter to the Cooperation and Development Department of the Municipal Academy of Agricultural Sciences." She paused, carefully choosing her words to make sure it sounded entirely commercial. "For example, our group's high-end organic catering project has encountered a bottleneck in the stable supply of top-quality specialty ingredients, especially strawberries, cucumbers, and new corns with unique flavors and excellent quality. We know that the Academy of Agricultural Sciences is authoritative in the research and development and promotion of new crop varieties, and we hope to discuss the possibility of cooperation with the Academy to seek technical support or high-quality seed sources and product supply channels." She deliberately made her demands vague, only mentioning categories and quality requirements, avoiding directly naming Su Yang, and putting herself in a position of seeking help from official scientific research institutions. "Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll do it right away." Secretary Lin quickly understood the intention and wrote it down in his notebook. The process of sending a formal letter of inquiry in the name of the group seems very formal and is in line with Mr. Lu's usual style of doing things. "Go ahead." Ruian waved her hand. After Secretary Lin left, Ruian looked at the investigation report on Su Yan on the table with complicated eyes. She knew that once this inquiry letter was delivered, the Academy of Agricultural Sciences would most likely mention Su Yang. After all, Secretary Lin's investigation has clearly pointed out that Professor Zhang has a very high opinion of Su Yang's crops and has reached a preliminary technical support cooperation. The Academy of Agricultural Sciences is probably now worried about how to maximize the value of Su Yang and other treasures, and the fact that a large enterprise like the Lu Group, which has strength, channels, and precise needs, has come to it on its own initiative is like a perfect match. Sure enough, not long after, Secretary Lin knocked on the door again, with an undisguised look of surprise and subtle expression on his face. "Boss Lu, the Agricultural Science Academy's Cooperation and Development Department responded very quickly, and Professor Zhang Yuanchao personally called back." "Oh?" Ruian's heart moved, but her expression remained calm. "What did Professor Zhang say?" Professor Zhang said that he welcomes Lu's group's attention to the field of agricultural technology, and that they have recently discovered and initially cooperated with a very promising new farmer in Qingshan village. The crops grown by this new farmer are of extremely high quality. In particular, the cream strawberries and a new variety of cucumbers have a taste and flavor that far exceeds existing varieties, and they just meet our needs. Secretary Lin carefully observed Mr. Lu's expression while reporting. Professor Zhang believes that although this new farmer is not large in scale at present, its products have great potential. If it can cooperate with a powerful and quality-oriented enterprise like our Lu Group, it will be a win-win situation. Ruian's heart skipped a beat, but she remained calm. "This new farmer that Professor Zhang mentioned is..." "Yes, Mr. Lu," Secretary Lin nodded slightly, confirming her guess. "It's Mr. Su Yang, who you asked me to investigate before." Even though she had expected this, when this name was directly linked to the identity of partner, Ruian still felt an indescribable feeling of suffocation. Professor Zhang also suggested. Secretary Lin continued, keeping his tone as neutral as possible. "If our group is interested in Mr. Su Yang's agricultural products, we can contact him directly to negotiate. The Academy of Agricultural Sciences can provide the preliminary test data they currently have as a reference, and are happy to act as a matchmaker to facilitate cooperation between the two parties." Ruian could almost imagine Professor Zhang as a scholar who was passionate about agricultural promotion. The Academy of Agricultural Sciences, the authoritative organization that she had originally hoped could provide a solution, has now become the middleman that pushed her towards Su Yang. The arrangement of fate is really too ironic. "I understand." Ruian's voice was emotionless. "Give me a copy of the preliminary test data provided by Professor Zhang. As for the contact with Mr. Su Yang, I will think about it again." "Okay, Mr. Lu." Secretary Lin stepped back in response. Ruian was the only one left in the office again. She slowly leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. The Academy of Agricultural Sciences has clearly pointed the way towards Su Yang. The ex-husband whom she once disdained and even asserted during the divorce that he was unable to support herself and her daughter. Now, she needs to face him as a business partner seeking cooperation. This was more than just a business negotiation, it was a ruthless trial of her past judgments and choices. How should she start? Is it as the high and mighty President Lu, or as Ningning's mother? Either way, it made her feel unprecedented awkwardness and humiliation. But the logic of business is cruel. Lu Group needs Su Yang's products to break the impasse. There is no doubt about this. It seems that, whether she likes it or not, this business encounter with her ex-husband has already been set in motion and has to happen. However, she still needs to plan carefully how to meet him. Lu Ruian opened her eyes, and a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. She needs a perfect entry point, a way that can achieve business goals while maintaining her own face to the greatest extent. Chapter 30, First Official Contact. Lu Ruian stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the glittering Jiangcheng below. The night was as dark as ink, but it could not conceal the eternal hustle and bustle of this city, nor could it suppress the turbulent waves surging in her heart at this moment. Secretary Lin's report was still fresh in her mind, and every word was like a heavy hammer, striking her tense nerves. Su Yang, the man she thought had long been defeated by reality and destined to fail, not only did not become destitute, but instead, in a way she could not understand, he made a name for himself in the countryside that she despised. What made her feel absurd and ironic was that the top ingredients that her company had been looking for to break the dilemma, the creamed strawberries and cucumbers with unique flavors and quality far exceeding the existing high-end varieties, were not even the sustainable ones that the Academy of Agricultural Sciences had high hopes for. Raw sweet corn, the source is actually from Su Yang. The Academy of Agricultural Sciences, the authoritative institution that she had originally placed high hopes on and hoped to find a breakthrough in cooperation, has now become a middleman and suggested that she go directly to Su Yang to negotiate. Fate plays such a big joke on us. For the company and the project, she had to go. Lu Ruian closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and forced down the complicated emotions of jealousy, unwillingness, regret, and humiliation that were surging in her chest. She is Lu Ruian, the president of Lu Group, and must put business interests first. Personal grudges and that ridiculous bit of self-esteem are not worth mentioning in the face of the group's strategic layout. Since Su Yang's agricultural products are the key to solving the problem, she must go for it no matter how much resistance or embarrassment she feels in her heart. Yes, this is just a business negotiation. She needed Su Yang's produce as much as she needed any other quality supplier. As for who he is or what their past was, it doesn't matter. What matters is the result. After figuring this out, Lu Ruian's tense body seemed to relax a little, and her eyes regained the calmness and decisiveness that a businesswoman should have. She picked up the internal phone and dialed Secretary Lin's number. The voice was steady, without any abnormality. Secretary Lin, please handle this yourself. Contact Mr. Su Yang from Qingshan Village in the name of the group's purchasing department. Secretary Lin on the other end of the phone paused for a moment, but immediately responded professionally, "Okay, Mr. Lu. What are the specific matters?" Lu Ruian paused, as if weighing her words to make sure they sounded completely businesslike. For example, the Orui International Hotel under our group is very interested in the high-quality creamed strawberries and cucumbers sold on the Dodo platform. After preliminary evaluation, it is considered that they meet the selection criteria for our hotel's high-end organic catering project. She deliberately emphasized the hotel project and material selection criteria, framing this contact entirely within the commercial context. Ask him about the specific supply capacity of these two products, such as the maximum monthly output, supply cycle, and the corresponding wholesale purchase price. In addition, ask him whether he is interested in establishing a long-term, stable supply cooperation relationship with our hotel. Lu Ruian's tone was as calm as if she was talking about an ordinary purchase order, as if the person on the other end of the phone was just an ordinary, potential supplier, and not her ex-husband, with whom she had been married for 6 years and had a daughter. If he is interested, you can ask him to provide a detailed product introduction and quotation to the purchasing department's mailbox. The purchasing department will then contact him with the subsequent details. She added, deliberately distancing herself from direct contact. Understood, President Lu. I will contact Mr. Su Yang via email or business text message in the name of the purchasing department. The wording will be very professional and will not involve anything else. Secretary Lin immediately understood that President Lu wanted to keep his distance and handle matters purely on the job. Well, go ahead and do it. Lu Ruian hung up the phone, but her fingertips unconsciously tapped lightly on the cold table. The instructions have been given and the first step has been taken. Next, it depends on Su Yang's reaction. What will his attitude be? Surprise? Ridicule? Or, you just like her, doing business impartially? Lu Ruian's heart was once again uncontrollably in a state of confusion. Qingshan Village, the old house of the Su family. Su Yang had just finished a call with Li Wei, a researcher at the Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences, and confirmed that they would send technicians over tomorrow to conduct the first data collection on the soil and crop growth environment. After hanging up the phone, he was squatting in the yard, patiently teaching Ningning how to use a small shovel to loosen the soil for the newly sprouted corn seedlings. Dad, look. Have the baby corns had enough water again? When will they grow big sweet cobs? Ningning raised her rosy little face, her big eyes full of anticipation for the food. Soon, Dad and Ningning will take good care of them, and they will grow up soon. Su Yang smiled and rubbed his daughter's head, feeling peaceful in his heart. For him, his current life is busy but extremely fulfilling. Watching his daughter grow up happily in the sunshine day by day, and watching this land come alive with his efforts, this kind of solid sense of happiness is something he has never experienced in the past 6 years of his life as a househusband. At this moment, the mobile phone placed on the small stool next to it made a ding-dong sound, and received a new message. Su Yang picked up his phone and glanced at it casually. The sender was from an unfamiliar number, but the signature at the beginning of the message, Lu Group Purchasing Department, and the following, Orui International Hotel, instantly made his eyes focus slightly. Lu Group? Ori Hotel? Su Yang's eyebrows raised slightly, then he regained his composure. There was no wave in his heart, not even a ripple. Is it because his creamed strawberries and cucumbers are shaking and causing him to get irritated? Or is it through the connection at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences? Su Yang didn't care. To him, Lu Ruian and the Lu Group are already a thing of the past. Now he just wants to stay peacefully in Qingshan Village, accompany Ningning, and manage his own small farm. However, he had no reason to refuse the business that came to his door. After all, system points and startup capital are what he urgently needs right now. He quickly glanced at the content of the message. It was indeed a call for his strawberries and cucumbers, asking about supply capacity and price, expressing the intention of long-term cooperation, and the wording was very standard and professional. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Su Yang's mouth. This is in line with Lu Ruian's style. Even when contacting her ex-husband, she has to act in a businesslike and group purchase manner. He did not feel the slightest bit of vanity or pride about being noticed by his ex-wife's company. Instead, he found it somewhat funny. She looked down on him so much in the beginning, thinking that he would be useless without the Lu family, but now she is sending people to purchase the things he grows. It's really unpredictable. He put the phone back in his pocket and didn't reply immediately. The Lu Group's purchasing volume must be large, but its production is currently very limited, and logistics is also a big problem. Moreover, he needs to think carefully about cooperating with Lu Ruian's company. It's not because of personal grudges, but purely from a business perspective, assessing the risks and benefits. He is now the manager of Ningning and Dad's daily life in the countryside, an independent new farmer, and no longer the Su Yang who needs to rely on the Lu family for survival. Dad, what's the matter? Is there another uncle or aunt who wants to buy strawberries? Ningning saw her father staring at his phone in a daze, so she came over curiously and asked. Well, that's about right. Su Yang put away his thoughts, smiled and pinched his daughter's nose. Let's go check on our cucumbers. It looks like we can pick the first batch tomorrow. Wow! That's great. I can eat crunchy and sweet cucumbers. Ningning's attention was immediately diverted and she ran towards the cucumber field cheering. Looking at his daughters jumping back, Su Yang's eyes softened. Chapter 31 Su Yang's new career stage. Su Yang took the time to reply to the professional and programmed message from the purchasing department of Lu Group after he and Ningning checked the cucumber vines. The content is also concise and official. Thank you for your attention. Ningning and her father's daily life in the countryside. The current agricultural product output is limited and is mainly sold directly through online platforms. The specific production volume, supply cycle, and cooperation model of cream strawberries and high-quality cucumbers will depend on the harvesting situation. If you are interested, please provide specific demand and cooperation plan details for evaluation. The signature is Su Yang, a new farmer from Qingshan Village. He used no superfluous terms, nor did he betray any personal emotions. Just like responding to any ordinary business inquiry, the ball was kicked back neither softly nor hard. He didn't really care about how Lu Ruian would react. The focus of his life now is Ningning, the hopeful land beneath his feet, and the cooperation with the Municipal Academy of Agricultural Sciences, which has just entered the substantive stage. Since Professor Zhang Yuanxia visited in person and expressed his intention to cooperate, the technical support from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences was quickly implemented. Early in the morning, researcher Li Wei brought his assistant Xiao Zhang and a soil technician who looked more experienced and came to Su Yang's old house in Qingshan village again. Good morning, Mr. Su. As agreed, we are here to carry out the first detailed data collection and technical services. When Li Wei saw Su Yang, his face was filled with the enthusiasm and rigor unique to scientific researchers. Researcher Li, thank you for your hard work. Please come in. Su Yang welcomed them into the yard with a smile. The team from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences is very professional. They brought portable soil analyzers, environmental monitoring equipment, etc. Soil technicians carefully selected multiple sampling points in the strawberry fields inside the courtyard and the cucumber and corn fields outside the courtyard to collect soil samples, and conducted preliminary tests on the soil's pH, organic matter content, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and trace elements on site. Mr. Su, the improvement effect of the land outside your hospital is amazing. The technician in charge of the test looked at the data displayed on the instrument and couldn't help but exclaimed in amazement. It has only been a short time, and the soil fertility level has directly increased from E poor in our last preliminary assessment to C medium. The organic matter content has increased significantly, the pH value has also tended to be neutral, and there is no sign of fertilizer residue at all. Your folk method is really extraordinary. Su Yang smiled secretly in his heart. This was naturally the result of the soil improvement, primary technology, and system optimization. However, he was still modest. I just used more fermented farm manure and wood ash, and plowed the soil more diligently. I was lucky and it happened to be the right way. Li Wei and Xiao Zhang carefully checked the growth of cucumbers and corn, recording the color of leaves, thickness of stems, and the presence of pests and diseases. This batch of cucumbers is growing very well, with dark green leaves and no obvious signs of disease. Li Wei observed the cucumbers that were about to mature. At this growth rate, the cycle is at least 1/3 shorter than the best control variety in our institute. Dad. Uncle Li. Look, can we eat the cucumber babies tomorrow? Ningning, like a little master, with her hands behind her back, followed the adults around the fields. When she saw the abundant fruits hanging on the cucumber vines, she asked excitedly. Yes, Ningning will be able to eat the crispy and sweet cucumbers grown by her father tomorrow. Li Wei responded with a smile. He had a very good impression of this shy, sensible, and lovely little girl. After collecting the data, the technician began to provide Su Yang with specific management suggestions. Mr. Su, according to the soil test results, the current soil fertility is sufficient for cucumbers and corn. However, the amount of fertilizer required for corn will increase after it enters the jointing stage. Especially nitrogen fertilizer and potassium fertilizer, you can apply some decomposed cake fertilizer or biogas slurry in appropriate amounts later. Pay attention to ventilation for cucumbers and keep the leaves dry, which can effectively prevent downy mildew. Su Yang listened carefully and nodded from time to time. The professional knowledge provided by the Academy of Agricultural Sciences can be used to verify and supplement the contents of the system information database, allowing him to have a more scientific and systematic understanding of planting management, and also providing him with a more reasonable scientific basis for explaining the excellent performance of crops to outsiders in the future. This technical service lasted for a whole morning. The team from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences collected a large amount of data and also provided many practical suggestions. A few days later, Li Wei came to Qingshan village again, and this time he brought a brand new sign. The sign has black letters on a white background. The style is simple but exudes a sense of official authority. It clearly reads, Cooperative Experimental Base for New and Excellent Crop Varieties of the Crop Research Institute of Jiangcheng Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Mr. Su, Professor Zhang specifically asked us to send this. Li Wei handed the sign to Su Yang solemnly. This is not only a recognition of your planting results, but also a symbol of our cooperation. In the future, our institute will regularly send technicians to provide support and jointly build this experimental base. Su Yang took the sign, his hand weighed down, and an indescribable excitement and sense of security surged in his heart. Although this brand is more symbolic at present, the official endorsement it represents is very important. With it, those doubts about hormones and scripts on the internet will be self-defeating. His agricultural products truly bear the labels of high quality, safety, and science. Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Zhang and the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, for your trust. Su Yang said sincerely. Under the envious and astonished gazes of Uncle Wang and other villagers who had rushed to watch the fun after hearing the news, Su Yang solemnly hung the sign on the slightly modeled wall of his own courtyard. The dilapidated wall of the old house and the sign representing the recognition of modern agricultural technology form a strange and harmonious contrast, as if announcing the beginning of a new stage. Xiao Yang. You really are an expert now. The Academy of Agricultural Sciences is working with you. Uncle Wang looked at the sign and felt proud. I just planted them randomly. I got lucky and came across a good variety. Su Yang still smiled modestly. With the official endorsement of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, Su Yang's content creation on the Doudu platform also began to change quietly. He still insists on recording and capturing the warm and interesting daily life in the countryside, which is the core charm of the account. But on this basis, he began to consciously add some popular science elements. For example, when demonstrating the amazing growth of cucumbers, he would briefly mention the suggestions of the technicians from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences on soil improvement and organic farming, emphasizing the importance of scientific farming. When filming Ningning watering corn seedlings, he also introduced the water requirements of corn at different growth stages, and how to judge whether it is lacking water by observing the state of the leaves. Even when sharing how to use wood ash water to control aphids, some concepts of physical control and ecological balance are cited. He explained these contents in a simple and easy-to-understand way, combined with vivid images and Ningning's occasional childish words. Not only did the video not become boring, but it increased the knowledge and fun, and improved the style of the account. The response from fans was also very positive. It turns out that the anchor's crops grow well, not only because of the breed of cattle, but also because of the scientific planting. I've learned something. I'll try this method when growing vegetables at home. The anchor is not only a good parent, but also an expert in agricultural technology. I admire her. Watching Ningning's dad's videos is not only healing, but also allows you to learn things. Love it. With the cooperation of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, who dares to question the anchor's use of hormones now? Chapter 32 Su Wenning becomes a little expert. Ever since a sign-reading cooperative experimental base for new and excellent crop varieties of Crop Research Institute of Jiangcheng Academy of Agricultural Sciences was hung on the wall of the courtyard, Su Yang's small farm in Qingshan village has been completely gilded. The villagers' eyes when they looked at Su Yang changed from initial curiosity and sympathy to admiration and a hint of inquiry. Even the look in his eyes when he looked at Ningning was filled with a hint of this kid will definitely have a great future. The core of all these changes, in addition to the crops that are growing well, is the little girl, Su Wenning, who follows her father around in the fields all day long. This little guy seems to have been influenced by the academic atmosphere since Uncle Lee and technicians from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences came to visit him several times. Su Yang originally just wanted her to play freely in the fields and get close to nature, but he didn't expect Ningning to develop a strong interest in the flowers, plants, fruits, and vegetables. She has a good memory and loves to ask questions. Su Yang explains patiently, and Li Wei and the others occasionally tease her and talk a few words. After a while, Ningning's little head was actually filled with a lot of agricultural knowledge. In the afternoon, Su Yang was shooting new Doudu video material in the cucumber field outside the yard. High-quality cucumbers, the picking season has arrived. The trellises are full of straight green cucumbers with flowers and thorns on top, which is pleasing to the eye. Su Yang plans to shoot a video on picking cucumbers and introducing their characteristics to warm up for the live broadcast in the evening. The camera was pointed at a cucumber of excellent appearance, and Su Yang's gentle voice rang out, "Family members, look at our cucumbers. Today is the first day of picking. They are well proportioned and emerald green. The small yellow flowers on the top are still blooming. They are very fresh." Before he could finish his words, a figure wearing a floral apron ran into the camera. It was Su Wenning. The little guy ran to the cucumber rack, stood on tiptoe, pointed at the cucumber with his chubby little hand, and explained to the camera seriously. "This is a baby cucumber. Look at the little thorns on it. It feels a little prickly. Dad said that this means it is very fresh." She tilted her head, trying to recall what she had heard before, and continued in a baby voice, "Uncle Lee said that cucumber babies like to bask in the sun and drink a lot of water, so that they can grow straight and sweet. The soil in our house is very good, and my father has improved it. They live very comfortably here." Su Yang held up his cell phone and looked at his daughter's serious expression, almost laughing out loud. Improve soil? Comfortable? This little guy really learns and applies what he has learned. He suppressed his laughter and asked cooperatively, Ningning, do you know what other uses cucumber babies have besides being delicious? I know. Ningning immediately puffed out her chest and counted on her fingers like a little teacher. You can use it as a facial mask. It feels cool when you put it on your face. You can also flatten it and mix it with cold dishes. Dad's smashed cucumbers are the best. As she spoke, her little foodie nature was exposed again. She couldn't help licking her lips and staring at the cucumber eagerly. Su Yang was completely amused, and the camera even shook a little. He quickly ended the filming and saved this unexpected and interesting clip. In the evening, Su Yang edited the video slightly, retaining Ningning's serious science popularization and the foodie nature that was revealed at the end, and posted it on Doudu with some relaxing music. The title is, My 4.5-year-old little agricultural expert is online. Online popular science about cucumber babies #####. As soon as the video was released, the comments section was instantly flooded with fans' enthusiasm. Ha ha ha. Baby Ningning is so adorable. Improved soil? Cucumber baby is living comfortably? I'm dying of laughter. Seriously talking nonsense, not really, seriously popularizing science. This little baby voice is so adorable. She can also make facial masks and pound cucumbers. Ningning knows so much. She's really Dad's little helper. She's been influenced by her surroundings. Following Father Su and the uncles from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, Ningning is on her way to becoming the youngest new farmer. +1 for the youngest new farmer. So fitting. I'm a fan. Dad Su is really good at raising children. With this environment and this education method, how can a child not be curious and love to learn? Looking at Ningning's little appearance, I suddenly think farming is quite interesting. When will the anchor sell cucumbers again? I will definitely grab them. Looking at these kind comments and the ever-increasing number of likes, Su Yang felt warm in his heart. He originally just wanted to record his daughter's growth, but he didn't expect Ningning's unintentional popular science to add new charm to the account. Indeed, children's curiosity and learning ability are amazing. Ningning followed him around the fields every day, watching the seeds germinate, bloom and bear fruit, and listening to him discussing soil, fertilizer, diseases and pests with technicians from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. This knowledge was like seeds, taking root and sprouting in her little world. Although her understanding is still immature and her expressions are often childish, her seriousness and devotion are the most real and touching. Su Yang thought to himself, it seems that in future videos, we will have to give our Ningning little expert more opportunities to appear on camera. Chapter 33 Lu Ruian decides to take action personally. The business cooperation consultation email sent by the purchasing department of Lu Group, which was carefully worded and in standard format, fell on deaf ears, and no formal reply was received from Su Yang for 2 consecutive days. Following Lu Ruian's instructions, Secretary Lin tried again through the official private message function of the Doudu platform, in the name of the purchasing department, to send a message of cooperation intention with simpler wording but the same core content. The message also stated the identity of the purchasing department of the Ruian International Hotel and left an official contact email address. This time, the reply came quickly, but the content made the purchasing manager who was responsible for following up on the matter walk quickly into the president's office with his mobile phone in hand, his face looking a little ugly. Boss Lu, Mr. Su from Qingshan Village has replied. The purchasing manager handed the phone to Secretary Lin and asked her to pass it to Lu Ruian. Secretary Lin took the phone, clicked on the private message from the account, Ningning and Dad's daily life in the countryside, and read. Lu's Group Purchasing Department. Hello, thank you for your attention to our agricultural products. At present, the scale of the farm is limited. Cream strawberries and high-quality cucumbers mainly meet the needs of online booking customers in cooperation with the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. We do not have the spare capacity for large-scale offline wholesale supply. If we expand production in the future, we will consider expanding channels, and we can contact you again at that time. Best wishes for business. Su Yang, a new farmer in Qingshan Village. The reply was polite and thorough, with nothing to fault with it, but the tone of the reply, which was neither humble nor overbearing, and could even be said to be a polite refusal, was clearly conveyed between the lines. No energy left for the moment? We'll talk about it in the future? After hearing this, Lu Ruian's delicate eyebrows instantly raised, and a nameless anger rushed to her head. She stood up suddenly from her boss chair, her high heels tapping on the floor. Su Yang. He is so brave. Lu Group. Ruian International Hotel. How many suppliers were trying so hard to get access to this channel, but he dismissed them with a casual no spare capacity at the moment. Who does he think he is? Isn't it just luck that I grew something rare and got in touch with the Academy of Agricultural Sciences? Do you really think you can reach the top overnight and not take anyone seriously? Are the man who wore an old t-shirt, had a dull look in his eyes, and didn't he even dare to ask for more child support for his daughter during the divorce, and the new farmer who speaks so well, is so flawless, and even slightly arrogant now, really the same person? The huge sense of gap and the humiliation of being ignored tightly wrapped around Lu Ruian's heart like a vine, making it almost impossible for her to maintain the calmness and self-control that she was always proud of. Boss Lu. Secretary Lin saw the anger in Lu Ruian's eyes and quickly stepped forward, whispering, from a business perspective, Mr. Sua's reply is not completely unreasonable. His farm is indeed not large, and online sales are so popular. The Academy of Agricultural Sciences has also occupied some resources. Maybe the production capacity cannot keep up with our needs. She paused and added cautiously, moreover, his reply also left room for maneuver. If we expand production in the future, we will consider expanding channels. This shows that he has not completely closed the door to cooperation, but the conditions are not mature at this stage. Lu Ruian took a few deep breaths and forced herself to calm down. Secretary Lin was right, she couldn't let her personal emotions get the better of her. Su Yang is no longer the man who needs to rely on her. He has his own products, his own sales channels, and even the endorsement of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. He had the confidence to refuse, or in other words, the confidence to put forward higher conditions. It was she who was still stuck in the condescending mindset of the past, which was why she was angered by this seemingly bland reply. But, the company's project can't wait. The high-end organic catering project was strongly promoted by her, which is related to the group's strategic layout in the fields of high-end fresh food and biotechnology. If the business failed due to lack of key top-quality ingredients, it would not only be a huge financial loss, but also a heavy blow to her business vision and execution. The old guys on the board of directors wouldn't listen to her explanation of the grudges with her ex-husband. What are the results of the evaluation by the purchasing department and the project team? Lu Ruian sat back in her chair, her voice returning to her usual coldness. How necessary are Su Yan's agricultural products to our project? It's very important, Mr. Lu. Secretary Lin replied immediately, the project team has given us feedback, especially about its cream strawberries, whose unique flavor and high quality are unmatched by any substitutes on the market. They are of decisive significance for us to enhance the hotel's signature desserts and create a differentiated competitive advantage. Cucumbers and sweet corn that may be available in the future also have great potential. Of decisive significance. Lu Ruian's fingertips tightened unconsciously. It seems that the line with Su Yang must be opened up. However, his attitude of waiting for a good price was obviously not something that his subordinates in the purchasing department, who were used to the client's dominance, could easily deal with. And in Lu Ruian's mind, the image of that carefree face with a smile as bright as a sunflower standing in the countryside appeared again. She wanted to go and see it, to see it with her own eyes. See how Su Yang did it, and see what magic there is in that remote and poor place that she despised that could make her daughter so happy and so alienated from her as a mother. This is mixed with urgent business needs, reluctance and curiosity about her ex-husband's counterattack, and a mother's inseparable longing for her daughter and a complex emotion that she herself is unwilling to admit, wanting to get close but unable to do so. It seems that the people in the purchasing department can no longer be relied upon. Lu Ruian rubbed her brows, as if she had made a great decision. Her tone was filled with a hint of fatigue and helplessness for the sake of the overall situation. This project is too important to me and the group. We can't let it stagnate just because of the attitude of a new farmer. She looked at Secretary Lin, with a flash of unquestionable determination in her eyes. Since the initial contact was not smooth and the other party's supply capacity is limited, I should go to Qingshan village in person. She found the most plausible reason for her decision: just take it as an on-site inspection of this potentially rich supplier to see its farm environment, planting scale, and management level. It can also be regarded as expressing the sincerity of our Lu group in seeking cooperation. If the conditions are indeed excellent and worthy of our long-term cooperation, then the purchase price and cooperation conditions are not impossible to negotiate. Characterizing this trip as the president's condescension and field inspection to an important potential supplier, this slightly alleviated the awkwardness and humiliation she felt about meeting her ex-husband. Boss Lu, are you going in person? Secretary Lin's eyes flashed with understanding, but he didn't show it. He just asked professionally, okay, I'll arrange the itinerary for you right away. Is there anything else you need to prepare this time? Arrange a low-key car, don't use the group's license plate. Ruian ordered, and then as if she remembered something, she added, also, prepare some gifts suitable for little girls. They don't have to be too expensive, but they should be exquisite. Understood, Mr. Lu. Secretary Lin nodded in agreement, thinking to himself that it seemed that Mr. Lu's purpose of going to Qingshan village this time was probably not just to inspect suppliers. Ruian waved her hand, signaling Secretary Lin to go out. The office fell silent again. She stood alone in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the bustling city night scene outside the window, but she felt a sense of confusion and uneasiness in her heart as never before. Go to Qingshan village in person. Once this decision is made, it means that she must face Su Yang, the man whom she pushed away but who broke into her world again in an unexpected way. What will be waiting for her? His indifference? Ridicule? Or an attitude that was so calm that it made her even more embarrassed? And what about Ningning? What would be her reaction when she saw this incompetent mother? Will he still throw himself into her arms and act coquettishly like before? Or will he hide behind Su Yang and look at her with strange and timid eyes? For the first time, Ruian's heart was filled with so much uncertainty and complex emotions. But the arrow has been drawn. For the company, and also to figure out those questions deep in her heart that she dare not even touch, she must go on this trip. Chapter 34, Ex-Wife Arrives. The afternoon sun shines through the sparse clouds and lazily shines on the winding dirt road of Qingshan village. The air is filled with the fragrance of soil, the scent of grass and trees, and the faint smell of smoke wafting from distant farmhouses. To Ruian, who was used to the constant temperature air conditioning and aromatherapy scents in city office buildings, all of this seemed too rough and primitive. She looked a little embarrassed. The pair of priceless Jimmy Choo limited edition high heels on her feet were now carefully but inevitably sinking into the slightly soft yellow soil, and every step was extremely difficult. The heels were covered in mud, and the delicate nude patent leather was covered in a layer of gray dust, which made her germophobic nerves ache slightly. The well-tailored and expensive Chanel off-white suit she was wearing was originally meant to highlight her professionalism and sincerity in her supplier inspection trip, but at this moment, walking on this country road, it seemed so out of place, even a little funny. She could feel the fine beads of sweat oozing from her smooth forehead, and her carefully groomed hair was made a little messy by the afternoon breeze. Damn it, if I had known earlier I would have asked Secretary Lin to drive us closer to the village entrance. Ruian cursed in her heart in frustration. She originally thought that it shouldn't be far from the highway drop-off point to Su Yang's so-called old house. However, she didn't expect that this dirt road was so difficult to walk on and much longer than the vague impression she had in her memory. She raised her chin slightly, trying to maintain her usual superior attitude, but her eyes involuntarily swept across the shabby-looking brick houses on both sides of the road, the chickens and ducks running around freely in the yard, and the local dog lying lazily in the sun at the door, casting a wary look at her, the strange intruder. Is this the life Su Yang chose? Is this the environment Ningning faces every day? An indescribable irritation and a hint of panic that she herself was not even aware of surged in her heart. It's not that she has never been to this village before. Many years ago, she was forced by her parents to come back once with Su Yang, who was just an accidental partner at the time. Her impression of this place has long been vague. She only remembers the poverty and backwardness here, which made her eager to escape. Now, she would actually take the initiative to set foot on this land again, and to buy the things grown by her ex-husband? For the project and for the company. Ruian repeated this reason in her mind again, trying to convince herself and suppress the growing sense of humiliation and discomfort in her heart. Her appearance was undoubtedly like a stone thrown into the lake for the peaceful Qingshan village. A few elderly people who were enjoying the cool air and chatting under the old locust tree at the entrance of the village were the first to notice her. Hey, look! Which village is that girl from? She's dressed just like in the magazine. An old man holding a pipe in his mouth squinted his eyes and looked at him curiously. They're not like the ones we have here. Look at the heels. They're as thin as a needle. Can they be used on our dirt roads? An old lady who was picking vegetables nearby curled her lips. At this time, the sharp-eyed Aunt Chen slapped her thigh with a cry of ouch, lowering her voice but making sure that everyone around could hear her. Does she look familiar to you? She stretched her neck and carefully identified Ruian's face, which was still stunningly beautiful even though it looked a little disheveled. Does she look like the city wife that Xia Yang brought back before? What was her name? Yes, the rich daughter of the Lu family. As soon as Aunt Chen said this, there was a sound of inhalation and quieter discussions around her. It's true. The temperament is different. Why is she here? Didn't she say she was getting divorced from Xiaoyan? You are dressed so expensively, why did you come to this poor mountain village? Are you here to see your daughter? Or, Shu, keep your voice down, people may hear you. Although the villagers tried to keep their voices down, in the quiet afternoon, they still drifted into Lu Ruian's ears intermittently like the hum of a mosquito. Her face darkened slightly, and the knuckles of her fingers, which were gripping the exquisite handbag, turned white from the force. A bunch of country bumpkins. She thought with disdain in her heart, but her steps quickened involuntarily. She just wanted to get away from this uncomfortable crowd as soon as possible. She forced herself to look straight ahead, maintaining the last bit of pride and dignity that belonged to General Manager Lu. Relying on her vague memory and the rough direction given by Secretary Lin, she walked towards the slightly remote courtyard deep in the village. The further you go in, the sparser and more dilapidated the houses appear. The smell of earth in the air became stronger, and occasionally there was the smell of livestock manure. Lu Ruian's brows furrowed even more tightly. Su Yang, what are you thinking? In a place like this, what can you give Ningning? Even if you grow something, what can you change? Her heart was filled with doubts and an inexplicable irritation, but she did not stop. Chapter 35 Meeting on the Farm. Finally, after nearly spraining her ankle again and attracting the hostile barking of a big yellow dog on the side of the road, Lu Ruian saw the courtyard that was vague in her memory but now extremely clear. The courtyard wall is still the modeled earth and stone wall, but on it is neatly hung a brand new white sign that is out of tune with the surrounding environment. Cooperative Experimental Base for New and Excellent Crop Varieties of the Crop Research Institute of Jiangcheng Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Lu Ruian's pupils suddenly shrank. Secretary Lin's report is true. The Academy of Agricultural Sciences actually has such a formal cooperation with Su Yang. This sign, like a silent hammer, hit her confused mind hard, causing the psychological defense line of business inspection that she had forcefully constructed to crumble in an instant. She took a deep breath, suppressed the turmoil in her heart, straightened the slightly messy collar of her suit, and pushed open the half-open, equally shabby-looking wooden door. Inside the door, however, the scene was completely different. The weeds in the yard had long been cleared and the ground had been leveled. Although it was still dirt, it looked clean and tidy. A few hens were leisurely paddling for food in the corner, and there was a simple but tidy chicken coop next to them. At the foot of the courtyard wall, there are several bamboo racks covered with green vines, with a few red tomatoes and some tender cucumbers hanging on them. What caught her attention the most was the well-kept piece of land in the middle of the yard. The rows are neatly laid out, the soil looks loose and fertile, and the rows of green vegetable seedlings are full of vitality. Next to it, there is a small arched shed made of simple bamboo strips and plastic film, through which you can vaguely see the delicate strawberry seedlings inside. All of this was neat, orderly, and full of vitality, completely different from the dirty and messy countryside she had imagined, and even more different from Su Yang's past image of a househusband who was indifferent to the details of life. Was this really done by Su Yang? The man who only knew how to cook and take care of children, and who she thought had no ability to live? Lu Ruian's heart tightened uncontrollably again. She could even smell a faint, extremely tempting fruity fragrance in the air, in addition to the fishy smell of soil. This fragrance seemed to penetrate her expensive perfume and reach deep into her nasal cavity, making her swallow subconsciously. Just then, a clear laughter like a silver bell came from the vegetable garden on the side of the yard. Lu Ruian suddenly turned her head to look. I saw a small figure wearing a pink floral dress and two pigtails, walking with her short legs, giggling and chasing a fluttering colorful butterfly. The sunlight shone on her, giving her a golden halo. Her face was flushed from running, the strands of hair on her forehead were wet with sweat and stuck to her full forehead. She was wearing a pair of ordinary cloth shoes that were stained with mud, and there were even a few drops of green grass juice on the hem of her skirt. But her eyes were as bright as obsidian tempered with water, and they were shining with pure, unadulterated joy. It's Ningning. This time, Lu Ruian saw it very clearly. That little face that she thought about day and night, that familiar frown and smile, even if the environment and the dress had changed, she was still her daughter, Su Wenning. Watching her daughter running freely and unrestrainedly on the ridge of the field, and watching her laughing so happily because of chasing a butterfly, Lu Ruian's heart seemed to be hit hard by something. A sharp emotion mixed with sadness, jealousy and strong longing instantly surged up, making her eyes hot and almost crying. Ningning, she seems really happy here. It is much happier than living in that empty, quiet villa with only a nanny and cold toys to keep me company. This realization made her feel more painful and defeated than seeing Su Yang's success. Ningning. Run slower, don't fall. A gentle and magnetic male voice sounded, interrupting Lu Ruian's thoughts. She looked up suddenly and looked in the direction of the voice. Not far away, next to the cucumber rack, a man wearing a simple old gray t-shirt and dirt-stained overalls was holding a pair of scissors and carefully trimming the vines. He had his back to her, his body straight, his movements focused and skilled. Hearing his daughter's laughter, he put down the scissors and turned around. The afternoon sun outlined the clear profile of his face, and sweat slid down his cheeks and dripped onto the dark ground. There was a faint, heartfelt smile on his face, and his eyes followed his daughter's figure gently, full of pampering and satisfaction. He was no longer the Su Yang who always seemed depressed and taciturn in front of her. At this moment, although he was dressed simply and covered in mud, he looked so calm, confident, and full of vitality. It was as if this land and this simple life had endowed him with a new kind of strength and brilliance that was unfamiliar to her. At this moment, Su Yang seemed to have noticed something, and his eyes inadvertently swept towards the gate of the courtyard. The two people's eyes met unexpectedly in the quiet air of the afternoon, separated by a distance of several meters. Su Yang's eyes paused slightly when he saw Lu Ruian's exquisite outfit that was out of tune with the environment, and her expensive high heels stuck in the mud. There was no surprise, sarcasm, or resentment on his face as Lu Ruian had expected, only an extremely calm scrutiny, as if he was looking at an unexpected but not very important visitor. That calm gaze, like a smooth mirror, clearly reflected Lu Ruian's embarrassment and awkwardness at the moment, as well as her forced calmness. Lu Ruian's heart suddenly sank. She came after all. Is it for business? For that ridiculous inspection? Or for something else? Su Yang's eyes were so deep that it was hard to tell what he was thinking. He didn't speak immediately, but just stood there quietly, looking at Lu Ruian. And the moment Lu Ruian looked into his eyes, all her prepared speeches, all her business rhetoric, and all her presidential aura seemed to instantly disintegrate under his calm gaze. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but found that her throat seemed to be blocked by something and no sound came out. Chapter 36 Business-like Negotiations. There was a subtle silence in the air, with only the giggles of birds chasing butterflies in the distance and the crowing of roosters, which made the confrontation in the courtyard even more abrupt. Lu Ruian was the first to break the deadlock. She took a deep breath, forced herself to suppress the complicated emotions surging in her heart, and put on the cold and professional mask of the president of Lu Group again. She raised her chin slightly, her eyes passed over Su Yang's clothes stained with mud, and fell on the vibrant cucumber racks behind him. Her voice was calm and without any ripples, with a deliberately created sense of distance. Su Yang, on behalf of the Orui International Hotel under the Lu Group, I would like to have a more formal negotiation with you regarding the cooperation intention issued by our purchasing department before. She deliberately emphasized the Lu Group and the Orui Hotel, trying to use her business identity and status to regain the initiative in the conversation and frame the meeting as purely business. Lu Ruian thought to herself, calm down, this is just business. He is the supplier and I am the buyer. Yes, that's it. I can't let him see that I'm wavering, and I can't let him think that I'm begging him. Su Yan looked at her businesslike appearance, feeling no emotion at all, and even found it a little ridiculous. He was dismissive of him a few days ago, but now he is putting on airs like a president to discuss cooperation? Is it for the project? Or was she simply unable to accept that a loser like him actually had the capital to attract her attention? He remained calm and responded calmly, "It is a great honor for my small farm that President Lu came here in person. However, regarding the cooperation, my previous reply should have been very clear." Su Yan thought to himself, it's definitely for business. She is still the same as always, used to using her status and position to pressure others. However, things are different now. I don't need her charity, and I don't need to look at her face. We can discuss cooperation, but the conditions must be set by me. It is true that production is limited and logistics is also a problem. I cannot disrupt my rhythm for her large order. Lu Ruian obviously did not expect Su Yang to bring up his previous refusal so directly, and a crack appeared on the carefully maintained calmness on her face. She frowned, and her tone was filled with an unquestionable sense of strength, which was the aura she had used in many years of business negotiations. Mr. Su, a response like no spare capacity at the moment is too conservative for a potential supplier. The demand for high-quality ingredients in the Ori Hotel is huge and stable. If you can establish a long-term cooperative relationship with us, it will be a great help to the future development of your farm. We can provide orders far exceeding your online retail volume, as well as stable purchasing contracts. Isn't this the best opportunity for you to expand production and improve your life? Her words were earnest, with a sense of superiority that I am giving you a chance, trying to tempt Su Yang with huge orders and so-called future development, while also reminding him that his current living conditions were nothing compared to the business opportunities she could offer. Lu Ruian thought to herself, it's impossible for him not to be tempted. Such a large order and stable income are enough to help him get rid of his current difficult life. As long as he nods, I can slowly adjust the subsequent conditions. I must make him understand that cooperating with me is his best way out. However, Su Yang's reaction once again surprised her. There wasn't even a hint of emotion on his face. He just looked at her calmly, as if he was listening to a business proposal that had nothing to do with him. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your appreciation of my few acres of land. Su Yang's tone was still calm, but with an unquestionable firmness, but I am currently focusing on online sales and meeting the needs of the Agricultural Science Academy. My customer base recognizes the brand Ningning and Dad's country life and the quality of the product itself, rather than pursuing maximum output. He paused, his eyes swept over the carefully tended land, and continued, expanding production takes time, and it requires quality assurance. I will not sacrifice product quality in pursuit of order volume. That would damage my own reputation, and I would be sorry for the fans and experts at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences who trust me. He paused, looked at Lu Ruian's eyes that were slightly widened due to surprise and a hint of anger, and clearly stated his bottom line: if the Ori Hotel is really sincere in cooperating and can accept my current supply restrictions, as well as the conditions of advance payment and your responsibility for the entire cold chain transportation and quality control, we can let the purchasing department continue to coordinate the details. Otherwise, I think we have no basis for cooperation for the time being. Advance payment? The buyer is responsible for shipping and quality control? Lu Ruian couldn't believe her ears. In the business world, when had she ever encountered such harsh supplier terms? Especially since the other party is a new farmer whose scale is so small that it can be ignored. This is simply humiliating her. The business negotiation skills that she was proud of, those pressure strategies based on status, capital, and channel advantages, were completely ineffective in the face of Su Yang's attitude that was neither soft nor hard, clear and unyielding. Su Yang doesn't care who she is. I don't care how big the orders Lu Group can bring. Su Yang only cares about his own rhythm and quality. This realization made Lu Ruian feel unprecedentedly frustrated and angry, and she even had the urge to walk away. Lu Ruian thought to herself, how ridiculous. Who does he think he is? How dare you propose such an offer to me? Advance payment? And you still let us be responsible for transportation quality control? What does he think of the Lu Group? No, I can't let him lead me by the nose. I must. Just as Lu Ruian was suppressing her anger and preparing to open her mouth to refute and regain the advantage in the negotiation, a crisp, surprised voice interrupted the tense atmosphere. Ah! Mom? Su and Ning chased the butterfly to the edge of the yard and finally noticed the auntie at the door who was wearing beautiful clothes but seemed a little unfamiliar. She tilted her head and looked at it carefully, an expression of surprise appeared on her face, and then she spoke in a timid but polite tone. The word mom was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly breaking the subtle and tense business atmosphere at the scene. All of Lu Ruian's anger, pride, and business calculations collapsed in an instant when she heard her daughter's somewhat distant but undeniable name. Her heart trembled suddenly, and all her attention was uncontrollably focused on her daughter, who was wearing a small floral dress and looking at her with clear eyes. Chapter 37: Daughter's Balance. The surprised and somewhat timid mom instantly broke the subtle and tense atmosphere of business negotiations in the courtyard. All of Lu Ruian's anger, pride, and business calculations collapsed in an instant when she heard her daughter's distant but undeniable name. Her heart trembled suddenly, her eyes heated up uncontrollably, and all her attention was uncontrollably focused on her daughter who was wearing a small floral dress and looking at her with clear eyes. Ningning, she recognized me. But why did her eyes show a hint of curiosity and hesitation when looking at a stranger? When she saw me before, didn't she immediately rush over to hug me? Lu Ruian only felt a sharp sadness mixed with strong longing surging into her heart, making it almost impossible for her to maintain the cold mask on her face. Su Yang was also slightly startled, and then his eyes fell on his daughter. He did not look at Lu Ruian's complicated expression at the moment, but just calmly observed Ningning's reaction. The little guy seemed to be really unfamiliar with this mother in front of him who was dressed beautifully but looked out of tune with the surrounding environment. She just tilted her little head and looked around curiously for a few seconds. Her big eyes, which looked like Lu Ruian's but purer and brighter, blinked. Then, as if she felt that the mother in front of her was not more interesting than the new discovery in the field, her little attention was quickly diverted. Dad! Dad, come and see. Su Wening's little hand suddenly grabbed Su Yang's muddy trouser leg, and a smile brighter than the sun instantly blossomed on her little face. She pointed excitedly at the green cucumber field outside the yard, and her voice was clear and loud. Our cucumber baby has grown up again. Look at that one, can we pick it now? Ningning wants to eat the smashed cucumber made by Daddy. The little guy's reaction was so natural and so quick. It seemed as if the mom just now was just a polite greeting to a stranger who suddenly appeared and seemed slightly familiar, but what really touched her heart and made her cheer was the land that she and her father took care of together, and the fruits that were about to mature and were the result of the hard work of both father and daughter. This silent choice, this naturally revealed closeness and distance, was like an invisible hammer, hitting Lu Ruian's heart hard. She watched with her own eyes as Ningning's little hands tightly grasped Su Yang's trouser legs, her little face tilted up, her eyes full of dependence on her father and eagerness to share joy, completely ignoring her, the mother, aside. An indescribable feeling, a mixture of jealousy, loss, and a hint of pain of being ignored, instantly swept over Lu Ruian. Why? How could her daughter, Lu Ruian's daughter, whom she had raised with the best material conditions and top-notch educational resources, how could she forget her mother so easily? She even began to doubt whether Ningning called her mom just because Su Yang taught her to be polite. Su Yang squatted down and gently touched his daughter's little head, with a smile from the heart on his face. The doting and satisfaction in that smile were something Lu Ruian had never seen on his face before. Really? Then let's go and see which cucumber baby has grown up and can be the first to jump onto our dining table. Su Yang's voice was gentle, completely ignoring his ex-wife who was standing next to him with a complicated expression. He took his daughter's hand, as if this was the most important thing in the world. Yeah. Let's go see the cucumber baby. Su Wenning nodded vigorously, took her father's hand, and ran towards the cucumber field outside the yard, without even looking back at Lu Ruian. Two figures, one big and one small, one tall and straight, wearing old clothes covered with mud, and the other petite and delicate, wearing a simple floral dress, walked side by side on the ridge of the field. The sunlight stretched their shadows long, forming a picture that was extremely dazzling, warm and harmonious to Lu Ruian. Lu Ruian stood stiffly where she was, looking at their backs, feeling like an outsider who was completely excluded. The pair of expensive Jimmy Choo high heels on her feet were deeply stuck in the fishy mud, just like her mood at the moment, heavy, embarrassed, and unable to move. She originally came to inspect suppliers, to demonstrate the sincerity and strength of the Lu group, and to regain the initiative over Su Yang. But now, facing her daughter's unhesitating choice, all her pride and all her business calculations seemed so ridiculous and so vulnerable. She even began to hate herself for why she had to wear this dress today, why she had to step on these shoes, and why she had to act so superior. All this became the biggest irony to her in the face of Su Yang's calm eyes and Ningning's pure happiness. The air seemed to still have the alluring fragrance of melons and fruits, but Lu Ruian only felt a bitter taste in her mouth. She watched Su Yang squatting patiently, listened to Ningning chattering as she pointed at the cucumber vines, and watched the father and daughter smile at each other from time to time. The ordinary yet real happiness that she had never truly possessed and even disdained to understand was now like needles, piercing her heart densely. It turned out that what she lost was not just a seemingly mediocre ex-husband, but also the most important place in her daughter's heart. Chapter 38. Stay in the village for a meal. Two figures, one big and one small, walked side by side towards the green cucumber field. The sunlight stretched their shadows long, forming a picture that was extremely dazzling, warm and harmonious to Lu Ruian. She stood stiffly where she was, looking at their backs. She felt like an outsider who had been completely excluded. Her heart felt as if it was being pricked by countless tiny needles, causing her to feel a tingling pain. She originally came to inspect suppliers, to demonstrate the sincerity and strength of the Lu group, and to regain the initiative over Su Yang. But now, facing her daughter's unhesitating choice, all her pride and all her business calculations seemed so ridiculous and so vulnerable. Negotiation? What else to talk about? Su Yang's calm eyes and Ningning's naturally expressed intimacy were silently telling her that she had already lost, at least completely on some levels that she had never cared about in the past. Su Yang thought to himself, what is she still doing standing here? I have made the conditions of cooperation very clear. If you cannot accept them, you should leave. Do you still want to use your status as the president to pressure me? Or do you want to see Ningning? Humph, what were you doing so far? Now Ningning obviously likes life here more and likes being with me more. What can her coming change? It will only destroy the peace we have worked so hard to establish. However, looking at her appearance, walking such a long distance on the mountain road in high heels is really her own fault. Lu Ruian forced herself to look away, and her eyes glanced around the yard helplessly, finally landing on the eye-catching sign of Academy of Agricultural Sciences Cooperative Experimental Base. Yes, there is cooperation and commercial value. She couldn't just leave like this. She needs Su Yang's crops, the Lu group needs it. She took a deep breath, trying to regain a bit of the calmness that belonged to General Lu, and her gaze once again turned to the father and daughter on the edge of the field. Su Yang was squatting patiently, listening to Ning Ning chattering about something while pointing at a cucumber. The father and daughter smiled at each other from time to time. The harmonious scene made her heart swell. She straightened her slightly wrinkled Chanel jacket, cleared her throat, and tried to speak in a calm and businesslike tone, but there was still a hint of dryness in her voice. Mr. Su, we may need to have a deeper understanding of the details of the cooperation. For example, the actual planting environment, soil conditions, and specific growth conditions of your crops on your farm. This is very important for us to evaluate the feasibility of long-term cooperation. Lu Ruian thought to herself, I must find a reason to stay. Just use the name of inspection, this is the most reasonable excuse. I need to see with my own eyes how he did it and where his confidence comes from. And if I stay a little longer, maybe Ning Ning will be willing to talk to me a few more words? Su Yang understood the meaning of her words and frowned slightly. Learn more? Didn't you just see it? Still want to stay? What does she want to do? Su Yang stood up and patted the dirt off his hands. His tone was still calm, with obvious alienation. Boss Lu, I think you should have roughly seen the environment and crop conditions here just now. As for more detailed data, the Academy of Agricultural Sciences has more professional records. When their test report comes out, I can provide a copy for your company's reference. If Boss Lu has nothing else to do. The intention of seeing the guest off was very obvious in his words. Lu Ruian's expression suddenly turned a little ugly, and her fingertips trembled slightly. Su Yang actually drove her away? How dare he? When had she, Lu Ruian, ever been treated like this? Especially after she took the initiative to lower herself and proposed an inspection. A strong feeling of humiliation and anger surged in her heart, and she almost blurted out, asking him why he was so rude. But at this moment, a gurgling sound rang out at an inopportune time, breaking the awkward confrontation. The sound was very soft, but it was unusually clear in the quiet courtyard. It was Lu Ruian's stomach growling. In order to come to Qingshan village today, she only hurriedly ate a few biscuits in the car at noon. After walking on the mountain road for such a long time, she was already hungry. I was so emotionally agitated by Su Yang and Ning Ning just now that I didn't feel it, but now that Su Yang was confronted me like this, my anger was rising and the emptiness in my stomach was protesting strongly. Lu Ruian's cheeks turned red instantly, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. This was even more embarrassing for her than Su Yang directly rejecting her. When Su Yang heard the voice, he was also slightly stunned. Then his eyes fell on Lu Ruian's face, which was pale and embarrassed even though she was trying to be calm. A complicated look flashed across his eyes. Hasn't she eaten yet? He thought back to the past when Lu Ruian often didn't eat on time due to her busy work, and sometimes she came back late at night with a pale face. Although she might not like the food he cooked at that time, he would always save a portion for her. Divorced, all this is in the past. He didn't want to have anything to do with Lu Ruian anymore. Dad, is Mom hungry? Su Wenning ran back after checking her beloved cucumber baby. She looked at Lu Ruian curiously, then pulled the corner of Su Yang's clothes and asked in a low voice, let's have smashed cucumbers tonight. Can we invite Mom to eat with us? Mom has never eaten the smashed cucumbers made by Dad before. The child has a simple mind. She just thinks her mother looks a little pitiful, and the food her father cooks is so delicious that she should share it with her mother. She remembered her father teaching her that good things should be shared. When Lu Ruian heard her daughter's words, her heart trembled violently, and a warm current mixed with sourness instantly surged up. Ning Ning, does she still care about me? Does she still remember that I have never eaten the smashed cucumber made by Su Yang? A faint sense of expectation quietly rose in her heart, and she subconsciously looked at Su Yang to see his reaction. Su Yang looked at his daughter's clear eyes with a hint of inquiry and expectation, then looked at Lu Ruian, who was obviously stunned by Ning Ning's words and had complicated emotions in her eyes, and sighed slightly in his heart. Forget it, just think of it as doing it for Ning Ning. Letting her stay for dinner would save her from walking on the street at night in high heels on an empty stomach. Got it. Su Yang finally nodded, his tone still calm, without much emotion. There's nothing good to serve at home, just some vegetables that I grew myself, just eat whatever you want. He didn't look at Lu Ruian, but said directly to Ningning, "Come on, Ningning, help Dad pick vegetables." Then he turned and walked towards the simple but clean kitchen. Lu Ruian looked at Su Yang's back as he walked into the kitchen, then looked at Ningning, who ran over and seemed to be pulling her clothes happily, and felt that the mud under her feet didn't seem so harsh anymore. Chapter 39, Different Homemade Meals. Su Yang walked into the kitchen. It was called a kitchen, but in fact it was just a small space separated in the corner of the tiled house. The stove was an old-fashioned earthen stove, and there was a simple table next to it for chopping boards and seasonings. There was a large iron pot that had been used for who knows how many years and was shiny black. Lu Ruian stood in the yard, watching all this with complicated eyes. She remembered that in the luxurious villa in Jiangcheng, the kitchen was the place where Su Yang spent most of his time. The kitchen there is spacious and bright, equipped with a full set of kitchen appliances imported from Germany, which are very valuable. But when Su Yang was cooking there was always an indescribable dullness about him, like a machine without a soul. But at this moment, in this dilapidated earthen stove kitchen, his back looked unusually upright and at ease. Su Yang thought to himself, "Why is she still standing there? Waiting for me to invite her in to see this luxurious kitchen? Forget it, ignore her and cook the meal first." Ningning just said she wanted to eat smashed cucumbers. It's just right that the freshly picked, high-quality cucumbers have a perfect taste. Then stir-fry some freshly picked Chinese cabbage from the yard and make some soup with half a chicken left over from the morning. It's simple, but with the ingredients blessed by the system, the taste will definitely not be bad. "Dad, let me help you wash the vegetables." Su Wenning was like a happy little swallow. She carried a small basin filled with a few juicy green high-quality cucumbers that had just been picked from the vines, and ran to the well at the kitchen door. She skillfully drew a small bucket of clear well water, stood on tiptoe, put the cucumbers in the basin, and scrubbed them carefully with her small hands, humming a tuneless nursery rhyme. Su Yan looked at his daughter's busy little figure, and the corners of his mouth rose involuntarily. He walked to the stove, lit the fire skillfully and added firewood. The orange-red firelight illuminated his calm profile. He picked up the somewhat dull-looking kitchen knife and began to process the half-eaten chicken that was left over from the morning. The movements were clean and neat, without any drag. Lu Ruian stood in the yard and watched this scene. She felt like she was watching an extremely unreal drama. The aroma that filled the kitchen was no longer the aroma of exquisite food from the villa, but a more primitive and rustic smell of fireworks. The crackling sound of burning wood, the splashing sound of Ningning washing vegetables, the clacking sound of Su Yan chopping chicken, and the smell of chicken soup wafting out of the pot with its rich aroma of meat and herbs. All of this made her feel strange, yet strangely not so repulsive. She was even a little dazed. She was not the high-ranking president of Lu Group at the moment, but just an ordinary woman standing in a farmyard, waiting for dinner. This thought made her heart tighten, and she quickly looked away, pretending to look at the furnishings in the yard, trying to hide her inner panic. Soon, the meal was ready. There was no luxurious tableware, just a few large coarse porcelain bowls and simple wooden chopsticks. An old wooden square table, washed bleached, was placed under the shade of a tree in the yard. The dish is also very simple. A plate of green and refreshing smashed cucumbers, the aroma of minced garlic and the sweetness of the cucumbers are perfectly blended, and just the smell will whet your appetite. A plate of stir-fried Chinese cabbage, the green leaves look extremely fresh and tender, and are still hot from the pan. A large bowl of golden and shiny chicken soup with red dates and wolfberries floating in it, and a rich aroma fills the air. There was also a small dish of spicy fermented black beans made in the village, and 2 bowls of steaming white rice. "Mom, it's time to eat." Su Wenning was already sitting obediently on a small stool, holding her own small bowl and spoon in her hands. Seeing Lu Ruian still standing there, she took the initiative to greet her. Lu Ruian calmed herself down, walked over, and sat down on the small bench opposite Ningning. The small stool was too low for her, and sitting on it in her dress made her feel awkward and uncomfortable. Su Yang had already served Ningning half a bowl of chicken soup, blew it to cool it down a little, then picked up a piece of tender chicken leg and put it into her small bowl, his movements natural and skillful. "Eat slowly, be careful of the heat," he warned. "Yeah. Thank you, Dad." Ningning picked up the spoon, took a sip of the soup, and squinted her eyes happily. "Wow. The chicken soup stewed by Dad is the best." Then, she grabbed the chicken leg with her little hands, took a big bite, and her little mouth was full of oil and her face was full of satisfaction. Su Yang also served himself a bowl of rice, picked up a piece of cabbage, and started eating. He didn't even look at Lu Ruian during the whole process, as if she was just a transparent person. Lu Ruian looked at the father and daughter in front of her who were interacting naturally as if no one was around, and then looked at the farm dishes on the table that could not be simpler, and felt mixed emotions. Is this the simple meal that Su Yang prepared for her? Not even a polite word? She suppressed the discomfort in her heart, picked up the chopsticks, and took a bite of the bok choy. The moment the leaf entered her mouth, Lu Ruian's eyes suddenly widened. Sweet and refreshing. Indescribably sweet and crisp. The purest and freshest taste of the vegetables themselves, as if carrying the scent of morning dew and sunshine, instantly explodes on your taste buds. The taste is even several times better than the special vegetables she airlifted in with an organic label. Lu Ruian was shocked. This is just an ordinary cabbage? How can it be so delicious? Could it be that he really planted it? She picked up another piece of smashed cucumber doubtfully. With a crunch, the cucumber shattered in the mouth, and the clear juice mixed with the garlic aroma and a hint of just the right sour and spicy taste instantly swept through the entire mouth. The crispness, sweetness, and unique freshness of the cucumber were the best she had ever experienced in any other cucumber. Is this the smashed cucumber that Ningning just mentioned that she has never eaten? She thought of her daughter's unintentional words just now, and then tasted the amazing taste, and her heart suddenly felt sour. Finally, she scooped a spoonful of chicken soup. As the golden soup takes a sip, the rich and mellow aroma of chicken immediately fills your taste buds, without any sense of greasiness. The soup was smooth, with the sweetness of red dates and a hint of herbal fragrance. It slid warmly into her stomach, instantly dispelling her fatigue and hunger from the long journey. Lu Ruian was completely stunned. Is this really a home-cooked meal made on a farmer's earthen stove? With this taste and the quality of the ingredients, even the Michelin chef with $1 million annual salary at the Ori Hotel may not be able to make such a pure and authentic delicacy. She thought of the high-priced organic dishes in her hotel project that customers complained were bland and lacking soul, and compared them to the simple yet delicious farm dishes in front of her. Lu Ruian felt that her cognition was overturned again. She always thought that Su Yang was just a house husband who could cook, and that the dishes he made were just home-cooked meals to fill his stomach and were not worthy of being served in a formal occasion. But now it seems, not only can he cook, but he also seems to have a talent in choosing ingredients and understanding taste that she cannot understand at all. No, it's not just talent. Lu Ruian's eyes swept over the vibrant vegetable field and the sign of the Agricultural Science Academy again. It's the ingredients themselves. These seemingly ordinary vegetables, fruits, and melons are of far superior quality. Su Yang, how did he do it? She once thought that Su Yang was good for nothing and only knew how to hang around the stove and children. He was a man without any aspirations and who depended on her for survival. But now, this man not only lives a happy life in the countryside with his daughter, but also grows top-notch ingredients that even the Academy of Agricultural Sciences is amazed at and that even she, a giant in the catering industry, may need to rely on. And what about herself? Sitting in a cold office, worrying about those false organic and high-end products, but rarely having a truly delicious and comfortable meal. The strong contrast was like sharp thorns, pricking Lu Ruian's heart. She watched Su Yang patiently pick the chicken bones for Ningning and occasionally put food in her bowl, while Ningning happily talked to her father about the interesting things in kindergarten while eating. The trivial daily life that she once sneered at now exudes a warm glow that she longs for but seems out of reach. Lu Ruian ate her meal in silence, tasting an unprecedented deliciousness on her taste buds, while her heart was filled with an unprecedented complex feeling. This meal was far more shocking to her than she had imagined. Chapter 40: A Gift from My Daughter. A simple but delicious dinner ended in a subtle and slightly awkward atmosphere. Lu Ruian didn't eat much, and spent most of her time observing quietly. Observe how Su Yang skillfully takes care of Ningning while she eats. Observe how Ningning naturally acts coquettishly and jokes with her father. Observe every corner of this dilapidated courtyard that she once disdained but now makes her feel uneasy. All the arguments she brought about cooperation and the huge opportunities that the Lu group could provide seemed pale and powerless in the face of Su Yang's calm and firm rejection just now, and the huge impact that this meal had brought to her, and she was hard to speak of. Su Yang thought to himself, she ate a lot, it seems she is really hungry. But, we should leave after eating, right? It's almost dark. Regarding the cooperation, my conditions have been made clear. She can just go back and discuss it with her team. There is no need to waste time here. Su Yang was cleaning up the dishes, his movements still brisk, without any extra communication with Lu Ruian, as if her inspection would be over after the meal. Ningning was full and energetic, so she ran to the yard to tease the clucking old hens. Her clear laughter echoed in the quiet yard. Lu Ruian sat on a small bench, watching the sky gradually darken, with only hazy silhouettes remaining of the distant mountains. The night in the mountain village came much earlier than in the city, and was much quieter. She knew she had to go. If I stay any longer, it will not only be awkward, but I won't be able to find any suitable excuse. She took a deep breath, suppressed the strong reluctance and inexplicable loss in her heart, stood up, tried to maintain her final dignity, and said to Su Yang, who was washing dishes by the well, "Mr. Su, today's inspection, let's stop here. Regarding the specific conditions of cooperation, I will let the purchasing department contact you again." She still used a businesslike tone, as if the meal just now, as well as the silence and shock at the table, had never happened. Su Yang thought to himself, "I'm finally leaving. Purchasing department? Humph, the conditions remain unchanged, let's see what tricks she can come up with." However, the mountain road was difficult to walk on at night, and she was wearing that pair of shoes. Never mind, less trouble is better. Okay. Su Yang didn't even raise his head, but just responded lightly, "It's dark and the road is slippery, Mr. Lu, take care." His tone was distant and polite, without any hint of retention or concern. Lu Ruian's heart sank again, and she felt as if something was blocking her. She forced herself not to lose her temper and turned around to leave this place that made her feel extremely frustrated and confused. Just as she reached the gate of the yard and her hand touched the shabby wooden door, she heard a hurried trot behind her. "Mom! Mom, wait a minute. It's Ning Ning." Lu Ruian paused, turned around suddenly, and her heart beat faster involuntarily. Su Ning was seen running out of the house with her short legs, holding a small bamboo basket carefully in her arms. The bamboo basket was woven very roughly. It was made by Su Yang using bamboo from the yard in his spare time. But inside it was covered with a clean floral cloth, on which were neatly stacked a few bright red, plump and somewhat exaggerated cream strawberries, each of which was as tempting as a ruby. Next to the strawberries, there is a round, emerald green mini watermelon that is only the size of a child's fist. The dark green stripes on the rind are clearly visible, making it look extremely delicate and cute. In the dim twilight, the strawberries exude an attractive luster and a faint sweet fragrance, and the mini watermelon is full of vitality, and it is obvious at first glance that it is not an ordinary product. "Mom, this is for you." Ning Ning ran to Lu Ruian, raised her rosy little face, held the small bamboo basket high, and handed it to her like a treasure. Her eyes were shining, and her tone was full of childish pride and joy of sharing. "These are the strawberries and watermelons that my dad and I planted. They are all super sweet. Take them back and eat them." Lu Ruian looked at her daughter's clear eyes, looked at her little hands holding the basket which were still stained with water droplets left from washing dishes, and looked at the treasures in the basket which were the result of Su Yang's hard work and were urgently needed for her company's projects. Her heart seemed to be gently grasped by a warm hand. All the grievances, anger, and unwillingness were replaced by a more complex and softer emotion at this moment. Is this the gift Ning Ning gave her? Did she give it to me on her own initiative? She reached out her hand carefully and took the small bamboo basket that smelled of soil and her daughter's body temperature. The basket was very light, but Lu Ruian felt it weighed more than 1,000 pounds. This was probably the most rustic, cheapest, yet most heart-stirring gift she had ever received in her life. Lu Ruian thought to herself, Ning Ning still has me in her heart, and she is willing to share what she thinks is the best thing with me. These strawberries and watermelons were all grown by Su Yang, and he brought happiness to Ning Ning. Now, Ning Ning has shared this happiness with me. She looked at the round and cute mini watermelon in the basket. She had never seen this thing before. She thought it must be a new variety invented by Su Yang. How many secrets is Su Yang still hiding? Thank you, Ning Ning." There was a barely perceptible choke in Lu Ruian's voice. She tried hard to force out a gentle smile, but the muscles on her face were a little stiff, and in the end, only a slightly forced arc was formed. "You're welcome, Mom." Su Ning seemed very happy to see her mother accept the gift. She looked at Lu Ruian's high heels that were stuck in the mud and warned her like a little adult, "Mom, the road is dark, you have to be careful when you walk. Don't fall." This reminder, which was purely out of concern, was like a feather, gently scratching Lu Ruian's heart, making her eyes warm again. "Yeah, Mom knows." Lu Ruian looked away in embarrassment, not daring to look into her daughter's innocent eyes again. She was afraid that she would not be able to control her emotions. Chapter 41, Looking Back After Leaving, A Change of Mentality. The night quickly dyed the sky of Qingshan village like ink, leaving only a few sparse stars and a lingering sunset glow on the horizon. Lu Ruian glanced at Su Yang, who was standing at the kitchen door, his figure elongated by the dim light in the room. He remained as calm as ever, as if her coming and going were just an insignificant breeze in the yard. Lu Ruian thought to herself, Su Yang didn't even say a polite goodbye. Okay, that's fine. This was just a failed business attempt. She did not stop, turned around, pushed open the creaking wooden door, and staggered into the increasingly dark night in the pair of Jimmy Choo high heels that she regretted wearing. The dirt roads in the country are even more difficult to drive on at night. Fortunately, some drivers turned on their headlights in advance and guided the direction from a distance. Lu Ruian walked with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, and the heels of her high heels repeatedly sank into the soft mud, making her walk extremely difficult and embarrassing. But at this moment, what she cared more about was the small bamboo basket in her arms and the turbulent and uncalmable emotions in her chest. Finally, she walked to the low-key black Audi A8 parked on the road at the entrance of the village. The driver had already opened the car door and was waiting respectfully. Lu Ruian sat in the soft and comfortable leather seat and carefully placed the bamboo basket that smelled of earth in her arms, as if it was some priceless treasure. Drive. Her voice was tired and hoarse. The car started smoothly. The extremely silent cabin blocked out the chirping of insects and occasional barking of dogs outside the window. It slowly drove away from the small mountain village that had brought her a huge shock and complicated feelings. Lu Ruian subconsciously looked at the rearview mirror. Under the moonlight, 2 small figures could be vaguely seen at the gate of the dilapidated courtyard. Su Yang seemed to just stand there calmly, without looking in the direction she left. And Ningning, that little figure, seemed to wave her little hand vigorously in the direction of the car. This blurry image, like a tiny spark, instantly ignited some indescribable feelings in Lu Ruian's heart, making her eyes warm again. Su Yang thought to himself, finally he left. Now I can have peace and quiet. Inspection? Humph, it's just an excuse for her condescending attitude. We can discuss cooperation, but it must be based on my rules. I have to make an advance payment, and they will be responsible for logistics and quality control. Nothing can be missing. The order volume of Lu Group is large, but my production capacity is limited now. I cannot disrupt my rhythm and commitment to fans for her. The Academy of Agricultural Sciences will come to collect data tomorrow, so we have to prepare early. I have to give a preview during the live broadcast, huh? Why is Ningning still waving? Never mind, she is her mother after all. He retracted his gaze and took the hand of Ningning, who was still looking around curiously, and said, Come on, Ningning, it's cold outside. Let's go inside and Dad will tell you a story. Okay, Dad will tell you the story of Snow White. Ningning's attention was immediately attracted, and she jumped and followed her father back to the house. Inside the car, Lu Ruian slowly withdrew her gaze from the rearview mirror and looked down at the small bamboo basket in her arms. Those strawberries as red as gems, those round and cute mini watermelons, these were all grown by Su Yang. They were the happiness that Su Yang brought to Ningning. Ningning, in turn, clumsily but sincerely shared this happiness, which she considered the most precious, with her incompetent mother. Lu Ruian muttered softly, the things in this basket are so simple and so rustic, why do they feel heavier than any commercial contract worth hundreds of millions that I have ever signed? Strawberries and this mini watermelon that I have never seen before, these are all given to Ningning by Su Yang. And in Ningning's heart, there is still a place for me as her mother, even if it is just to share a little bit of what she thinks is the best. She remembered Su Yang's calm eyes, the seemingly harsh but confident cooperation conditions he proposed, his figure calmly cooking in the shabby kitchen, and his carefree smile fixed on the ridge of the field. Lu Ruian thought to herself, has he really changed or have I never really understood him? How could a man who only knew how to cook and take care of children come up with something that even alarmed the Academy of Agricultural Sciences in such a short time? He doesn't need me anymore, and even the olive branch from the Lu Group doesn't seem that important in his eyes. Ningning is also doing well, even happier than when she was with me. What about me? What is the purpose of all the efforts I have made? Did I really make the right decision to divorce? What exactly have I lost? The feeling of regret, like a tide, surged and clearly overwhelmed her reason. For the first time, she realized so deeply that what she had lost might not only be a failed marriage and a seemingly mediocre ex-husband, but also the softest and purest dependence in her daughter's heart, and an ordinary and real warmth that she once had but never cherished. She began to think uncontrollably, if she had not been so strong-willed at the beginning, if she had not looked down on Su Yang's efforts, if she could spend more time on her family, would Ningning's ending be different? She wanted to know, desperately wanted to know, what exactly happened to Su Yang. What magic did that dilapidated country courtyard have that could make her daughter never want to leave? In fact, an idea began to emerge in her mind that even she herself found absurd. She wanted to get to know Su Yang again, not just as a business partner, but in a more equal manner, or even with a hint of exploration and compensation. Retrieve? Chase? No, it's too far-fetched and ridiculous to think about these things now. Chapter 42: Frequent Official Exchanges. The Audi A8 drove smoothly into the dazzling night of Jiangcheng, completely isolating the earthy smell and hazy moonlight of Qingshan village outside the car window. Ruian leaned back in the back seat, carefully protecting the small bamboo basket in her arms, as if it contained not a few strawberries and a mini watermelon, but some fragile hope in the heavy past. The sweet scent of strawberries and the unique aroma of cream lingered at the tip of her nose, constantly reminding her of her experiences during the day. Su Yang's calmness and alienation, his condensed happiness and that strange yet inseparable closeness. The blurry image of Ning Ning waving in the rearview mirror played over and over in her mind. It was like a feather, gently touching the softest part of her heart, and like a needle, piercing her hard shell of the past. Ruian thought, he really doesn't need me anymore. Even the olive branch from the Lu group did not seem to be a straw that he must grasp in his eyes. Advance payment? Is the buyer responsible for logistics quality control? How dare he propose such a condition? But the report from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences and the feedback from customers all proved that his products were indeed worth the price, or even more. He has the confidence. Ningning, she seemed to really prefer life in the countryside and prefer being with Su Yang. Is that happiness something that no amount of money can buy? Did I really do something wrong before? After returning to the empty and cold top-floor office, Ruian did not start working immediately. Instead, she sat on the sofa for the first time and took out the things in the bamboo basket one by one. The cream strawberries are plump and bright red, emitting an alluring luster under the crystal lamp. The mini watermelon is even cuter, with emerald green rind and clear stripes. She picked up a strawberry, hesitated, and put it in her mouth. The ultimate sweetness instantly set off her taste buds, and the unique creamy flavor assaulted her senses once again. She broke off a small piece of mini watermelon and put it in her mouth. It was sweet, crisp, juicy, and had an equally amazing taste. Is this what Su Yang grew? Is this the taste that Ningning is so obsessed with? Ruian thought, the R&D bottleneck of this quality project may really only be solved by him. For the company and the project, I must get a stable supply. Those people in the purchasing department are used to the attitude of Party A, and I am afraid they cannot handle Su Yang now. It seems I have to come here in person. But I couldn't let him see my eagerness, and I certainly couldn't let him think that I was begging him. Yes, just for the sake of cooperation and to get a deeper understanding of this huge potential supplier. The next morning, Ruian forced herself to cheer up, and her face regained her usual smart and capable look. She did not ask the purchasing department to send emails or messages. Instead, she instructed Secretary Lin to call Su Yang directly in the name of the catering director of the Ruian International Hotel, who needed to personally inspect the top food suppliers. Su Yang answered the call. Ruian sat in her office, listening to the familiar yet slightly unfamiliar voice coming from Secretary Lin. After he turned on the speakerphone, her fingertips curled slightly. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Lin Wei, the catering project secretary of the Ruian International Hotel. Secretary Lin's voice was professional and appropriate. Our President Lu highly recognizes the quality of the agricultural products you grow and believes that they have great potential. Considering the possibility of long-term cooperation, Mr. Lu hopes to have a more detailed face-to-face communication with you in the near future regarding specific quality control standards, packaging specifications, and possible future supply volumes. I wonder if it would be convenient for you tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. We can send a car to Qingshan village to pick you up, or if it is convenient for you to come to the city, we can discuss in detail in the hotel cafe. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Su Yang thought, here it comes again? And changed it to the name of the catering director's secretary? Ruian is not giving up. Communicate face to face? Are you trying to test my background, or are you trying to play the emotional card? Humph, the output is limited and the conditions are there. There is nothing to discuss. However, data support from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences also takes time, and funds are indeed tight. If we can provide them with a stable supply of goods, it will speed up development. Going downtown? It's too troublesome. What should Ningning do? Let them come and talk here on the ridge, so that President Lu can experience country life again. Hello, Secretary Lin. Su Yang's voice came through the receiver, still calm and without any waves. Thank you for President Lu's recognition. However, I have a lot of things to do on the farm and can't leave. Ningning also needs to be taken care of. If President Lu and the catering director really need to communicate in person, I will be at the farm tomorrow afternoon and can spare some time. Secretary Lin looked at Lu Ruian, and after receiving the signal, he immediately responded, "Okay, Mr. Su, thank you for your help. We will visit Qingshan village on time around 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon." After hanging up the phone, Lu Ruian's expression was a little complicated. Su Yang agreed to meet, but still set the location in the countryside where she felt uncomfortable. Su Yang seemed to have complete control over the rhythm of this business dealings. Lu Ruian thought, did he do it on purpose? Or is it really impossible to leave? Never mind, just go. That's just right, I can take another look at Ningning. No more high heels this time. Gifts, the basket of fruit last time was too small, so we need to prepare more this time. The next afternoon, a black Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle that was even more low-key than last time stopped at the entrance of Qingshan village. Lu Ruian got out of the car. This time, she changed into a set of beige linen pants that were equally expensive but more casual in style, and a pair of brand new Todd's flat loafers. Her hair was simply tied back and she only wore light makeup on her face. She was holding an exquisite shopping bag, which contained several sets of imported children's picture books and a set of Lego building blocks carefully selected by Secretary Lin. She tried hard to make herself look less like a superior female CEO and more like a visitor visiting a friend. However, when she stepped onto the dirt road again and smelled the familiar mixture of soil and chicken manure in the air, she still felt uncomfortable. When the old people in the village saw her, their eyes were still full of curiosity, but it seemed that there was less exploration than before, and more familiarity, as if relatives from the city have come to see Xiao Yang and the baby again. Lu Ruian gritted her teeth and walked to the gate of Su Yang's house without looking around. This time, the gate was open. She saw Su Yang squatting in the yard, discussing something with a technician wearing the work clothes of the Agricultural Science Academy, with some testing instruments placed next to him. Ningning brought a small stool and sat beside him, listening attentively like a curious baby, occasionally interjecting a word or two in a baby voice, which made the technician laugh. Seeing Lu Ruian come in, Su Yang just looked up at her, said to the technician, "You go on with your work," then stood up and clapped his hands. "Boss Lu, you are so punctual." His tone remained calm. "Dad. Mom is here again." Ningning's eyes lit up when she saw Lu Ruian, and she ran over to her. However, she did not pounce on her directly like she did last time. Instead, she stopped a few steps away and looked at the shopping bag in her hand curiously. "Mom, what are you holding?" Lu Ruian's heart tightened again, but she still tried to force out a gentle smile, squatted down, and handed the shopping bag to Ningning. "Ningning, this is a gift your mother bought for you, do you like it?" Ningning took the bag, took out the picture book and Lego inside, and a happy smile appeared on her little face. "Wow. It's a princess storybook. And Lego. Thank you, Mom." The little guy was obviously very happy to receive the gift, and his attitude towards Lu Ruian became much closer. He held her hand and chattered about the gift. Lu Ruian's mood improved a little. She patiently answered her daughter's questions, but she always kept an eye on Su Yang out of the corner of her eye. Su Yang did not come over to participate in the interaction between mother and daughter. He just spoke a few words to the technician, then walked to the well in the corner of the yard to wash his hands. Then he took out his mobile phone and began to process some messages, as if the warm moment between mother and daughter had nothing to do with him. Su Yang thought, bringing gifts to please Ningning again? Humph, do you think this can make up for your previous absence? But looking at Ningning's appearance, I still like her as a mother. Forget it, as long as she doesn't make any excessive demands and doesn't interfere with Ningning's and mine, let her stay for a while. This is a good opportunity to give her some time off and let her know that now is not the time for her to control the situation. Cooperate? Yes, but you have to show enough sincerity and meet the conditions I require. Lu Ruian thought, Ningning still likes my gift, she hasn't completely forgotten me. Su Yang, he still looked so cold and didn't care about me at all. Well, this makes it easier for me to keep a business-like attitude. When we discuss cooperation later, you must keep calm and not let him lead you by the nose. The technicians from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences quickly completed the data collection, politely greeted Su Yang and Lu Ruian, and left. There were only 3 of them left in the yard. Chapter 43: Su Yang's Calmness and Boundaries. The crystal-clear ice cake with a strange fragrance melted in Lu Ruian's mouth, leaving her mouth full of refreshing sweetness and an indescribable aftertaste. She watched Ningning pick up the spoon again, happily scoop out a large piece and put it in her mouth. She squinted her eyes with happiness and muttered incoherently, "The Liangliang cake made by my father is better than ice cream." Lu Ruian's heart trembled slightly, as if touched by the cold dessert. Ice cream was one of Ningning's favorite snacks in the past. She always clamored for imported Haagen-Dazs, and her home refrigerator was always stocked with it all year round. But now, a piece of Liangliang cake that looks so simple seems to satisfy her more. Lu Ruian thought, even desserts can be made so special. "Su-yang, how much do you know that I don't know? If this ice crystal cake is put on the dessert menu of worry." She subconsciously suppressed her business thoughts and her eyes involuntarily followed Ningning. After eating the ice cream, the little guy took his new Lego castle and ran to the shade of the tree in the corner of the yard. He built it with great concentration, imitating the sounds in the cartoon and enjoying himself. The sunlight shone on her through the gaps in the leaves. That kind of pure concentration and happiness was so vivid that Lu Ruian had never seen it in the surveillance videos or in the nanny's reports. After cleaning the stove, Su-yang came over with a bowl of freshly made ice cake. He also handed a small bowl to Lu Ruian. He sat down on the small stool opposite her and ate slowly. His eyes fell on his daughter who was playing not far away, with a gentle look. The air fell into a subtle silence again. Lu Ruian could feel that Su-yang's attitude was still distant, but it seemed less deliberate and indifferent than last time? Is it because Ningning is present? Or is he also slowly adapting to this new way of getting along? Lu Ruian thought, it seems that he is not so disgusted with me anymore. At least they didn't kick me out directly. Ningning accepted my gift very naturally and even held my hand. Maybe this is a good start? The cooperation is important, but if I could take this opportunity to learn more about their current lives and spend more time with Ningning. She cleared her throat, trying to break the silence, her tone softer than before, with a hint of tentativeness. "This ice crystal cake tastes very special and refreshing. What is it made of?" She deliberately avoided asking direct questions such as "Where did you learn this from?" which might touch upon the other person's secrets. Su-yang glanced at her and said calmly, "It's just a common plant gum in the mountains, boiled with sugar water, nothing special." He naturally would not reveal that this was the full-level ice crystal cake-making technique, produced by the system. Su-yang thought to himself, sure enough, he started to inquire. "Want to start with food? Unfortunately, I won't give you any chance to pry into the system's secrets." She seems to be a lot more restrained today than the last time she came. Is this for cooperation? Or was it really touching? In any case, keeping distance is a must. Just do your business, and leave after the talk. Don't try to use Ningning's name to dictate how my current life should be. Plants from the mountains? Lu Ruian's eyes flashed with curiosity. I've never heard of them before. It seems that there are indeed many things in the countryside that are not found in the city. Her words were meaningful, as if implying that everything Su-yang had now came from the land she once despised. Su-yang heard the subtext in her words, but was too lazy to respond. He just said him without comment and continued eating the ice cake. Seeing this, Lu Ruian felt a little angry, but she still held it back. She turned her gaze towards the vibrant vegetable patch and the eye-catching sign of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences on the wall, and adopted a more professional and concerned tone. "Mr. Su, let's talk about the cooperation. The Ori Hotel has very high requirements for the quality of ingredients. We need to ensure that the supplier can provide long-term, stable and top-quality ingredients that meet our standards. Last time you mentioned the limited production volume, and the conditions that we are responsible for the advance payment and logistics quality control. We have carefully evaluated it after returning." She paused, observing Su-yang's reaction, and seeing that he was just listening calmly without interrupting, she continued, "In principle, we can accept these conditions. However, in order to ensure the smooth progress of cooperation, we still hope to have a more comprehensive understanding of your farm's production capacity, planting environment, and future development plans. This is not only for our hotel project, but also to help potential new farmers like you to better connect with the market and realize greater value." Her words sounded high-sounding, expressing her sincerity in cooperation while rationalizing her inspection behavior. They even had a hint of support in an attempt to regain the moral and commercial high ground. Lu Ruian thought, the first step is to establish the framework of cooperation and obtain a stable supply. As for the conditions, as long as I can get what I want, it's okay to make temporary concessions. Once the cooperative relationship is established, we can gradually take back the initiative. At the same time, I also need more time and opportunities to stay here, observe him, and take the opportunity to get close to Ningning. Su Yang sneered in his heart as he listened to her words. Su Yang thought, it sounds nice, but he is just trying to get to know me. Want to know where this miracle crop of mine came from? Still want to control my future development? Lu Ruian, your calculations as a businessman are really engraved in your bones. However, since she is willing to accept my conditions, this first step of cooperation can be finalized. As for the rest, let's take it one step at a time. He put down the bowl, wiped his mouth, and looked at Lu Ruian, his face still with that businesslike expression. Since President Lu and your company have evaluated and accepted my conditions in principle, then I think the specific details of the cooperation, such as the first batch of supply quantity, specific price, prepayment ratio, and payment time, as well as the cold chain logistics plan and arrival acceptance standards you are responsible for, can be asked to let your procurement department in temporarily I will draft a detailed draft of the cooperation agreement, and both parties will sign it after confirmation. He paused deliberately and changed my team to myself, emphasizing his current weak situation, while also implying that the initiative of the cooperation was in his hands. As for the comprehensive understanding and future development plan mentioned by President Lu, Su Yang's tone was still calm, but with an unquestionable sense of boundaries. I think this may be beyond the scope of our first cooperation. I just want to focus on growing the crops in front of me and taking good care of Ningning. We'll talk about the future later. Once again, he drew the line clearly. Cooperation is possible, but it is limited to product transactions. Private life and future plans will not be discussed. Lu Ruian felt choked by Su Yang's words. Su Yang actually rejected her good intentions to get to know her better so directly? Not even a hint of politeness? This made her carefully prepared attempt to show gentleness and support seem like a joke. A strong feeling of frustration came over her again, but this time, Lu Ruian found that the anger in her heart did not seem to be that strong. Instead, there is a more complicated emotion: reluctance, curiosity, and even a hint of inexplicable appreciation? Yes, appreciate it. She had to admit that Su Yang at this moment was calm, rational, goal-oriented, and adhered to his principles and bottom line. He was no longer the man who needed to look at her face. The independence, self-confidence, and pure love for his daughter that he exuded made her, a strong woman used to being in control of everything, feel a strange and damn attraction. Lu Ruian thought, he is really different now. He knows what he wants and his own value. He doesn't need me anymore. Why does this realization make me feel so uncomfortable? She looked at Su Yang's calm yet deep eyes, and for the first time felt that she might have completely lost control. Okay. Lu Ruian found that her voice was a little dry. She forced herself to regain the aura of CEO Lu. Then let us do as Mr. Su said and ask the purchasing department to draft a draft of the cooperation agreement as soon as possible and send it to your Dao private message? Only then did she realize that she didn't even seem to have Su Yang's personal contact information. Can. Su Yang nodded, with no intention of providing other contact information. At this moment, Ningning ran over holding her Lego castle and held it in front of Lu Ruian like she was presenting a treasure. Look, Mom. The castle I built. Isn't it beautiful? Lu Ruian was immediately attracted by her daughter. All her business thoughts were instantly interrupted. She quickly squatted down and looked carefully at the castle, which was crooked but full of childishness. She exclaimed sincerely, beautiful. Ningning is great. She built it better than Mom. He. Ningning was praised and smiled happily. Mom, do you want to play with me? Lu Ruian's heart softened instantly and she almost agreed. But she glanced at Su Yang, who was standing next to her with an expressionless face, and then looked at the sky, and finally reason prevailed. Lu Ruian thought, no, I can't stay here any longer. It is a pleasant surprise that we can talk about this step today. I can't let him think that I'm staying here in Ningning's name. Got to proceed step by step. She gently touched Ningning's head, her tone apologetic. Ningning, be good. Mommy has work to do today. Can I play with you next time? You can play with this castle by yourself first. Mommy will bring you something more fun next time. Oh, okay. Although Ningning was a little disappointed, she still nodded sensibly. Then Mom, please come earlier next time. Yes, definitely. Lu Ruian's heart ached again. She stood up, took one last look at Su Yang, nodded as a goodbye, then turned around and quickly walked out of the yard. Su Yang looked at Lu Ruian's departing back until the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle disappeared at the entrance of the village. Then he withdrew his gaze with a complicated and incomprehensible look in his eyes. He did notice the change in Lu Ruian's attitude. No longer the contempt and indifference that we had during the divorce, or even a hint of clumsy flattery and attempts to get closer? Is it because he recognizes the value of his product, purely for commercial purposes? Or was it really because seeing Ningning's happiness touched my heart and even made me regret it? Su Yang wasn't sure and didn't want to go into it further. His life now is peaceful and fulfilling, and he doesn't want it to be disrupted again by Lu Ruian's appearance. Cooperation is cooperation, and business is business. As for personal feelings, he looked down at his daughter who was happily playing with Lego, and his eyes became extremely determined. Whether Lu Ruian is truly changing or just doing it on a whim, he must keep a clear head and clear boundaries. He must protect Ningning and protect their current life. He would not allow any behavior that might hurt Ningning or attempt to pull them back to the unequal, suffocating relationship of the past. Dad, will Mom come next time? Ningning raised her little head and asked curiously. Su Yang squatted down, looked into his daughter's innocent eyes, and said gently, maybe. But Ningning just needs to be happy every day and be with her dad, right? Yes. Ningning must always be with Daddy. The little guy nodded vigorously and hugged his father's neck. Su Yang hugged his daughter tightly, feeling peaceful. Chapter 44, Su Wening's assist? Ever since Lu Ruian acquiesced to Su Yang's harsh cooperation conditions last time, the Su family's old house in Qingshan village seemed to have returned to its former tranquility. As agreed, technicians from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences come once or twice a week to collect soil and crop samples, record growth data, and provide professional planting management advice. Su Yang was managing his cooperative experimental base step by step, while also making sure to update his Douyin account Ningning in her father's daily life in the countryside. A new batch of high-quality cucumbers has begun to be produced steadily. With its crispy and sweet taste and rich juice that far exceeds that of ordinary cucumbers, it has once again triggered a buying frenzy among fans once again. Although the price is still not low, the praise rate and repurchase rate are even showing a potential to surpass that of cream strawberries. After all, cucumbers are more common vegetables and are consumed in larger quantities. The system points increased steadily, and Su Yang was finally willing to use 10 points to try the lottery roulette once. Ding! Consume 10 points, enter the lottery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 bag of ordinary watermelon seeds, about 20 seeds, average quality, but strong adaptability. Ordinary watermelon seeds? Su Yang looked at the small bag of seeds that appeared in the system warehouse and raised his eyebrows slightly. That's good. Although the quality is ordinary, it's good to grow some at home to cool down Ningning in the summer. There is still some space in the yard, which is just right for planting. Ningning liked the mini watermelon very much when she saw it last time. Ordinary watermelons are bigger, so she must like them better. He was not disappointed because he didn't get the best one and he remained calm. Products produced by the system, even ordinary seeds, will never taste bad if grown on optimized land. The Lu Group also acted quickly. A draft cooperation agreement drawn up by the purchasing department of the Orui International Hotel, which almost completely adopted Su Yang's harsh conditions, was sent via a private message on Doudu. 50% advance payment, fixed supply of 50 caddies of high-quality cucumbers and 10-15 caddies of cream strawberries every week. The price is calculated at 10% off the Su Yang online selling price. The transportation and quality control are fully responsible by the Ori Hotel, and the corresponding losses are borne by it. Oh, that's quite straightforward. It seems that the project is really something that I can't do without. Su Yang carefully reviewed the terms of the agreement, with a barely perceptible smile on his face. The price was reduced by 10%. Is this her last act of stubbornness? Well, if the quantity is larger, it will save me the trouble of packing and shipping. This price is acceptable. The most important thing is the advance payment and that they are responsible for logistics and quality control, so the risk is transferred. He replied on his mobile phone, I have no objection to the terms of the agreement. Please prepare a formal contract, still with that official attitude. However, what surprised Su Yang was that Lu Ruian seemed to have normalized the personal inspection. Following the last gift delivery, the low-key Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle once again stopped at the entrance of the village. This time, Lu Ruian's reason was that some details of the cooperation agreement needed to be confirmed in person, and the approximate production estimate of the next batch of strawberries and cucumbers needed to be understood so that the hotel could arrange purchasing plans and menu adjustments in advance. The reason sounds impeccable and is completely the attitude of Party A, who is serious and responsible. She also dressed more down to earth, changing into a set of sports casual wear that was of fine texture but simple style, with clean white sneakers on her feet, and even a sun hat. Su Yang was in the cornfield outside the yard, applying decomposed cake fertilizer to the high-quality sweet corn that was beginning to grow rapidly, following the advice of the technicians from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. When he saw Lu Ruian coming towards him with a thermos bag, he simply stopped what he was doing and gestured to the ridge next to him with his eyes. "Boss Lu, I've read the draft contract and there's nothing wrong with it. As for the production estimate, we can currently guarantee 50 kilograms of cucumbers per week. The next batch of strawberries will mature in about 10 days, and the expected production is about 20 kilograms. After giving priority to the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, we estimate that we can still provide about 15 kilograms to the hotel." Su Yang's tone remained calm and he went straight to the point. Lu Ruian didn't expect him to be so direct. Her prepared speech about communication of quality control details was interrupted and she paused slightly. She looked at the beads of sweat oozing from Su Yang's forehead and the organic fertilizer with a special smell at his feet, and for a moment she didn't know how to respond. "He seemed to treat me as a pure business partner. Not even basic greetings." Lu Ruian felt a little uncomfortable, but she still tried to maintain a professional smile. "Okay, Mr. Su, we understand the production volume. As for the packaging, the hotel hopes to customize a batch of packaging boxes with the Rui logo printed on them. What do you think? You can provide samples or design drawings of packaging materials and specifications, and the cost will be borne by you. I can cooperate with you." Su Yang's answer was flawless. During this somewhat stiff official conversation, Ningning, who was playing in the mud with Uncle Wang's grandson at the other end of the cornfield, spotted her mother. She immediately dropped the small wooden stick in her hand and ran over like a colorful butterfly. "Mom! Mom, you're here to see us again." This time, Ningning's tone was obviously much more familiar and happy than last time. She threw herself directly to Lu Ruian's legs, tilted her little face up, and looked at the thermos bag in her hand with her big, sparkling eyes. "Mom, did you bring me something delicious again today?" "I brought it. Ningning, take a look and see if you like it." Lu Ruian's heart was instantly melted by her daughter's enthusiasm. She quickly squatted down, opened the thermal bag, and took out the yogurt and cut imported fruits inside. "Wow! It's strawberry yogurt. And mango." Ningning cheered, and unceremoniously took a piece of mango and stuffed it into her mouth. Her little mouth was bulging, and she did not forget to say to Su Yang beside her incoherently, "Dad, Mom is so good to us. She always comes to see us and brings us delicious food." Su Yang. Lu Ruian. Both of them felt a little embarrassed by Ningning's sudden words, "You always come to see us." Lu Ruian's cheeks felt slightly hot. She was indeed having her period too frequently, even the child noticed it. All the official business she had originally planned about packaging and quality control now seemed to be making things more obvious. Su Yang frowned slightly. "Always coming? Is this the third time? What does she want to do? Do you really think of this place as a resort? Every time I use Ningning as an excuse." "No, I have to find a chance to explain things to her clearly and don't disturb our normal life." Ningning was unaware of this. While enjoying the delicious fruit, she looked up with an innocent face and asked a question that instantly froze the atmosphere. "Mom, why do you always come to see us? Do you also want to live here with Dad and Ningning and grow vegetables together?" Children's words are innocent, but like a precise key, they unexpectedly open the deliberately closed door in the adult world, exposing the complex emotions hidden under the mask of business as usual to the afternoon sun. Lu Ruian's smile froze on her face, her heart seemed to skip a beat, and a surge of heat rushed to her cheeks, making her instantly at a loss. How should she answer? "You said it was for work?" Even Ningning felt that she came too frequently. "You said it was because you missed her? What would Su Yang think? You want to live together? That's even more unbelievable." Su Yang was also stunned. He didn't expect Ningning to ask so directly. He looked at Lu Ruian's ears that turned red in an instant and her panicked eyes, then looked at his daughter's clear and curious eyes, and a feeling of helplessness rose in his heart again. Is this little guy really a great assist, or is he here to sabotage us? He cleared his throat and was about to speak up to help like last time, but he heard Lu Ruian say in an extremely unnatural, flustered and hurried tone. "Ningning, be good, Mommy came to see if the vegetables Daddy grows are good, because many uncles and aunties in the hotel want to eat the delicious food Daddy grows. Mommy has her own big house in the city, and she still has a lot of work to do, so she can't live here." Even she herself felt that this explanation was pale and powerless, especially under the gaze of Ningning with a drawn-out "oh," and eyes that seemed to understand something but seemed even more confused. It seemed even more like she was trying to cover up something. Su Yang looked at Lu Ruian's rare embarrassment, and the unhappiness in his heart caused by her frequent disturbances surprisingly dissipated a little, and was replaced by a clearer understanding. No matter what Lu Ruian's current mentality or purpose was, the boundary between them brought about by the divorce, and the invisible balance in Ning Ning's heart, had undergone irreversible changes. And all he needs to do is to stick to his bottom line and live his life well. Chapter 45, Cooperation Finalized? Undercurrents surge. Back in the cold and luxurious president's office, Lu Ruian could no longer easily put aside everything that happened in the shabby courtyard in Qingshan village as she did before. Ning Ning's happy smile when she was holding Lego, Su Yang's calm and confident figure on the ridge of the field, and even the simple but delicious bowl of smashed cucumber and chicken soup. These scenes played in her mind like a kaleidoscope, impacting her inherent cognition and pride. She thought to herself, should I accept the conditions proposed by Su Yang? Advance payment? Do we still need to be responsible for the entire cold chain and quality control? This is simply unheard of in business negotiations. When did the Lu Group need to be so humble to a small farmer? Wouldn't it be a joke if it got out? What will those old guys on the board of directors think of me if they find out? Her pride and the businessman's rationality were in fierce conflict. The feeling of humiliation wrapped around her heart like a vine, making her feel suffocated. But when she thought of the glaring deficit in the project report, the increasingly picky taste buds of high-end customers for ingredients, and the possible chain reactions if this project failed, she had to force herself to calm down. Lu Ruian took a deep breath and her eyes gradually became sharper. No, we can't lose the big picture for the small. The face is small, but the group's strategic layout is big. Su Yang, he does have the capital to control me now. His products are unique and are backed by the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Since he insists on those conditions, just agree to them temporarily. First, establish a cooperative relationship and get a stable supply of goods. When the subsequent production expands and his dependence on our Lu Group deepens, the initiative will naturally return to me. After making up her mind, Lu Ruian dialed the intercom, her voice returning to her usual calm and decisive tone. Secretary Lin, notify the purchasing department that we agree in principle to the cooperation terms proposed by Mr. Su Yang from Qingshan village, and ask them to draft a formal contract as soon as possible, with strict details. In addition, ask the project team to prepare a detailed food demand forecast report, especially the amount of strawberries and cucumbers used, as well as the potential demand for sweet corn that may be on the market in the future. Okay, Mr. Lu. Secretary Lin's voice came with a hint of subtle surprise, but he didn't ask any more questions. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ruian leaned back in her chair and rubbed her eyebrows. The decision had been made, and although the process made her feel extremely uncomfortable, for the sake of business interests, she had no choice. However, deep in her heart, in addition to business considerations, there seemed to be a glimmer of expectation that even she herself did not want to delve into. Perhaps frequent official exchanges would give her more opportunities to see Ning Ning? Even get to know Su Yang again, who has become so unfamiliar? The thought flashed through her mind, but she forced it down again. No, just for work. At the same time, the atmosphere in the Crop Research Institute of Jiangcheng Academy of Agricultural Sciences was very lively. Professor Zhang Yuanxiao looked at the detailed data report on the soil and crop growing environment of Su Yang Farm that his assistant had just compiled, as well as Li Wei's additional observations on Su Yang's interaction with villagers and his education of his daughter, his eyes full of appreciation and excitement. Natural. Efficient. Sustainable. Professor Zhang pointed to the soil analysis data and said to Li Wei, look, Li, Comrade Su Yang's soil improvement method, although he modestly calls it a local method, the effect is amazing. The organic matter content and trace element balance have reached a very ideal state, and there is no fertilizer or pesticide residue at all. This is completely in line with the green organic agriculture direction we have always advocated. And the varieties he grows. Professor Zhang picked up another preliminary analysis of the taste and nutritional content of cucumbers. They have a short growth cycle, extremely high quality, and unique flavor. These creamy strawberries, these crispy and sweet cucumbers, and the sweet corn that has great potential for raw consumption, these are definitely not just a few excellent varieties, they may represent a brand new agricultural model that is worth our in-depth research and promotion. Li Wei also nodded excitedly, yes, Professor Zhang. And Mr. Su Yang himself, although young, has clear thinking, principles, and bottom lines, and seems to have an extraordinary understanding of planting technology. His way of educating his daughter is also very special. The model of combining education with entertainment and being close to nature has cultivated a smart and lovable child. Yes. Professor Zhang nodded approvingly. Such talents, such valuable germplasm resources, and successful practical cases are exactly what our country's rural revitalization strategy needs most. Our Academy of Agricultural Sciences must give strong support. He pondered for a moment and gave instructions. Shaoli, you will continue to be responsible for following up with Comrade Su Yang. Technical support must be in place and data collection must be detailed. Whatever help he needs, as long as it complies with regulations, our institute will try its best to meet it. In addition, we will take him as a key case of our new and excellent crop variety cooperative test base, compile a detailed report to the institute and the city, and strive for more policy support. This is not only a personal support for him, but also an important practice for us to explore efficient ecological agricultural models. Okay, Professor Zhang. Li Wei responded immediately. By the way, Professor Zhang, the Lu Group. Lu Group? Professor Zhang raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh, they are very interested in Su Yan's agricultural products and want to seek cooperation, right? This is a good thing. The combination of the two powers can help promote good products more quickly. Our Academy of Agricultural Sciences can provide technical and quality support, but the specific commercial cooperation should be discussed by both parties themselves. We just need to serve as a bridge and provide convenience. In the eyes of experts at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, Su Yang has risen from a potential stock discovered by chance to a successful case worthy of special attention and support, a star of hope representing the future direction of agricultural development. And all this happened while Su Yang, who was busy farming in Qingshan village, was unaware that he and his small farm had attracted attention at a higher level. At this moment, he had just sent off another group of technicians from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences who came to collect data, and was squatting in the corner of the yard, studying a new technology that had just appeared in the system store. Basic rabbit breeding technology, including introductions to common meat rabbit and wool rabbit breeds, rabbit house construction, feed ratios, disease prevention, and basic breeding knowledge. Points required for redemption, 50 points. Su Yang looked at this technology and a smile appeared on his face. Ningning saw the little rabbits at Uncle Wan's house a few days ago and started clamoring to raise a few. The system just happened to be refreshed, and it only costs 50 points, which is not expensive. Rabbits reproduce quickly, and their meat and fur can be used as a resource. If they are raised well, they can bring in a considerable income. Moreover, rabbit manure is an excellent organic fertilizer, which can be used to improve the soil and form an ecological cycle. He took a look at his remaining points and chose to redeem them without hesitation. Ding! Consume 50 points and successfully exchange for basic rabbit breeding technology. In an instant, a large amount of knowledge about rabbit farming flooded into his mind, from how to select healthy breeding rabbits, to how to build a moisture-proof and ventilated rabbit house, to the feed ratios for different growth stages, and even the prevention and simple treatment methods of some common rabbit diseases, all became clear. It seems that in addition to growing vegetables, my new farmer career will have to add new projects. Su Yang stood up and looked at the piece of land in the corner of the yard that was still vacant for the time being. We have to find a place first to build a comfortable home for the future baby bunnies. There is wood and bamboo in the mountains, so we can make use of them. He took out his cell phone, turned on Daodu, and prepared to shoot a new video clip. Maybe I can record the process of learning to raise rabbits from scratch and give Ningning a surprise? This heartwarming interaction between father and daughter, coupled with the new breeding project, is sure to attract the attention of many fans. Chapter 46, My Daughter's Innocent Question. As night falls, Qingshan village is enveloped in tranquility and peace. In the small courtyard of the old house, there were only a few sparse chirping of insects and the occasional barking of dogs in the distance. In the main room, the dim old-fashioned table lamp emitted a warm light, casting the figures of the father and daughter on the mottled wall. Su Yang had just finished washing Ningning. The little girl was wearing cotton pajamas printed with cartoon bears. She was sitting on a small wooden bed, fiddling with the brand new set of Lego blocks that Ruian had brought. Her little face was full of concentration, her little hands flexibly put the blocks together, and she was muttering to herself, imitating the dialogue in the cartoon. Su Yang was sitting on the edge of the bed, holding an old, yellowed picture book in his hand, preparing to tell her a bedtime story. This is a warm and heartwarming moment that never changes between the father and daughter. Although Ruian's visit again stirred up some waves in his heart, looking at his daughter's peaceful appearance at this moment, those complicated thoughts seemed to settle down. The framework of the cooperation has been preliminarily established. Although the conditions are harsh, Ruian actually agreed in principle. This was somewhat beyond his expectations. He thought to himself, it seems that the quality of ingredients in Lu's project is so high that I am the only one who can do it? Or has she really changed? However, whether it changes or not doesn't mean much to me. The contract has been signed, so just follow the rules. The receipt of advance payment is a prerequisite, and they are responsible for logistics and quality control. This way, the risk is minimized, and I can focus more on the farm in Ningning. But her frequent official trips do disrupt our current pace of life. I have to draw the line more clearly next time and not let her feel she can intervene at will. He was just thinking when Ningning suddenly stopped what she was doing, raised her head, and looked at him with her big, clear eyes, with a bit of childish curiosity and a hint of imperceptible expectation on her little face. Dad, the little guy said in a soft voice, Mom brought us gifts again, and we also ate the liang cakes made by Dad. Su Yang nodded and waited for his daughter's next words. Ningning took a red Lego block in her hand and played with it, tilting her head as if thinking about something seriously, and then asked in an extremely innocent tone, Dad, Mom, will you come to see us often in the future? Su Yang's heart moved slightly. Ningning's sudden question carried the purest doubt of a child. She may not fully understand what divorce means, nor the complex entanglements of the adult world. In her little world, her mother came, brought gifts, and ate the meal cooked by her father, which seemed to be a signal of closeness. Is she expecting it? Do you hope that the mother who was once familiar but now somewhat unfamiliar can appear more often in her life? Su Yan looked at the barely perceptible gleam of expectation in his daughter's eyes and sighed slightly. He couldn't give his daughter any unrealistic fantasies, nor could he let Lu Ruian's frequent appearances disrupt Ningning's hard-earned sense of belonging and security in her current home. He thought to himself, Ningning still misses her mother. This is normal. But I must make her understand that life now is stable and real. Lu Ruian's appearance was more due to work reasons rather than a return to her family. I can't let her have unrealistic expectations, that would be harmful to her. He put down the picture book in his hand, reached out his hand, and gently stroked her soft hair. His tone was gentle but firm, and he tried to explain to her in the simplest and most straightforward way. Ningning, Mom has her own job in the city. She is very, very busy, just like those uncles and aunts on TV. She has to attend many meetings and deal with many things. He first found an objective and neutral reason for Lu Ruian's absence. She came to see us because she needed to talk to Dad about work, just like this afternoon. He continued, deliberately emphasizing the word work to try to downplay the possible personal emotional factors. So, Dad doesn't know whether Mom will come often in the future. It depends on how busy she is at work. He looked at Ningning's eyes, which seemed to understand, and gently took her into his arms, saying in the most gentle and affirmative tone. But Ningning, remember, our home is here, in this small yard, in Qingshan village. He pointed out the window, here are the vegetables we planted together, there are clucking mother chickens, and there will be little rabbits in the future. Most importantly, Dad will always be with Ningning, play with her every day, make delicious food for her, and tell her stories. He patted his daughter's back gently, his voice carrying a reassuring power. This is our real home. Daddy will always be here with you, okay? Ningning nodded as if she understood. Perhaps the concept of busy work was still a little vague to her, but she understood the words Dad will always be with Ningning and this is our home. The little guy leaned his head against his father's warm arms and rubbed it. The subtle little loss that had arisen before because of his mother's departure seemed to be dispelled by his father's firm promise and warm embrace. She hugged her father's neck, nodded vigorously, and said in a childish voice but with great certainty, yes. Ningning must always be with Daddy. Daddy is the best. She quickly forgot about the question about her mother, and her attention was attracted by new expectations. Dad, when can we raise a rabbit? I want to feed the rabbit with grass. Seeing his daughter's eyes become excited again, Su Yang's heart was finally at ease. He knew that for Ningning, his company, and this new home full of vitality and freedom were her greatest sources of security. It's almost time. Once Dad has finished building the bunny's home, we'll go buy a few of the cutest bunnies, okay? Su Yang smiled and scratched her little nose. Great. Let's raise a little rabbit. Ningning cheered immediately, and all her attention was focused on the new partner who was about to arrive. Su Yang held his daughter in his arms, looking at her face which had become carefree again with a determined look in his eyes. Chapter 47 The President's Clumsy Trial. Lu Group, President's Office. The sunlight shone through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, casting bright spots on the floor, but it could not dispel the complex and unspeakable emotions in Lu Ruian's heart. On the desk in front of him was a formal cooperation agreement jointly drafted by the legal department and the purchasing department and sent to Qingshan Village. The terms were almost completely formulated in accordance with the harsh conditions Su Yang proposed last time: 50% advance payment, fixed supply quantity, only 10% discount on the price, and transportation, quality control, and loss were all borne by the Ori Hotel. This is unprecedented in Lu Group's past procurement history. Lu Ruian thought to herself, humph, I really gave him face. Such conditions were agreed to because his stuff was indeed relevant and could solve the project's urgent needs. Once the cooperation becomes stable and the supply volume increases, we'll see how he handles it. She picked up the agreement and flipped through it, but couldn't help but think of the last time in Qingshan Village: Ningning's happy smile when she was holding Lego, Su Yang's calm but sharp eyes, and the bowl of smashed cucumber and ice crystal cake that she still remembered. She pressed the intercom. Secretary Lin, come in for a moment. Secretary Lin quickly pushed the door open and walked in. Boss Lu. Regarding the cooperation agreement with Mr. Su Yang of Qingshan Village. Lu Ruian pointed to the documents on the table and her tone returned to her usual calmness. The terms are basically fine, but there are a few questions about long-term supply stability and quality control details. Email communication is too inefficient. I need you to contact him again. Secretary Lin nodded. Okay, Mr. Lu, what do you need me to ask? Just ask him about the specific maturity time and estimated yield of the next batch of cucumbers and strawberries. We need to adjust the hotel's menu and publicity plan based on this. In addition, regarding the packaging specifications of the products, the hotel has some customized requirements, and we need to confirm with him whether it is feasible. Lu Ruian paused and added casually, by the way, you can also ask his daughter, his little assistant Ningning, how she is doing recently. After all, she seemed to like the gift we gave her last time. Secretary Lin's eyes flashed with understanding, but she still had a professional smile on her face. Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll contact Mr. Su right away. She returned to her office and dialed Su Yang's number. This was the number she had asked for last time as a hotel catering secretary, but Su Yang did not give her a private number. Qingshan Village, the old house of the Su family. Su Yang was squatting in the corner of the yard, following the drawings in the systems, basic rabbit breeding technology, and using bamboo cut from the mountains and some old wooden boards. He was building a simple but well-structured rabbit house. Ningning moved a small stool and sat next to him, holding a warm egg in her arms. She peeled the shell carefully and watched her father busying himself with curiosity. Dad, is the bunny's house almost ready? Will they like it when they move in? It's almost done. Dad will try to get it done today. We'll go to town tomorrow to see if there are any healthy baby rabbits. Su Yang wiped the sweat off his forehead and looked at the rabbit house which had taken shape, feeling quite satisfied. At this moment, the cell phone placed on the small stool next to him rang. Su Yang picked it up and saw that it was the number of Lin Wei, secretary of the catering project of Orui Hotel from last time. Su Yang thought, the contract hasn't been signed yet, and there's another call? What happened this time? Could it be that Lu Ruian is trying to do something again? He pressed the answer button and said calmly, Hello, Secretary Lin. Hello, Mr. Su. Sorry to bother you. Secretary Lin's professional voice came. It's like this. Regarding the cooperation agreement between our Orui Hotel and your farm, President Lu has reviewed and approved it. In principle, there are no problems. But before the formal signing, there are still a few details that I would like to confirm with you in person. Su Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh? What details? It's mainly about the specific maturity time and estimated yield of the next batch of cucumbers and strawberries. We need to formulate the hotel's procurement plan and menu adjustments based on this. In addition, the hotel hopes to use customized logo packaging boxes for product packaging, and I would like to confirm the feasibility with you. Secretary Lin paused, and his tone slowed down a little, with a hint of deliberate ease. By the way, Mr. Su, our general manager Lu went there last time and brought a gift for little Ningning. Did she like it? She looks so lively and cute, and she usually helps out on the farm. She must be very capable, right? Here we come. Su Yang instantly caught this seemingly casual concern. Su Yang murmured in his heart, as expected, I still can't help but want to find out about Ningning in my life. Packaging and output are just excuses. Isn't this sentence about Ningning the key point? Want to test our relationship from the side? Or do you want to play the emotional card? Lu Ruian, your tricks really haven't changed. He sneered, but his face remained expressionless, his tone still maintained a businesslike tone, even more distant than before. Secretary Lin, regarding the production estimate, cucumbers can be harvested in large quantities as early as the day after tomorrow, and we estimate that we can stably supply about 50-70 kilograms a week. Strawberries will take about a week to mature, and the specific production will depend on the fruiting conditions at that time. 15 kilograms is the minimum. As for custom packaging boxes, as long as the cost and specifications are provided by you, I can cooperate with them. He answered all the official questions clearly and quickly, and then he simply chose to ignore Secretary Lin's concern about Ning Ning, and change the subject. If you have no objection to these details, you can directly reflect them in the formal contract. If there are no other questions about the cooperation itself, I am still busy with farm work here, so I won't talk more. He deliberately emphasized the 4 words cooperation itself, clearly framing the topic within the business scope. He did not continue the conversation about Ning Ning at all and directly expressed his intention to end the call. Secretary Lin on the other end of the phone heard Su Yang's flawless and even a little cold response, and felt the signal from the receiver that he was about to hang up. He couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. She subconsciously glanced at Mr. Liu, who was sitting behind a desk not far away and looking at her calmly. This Mr. Su is really stubborn. Mr. Liu's seemingly casual temptation was easily blocked by him, and he drew the line so clearly. Secretary Lin could feel that President Liu's aura suddenly became several degrees colder. Okay, Mr. Su, I won't bother you anymore. We will complete the contract details as soon as possible and confirm with you. Secretary Lin said quickly, fearing that the other party would really hang up the phone. Su Yang responded indifferently and hung up the call. He threw the phone back onto the stool and continued to pick up the hammer and nails, hammering on the frame of the rabbit hive. Chapter 48 System's new favorite, Furry Bunny. After hanging up the phone call with unclear intentions from Secretary Lin, Su Yang threw the phone back on the stool and turned his attention back to the rabbit house that was being built in front of him. Su Yang thought to himself, "Humph, Lu Ruian is really persistent. Ask the secretary to call and ask about Ning Ning's situation in a roundabout way? Do you think I can't hear it? Details of business cooperation confirmed? Are you just looking for an excuse to continue to pry into my life, or even try to interfere?" She probably still can't accept it. She can't accept that I, her ex-husband who was kicked out by her, is not only not in poverty, but is living a colorful life, and even the crops I grow are needed by her Lu group. This feeling of disparity must be very uncomfortable for someone like her who has a strong desire for control. But, let her think whatever she wants. I have drawn the line very clearly. You can cooperate, but follow my rules. If you want to take advantage of Ning Ning or try to interfere in our lives, it's impossible. Now I just want to manage this farm well, take good care of Ning Ning, and enjoy this hard-earned peace and freedom. He picked up a hammer and bamboo nails and continued to concentrate on reinforcing the frame of the rabbit house. He built this rabbit house according to the drawings in the basic rabbit breeding technology, exchanged by the system, taking full consideration of ventilation, lighting, moisture proofing, and ease of cleaning. All materials are locally sourced. Bamboo cut from the mountains is used for the main beams and fences, and some old wooden boards left over from renovating old houses are used for the floor plates and partitions. Although it is simple, the structure is reasonable and it is more than enough for raising a few rabbits. Dad, this little house is so beautiful. Doesn't it look like the little wooden house in a fairy tale book? Su Wenning had finished eating the eggs. She came over curiously to watch her father work. She pointed at the rudimentary rabbit house with her little hand, her eyes sparkling. Once it's built, put some soft hay on it and prepare some delicious food for them. This will be the bunny rabbit's warm home. Su Yang explained with a smile, his hands moving non-stop. When Ning Ning heard the word baby rabbit, her eyes lit up even more, and her face was full of anticipation. Are we really going to raise a baby rabbit? Like the one that Xiaohu, the brother of Grandpa Wang, holds, a furry, white rabbit with long ears? The little guy followed Su Yang to visit Uncle Wang's house 2 days ago and happened to see Uncle Wang's grandson playing with a newborn rabbit. The snow-white, soft, jumping little thing instantly captured Ning Ning's heart. After she came back, she kept pestering Su Yang, saying that she also wanted to raise a snowball with long ears. Su Yang looked at his daughter's longing eyes and his heart softened. Su Yang thought to himself, Ning Ning wants rabbits. Coincidentally, the system points were enough a few days ago, and I exchanged for the basic rabbit breeding technology. Raising rabbits is indeed a good choice. Rabbits reproduce quickly, their meat can be eaten to improve the diet, and the fur of some rabbit breeds can be sold to increase income. The most important thing is that rabbit manure is an excellent organic fertilizer, which can be used to continuously improve my few acres of land and form a small ecological cycle. Killing two birds with one stone. Moreover, it is a good thing for Ningning to come into contact with more small animals in the countryside and cultivate her love and sense of responsibility. Seeing how much she is looking forward to it, this surprise must be arranged. Yes. Su Yang stopped what he was doing, squatted down, scratched Ningning's little nose, and teased her deliberately. Dad saw that Ningning has been doing so well recently, helping Dad with work and eating by herself, so I decided to reward Ningning with a few of the cutest little rabbits, okay? Wow. That's great. Thank you, Dad. Ningning jumped up excitedly, hugged Su Yang's neck, and gave him a big kiss on the face. Dad is the best. Ningning loves Dad the most. Seeing his daughter cheering, Su Yang felt particularly happy. While he continued to improve the rabbit house, he called up the information database of basic rabbit breeding technology in his mind. Based on his knowledge of the system, he made some fine-tuning to the design of the rabbit house, such as adding a manure-leaking partition at the bottom to facilitate the cleaning of rabbit manure, and reserving a larger window on the sunny side to ensure lighting and ventilation. The next day was market day in town. Early in the morning, Su Yang took Ningning, who was also very excited, and took Uncle Wang's tricycle to the town. This time, they went to the poultry and livestock trading area of the market to select a few healthy breeding rabbits. With a systematic knowledge base, Su Yang is particularly confident in his selection. He carefully observed the rabbit's mental state, the luster of its fur, the cleanliness of its eyes and nose, the strength of its limbs, and even looked carefully at the teeth and claws of several rabbits. The rabbit stall owner saw that he was so knowledgeable despite being young, so he didn't dare to fool him. In the end, Su Yang selected two female rabbits that looked the strongest and most lively, meeting the characteristics of New Zealand white rabbits, and a male rabbit that was equally energetic. It cost him less than $100, which was his biggest investment in recent times besides buying necessities. Dad, they are so cute. On the way back to the village, Ningning held the bamboo cage containing the little rabbits and stared at the three furry little guys inside without blinking. Her little face was full of love and curiosity. Do they have names? Su Yang thought for a moment and said with a smile, look, the whitest and fattest one is called Snowball, the one with gray ears is called Gray Gray, and the male rabbit is the most mischievous, so let's call him Tao Tao, okay? Okay. Snowball, Gray, Tao Tao. Ningning nodded vigorously and wrote down their names carefully. After returning home, Su Yang put the three little rabbits into the newly built rabbit house. The bottom of the rabbit house was covered with thick hay, with fresh grass and clean drinking water next to it. The little rabbits seemed very satisfied with their new home. They twitched their noses, looked around curiously, and soon began to nibble on the grass. Ningning brought a small stool and stood guard at the door of the rabbit house, like a responsible little keeper. She was worried that they were thirsty, then worried that they were cold, and she kept whispering to them. Su Yang looked at this heartwarming scene, took out his cell phone and started recording. He filmed the process of building the rabbit house and the experience of choosing rabbits at the market. He focused on capturing Ningning's surprised and cautious expression when she first saw the little rabbits, as well as the cute scene of her guarding the rabbit house and communicating with her new friends. While filming, he was also thinking about the text and editing ideas for the video. The title can be, in order to fulfill his daughter's little wish, the dad learned to raise rabbits from scratch. Or the farm welcomes a new member. The 4-year-old cute baby instantly becomes a rabbit housekeeper, with tags such as #newfarmer, #cutebabydailalife, #rabbit, #ruralfarming. As for the content of the video, you can highlight the process of the father and daughter working together to welcome the new member, such as building a rabbit house together, selecting rabbits together, and how Ningning learns to take care of rabbits. This way, it not only has a story, but also can naturally integrate breeding knowledge, and can also show the deep love between father and daughter. Well, I also need to take some close-ups of rabbits eating the high-quality grass or vegetable leaves I grow, to show the quality of my agricultural products, killing two birds with one stone. Su Yang planned, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Chapter 49: The Distance That Cannot Be Closed. Since finalizing the cooperation agreement with Lu Group, which seemed equal but was actually dominated by Su Yang's life seemed to have entered a more regular and busy stage. During the day, he spends most of his time on the acres of vibrant land outside the courtyard. With the regular guidance of technicians from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences and the support of systematic soil improvement technology, the growth of high-quality cucumbers is gratifying. The first batch of cucumbers was picked and put on the Dowda Live broadcast room, and they were sold out almost instantly. Their crisp, sweet and juicy taste, comparable to fruit, has once again ignited word of mouth, and even has a tendency to overshadow cream strawberries. High-quality sweet corn has also entered a rapid growth period. The corn stalks, more than 1 meter tall, are growing strong and upright, and stamens have begun to emerge from the tops. The air seems to be filled with a faint sweet scent. The system panel showed that it would not be long before the first batch of sweet corn that could be eaten raw matured. He thought that the success of the cucumber was expected. Since it was produced by the system, the quality was naturally impeccable. The next focus is on the sweet corn. If the feature of edible raw can really meet expectations, it will definitely be a big hit. When the time comes, we'll shoot a video of Ningning holding the corn cob and eating it directly, and the effect will definitely be maximized. The contract with Lu has been signed and the advance payment has been received, which solved the urgent problem. With this money, you can consider buying some better farm tools, or reclaim and improve the remaining wasteland outside the yard as soon as possible to expand the planting area. The growth of system points has also stabilized. When I have accumulated more, I will check the lottery wheel or the store to see if there are more powerful seeds or technologies. In addition to farming, building a rabbit house and taking care of the 3 new rabbits have become a part of the daily life of the father and daughter. With Su Yang's careful care using his system knowledge, the 3 rabbits, Snowball, Hui Hui and Tao Tao, quickly adapted to their new home, became lively and active, and their fur became more and more shiny. Ningning is extremely fond of these new furry friends. The first thing she does after school every day is to go see the rabbits. She feeds them and cleans the rabbit house just like her father, just like a responsible rabbit housekeeper. Naturally, Su Yang would not miss these heartwarming materials. The account, Ningning and her father's daily life in the countryside, is continuously updated, and the content has also expanded from simple daily vegetable planting to more diversified rural life displays such as breeding, house repairs, going to the market, and father-daughter interaction. Thanks to its authentic and healing content in Ningning, the traffic code, the account has steadily gained followers, breaking through the 50,000 mark, and the interaction in the comment section has become increasingly lively. Everything seems to be moving in the right direction. On the other side, the Lu Group. Lu Ruian sat in the cold president's office, feeling mixed emotions as she looked at the scanned copy of the formal cooperation contract presented by the purchasing manager, which was stamped with Su Yang's simple signature. The contract was finalized, and her troubled project finally saw the light of day. The first batch of high-quality cucumbers has been delivered to the kitchen of the Ori Hotel. The quality feedback has been excellent. Even the Michelin chef, who has high standards, has praised it highly and is looking forward to the upcoming cream strawberries. The commercial goal has been preliminarily achieved. But Lu Ruian did not feel much joy in her heart. Instead, she was filled with an indescribable sense of frustration and emptiness. Su Yang. That man, from beginning to end, acted too calm and too distant. Whether replying to emails or communicating on the phone, or even when the purchasing department later sent people to Qingshan village to sign contracts, pay advance payments, and coordinate logistics details, Su Yang always had a businesslike and frugal attitude. Apart from the terms of cooperation themselves, he did not seem to show any additional interest in the Lu Group or the Ori Hotel, nor did he have the slightest intention of using it to establish a relationship or rekindle old relations. He was like an ordinary, even somewhat aloof supplier, who strictly abided by business rules and strictly guarded his small farm and daughter, clearly isolating her and everything she represented from the outside. She thought to herself, does Su Yang really not care at all? After 6 years of marriage, are these cold terms of cooperation really all that remain in his heart? He clearly knew how important this contract was to Lu Corporation and how crucial it was to my project, but he still insisted on those harsh conditions and even refused to give in on the price. Was he really so confident, or was he deliberately taking revenge on me? Was he taking revenge on me for my initial contempt for him? And Ningning? He seemed to deliberately avoid me and Ningning being alone together. The last time I went there, although he didn't say anything, I could clearly see the vigilance and alienation in his eyes. Is he afraid that I will take Ningning away? Or are they afraid that I will disturb their current life? This feeling of completely losing control made Lu Ruian feel unprecedentedly unfamiliar and frustrated. She is used to strategizing in the business world and using her identity, status, and resources to influence and even determine other people's choices. But in front of Su Yang, all these seemed to be ineffective. He was no longer the man who needed to look up to her and depend on her to survive. He has his own career, the capital to support himself, and even official endorsement from the Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences. More importantly, he has the love and dependence that condenses his whole body. This kind of equality, and even the feeling of being suppressed on the emotional level, made Lu Ruian feel crazy, but she could do nothing about it. No, this can't go on. Lu Ruian clenched her fists suddenly. She couldn't accept this loss of control. Business cooperation is just the first step. She must find a breakthrough and establish a new connection that will allow her to exert influence. And this connection point seems to be only Ning Ning. She thought to herself, Ning Ning is my daughter, and this is a fact that cannot be changed. No matter how cautious Su Yang is, he can't completely stop me from caring about my daughter, right? Yes, I care about Ning Ning. This is a legitimate reason. As a mother, it is natural for me to care about my daughter's life and growth. Maybe, by caring about Ning Ning, I can learn more about Su Yang's situation indirectly? See how he did it? Who are his so-called friends? What are his plans for the future? Also, if I visit Ning Ning more often and spend more time with her, maybe she will remember her mother's kindness and start to rely on me again? When this thought came to her mind, Lu Ruian's heartbeat quickened. She picked up a photo frame on the desk, which contained a photo of Ning Ning when she was 2 years old. She was as delicate as a little angel. Her eyes softened, but were quickly replaced by a hint of determination. She pressed the intercom. Secretary Lin, please help me prepare. Tomorrow afternoon, I will go to Qingshan village again. Secretary Lin's voice came through the receiver with a barely perceptible pause. Okay, Mr. Lu. This time, is it still in the name of confirming the details of the cooperation? Lu Ruian was silent for a few seconds, as if looking for a more natural reason, and finally said, well, the contract has just been signed, so I'm going to follow up on the use of the first batch of customized packaging. Also, I'm going to bring some seasonal clothes and new toys to Ning Ning. The weather is getting colder, and the conditions in the countryside are not as good as in the city. Chapter 50 Cooperation reached, each party's thoughts. Jiangchang, the kitchen of Orue International Hotel. The early morning sun had just shone through the tall glass windows, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of food and a hint of subtle tension. At the entrance to the back kitchen, a cold chain transport vehicle with an ordinary license plate had just arrived. When the door opened, several purchasing department staff and the hotel's executive chef, wearing work clothes printed with the Lu Group Orui Hotel logo, were looking at several foam insulation boxes with simple labels unloaded from the vehicle with a look of scrutiny and expectation. This is exactly the first batch of supplies from Suyang Farm in Qingshan Village. According to the almost unequal contract, 50 kilograms of high-quality cucumbers and 15 kilograms of cream strawberries, which have limited production and are more precious, are supplied on a weekly basis. The executive chef is a Frenchman named Pierre, who is about 50 years old, slightly plump, and wears a snow-white chef's uniform. He was hired by Lu Ruian from a Michelin 3-star restaurant in Paris at a large price and has extremely picky eyes. He frowned, looking at these foam boxes that looked no different from the goods sent by ordinary farms, and said to the purchasing manager next to him in Chinese with a strong accent, Mr. Manager, are you sure these products from Country Farm can meet the standards of our hotel? President Lu has issued a strict order this time. If there are any problems with the quality of the ingredients again. The purchasing manager wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling unsure. The terms of this contract are really abnormal. It is completely dominated by Party B, and the other party is an unknown new farmer. If Mr. Lu had not made the final decision personally and repeatedly emphasized the extreme importance of this batch of ingredients, he would even have suspected whether this was a commercial fraud. Mr. Pierre, don't worry. The purchasing manager tried to remain calm. President Lu has personally inspected it, and the Academy of Agricultural Sciences also has a preliminary quality report, which is said to be very amazing. Oh? Really? Pierre raised his eyebrows and signaled his chef to open one of the boxes of cucumbers. When the lid of the box was opened, an extremely fresh cucumber aroma with a hint of earth and sunshine instantly filled the air, invigorating everyone present. In the box, straight green cucumbers with flowers and thorns on top were neatly stacked. They were of uniform size and bright color, as if they had just been picked from the vine and were covered with dew. Pierre's eyes lit up. He picked one up, sniffed it, and pinched it lightly with his fingers to feel its firmness and moisture. Well, it looks good. He nodded, and then asked someone to open the box of strawberries. When the strawberries, red as gems, plump in size, and emitting a faint sweet aroma of cream, came into view, even the well-informed Pierre could not help but let out a low exclamation, "Oh my God!" He picked one up carefully and examined it closely. Its perfect color and unique aroma shocked even him, a French chef who was extremely picky about ingredients. He didn't even care about his image and put the strawberry directly into his mouth. The next second, Pierre's eyes suddenly widened. The extreme sweetness, the rich creamy flavor, the delicate and soft flesh, all the sensory experiences were far beyond his imagination. Unbelievable. He chewed, his face full of surprise and disbelief. Is this strawberry? I have never tasted such a perfect strawberry. The sweetness, aroma, and taste have all reached the peak. He finished one in a few bites, then couldn't wait to pick up a cucumber and took a bite. After the crisp sound, there were continuous exclamations. Oh, this cucumber is sweet, juicy, and as crisp as ice. It's great. It's great. Seeing the executive chef, who was always known for his strictness, lose his composure like this, the purchasing manager and chefs nearby were stunned. They also picked up samples to taste, and then, there was a burst of exclamations and praises at the entrance to the kitchen. Oh my god, this cucumber is so delicious. These strawberries, I feel like the ones I ate before were fake. The quality is definitely worth the price. The purchasing manager looked at the scene in front of him and finally felt relieved. At the same time, he was filled with indescribable curiosity and awe toward Su Yang, the new farmer far away in Qingshan village. How can this be some ordinary agricultural product? This is simply a luxury among top-quality ingredients. I'm afraid that Mr. Liu has really struck gold this time. Qingshan village, the old house of the Su family. Su Yang had just finished a call with the purchasing department of Orui Hotel and confirmed that the first batch of goods had been successfully delivered and passed the acceptance. After hanging up the phone, he felt calm. Su Yang thought to himself, well, the first batch of goods was delivered smoothly and the feedback was good. It seems that their project really needs ingredients of this quality. This way the cooperation can proceed stably. The advance payment received earlier will just speed up the farm's upgrade plan. The farm tools need to be updated. That small tillage machine looks good and can save a lot of effort. Let's reclaim the remaining wasteland outside the yard first. The irrigation system also needs to be put on the agenda, as relying on wells to draw water is too inefficient. There's still nothing particularly eye-catching in the system store, so save up your points first. When the sweet corn matures and is available on the market, it should bring a good increase in points. Then we'll see if we can draw good stuff. He did not have much emotional fluctuations about the achievement of this cooperation. This is just one of his many plans. It is a resource he has obtained by utilizing the system's capabilities in his own efforts to support a better life for him and his daughter in the future. Lu Ruian and the Lu Group are just partners in his business empire. They just need to act according to the contract. He does not want and will not allow any involvement beyond the scope of business. What he is more concerned about now is the field of high-quality sweet corn outside the yard that has begun to ear in silken. According to the system's prompts, in a few days, the first batch of plump, sweet corn cobs that can be eaten raw will be ripe. Su Yang thought, sweet corn is the next highlight. The selling point of edible raw is too strong and the market potential is huge. When the time comes, we can shoot a video of Ningning holding the corn and eating it directly. The effect will definitely be explosive. Combined with the quality inspection report from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, the brand, Ningning and her dad's daily life in the countryside, will be able to take it to the next level and completely get rid of those boring doubts. He picked up his cell phone and opened Doudu as usual, ready to record his life today. The camera swept across the clean and tidy courtyard, across the vibrant vegetable garden, and finally stopped on Ningning, who was playing with a few chicks in the distance. In the sunshine, my daughter was wearing a simple floral dress and pigtails, and her little face was filled with pure joy. This is the most precious thing he has now. Chapter 51, the fragrance of creamy strawberries fills the garden, and Doudu pre-sale explodes. Su Yang carefully uncovered the small arch shed in the yard that was built with bamboo strips and plastic film. Instantly, a rich aroma mixed with extreme sweetness and unique creamy flavor hits you in the face, rich and fragrant, refreshing and pleasant. As far as the eye can see, the low strawberry vines are loaded with heavy fruits. Each cream strawberry is so plump that it seems a little exaggerated. It is much larger than the common varieties on the market. Its color is bright red, just like a carefully carved red agate. It sparkles with an alluring luster under the morning light and is so gorgeous. Cream strawberry excellent, mature, flavor reaches its peak, ready to be picked. The information on the system panel clearly reflects the status. Su Yang squatted down and carefully examined these rubies that condensed his hard work and system power, with a satisfied smile on his face. Su Yang thought to himself, the system's product is indeed extraordinary. The quality feels better than the last harvest, and the aroma is stronger. Ningning would definitely be overjoyed when she saw this. The yield this time is good, and it is estimated to be more than 10 kilograms. Some samples are left for the Academy of Agricultural Sciences for research, and the remaining few kilograms can be used for limited edition rewards on Dowdo, which can not only maintain popularity and reputation, but also earn more points and startup capital. He remembered the original reason why he decided to grow strawberries, which was simply because Ningning asked a longing question in the taxi. Su Yang continued to think in his heart, I just wanted to fulfill Ningning's little wish at the beginning, but I didn't expect that this cream strawberry would become the key to starting my career. Now, not only can I grow the most delicious strawberries in the world for her, but I can also use this land to support my daughter and I, and even live more freely and with more dignity than before. Lu Ruian, you looked down on me so much at first and thought I couldn't live without you. Do you see it now? I, Su Yang, can create value that you cannot imagine with my own hands in this piece of land, and give Ningning a life that is no less than the one you have. Wow! Dad, it's strawberries. Lots of big red strawberries. A surprised, baby-voiced cheer came from the door. Su Wenning rubbed her sleepy eyes and ran out wearing her teddy bear pajamas. She was instantly stunned by the bright red scene in front of her, and her little face was filled with incredible surprise. She fluttered to the edge of the ridge like a happy little butterfly, pointing with her little fingers at the red fruits hidden under the green leaves, and her big eyes like black grapes were shining with desire for the delicious food that was about to come. It smells so good. Dad, the strawberry baby has grown up. Can I eat it now? Can I eat it now? She tilted her rosy little face and asked in a baby voice, revealing her greedy nature. Of course. Su Yang smiled and gently rubbed his daughter's head. Our little hero must be the first to taste it. He reached out and picked the largest and reddest one, walked to the old well in the yard, drew a bucket of clear, sweet well water, and rinsed the strawberries carefully. Crystal clear water droplets hang on the bright red flesh, reflecting a charming luster in the morning light. Come on, open your mouth. Su Yang half knelt down and handed the cream strawberry, which embodied the power of the system and the father's love and hard work, to his daughter's already open mouth. Ningning took a big bite and unceremoniously bit off most of the strawberry. The next second, the little guy's eyes suddenly widened into a bright and shiny state, and he squinted his eyes with happiness. His little mouth was bulging as he chewed quickly, making inarticulate sounds. Delicious, Dad, this strawberry is even better than the last one, sweet. Super sweet. It's the most delicious strawberry in the world. The little guy finally swallowed the strawberry in his mouth. His face turned red with excitement and he expressed his surprise incoherently. Looking at his daughter's satisfied little look, Su Yang felt sweeter than eating honey. He began to warm up for the Dowdo live broadcast to sell goods in the evening. He took out his mobile phone, carefully selected several angles, and shot a new short video. The camera first gave a close-up of the tempting cream strawberries hanging on the branches. Their plump size, bright color, and the crystal dew remaining on the leaves all demonstrate their top quality and natural freshness. Su Yang's voice sounded gently, "Good morning, family. Look at our cream strawberries. After careful care over this period of time, they have finally reached a good harvest. Look at the appearance of this crop. Can you smell the fragrance through the screen?" As the camera turned, a sign that read Cooperative Experimental Base for New and Excellent Crop Varieties of Crop Research Institute of Jiangcheng Academy of Agricultural Sciences inadvertently appeared in the corner of the picture in the background. Although it was blurry, it was enough to attract the attention of careful fans. The quality of this batch is even better than last time. The production volume is not particularly large, so the amount that can be shared with everyone online is still very limited. Su Yang continued, cleverly explaining the reason for the limited edition and enhancing the value of the product. At this time, Ningning ran into the camera holding a freshly washed strawberry. Her little mouth was red from chewing it. She said to the camera in a baby voice with unparalleled pride, "The strawberries my dad grows are the most delicious in the world. They are sweet and taste like grandma's. Come and buy some." This innocent endorsement instantly makes the video more cute and persuasive. Su Yang smiled and pulled his daughter to his side, and announced to the camera, "Okay, family, at 7 o'clock tonight, in the Ningning and Dad's Daily Life in the Countryside live broadcast room, we will put a small amount of cream strawberries, as well as freshly picked tomatoes and cabbage on the shelves on time, and the quantity is also not large. As usual, first come first served, it's time to test your hand speed. Thank you all for your continued support." At the end of the video, there are several heartwarming clips of Ningning teasing a little rabbit by the field, or watering the plants with a small kettle, which is full of the rich atmosphere of rural life. Su Yang thought to himself, the video effect should be good. The quality and scarcity of strawberries were highlighted, and Ningning's living advertisement was very effective. The brand of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences is also well displayed, which can effectively dispel doubts about hormones and scripts. This time, we will put 8 kilograms of strawberries online, divided into 16 half-kilogram portions and sold them mainly to maintain popularity, give back to fans, and earn some points. Tomatoes and Chinese cabbage are grown from ordinary seeds, but they also benefit from the system's land and have good quality. They can be sold in large quantities at a low price to increase sales. The bulk of the money should be given priority to the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. He looked at his phone and predicted the reaction in the comments section. I think the comments section will explode again, and there will definitely be a lot of private messages asking and purchasing. I'll use the old strategy, stay sincere, emphasize quality and limited supply, and create a sense of hunger appropriately. Sure enough, once the video was released, it immediately exploded in the comments section and private messages in the background. Ah! Finally, the strawberries are here. Set the alarm. Hurry up, Anchor. I didn't get it last time, I'm going to try this time no matter what. Baby Ningning is so cute, and the most delicious food in the universe, ha ha. Look at the size and color of the strawberries. My mouth is watering. Academy of Agricultural Sciences Cooperation Base? The Anchor hit it well enough. Awesome. Do you sell Chinese cabbage and tomatoes? I support you. The host's dishes must be delicious too. Stop the live broadcast, Anchor, don't be late. Fans' enthusiasm is at an unprecedented high, and the account's activity and attention have once again been pushed to a new peak. Chapter 52, Land Bottleneck Emerges, the System Seeks New Hope. At noon, after seeing off the technicians from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences who came to collect strawberry samples, Ruian looked at the slightly crowded land outside the courtyard and frowned again. He took out a small notebook where he took notes and began to plan seriously. Ruian was thinking in his mind, strawberries cannot be grown continuously on this half-acre of land in the yard. I have to change to something else next season, or rest for a while. Although cucumber production is stable, its market price is prone to fluctuations and cannot be relied upon alone. Sweet corn is growing well and has great potential, but it needs more room to grow. I still have no place to plant the ordinary watermelon seeds I won in the last system lottery. And those rabbits reproduce very quickly. The current vegetable leaves and weeds are definitely not enough. We have to grow some special forage grass or high-yield vegetables as feed for them. He looked at the simple land planning map drawn on the notebook, and his spatial anxiety grew stronger. Ruian continued to think, the 1.5 acres of land reclaimed outside the yard has been filled with cucumbers and corn. The remaining less than 2 mu of wasteland, although the technicians from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences said that the soil quality is okay, it will take time and investment to reclaim and improve it. Even if everything is done, the total area will be less than 4 acres. With this little piece of land, it is simply a drop in the bucket to achieve large-scale planting, meet the needs of so many online fans, and also to provide a stable supply of the contract volume from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences and Lu Group. Not to mention carrying out scientific crop rotation, expanding the scale of breeding, and developing ecological cycles. If this continues, my new farmer career will soon hit the ceiling. The money earned is just a small amount. If I want to give Ningning a better life and let her have more choices in the future, I need a bigger platform and more abundant capital. More suitable land must be found as soon as possible. He thought about transferring the land to the village, but the villagers' plots of land were scattered, not large in scale, and inconvenient to manage. Contract a barren mountain? The investment is too large and the cycle is too long. He has limited funds now and cannot wait. It seems that I can only ask the system for help again. Ruian immersed his mind in the system interface, his eyes wandering between modules such as Land Management and System Store. He remembered the Stall Map app he had drawn last time. Although that was a system setting from another world, his system should also have similar functions, right? System, help me scan the surrounding area. Are there any land resources that are suitable for large-scale farming, have good potential, and are easily accessible? Ding. Host needs detected. Do you want to activate the surrounding land resource screening function? This function can detect unused or inefficiently used land resources that meet the conditions within a radius of 10 kilometers. The first activation consumes points, 20 points. Ruian chose yes, without hesitation. A simple 3-dimensional map centered on the Su family's old house immediately appeared on the light blue virtual light screen. A soft green scanning wave spread out like a radar, covering an area of 10 kilometers. Densely packed colorful dots of light suddenly appeared on the map, representing different plots of land. The system prompt sounded again, scan completed. Please set the screening conditions. 1. Area requirements. 2. Soil potential level 3. Water source conditions 4. Ownership status such as wasteland, forest land, inefficiently used land 5. Distance. Su Yang's eyes were focused as he quickly typed his requirements on the virtual keyboard. The area must be greater than 8 mu, the larger the better. The soil potential rating must be at least C graded, must be close to a stable water source. The land type should preferably be uncultivated wasteland, or low efficiency forest land. The closer to an existing farm, the better. As the conditions were input, most of the light spots on the map quickly went out, and in the end only a few targets that met the requirements were left flashing. One of the light spots located in the direction of the mountain behind the old house is the brightest. The system automatically zooms in on it and displays detailed information. Target plot, wasteland in the valley at the southern foot of the back mountain. Estimated area, about 9.5 acres. Current status, overgrown with weeds, a small amount of shrubs and miscellaneous trees, relatively flat terrain, needs to be reclaimed. Soil potential, C+ grade. The surface layer is rich in organic matter, the bottom layer is sandy loam, slightly acidic, easy to improve. Water source conditions, adjacent to the mountain stream, with a stable water source all year round and convenient water collection. Ownership status, the village collective has reserved mobile wasteland, which has not been contracted out. You can apply for long-term contracting according to the process. Distance, approximately 1.8 kilometers away from the host's current location in a straight line. System comprehensive evaluation, medium reclamation difficulty, convenient irrigation, huge soil potential, suitable for large-scale planting, highly recommended. 9.5 acres, there really is such a large piece of suitable wasteland. Su Yang's heart began to beat violently with excitement when he saw the information given by the system. And it's so close, at the foot of the back mountain, and there is a natural stream as a water source. The soil potential is C+, better than the land outside my yard now. The village collective has reserved wasteland, so it shouldn't be a problem to apply for a contract. That's great, this is like a sleepy person finding a pillow. With these nearly 10 acres of land, the size of his farm can be expanded several times immediately. Crop rotation, diversified planting, expanding breeding scale, all problems can be solved. However, reclaiming such a large piece of wasteland will require a huge investment. I cannot do it alone, so I need to ask for help. Money. We must hurry up with the sales of strawberries and vegetables tonight, as well as the stable payment from Lou's company. Only with money can I take down this piece of land as soon as possible and reclaim it. The real takeoff of my new farmer career will start from this piece of land. At dusk, Su Yang stood at the gate of the courtyard, his eyes looking through the curling smoke, towards the direction of the back mountain where the light of hope was shining on the system map. His eyes were filled with unprecedented determination and infinite longing for the future. Ningning ran over holding her beloved Lego castle, which she had already put together, and took his hand, curiously looking in the direction he was looking. Dad, what are you looking at? Is there anything good over there? Su Yang squatted down, gently embraced his daughter in his arms, smiled and pointed to the distance, his voice full of longing and strength. Dad is watching, our bigger home in the future. When Dad turns that piece of land into a beautiful vegetable garden like the one in our yard, we can grow more and more of the things Ningning likes to eat, such as big watermelons and sweet corn. We can also raise a group of rabbits and build a bigger chicken coop. Ningning, what do you think? Great. A bigger home, growing big watermelons and raising a bunch of little rabbits. Ningning was immediately attracted by the beautiful blueprint her father painted. She cheered excitedly, hugged her father's neck, and nodded vigorously. Su Yang hugged his daughter's soft little body tightly, feeling the heavy responsibility and sweet motivation, and his heart was filled with strength. For Ningning, and for this free and fulfilling new life, he will move forward courageously no matter how many difficulties lie ahead. That piece of nearly 10 acres of wasteland is the new starting point for his dream. Chapter 53, Hot Live Night, Little Expert appears again. At exactly 7 o'clock in the evening, in the small courtyard of the Su family's old house, under the warm yellow light, the live broadcast equipment was ready. A clean old wooden square table was placed in the middle of the yard, covered with a simple blue-printed cloth. On the left, there is an exquisite bamboo basket filled with freshly picked, bright red, creamy strawberries, while on the right, there are several bundles of fresh green cabbages and a small basket of bright red tomatoes. The mobile phone was fixed on a simple wooden stand, and the angle was just right to include Su Yang and the product display area next to it in the picture. Su Yang took a deep breath, looked at his daughter Ningning, who was sitting obediently next to him with the furry little white rabbit Snowball in her arms. A gentle and confident smile appeared on his face, and he pressed the Start Live Broadcast button. Almost at the same time, the screen in the live broadcast room lit up, and fans who had been waiting for a long time poured in like a tide. The counter of the number of people online jumped rapidly, climbing from a few hundred to 3,000 and 5,000, and continued to rise at an astonishing rate. The comments on the screen were rolling like a waterfall, and the enthusiasm was almost overflowing the screen. Here it comes, finally the anchor starts broadcasting. My strawberries, where are my strawberries? My wallet is ready to take them. Where's Ningning? Where's little baby Ningning? I want to see our little expert. Anchor, please stock more strawberries tonight. Please, we couldn't get any last time. The front row sells melon seeds, peanuts, and mineral water. You can also pick some strawberries. Hello, good evening, everyone. I am Su Yang, welcome to the live broadcast room of Ningning and her father's daily life in the countryside. Su Yang waved at the camera, his voice was clear and magnetic. After several live broadcasts, he had become much calmer in front of the camera, no longer as nervous and shy as he was during his first live broadcast. Thank you all for being so enthusiastic and coming to the live broadcast room on time. Today, we have prepared some delicious things that have just been picked from our Academy of Agricultural Sciences Cooperation experimental base. We hope to bring some surprises to your taste buds. As he spoke, he did not forget to subtly mention the name of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences to increase his professionalism and credibility. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Wenning, who could no longer contain herself, hugged her beloved white rabbit Snowball, which seemed to have become rounder, and excitedly came to the camera. She greeted the uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters in front of the screen with her unique, soft and loud baby voice. Good evening, uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters. I'm Ningning. Look, this is my baby rabbit Snowball. Has it grown a little fatter? She raised the docile and well-behaved little rabbit in her arms as if presenting a treasure. Snowball is here to see Daddy selling delicious food. He said he likes the vegetable leaves that Daddy grows the most. They are sweet and crispy. The little guy's natural sense of camera and innocent and cute appearance, coupled with the equally adorable furry bunny in his arms, instantly ignited the atmosphere of the live broadcast room. The light cursor on the screen was jumping like crazy, and various lollipops, little red hearts, and moss gift effects began to fill the screen. The comments were like a flood. Ah! Baby Ningning and Snowball are so cute. My heart is melting with their cuteness. AWSL. You want to steal a child and a rabbit, host, name your price. What is little expert Ningning going to share today? The small stool is ready. Snowball is so well behaved. It's obvious that he's been well taken care of by the anchor, and the food must be top-notch. At the same time, in Jiangcheng, in the Lu Group headquarters building, in the high-level conference room. The atmosphere is solemn and slightly dull. Lu Ruian sat in the main seat, listening to the marketing director reporting on the new quarter's marketing strategy. Her face was as cold and focused as usual, and her fingers tapped lightly on the smooth conference table unconsciously. Suddenly, the screen of her personal mobile phone beside her lit up, and a very soft special reminder tone was heard, which she had set only for herself. Lu Ruian's movements paused almost imperceptibly, and a slight ripple flashed in the depths of her eyes. She knew what this alert meant. It was a dynamic briefing from Secretary Lin about Qingshan Village. She calmly picked up her phone, unlocked the screen, and took a quick look. Mr. Lu, Su Yang will start broadcasting on time at 7 o'clock tonight. He is very popular. 10 minutes after the broadcast, the number of online users has exceeded 50,000. The main product, cream strawberries 50 half-pound packs, sold out within 3 seconds after it was put on the shelves. The fans responded very enthusiastically. The tomatoes and pak choi sold with it also sold well. Su Wenning is in good condition. She appeared on the screen holding a rabbit and interacted lively. She mentioned that the rabbit loves to eat the vegetables grown by his father. Lu Ruian's fingertips tightened slightly. Lu Ruian thought to herself, 50,000 online, sold out in 3 seconds? Su Yang is becoming more and more adept at making use of his advantages. This popularity is better than the data of some internet celebrity incubation projects under the company. How did he do it? Just one child and a few special produce? She suppressed the inexplicable irritability and bitterness in her heart, turned off the screen of her mobile phone, and tried to focus on the meeting again. The marketing director was still talking incessantly about user portrait analysis and channel expansion plans, but Lu Ruian was a little absent-minded. The cute image of Ningning holding the rabbit and the bustling scene in the live broadcast room involuntarily emerged in her mind. At this moment, the phone vibrated again very slightly. Lu Ruian subconsciously glanced at the screen again. Mr. Lu, latest situation. Su Yang officially announced in the live broadcast that the farm will launch a new treasure, excellent sweet corn. He emphasized that the corn can be eaten raw, like fruit, and the taste characteristics are thin skin without residue, rich juice, and extremely sweet. It is expected to be shipped by cold chain within 72 hours. The response from fans in the live broadcast room was extremely enthusiastic, and the expectations were overwhelming. Lu Ruian's eyes suddenly focused. He actually publicly announced that he would eat sweet corn raw. And it's described so temptingly? Lu Ruian thought, it must be this sweet corn. Secretary Lin mentioned in his report that Professor Zhang from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences spoke highly of it. Now looking at the reaction of fans in the live broadcast room, expectations are bursting? Su Yang is very clear about the value of this thing. Is he trying to create a sense of scarcity in the market by preheating it with such fanfare? Or are they deliberately raising their prices to put pressure on me and make me more passive in subsequent cooperation? The project team has an urgent need for special corn. If Su Yang's corn can really reach this quality and can be eaten raw like fruit, it would not only be an upgrade of the ingredients, it could even create brand new dishes and consumer experiences. This is very important for improving the brand image and competitiveness of Orui Hotel. Su Yang is moving so quickly that we must finalize a more stable and larger supply with him as soon as possible before he completely heats up the market. We can't wait any longer. A strong sense of urgency and a hint of annoyance at being led by the other party made her feel upset. She suddenly interrupted the marketing director who was still reporting. Her voice was unquestionably sharp and a little bit suppressed. Irritated, Director Wang, your report lacks focus, the data analysis of user conversion rate is superficial, and the assessment of potential risks is not in-depth enough. Take it back and do it again. I want to see a solution that can really solve the problem before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. The marketing director was stunned by the sudden interruption and harsh criticism. He didn't understand why the usually calm CEO Lu suddenly got angry. But seeing her obviously cold face, he didn't dare to ask more questions. He could only reply in panic, yes. Yes, CEO Lu, I will change it right away. Other executives in the meeting room also noticed the sudden change in atmosphere and fell silent, not daring to bring bad luck. Lu Ruian waved her hand irritably. Today's meeting ends here. Dismissed. After saying that, she picked up her phone, stood up first, stepped on her high heels, and walked out of the meeting room quickly with a low mood, leaving behind a group of executives who looked at each other in bewilderment and dared not speak. Returning to the empty and cold president's office, Lu Ruian threw her cell phone on the table and tugged at the delicate silk scarf around her collar in annoyance. Raw sweet corn. He always came up with something that she never expected but was exactly what she needed. She was almost certain that once this thing was on the market, it would definitely be a hit. And if her hotel project could have exclusive or priority access to this top-quality ingredient. But when she thought about having to face Su Yang again, and facing his calm and aloof attitude as if he had everything under control, Lu Ruian's heart felt as blocked as if it were filled with a ball of cotton, and a strong sense of humiliation and powerlessness came over her once again. She walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the still bustling night scene outside. Her eyes were dim and unclear, with a hint of struggle that she herself was not even aware of. Su Yang, are you waiting for me on purpose? Waiting for me, step by step, to put aside all my pride and status and beg you? Chapter 54. Prepare for a rainy day, expansion is imminent. The popularity of last night's live broadcast is still being talked about by fans, and Su Yang is welcoming another busy morning. As soon as the sky was getting light, the courtyard of the old house became lively. Su Yang was methodically processing dozens of orders sold during last night's live broadcast. Styrofoam boxes are neatly stacked in the corner, containing carefully selected cream strawberries, cherry tomatoes, and bok choy. He wore gloves and his movements were gentle and focused. Strawberries still enjoy the highest level of treatment. Each one is screened, individually wrapped in a soft foam net, and then carefully placed in a special blister box to ensure that it is safe during transportation. Tomatoes and Chinese cabbage are also carefully packed in food-grade fresh keeping bags, and the bag openings are tied tightly to keep them fresh as much as possible. Su Yang thought to himself, this packing and shipping process is still too time-consuming and energy-consuming. Although the order volume is not too large now, it is too inefficient to be so cautious every time. When the yield really increases in the future, especially after the nearly 10 acres of land are developed, it will definitely not be possible for me to do it alone. There is also logistics. It is not a long-term solution to always trouble Uncle Wang or other people in the village. Cost and human relations are both problems. It seems that establishing a standardized packaging process, finding a stable and reliable cold chain logistics partner, or waiting until the funds are more sufficient to buy a second-hand refrigerated truck myself, this matter must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Ningning was also woken up by her father, who got up early. She ran out in her teddy bear pajamas, rubbing her eyes, to join in the fun. She has completely adapted to the rhythm of this pastoral life and is no longer the little princess who needs someone to coax her out of bed. "Good morning, Dad," she greeted him in a baby voice. Seeing the boxes piled up in the yard, she immediately perked up. "Wow! Dad, are you going to send a lot of delicious food to uncles and aunts today?" She followed Su Yan like a little tail. Although she couldn't help much, she was very enthusiastic. Sometimes she tried to stick the express note on the box by imitating her father, and sometimes she ran to the chicken coop to see if the hens had laid new eggs, or went to the rabbit house to see if Snowball, Hui Hui, and Tao Tao were eating grass obediently. "Yes, we want to send them the freshest and most delicious food as quickly as possible." Su Yang responded to his daughter with a smile, and then he pasted a crooked express delivery slip back in place, and gently touched her little head. The packing work is finally completed. Su Yang once again found Uncle Wang, who ran a convenience store in the village, and borrowed his second-hand van, which was old but still reliable. The father and daughter worked together to carefully move a dozen foam boxes into the car. Although Ningning is not very strong, she is very busy running around to help her father open the car door and pass the tape, just like a little farm supervisor. After successfully delivering the package to the express delivery point in the town and repeatedly instructing the courier to give it priority and use the fastest cold chain, Su Yan drove the excited Ningning back to the village. Su Yan thought, the user's first experience is crucial, and word of mouth is the best advertisement. Although the transportation process is more troublesome and costly now, the quality upon delivery must be guaranteed. This is related to the reputation of the brand Ningning and Dad, and we cannot be careless in the slightest. After returning home and having a simple lunch, Su Yang coaxed Ningning, who was a little sleepy after playing for the whole morning, to take a nap. Only then did he have time to calm down. He sat on the small stool in the yard, took out his mobile phone and the small notebook he used to record his expenses, and carefully reviewed his recent financial situation. Over this period of time, the popularity of the Douyin account, Ningning and her father's daily life in the countryside, has continued to grow, and the word-of-mouth effect is significant. Not only are the cream strawberries sold out in seconds every time they are put on the shelves, but the newly launched high-quality cucumbers are also very popular, with a high repurchase rate. Online sales revenue continues to grow steadily. More importantly, the cooperation with Lu Group has been put on the right track, and the fixed weekly supply has brought in considerable and stable returns. Although he always kept a wary distance from Lu Ruian, he had to admit that the cash flow brought by this business contract did greatly alleviate his initial financial pressure. He picked up a pen and quickly calculated on the notebook the remaining savings on hand plus the accumulated profits from recent online sales plus the stable returns from the cooperation with Lu Group daily expenses during this period, the purchase of farm tools and seeds, and the cost of buying rabbits and building rabbit houses. Su Yang thought to himself, the money is almost enough. Online sales are gaining momentum, and the cooperation with Lu also provides a stable cash flow, so there is no problem with capital turnover for the time being. The money I have now is enough to pay the contract fee for the wasteland on the back mountain, and there will be some left as startup capital for hiring people for initial reclamation and purchasing small agricultural machinery. There is no time to hesitate, the land bottleneck must be broken through as soon as possible. Time waits for no one, so I have to go and discuss the contract with Uncle Wang. He raised his head and looked towards the back mountain with a determined gaze. The nearly 10 acres of barren land marked on the system map carries his and Ning's hopes for the future. It is also a key step for him to get rid of the current small-scale operation and truly expand and strengthen his business. Having made up his mind, Su Yang did not delay any longer. When Ningning woke up from her nap, he gave her some water and changed her into a clean little dress. Then he held his daughter's hand and walked directly to the home of the village chief, Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang was leisurely smoking his pipe in his yard, watching his grandson and several children from the village playing in the mud. Seeing Su Yang coming with Ning, he smiled and put out his pipe, and greeted them warmly. "Xiao Yang, Ning, you are here? Come and sit down, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Uncle Wang, I have something serious to discuss with you and the village." After Su Yang sat down, he didn't exchange too many pleasantries and went straight to the point to explain his purpose. I want to contract the wasteland on the southern foot of the mountain behind our village, next to the stream. It's the land left after the old forest farm cut down trees. It's about 9 acres, almost 10 acres. Oh? The wasteland in the back mountain? Uncle Wang was obviously stunned for a moment when he heard Su Yang's words, and then he showed surprise in his eyes, followed by strong interest and approval. Xiao Yang, do you like that piece of land? It's a big piece of land. The land is flat and close to water, but it has been abandoned for many years. There are rocks, weeds, and bushes everywhere. It will take a lot of effort to cultivate it. Some people have thought about it before, but they gave up because they thought it was troublesome. It's a good thing that you have this idea. Have you really thought it through? Uncle Wang thought, this young man is really courageous and hardworking. How long has he been back? Not only did he keep his own little piece of land in good order, but I heard that people in the city were scrambling to buy the crops he grew. He also attracted experts and professors from the city's Academy of Agricultural Sciences and hung a big sign that read Cooperation Base, which was the first of its kind in Qingshan village. Now, he has to contract the most uncultivated wasteland that no one wants? This means he really intends to put down roots in our village and work hard. Well, now the country is vigorously calling for rural revitalization and encouraging capable young people to return to their hometowns to start businesses and revitalize our rural land resources. If he can really develop that piece of wasteland and plant good things, it will definitely be a great thing for our Qingshan village and must be strongly supported. Chapter 55 Contracting the Land of Hope, a new chapter for the farm. Su Yang saw the support in Uncle Wang's eyes and felt more confident. He took out the speech he had prepared long ago, pointed in the direction of his own courtyard wall, and said sincerely and confidently, Uncle Wang, you also know that the cream strawberries and cucumbers I am growing now are of good quality, and the market response is also very good, and the supply cannot meet the demand. The Academy of Agricultural Sciences also recognized our efforts and not only provided technical support, but also established a cooperative base. We will have more in-depth cooperation in the future. But my biggest problem now is that I have too little land. He spread his hands and continued, there are only a few acres of land, which is not enough to expand the scale of production, and it cannot meet the subsequent market demand, whether it is online fans, or the research needs of the Agricultural Science Academy, or even some large companies that actively come to us to discuss cooperation. I have inspected it carefully. The wasteland on the back mountain is large enough, nearly 10 acres, and the terrain is relatively flat. The most important thing is that it is right next to the stream on the west, so it is very convenient for irrigation and water collection. If the village can contract that piece of land to me, I plan to make great efforts to cultivate it, plant it well, introduce more high-quality varieties like those recommended by the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, and grow more high-quality and distinctive agricultural products. He paused and emphasized the possible benefits to the village. Uncle Wang, when my business gets bigger, I will definitely need to hire people to help with the work. When the time comes, we will definitely give priority to our fellow villagers in weeding, fertilizing, picking, and packing. When it develops well in the future, maybe we can build an ecological picking garden or a farmstay, which can also be regarded as contributing to the development of our Qingshan village. His words not only demonstrated his own strength and market prospects, but also described the possible benefits it might bring to the village collective. His words were humble, well-reasoned and full of sincerity. Ningning listened to her father and Grandpa Wang talking about business on the side. Although she didn't understand much, when she heard Big Watermelon and Little Rabbit, she immediately ran to Uncle Wang excitedly, took his arm, and added in a baby voice, Grandpa Wang. Dad said that in the future, he will plant big watermelons as round as drums in that big piece of land, and raise lots of furry little rabbits. When the time comes, Ningning will pick the biggest and sweetest watermelon for you to eat. The little guy's innocent assist instantly made the smile on Uncle Wang's face even brighter. He laughed heartily and touched Ningning's little head. Ha, good, good. Then Grandpa Wang will be waiting to eat the big watermelon that Ningning planted. He looked at Su Yang with eyes full of appreciation and trust. He felt that the young man in front of him was not only capable and thoughtful, but also down to earth and hardworking. More importantly, he was truly working hard for the children and to live a good life in this village. Okay, Xiao Yang. Uncle Wang immediately made the decision, his tone firm, you have the determination and ability, and you also want to make some contribution to the village. I must fully support you. That piece of wasteland is just lying there, it's a great thing if you can make use of it. In principle, I agree to the contract. He then introduced the specific process. According to the village rules, if you want to contract collective land, especially such a large area, you still need to hold a meeting of the village committee and inform the public. But don't worry, it's not a big problem. The main thing is the contract period and contract fee. We have to follow the village regulations. The two parties then had a friendly communication on the specific details of the contract. Su Yang expressed his hope for a long-term contract, such as a 30-year contract, so that he can invest in long-term planning and construction with confidence. Regarding the contract fee, he also expressed his willingness to follow the standards set by the village for this type of developable wasteland, and even to increase it a little to reflect the value of the land and his sincerity. At the same time, he reiterated that the land must be reclaimed scientifically, that mountains, forests and water sources must not be damaged, and that the village's labor force would be given priority in future employment. Uncle Wang was very satisfied with Su Yang's attitude and nodded repeatedly. Okay. Xiaoyang, I feel relieved when you say that. The term is not a problem. Long-term contracting will make you feel more at ease. As for the cost, just follow the wasteland development contracting standard that our village just decided last year. You don't need to add more. You are willing to invest so much money in reclamation, which is the greatest contribution to the village. He stood up, looking a little excited. Well, I'm going to meet with Lao Li, Lao Zhang and other village committee members now, and try to get this matter passed at the meeting today. Tomorrow morning, you come directly to the village committee, and we'll sign the formal land contract. Su Yang thought to himself, it worked, it really worked, it went even smoother than I expected. It seems that the weight of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences brand, coupled with the country's strong support for rural revitalization, has indeed made things much easier. Nearly 10 acres of land. Now I finally have enough space to develop my farm. Although the reclamation and initial investment are certainly not small, as long as we follow the steps and take one step at a time, the future will be promising. In order to make Su Yang feel more at ease, Uncle Wang found paper and pen on the spot and quickly wrote a simple land contract intent letter, clearly stating the approximate location of the land, the estimated area of about 9.5 acres, the tentative contract period of 30 years, and the basic rights and obligations of both parties. Finally, he solemnly signed his name and asked Su Yang to sign and put his fingerprints on it. Although this was just a letter of intent, Su Yang felt it was heavy in his hand, as if he was holding the key to the future. After leaving Uncle Wang's house and walking on the dirt road in the countryside on the way home, Su Yang couldn't calm down for a long time. Dad, are we going to have a bigger home soon? Ningning felt her father's indescribable joy and became excited as well. She pulled his hand, jumped up and down and asked questions non-stop. Su Yan looked at his daughter's excited expression, and his heart was filled with unprecedented enthusiasm and infinite longing for the future. He squatted down, looked into his daughter's sparkling eyes, nodded seriously, and his voice was full of strength and confidence. Yes. Dad has already reserved that large piece of good land near the creek for us. When Dad cultivates it and turns it into a beautiful farm that is many times bigger than the current yard and full of delicious food, we will be able to realize all the wishes we just mentioned. He looked at his daughter tenderly and continued, however, turning that wasteland into a large farm will be very, very hard work. Daddy may be much busier than he is now, and may not have as much time as he does now to play with Ningning all the time. Ningning must be obedient, read books by herself, play with toys by herself, and support Daddy's hard work, okay? Yeah. Ningning seemed to understand, but seeing the seriousness and expectation in her father's eyes, she nodded vigorously, her little face full of seriousness and understanding. Ningning is the best. Ningning can play with Lego castles and read princess story books by herself. Her father will play with her after he is done with his work. Ningning will also help her father water the big watermelon and pick lots of grass for Snowball, Hui and Tao Tao to eat. Good boy. You are such a good helper to your father. Su Yang hugged his daughter tightly in his arms with relief, his heart filled with warmth and endless motivation. Chapter 56 Contract finalized, Sweet Corn makes a stunning debut, and the Academy of Agricultural Sciences makes an urgent visit. Time quickly came to the next morning, Jingshan Village Committee. The sunlight shines through the old window lattice and onto the rural land contracting and management rights transfer contract on the wooden table, which is stamped with a bright red official seal. Su Yang carefully checked every clause in the contract: the location of the plot, the area, the contract period, the contract fee and payment method, the rights and obligations of both parties. After confirming that everything was correct, he solemnly signed his name in the part.B position and pressed a clear red handprint. On behalf of the village committee, the village chief, Uncle Wang, also signed in the position of part.A and stamped the official seal of the village committee. Xiaoyang, once this contract is signed, This piece of land will be yours for the next 30 years. Work hard, I believe you can turn that wasteland into a treasure land. Uncle Wang patted Su Yang on the shoulder, his face full of satisfaction and expectation. Thank you, Uncle Wang, and thank you to all the uncles and uncles in the village committee for your trust. Su Yang held the heavy contract in his hand, and an indescribable excitement and sense of steadiness surged in his heart. I will do my best to grow the land well and live up to everyone's expectations. This contract is not just a piece of paper, but also a solid foundation for him to take root in Qingshan village and make the brand and farm of Ningning and Dad's daily life in the countryside bigger and stronger. Coming out of the village committee, the sun was shining brightly and Su Yang's mood was particularly bright. With nearly 10 acres of new land, the future of the farm is full of unlimited possibilities. He hurried back to the old house, thinking about another important thing the system prompted yesterday, that the much-anticipated batch of high-quality sweet corn had entered the maturity period. Su Yang thought to himself, the contract has been finalized, and most of the land issues have been resolved. Now it all depends on the quality of the sweet corn. The system is described as so magical: thin skin without residue, rich juice, extremely sweet, and can be eaten raw. If it can really achieve this, it will definitely be another hit. Ningning, that little greedy cat, must have been unable to wait any longer. He ran straight to the cornfield outside the yard. Looking around, the cornstalks, nearly 1 meter tall, are thick and straight, with dark green leaves. The corn cob wrapped in the thick husk in the middle is swollen and full, the corn silk at the top has turned dark brown, and a unique sweet scent permeates the air. Su Yang carefully moved through the corn forest and, based on the system prompts and his own experience, selected a plant that was located in the center of the plot, received the most sunlight, and had the fullest and most symmetrical corn cob. Click! With a crisp sound, the first ear of perfectly ripe, high-quality sweet corn was successfully picked. He carefully peeled off the layers of green bracts, revealing the corn kernels inside, which were neatly arranged, plump, and as milky white as top-grade mutton fat jade. These corn kernels are extremely tender and crystal clear, exuding a unique aroma that is a mixture of fruity fragrance and sweet milk, as if sweet juice would flow out with a light pinch. Su Yang took this perfect treasure and walked to the old well in the yard and rinsed it carefully with the clear well water. Dad, it's a big corn cob, so beautiful. It looks like so many little pearls lined up together. Ningning had already been attracted to it. She surrounded her father, tilted her little face up, stared at the unique corn cob without blinking, her little mouth slightly opened, full of amazement. Can we eat it now? Do we really not need to cook it? Su Yang resisted the urge to taste it immediately, took out his cell phone, skillfully turned on the recording function, and adjusted the angle. He squatted down and handed the corn to Ningning with an encouraging smile on his face. Yes, Dad said that this baby corn in our house is very special. It is as sweet as fruit and can be eaten directly. Come, our little gourmet Ningning, taste it first and tell Dad how delicious it is. Ningning looked at her father's encouraging eyes, lowered her head, sniffed the tempting sweet fragrance, and finally mustered up the courage. She opened her little mouth and took a small bite of the crystal clear and plump corn kernels. Crack! An extremely crisp sound was heard, like biting into a top-quality crisp apple. Immediately afterwards, an unimaginable, abundant and sweet juice seemed to explode in her mouth in an instant. Ningning's eyes suddenly widened into a bright, sparkling light filled with disbelief. The chewing action paused for a moment, and then burst into great surprise. Wow! Her little mouth moved quickly, her eyes were full of happiness, and she exclaimed incoherently, Sweet, Daddy, so sweet! So juicy, like drinking juice, so delicious, 100 times more delicious than cooked corn. Her face turned red with excitement. She held the corn cob and took several big bites. Juice even flowed down the corners of her mouth. She was completely immersed in this ultimate delicacy. Su Yang was ecstatic. It worked, it can really be eaten raw. And judging from Ningning's reaction, the taste and sweetness are absolutely off the charts. The system is so powerful. This real reaction is the best advertisement. Seeing his daughter eating sweetly and contentedly, Su Yang felt filled with a sense of accomplishment. The successful verification of sweet corn not only means that the farm has a new flagship product, but also represents the continuous growth of system points. He took advantage of the time when Ningning was still struggling with the corn cob to immerse his mind in the system. Su Yang thought, I have accumulated a lot of points, cucumbers and strawberries are in stable supply, and the corn is also a success. It's time to draw a few more prizes to see if I can add some more good things, preferably fruits. Ningning likes it the most. He thought about it and clicked on the lottery roulette system, conduct 2 lotteries. Ding! Consume 10 points, enter the lottery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 bags of advanced compound organic fertilizer rich in various trace elements, can quickly improve soil fertility to Class B. Su Yang thought, well, organic fertilizer is good. It can be used on the newly contracted wasteland to speed up soil improvement. Again. Ding. Consume 10 points, enter the lottery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30 high-quality cherry tomato seeds. Quality, excellent, taste, sweet and sour, juicy, rich fruity aroma, with a slight nectar flavor, growth period, medium, yield, high. Su Yang was excited, high-quality cherry tomatoes, that's great. It is of the same excellent quality as cream strawberries. It is nutritious and delicious. It must look beautiful hanging on the vine in bright red, and is suitable for shooting videos. Ningning also likes it. It is definitely another popular product. With a nectar flavor? The system is getting more and more powerful. After the lottery, Su Yang felt even happier. He remembered the small amount of sweet corn pre-sold during the live broadcast a few days ago, and promised fans to ship the goods within 72 hours. Now that the corn has matured and the quality is guaranteed, it is time to fulfill his promise. He walked into the cornfield again, carefully selected dozens of ears of corn that were just the right degree of maturity, and then began to vacuum pack them. Ningning had finished eating most of the corn and saw her father was busy, so she ran over to help. She was mainly responsible for handing the vacuum bag to her father. She found it very interesting to watch the corn being pulled into a tight corn. The father and daughter worked together to quickly pack dozens of pre-sale orders and put them into foam boxes filled with ice packs and cushioning materials. Come on, Ningning, Dad will take you to town to send a package and give the delicious baby corns to the uncles and aunts. Su Yang drove the borrowed minivan, carrying the excited Ningning, and delivered the package to the cold chain express delivery point in the town, and repeatedly reminded them to ensure the transportation timeliness and low temperature. Su Yang thought to himself, the pre-sale items have been sent out, and the fans have been informed. Next, it's the highlight. After returning home, Su Yang immediately began to edit the video he shot in the morning of Ningning eating corn for the first time. He retained the most authentic and impactful clips, paired them with cheerful music and eye-catching subtitles and labels, and the title directly hits the point. Challenge the whole network. 5-year-old cute kid eating raw corn? The corn in my house can really be eaten as fruit. Hashtag raw corn, hashtag fruit corn, hashtag new farmer, hashtag rural food, hashtag cuticid seeding broadcast, hashtag Ningning and her dad's daily life in the countryside. As soon as the video was released, it immediately sparked a phenomenal discussion and attention on the Doudo platform about eating raw corn. The number of views, likes, comments, and shares has exploded, quickly dominating all major popular charts. The comment section was completely boiling, and countless netizens were deeply shocked by the content of the video. Fuck, are you really eating it raw? Ningning is drooling when she eats it. Oh my god. It bursts in one bite? How sweet must this corn be to be eaten as fruit? Thin-skinned and without residue? Sweeter than first love? Host, please stop describing it. I have my wallet ready. Ningning is cute, it's definitely delicious. When will the anchor sell it? Hurry up. It's fake, right? It must have been processed in advance. It's acting. It's definitely acting. I envy you so much. I also want to have a father who can grow edible corn. The voices of support and expectations ultimately overwhelmed the doubts, and the number of fans exceeded 70,000 and continued to grow rapidly. At the same time, at the Crop Research Institute of the Municipal Academy of Agricultural Sciences, Li Wei was so shocked after seeing the viral video that he immediately rushed into Professor Zhang's office. Professor Zhang, look. Su Yang's sweet corn can really be eaten raw. The video has gone viral. Professor Zhang was also shocked when he saw Ningning's happy look while eating raw corn in the video, and his eyes lit up. Raw food, it really is raw food. Professor Zhang stood up excitedly, this sweetness, this juice, this is definitely a breakthrough. Xiaoli, we can't wait any longer, contact Comrade Su Yang immediately, we have to go there right away, we must get the mature samples as soon as possible. This time, I will personally lead the team and bring all the best equipment in the institute. Professor Zhang thought to himself, this is not just a new variety, it may be a completely new agricultural model. The seeds in Su Yang's hands are national treasure level resources. In-depth research is required. Li Wei immediately called Su Yang, his tone excited and anxious. Mr. Su, we saw the sweet corn video you sent, it's incredible. Professor Zhang instructed us to come over immediately to collect mature corn samples for detailed testing. Is it convenient for you? We'll leave right away. Su Yang was not surprised when he received Li Wei's call and calmly agreed to his request to visit in the afternoon. Su Yang thought the response of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences was faster than expected. It seems that the value of this raw sweet corn is indeed huge. That's good. Let them do the testing and get the official report, paving the way for subsequent large-scale promotion. However, samples must be provided with caution and the core secrets of the system must not be exposed. It's still the same old strategy, thanks to seeds from friends and technical guidance from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Professor Zhang came again in person, which shows that he really attaches great importance to this. This is also a good opportunity to deepen cooperation. He hung up the phone and looked at the eye-catching cornfield outside the yard with deep eyes. He walked to the edge of the field and carefully selected a few corn cobs of the best quality and perfect maturity, washed them and placed them in a bamboo basket. Su Yang thought to himself, when the experts come, it won't be enough to just look at the data, I have to let them taste it for themselves. Let this fruit corn that embodies the power of the system shock them once again. Chapter 57, Corn is Amazing, the Academy of Agricultural Sciences returns. Su Yang was not surprised after hanging up the phone call from Li Wei, who was obviously excited and anxious. Excellent sweet corn, can be eaten raw and tastes so amazing. It is normal for the experts at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, who are almost obsessed with new varieties and new technologies, to react so quickly. He thought that the Academy of Agricultural Sciences responded faster than expected. It seems that the value of this raw sweet corn is indeed huge. Well, let them come to test it and get the official report to pave the way for subsequent large-scale promotion. However, samples must be provided with caution and the core secrets of the system must not be exposed. It's still the same old strategy, thanks to seeds from friends and technical guidance from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Professor Zhang came again in person, which shows that he really attaches great importance to this. This is also a good opportunity to deepen cooperation. He put away his phone and looked at the vibrant cornfield swaying in the wind outside the yard with a deep look in his eyes. He walked to the edge of the field and carefully selected a few ears of corn cobs with the fullest grains, a milky white color like jade, and dark brown filaments at the top. He rinsed them repeatedly with clear well water and neatly stacked them in a clean bamboo basket. He thought to himself that when the experts arrived, it would not be enough to just look at the data, he would have to let them taste it for themselves. Let this fruit corn that embodies the power of the system shock them once again. The afternoon sun was shining brightly. Just as Su Yang put the bamboo basket on the stone table in the yard, he heard the sound of a car engine and Uncle Wang's familiar loud voice coming from the entrance of the village. Xiaoyang, the experts and professors from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences are here to see you again. Su Yang looked up and saw an off-road vehicle with a government license plate parked on the side of the road not far away. Several people got out of the car, led by Professor Zhang Yuanshao, who looked energetic and extraordinary. Li Wei and Xiao Zhang, the assistant from last time, followed closely behind, carrying several more sophisticated-looking instrument boxes in their hands. Several villagers who were visiting each other or enjoying the cool air immediately gathered around. Looking at the scene, they couldn't help but talk in a low voice. Oh, it's the senior leader of the city's Academy of Agricultural Sciences again? How many times has this happened? That's right. I heard that the old professor last time was a top expert in the country. TSK, Xiaoyang has really made it big this time. Even farming can alarm these big shots. Can the corn in his house be eaten raw? The little girl in the video is chewing it with such relish. The villagers' discussions were full of admiration and curiosity. The sign of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences and the frequent visits of these experts undoubtedly added more mystery and authority to Su Yang's farm. Su Yang came forward with just the right amount of surprise and politeness on his face. Professor Zhang, researcherly, thank you for making another trip. It's not hard. Professor Zhang seemed even more excited this time than last time. He walked over quickly, his eyes directly past Su Yang and cast towards the tall cornfield outside the courtyard, his eyes shining. Comrade Su Yang, we have all watched your video of eating raw corn. It's incredible, we can't wait to see it with our own eyes and taste it with our own mouths. Li Wei also nodded repeatedly, his tone excited. Yes, Mr. Su, as soon as the video came out, our entire research institute was shocked. Everyone wants to know how amazing this corn is. Professor Zhang, researcherly, please take a seat. Su Yang led them to the stone table in the yard and pointed to the freshly washed corn in the bamboo basket. This corn has just been picked. Experts, please taste it and help me check the quality. Professor Zhang was not polite. He picked up a heavy ear of corn that exuded a sweet aroma and carefully examined the pearl-like, plump, milky white kernels. His eyes were full of praise. Good corn. Just looking at the appearance, the fullness and color of the kernels are far superior to ordinary sweet corn varieties. He didn't even wait for his assistant to take out the instrument. He faced the corn cob directly, imitated Ning Ning in the video, and opened his mouth to bite it. Hey, Professor Zhang, this. Li Wei and Xiao Zhang were both shocked. After all, it's not a common way to eat raw corn. What if the taste is not good or? It's okay. Professor Zhang waved his hands, his eyes full of persistence in scientific verification and curiosity about this miraculous crop. As an agricultural researcher, how can I be afraid of trying something new? I want to see what this corn that a little kid can chew so deliciously tastes like. After saying this, under the breathless gaze of the crowd, Professor Zhang took a big bite of the milky white corn kernels. Crack! An extremely crisp sound, even louder than biting into top-quality fruit, rang out in the quiet yard. Immediately afterwards, everyone clearly saw a stream of clear, almost transparent juice instantly splashing out from the broken corn kernels. Professor Zhang suddenly stopped chewing and his eyes widened in an instant, filled with incredible shock and ecstasy. He chewed quickly a few times, his Adam's apple rolling, and swallowed the corn in his mouth. Then he closed his eyes, as if savoring the amazing taste, with an intoxicated expression on his face, as if he was tasting a fine wine. Sweet. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes, his voice trembling slightly with excitement, and he looked at Su Yang as if he saw some rare treasure. This sweetness is even purer than that of fruit sugarcane. And, where's the skin? I can hardly feel the skin, only the sweetness and abundant juice bursting in my mouth. How can this be corn? This is clearly corn juice that you can chew and eat. He excitedly took several more big bites, not even noticing the juice dripping down the corners of his mouth. He just kept exclaiming, incredible, so incredible. The taste and flavor completely overturned my understanding of corn. Seeing this, Li Wei and Xiao Zhang could no longer hold back, and each picked up an ear of corn and started to chew it, imitating Professor Zhang's behavior. Crack! Crack! The crisp sounds were accompanied by suppressed exclamations one after another. Oh my god, it can really be eaten raw, and it tastes so good. It's so sweet, there's not a single drop of residue, the taste is amazing. Isn't this juicy? It feels like drinking natural sweet corn dew. The three experts from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences completely threw aside their usual serious image at this moment, and like three children eating candy for the first time, they held the corn cobs and ate them happily, their faces full of happiness and shock after being hit by the ultimate deliciousness. Su Yan looked at them and laughed secretly in his heart. He thought to himself, the system's product is indeed worthy of its reputation. Judging from Professor Zhang's reaction, the quality of this, high-quality sweet corn, is probably even more amazing than I imagined. This time, the Academy of Agricultural Sciences was completely taken down. He handed me a tissue at the right time, with just the right amount of surprise and expectation on his face. Professor Zhang, researcherly, it seems that the quality of this corn is really good? I haven't dared to taste it myself, so I'm waiting for the experts to give their evaluation. It's more than just okay. Professor Zhang put down the corn cob he had eaten clean and excitedly grabbed Su Yang's hand. Comrade Su Yang. Your corn is a treasure that can change the pattern of our country's fresh corn industry. Your friend has given us a huge surprise. He once again attributed the credit to that mysterious friend, and Su Yang was happy to go along with it. I can responsibly say that the overall quality of this corn far exceeds all known sweet corn varieties at home and abroad. Professor Zhang said firmly. Xiao Zhang, take samples on site immediately. Bracts, filaments, corn kernels, stems, leaves, and the soil around the roots, all samples must be collected and taken back for the most comprehensive testing and analysis, including nutrients, flavor substances, sugar composition, and even trace elements. Nothing can be missed. Yes, Professor Zhang. Li Wei and Xiao Zhang immediately put down the corn in their hands, took out professional sampling tools and equipment, and started working in the field. Professor Zhang took Su Yang aside. The excitement on his face had not yet subsided, but his tone became more serious. Comrade Su Yang, it seems that our previous cooperation intention should be further deepened. The conditions here and the results you have planted are too important. Our Academy of Agricultural Sciences must fully support them. He looked at Su Yang. his eyes full of dedication to scientific research and vision for the future. We will continue to strengthen technical support and promote quality certification as soon as possible. In addition, we hope to establish a closer cooperative relationship with you. For example, we can build this farm as the most important superior germplasm resource garden and ecological agriculture demonstration site of our institute, and give it more policy support and resource stocking. Even, Professor Zhang paused and offered a more tempting proposal. We can discuss how the institute can help you apply for some national agricultural project support funds to expand the scale of your farm and improve infrastructure construction, such as intelligent irrigation systems, standardized packaging workshops, etc. What do you think? When Su Yang heard this, his heart moved. He thought to himself, national project support funds? This is a real benefit, much more reliable than the investment intention of Lu Group, and does not have so many additional conditions and control desire. The Academy of Agricultural Sciences really wants to do this well and promote agricultural development. Being deeply tied to them will definitely bring more benefits than disadvantages to the brand image and long-term development of my farm. His face showed just the right amount of gratitude and seriousness. Professor Zhang, I really don't know what to say to receive such trust and support from you and the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Of course, I am willing to deepen our cooperation. It is also my wish to build this land well and grow more good things. If I can really apply for project support, it will be a timely help for me. Okay. Professor Zhang was even happier to see Su Yang's positive attitude. Then it's settled. I'll let Xiaoli liaise with you on the details later. Comrade Su Yang, just go for it. Our Academy of Agricultural Sciences is your strongest backing. Chapter 58, the first batch of fruit corn, fans are crazy, logistics bottlenecks begin to emerge. After the experts from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences left with excitement and infinite longing for the future, Su Yang's life did not immediately change drastically. It still revolved around Ningning and those acres of land full of hope. Perhaps the biggest change is that the batch of high-quality sweet corn has finally ushered in the first wave of small-scale harvesting and online pre-sales. With the example of cream strawberries and high-quality cucumbers, and the viral video of Ningning eating raw corn with juice splashing everywhere on Doudu, the concept of corn that can be eaten as fruit has long whetted the appetite of fans. Su Yang is well aware of the essence of hunger marketing and is also aware that his current production is indeed limited, so for the pre-sale of sweet corn this time, he still adopted the strategy of limited supply. He released a preview on Doudu in advance. Family, thank you for your anticipation for our fruit corn. The first batch of mature corn is not much. At 8 o'clock tomorrow night, 30 samples will be put on the shelves in the live broadcast room on time. It is still the same as the old rules. It is only sent to Jiangcheng and neighboring counties and cities through cold chains. This corn can really be eaten raw. It is extremely sweet and juicy. Ningning's expert has personally tested and certified it. As soon as the trailer came out, the comments section and backstage private messages were bombarded again. I'm finally here. I've set 10 alarms. Don't let anyone snatch them from me. 30 servings? Are you a monster? Who can eat this much? Eating corn raw? Really? I have to buy it and try it. Ningning, the little cutie, is eating so deliciously. I'm so greedy. I must grab some this time. Looking at the enthusiasm of the fans, Su Yang became more convinced of the market potential of sweet corn. He thought to himself that the selling point of this corn was too prominent. Eatable raw plus the impact of Ningning's video, the market response was even more enthusiastic than expected. The 30 copies are just a test to see the pricing and user feedback. The price cannot be low, it must match its quality and scarcity, so let us set the price at 68 yuan for 2 ears of corn for a trial. Although it is expensive, I believe that people who have eaten it will become the best word-of-mouth spreaders. At exactly 8 o'clock in the evening, Su Yang started the Douda live broadcast on time. This time, he seemed more calm and confident. After a brief greeting and pleasantries, he turned his camera directly to the ears of sweet corn on the table, which had just had their husks peeled off and were as crystal clear as white jade. My dear friends, this is our protagonist today, high-quality sweet corn, also known as fruit corn. Su Yang picked up an ear and showed it to the camera. Look at the kernels, they are plump and moist, with a milky white color and a sweet milky aroma. The most important thing is that it can be eaten raw. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Wenning, who had been supervising nearby and was almost greedy, immediately picked up a spike of wheat and faced the camera, performing another wonderful eating show with a juicy mouthful. Sweet, daddy. Very sweet, like drinking sugar water. While chewing, Ningning mumbled on-site certification to the uncles and aunts in front of the screen. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was instantly ignited, and the barrage of comments rolled like crazy. Ah! I'm hungry again, here's the link. Ningning baby, your meal is so delicious. 68 for 2? It's expensive, but the quality is worth it. Go for it. Suyang didn't say much and directly put the link of 30 servings of sweet corn on the shared cart. Almost at the moment the link appeared, a message saying items sold out popped up on the screen. 3 seconds, maybe even less than 3 seconds. It sold out even faster than last time. There was a sudden wailing in the live broadcast room. Fuck, it's gone as soon as I clicked in? Are you guys the devil? I didn't get it again. I feel like my life has lost its meaning. I'm crying, host, can you prepare more goods next time? It's impossible to get them here. The sisters who got robbed came out and got beaten, so I can get some European energy. Anchor, do you see how I kneel? Please leave me one next time. The fans' cries of near extreme pain made Suyang laugh, but at the same time he also felt deeply the urgency of large-scale production. The popularity was beyond expectations, he thought. It seems that the market fully accepts the price of 68 yuan per ounce, and even feels that the supply is insufficient to meet the demand. This sweet corn is seriously underrated. However, production capacity is indeed a major flaw. This time, 30 portions, plus the dozens of portions pre-sold before, the first batch of mature corn in the field has been almost consumed. It will take a few days for the next batch to mature. The most important thing is delivery. He looked at the 30 newly added order addresses in the background and frowned again. He continued to calculate, the last time I distributed strawberries and cucumbers, it took me a whole night to deliver 80 boxes, and I even had to borrow Uncle Wang's car. Although there were only 30 portions of corn this time, corn has higher requirements for freshness preservation and vacuum packaging, and is more troublesome to handle. Once the production of cucumbers, strawberries, and corn is stable in the future, and the nearly 10 acres of newly contracted land are developed, the daily order volume may be hundreds or even thousands. By that time, it would be impossible for me to pack and ship all the goods by myself. As for logistics, I can't always trouble Uncle Wang. Although the express delivery points in town have cold chain, the prices are expensive, and the efficiency and service may not keep up with my needs. A solution must be found. As for the issue of manpower, there are many unemployed laborers in the village. We can consider hiring a few aunties or young people who are quick, careful, and reliable to help with relatively simple tasks such as picking, cleaning, and packing. I can be responsible for the final quality control and supervision. I need to discuss the logistics issue with the express delivery station in town to see if I can get a preferential price for long-term cooperation with large customers, and ask them to provide more priority and stable cold chain services. Or if you have accumulated more funds, can you really consider buying a small second-hand refrigerated truck? Although it requires a large investment to control the transportation process by yourself, the flexibility and controllability will be much higher. As for packaging, using generic foam boxes and vacuum bags every time seems unprofessional and is not conducive to building the brand image. Lu's proposal to customize the packaging boxes is an idea. Perhaps I can design a batch of standardized packaging boxes and linings printed with the Ningning and Dad's Daily Life in the Countryside logo to enhance the brand sense and user unboxing experience. Suyang sat under the lamp, looking at his sleeping daughter, then looked out the window at the land that looked quiet and full of potential under the moonlight. The blueprint for the future development of the farm in his mind was becoming clearer and more specific. Chapter 59, Lu Ruian's business phone call and inner turmoil. Zhangchang, Lu Group's headquarters building, the president's office on the top floor. The sunlight shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, outlining the luxurious interior, but it cannot dispel the haze that shrouds Lu Ruian's heart. She had just finished a lengthy executive meeting to discuss the high-end organic catering project that she had high hopes for but was now struggling due to a bottleneck in the supply of top-quality ingredients. The meeting ended unpleasantly. She rarely got angry with the marketing director for any other reason. She was upset. Ever since she came back from Qingshan village last time, Suyang and his magical farm have been like a thorn that has pierced deeply into her heart. The complicated entanglement between urgent business demands and personal emotions caused unprecedented cracks in her calmness and control that she had always been proud of. Boss Lu. Secretary Lin walked in with the latest market dynamics briefing in his hand. The latest news about Suyang Farm in Qingshan village. The raw edible sweet corn that he pre-sold live last night received an extremely enthusiastic response, almost phenomenal. Lu Ruian's fingertips tapped unconsciously on the smooth tabletop, her eyes slightly fixed. Be more specific. Okay. Secretary Lin reported quickly. He put 30 samples of sweet corn on the Dowdo Live broadcast room last night, each with 2 ears, priced at 68 yuan. According to incomplete statistics and fan feedback, they were sold out in less than 3 seconds after they were put on the shelves. Its advertised features such as can be eaten raw, thin skin and no residue, sweeter than fruit, as well as the scene of his daughter Su Wening eating raw corn in the video, have caused viral spread on the platform. The related topic is extremely popular, and a large number of users have expressed strong expectations and asked about purchasing channels. Secretary Lin paused and added, in addition, the project team also urgently reported that if the quality of this raw edible sweet corn is genuine, its unique flavor and way of eating will have a subversive effect on the development of innovative dishes in our hotel, especially high-end salads, appetizers, and healthy light meals. It is a top-quality specialty ingredient that is extremely scarce in the market. Sold out in 3 seconds. Disruptive. Lu Ruian's breathing became slightly faster. She was shocked. Su Yang was becoming more and more skilled in marketing. Eating raw corn and letting Ningning shoot that kind of video? He clearly knows what this kind of thing means to the high-end catering market, and he deliberately hypes it up so much. Is he trying to put pressure on me? Or is he showing off his current success to me? The project team has urged us several times. If this top-quality ingredient is snatched away by other competitors, the consequences will be disastrous. A strong sense of urgency and an annoyance of being led by the nose intertwined together, covering her delicate face with a layer of frost. She couldn't wait any longer and had to finalize a more stable and larger volume supply agreement with Su Yang as soon as possible, especially for sweet corn. But when she thought of Su Yang's indifferent and impartial attitude last time, as well as the harsh conditions he put forward, Lu Ruian felt humiliated and powerless. If she calls directly to talk, wouldn't it make her seem anxious and passive? No, you must find a suitable reason. She pondered for a moment, looked at Secretary Lin, and her voice returned to her usual calmness, but if you listen carefully, you could still detect a subtle tension. Secretary Lin, regarding the preliminary supply agreement we signed with Suyang Farm, although the supply of cucumbers and strawberries has temporarily stabilized, the long-term planning of the hotel menus still requires clearer expectations. She paused and began to assign tasks. Now, contact Mr. Suyang again in the name of confirming the subsequent product supply details and the stability of long-term cooperation. She continued to think in her heart, yes, use this reason. It sounds like it's all official business and is to ensure the normal operation of the hotel. The key point is to find out the situation of the sweet corn and how much it produces. Can you supply us with priority and in large quantities? By the way, take a look at his attitude to see if it has loosened. Okay, Mr. Lu. Secretary Lin nodded. What specific aspects need to be confirmed? Just ask him. Lu Ruian's tone was calm, and no emotion could be heard. How is the maturity of his new sweet corn? What is the estimated total production? Can it be included in our long-term, stable procurement plan like cucumbers and strawberries? If so, what is the specific supply volume and price? We need this information to evaluate whether to add it to the core menu next season. She paused, and then added casually, also, the hotel has already made a preliminary design plan for the customized packaging he mentioned last time, and we need to discuss the details with him. Be professional in your wording and don't mention anything else. Understood, Mr. Lu. Secretary Lin immediately understood the intention and turned around to make the contact. Lu Ruian looked at Secretary Lin's departing back and pinched her eyebrows hard with her fingertips. She knew that this call was probably another ineffective test, but she had to make it. Qingshan Village, the old house of the Su family. Su Yang was humming a little tune while studying the instruction manual of a small rotary tiller he ordered online. With this thing, the efficiency of reclaiming the nearly 10 acres of wasteland on the back mountain can be greatly improved. Ningning was standing by, feeding the 3 little rabbits in the rabbit house that had obviously become fatter, with a few ears of eliminated and slightly smaller sweet corn that her father had given her. Snowball, Hui Hui and Tao Tao were also apparently very fond of this fruit corn and were chewing it with a crunching sound. The cell phone placed on the small stool next to him rang. Su Yang picked it up and saw that it was the same number as Lin Wei, secretary of the catering project of Orui Hotel from last time. He thought to himself, he really won give up. What is the banner this time to confirm the details of the cooperation? I'm afraid it's for sweet corn? Her movements were quick enough. As soon as the heat on the tremble started to build, she couldn't sit still anymore. She wants to find out the yield and price, and wants to include my corn in her stable purchasing plan? No way. He pressed the answer button, his tone still calm. Hello, Secretary Lin, hello. On the other end of the phone, Secretary Lin professionally relayed the task that Ruian had just assigned, focusing on the yield, price, and possibility of long-term supply of sweet corn, and mentioned the details of customized packaging. Su Yang listened patiently and sneered in his heart. He continued to think in his heart, just as expected, he is using the menu adjustment as an excuse? Ruian, how can I not see through your thoughts? Do you want to get stable and large quantities of goods? Yes, provided that you can accept a higher price than online and continue to abide by my previous conditions. However, the current production is indeed limited. The first batch of mature ones is only enough for pre-sales and sending samples to the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. How can there be any extra ones for you? He cleared his throat and replied in a more formulaic, even slightly impatient tone, Secretary Lin, thank you for your hotel's attention to our new products. Regarding sweet corn, it is currently the first batch of experimental maturity, and the total output is very limited. It is mainly used to meet the early pre-sale orders and the scientific research sample needs of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. He paused, and directly blocked the other party's idea of long-term stable supply. As for including it in the long-term procurement plan, it is probably too early. The planting of this fine variety is greatly affected by the season and environment, and the yield is not stable. Whether it can achieve large-scale and stable supply in the future depends on the subsequent planting situation and market feedback. As for the price, when it is possible to achieve stable supply in the future, we will provide corresponding quotation plans based on market conditions and product grades. Regarding customized packaging, you can send your design proposal to my Dodo private message mailbox. If the specifications and costs are reasonable, I can cooperate. Su Yang's reply was flawless. It not only explained the objective reasons for not being able to meet the demand immediately, but also hinted at the possibility of future cooperation. At the same time, he blurred the price issue and firmly grasped the initiative. As for the production volume and price, which Ruian must be most concerned about, he did not give any definite information. Secretary Lin was listening to Su Yang's response, which almost blocked the way, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead again. She could imagine her boss's cold and angry expression after hearing this reply. This Mr. Su really doesn't give me any face at all. Okay, Mr. Su, I understand. Secretary Lin struggled to maintain a professional tone. Then I will send the design plan for the customized packaging to your email as soon as possible. Thank you for your time, and I won't bother you anymore. Su Yang responded indifferently and hung up the phone neatly. He threw the phone back onto the stool, looked at his daughter having fun and the rabbit eating corn in the distance, with a confident smile on his lips. He thought to himself, Ruian, you want to control me? It's not that easy. I am no longer the Su Yang who could be manipulated by you. My farm, my life, my rhythm, I am the one who decides. Do you want to collaborate? Okay, show your sincerity and accept my rules, otherwise, no deal. He collected his thoughts, picked up the instruction manual of the rotary tiller and continued to study it. Chapter 60: The First Step to the Promised Land. In the Qingshan Village Committee, a few simple bungalows appear exceptionally quiet under the sun. On the wooden table, the Rural Land Contracting and Management Rights Transfer contract that had just been signed and stamped with a bright red official seal exuded the fragrance of ink. Party A of the contract is the Qingshan Village Villagers Committee, and Party B is Su Yang. Su Yang carefully checked every clause in the contract: the location of the plot, the estimated area, the contract period, the contract fee and payment method, the rights and obligations of both parties. After confirming that everything was correct, he solemnly signed his name in the Party B position and pressed a clear red handprint. On behalf of the village committee, the village chief, Uncle Wang, also signed in the position of Party A and stamped the official seal of the village committee. Several other village committee members present also signed their names at the end of the contract as witnesses. Okay, Xiao Yang. Once this contract is signed, it will be legally binding. You will be in charge of this piece of land for the next 30 years. Uncle Wang handed one of the contracts to Su Yang and patted him on the shoulder. His weather-beaten face was full of satisfaction and expectation. Work hard. I believe you can turn that piece of wasteland into a treasure land. Yes, Xiao Yang, if you are a young person with ideas and are willing to work hard, we all support you. A village committee member named Li nearby also agreed with a smile. Holding the heavy contract, Su Yang felt like he was holding the key to the future, and an indescribable excitement and sense of security surged in his heart. He thought to himself that now that he had the contract, the foundation was laid. These nearly 10 acres of land are the starting point for my farm's takeoff. Although it is still a wasteland now, with the system in place and the technical support from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, I am confident that it can be turned into a real treasure trove. He raised his head and looked at Uncle Wang and several village committee members with a sincere smile on his face. Thank you, Uncle Wang, thank you, Uncle Li, thank you all uncles for your trust and support. I will do my best to grow the land well and live up to everyone's expectations. Then, he changed the subject, with a just right help-seeking look on his face, and said directly, however, Uncle Wang, Uncle Li, there is something else I need your help with right away. Oh? You tell me, Xiaoyang, as long as we can help, we will definitely do it without hesitation. Uncle Wang responded immediately. Su Yang pointed at the contract and said seriously, as you know, this nearly 10 acres of wasteland has been left uncultivated for many years. There must be a lot of weeds, shrubs, and rocks. If I want to reclaim it by myself, it will take me a long time. The growth cycle of crops here is relatively fast, and the Academy of Agricultural Sciences is also waiting to see the results. Time waits for no one. He continued to think in his mind that he should bring up the matter of hiring someone now and strike while the iron is hot. Uncle Wang and his team had just signed the contract, and that was the time when they were most supportive of me. Moreover, it was much more efficient and more convincing for them to organize the group than for me to find people myself. We will first hire a small group of people to do the most basic cleanup work, and then gradually increase the number of staff based on the progress of reclamation and funding conditions. He looked at Uncle Wang and several village committee members and said sincerely, so I was thinking, can I ask some villagers who have free time, good health, and hard work to help me? I will definitely pay you according to the market price and will never treat you unfairly. The main thing is to clear the weeds and shrubs in the field and pick out the large stones to prepare for the subsequent turning of the land. When Uncle Wang heard this, he slapped the table and showed an expression of as expected on his face, followed by a supportive smile. Great. I knew you would need help. This idea is absolutely right. Xiaoyang, don't worry, I'll take care of it. He thought to himself, this young man has a quick mind and is capable of doing things. As soon as I got the land, I thought about what to do with it, and I knew to ask the villagers for help first. This not only solved his urgent problem, but also provided the villagers with an opportunity to make money, killing two birds with one stone. He is now the darling of our village. The Academy of Agricultural Sciences has even signed up for cooperation. We all feel at ease to be able to work for him. I must get this done for him, which can also be regarded as supporting the development of talented people in our village. Many people in the village have nothing to do during the slack season. Who wouldn't want to find some work near home and earn some money? Uncle Wang turned to the other village committee members. Old Li, Old Zhang, you think so too, right? That's right. Xiaoyang is willing to pay to hire people and give priority to taking care of our village. This is a good thing and we have to support it. Village committee member Li nodded immediately. Yes, we villagers are used to this kind of work, so there will be no problem. Another village committee member also agreed. Uncle Wang saw that everyone had the same opinion, and immediately said to Su Yang, Xiaoyang, go back and prepare first. I will go to the village and broadcast a message to count the people who are willing to work. I will pick out 10 or so who are in good health and can work quickly. They will go to your field to start working tomorrow morning. You can pay them according to the market price of short-term workers in town, 150 a day or something? You can just give it to everyone when the time comes. Okay, thank you so much, Uncle Wang. The wages will be based on the town standard, 180 yuan a day, and I'll provide a simple lunch at noon. Su Yang immediately added more pressure. He knew that physical work in the countryside was hard and he couldn't let his fellow villagers down. Wow! 180 and it includes food? Uncle Wang and other village committee members were a little surprised, and then they praised, Xiaoyang, you are so generous. Okay, don't worry, I promise to find the most capable person for you. The matter was efficiently settled in the village committee. Su Yan once again solemnly thanked Uncle Wang and several village committee members, then took the land contract that carried hope and left the village committee. Walking on the way home, the sun was shining brightly and Su Yang's mood was extremely bright. The land is in hand, the manpower is also settled, and the first step towards reclaiming the land of hope has been steadily taken. At the same time, in Jiangcheng, the headquarters building of Lu Group. In the president's office, Lu Ruian felt extremely complicated as she looked at the scanned copy of the land contract with Su Yang's signature and fingerprint that Secretary Lin had just sent her via encrypted email. Her heart was in turmoil. Did he really take over those nearly 10 acres of land? The action is fast enough. It seems that the advance payment I gave him became the startup capital for his expansion? Oh, how ironic. However, how could he manage nearly 10 acres of land by himself? In the previous cooperation agreement, he emphasized that production was limited. Now he is suddenly setting up such a big business. Does he want to meet my needs by expanding the scale? Or is it that he is simply too ambitious and has not assessed the risks at all? Reclaiming wasteland, improving soil, investing in infrastructure, all of this requires a lot of money and energy. Can his small farm model support such a large expansion? No, I can't put all my eggs in one basket. Although his crops were indeed urgently needed for the project, the stability of the supply chain was too important. What if he manages poorly or his capital chain breaks, affecting the supply to Orei? Wouldn't he be in a more passive position? A trace of uneasiness and doubt grew in her heart. She picked up the intercom and her voice regained its composure. Secretary Lin. Boss Lu. Please pay attention to the progress of Su Yang's land reclamation in Qingshan village, especially his investment in hiring workers and purchasing agricultural machinery. I need to understand his actual production capacity expansion plan and potential business risks. Report any abnormalities to me immediately. Okay, Mr. Lu. Secretary Lin responded, thinking to himself that President Lu's attention to Mr. Su has far exceeded the scope of an ordinary supplier. Lu Ruian hung up the phone and looked at the land contract again. Su Yang's two signatures, which were written in a flamboyant and powerful way, made her look gloomy. Chapter 61, Land Reclamation in Progress. Early the next morning, when the sky had just begun to turn pale, Su Yang had already arrived with simple tools at the wasteland in the valley on the southern foot of the back mountain, which held his hopes for the future. Looking around, on the nearly 10 acres of land, weeds grew taller than half a person, dense bushes and nameless trees stubbornly occupied the land, and the ground was littered with large and small stones, and in some places even exposed hard rock layers. The difficulty of reclamation was a bit greater than he expected. He thought to himself, as expected, the system's assessment of medium reclamation difficulty was still conservative. This land has been abandoned for who knows how many years. Just cleaning up the things on the surface is exhausting. However, the more this is the case, the more it proves that this land has great potential and is worth investing in. Fortunately, I talked to Uncle Wang yesterday, so there is someone to help me today. Not long after, Uncle Wang came over with a dozen villagers carrying hoes, sickles, and shovels. These were all well-known strong laborers in the village, and they were good at farm work. When they saw Su Yang waiting there, they greeted him enthusiastically. "Xiao Yang, you're here so early. Wow, this piece of land is really barren. Xiao Yang, you have courage. Don't worry, Xiao Yang, just leave it to us. We promise to clean it up for you." The villagers were talking at once, their words filled with genuine kindness and trust in Su Yang. The villagers thought in their hearts that Xiao Yang was no ordinary young man. He was willing to work hard, had ideas, and was willing to spend money to hire us. I heard that people in the city are scrambling to buy the vegetables he grows, and even top experts from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences have come to sign up for business. If you follow him, you will definitely not go wrong. $180 a day with a meal included, where can you find such a good thing? We have to work hard and not let Xiaoyang down. My dear uncles and brothers, thank you for your hard work. Su Yang smiled and took out the cigarettes he had prepared in advance and distributed them to everyone. Today, our main task is to clear the weeds and bushes on this piece of land, and then pick up the large rocks on the ground and pile them on the side. Everyone, please pay attention to safety, don't rush to work, and take a rest when you are tired. He did not put on any bossy airs, he spoke politely and had an easygoing attitude, which made the villagers feel more at ease. At a shout, a dozen experienced villagers immediately took action. The waving sickles made swish sounds, and the weeds that were more than a person tall fell down in patches. The sharp hoes cut off the roots of the stubborn shrubs, and the men worked together to carry the stones that required several people to move to the edge of the field. Su Yang was not idle either. He rolled up his sleeves, picked up an axe, and joined the ranks of clearing the bushes. His body has now undergone a preliminary systematic transformation, and his strength and endurance are far beyond that of ordinary people. He is incredibly efficient at work, and can almost do the work of 2 or 3 ordinary laborers. The villagers nearby are secretly amazed by this. He thought to himself that this physical work was indeed tiring, much more tiring than cooking and taking care of children in the kitchen before, but the feeling of sweating and watching the wasteland being cleared bit by bit was extremely fulfilling and made him feel at ease. The villagers work very hard, so the lunch must be prepared well and no one should be treated unfairly. Funds are being consumed rapidly. Reclaiming wasteland, hiring workers, buying farm tools, each of these is an expense. We must make this new land profitable as soon as possible. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, Su Yang drove the newly purchased small rotary tiller over from the old house. This machine cost him a lot of his savings, but as time goes by, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. With it, the efficiency of subsequent soil turning can be greatly improved. Thump, thump, thump. The roar of the rotary tiller broke the tranquility of the valley. Su Yang operated the machine skillfully and carried out experimental plowing in a small area that had been cleared initially. Wherever the machine passed, the hard wasteland was deeply plowed, revealing the relatively loose and moist dark brown soil underneath. He thought to himself that this rotary tiller was worth buying. Although it is a bit expensive, it is really efficient. System data shows that the surface layer of this land is rich in organic matter, and the bottom layer is sandy loam. As long as the stones and weeds are cleared away and then improved with organic fertilizer and farmyard manure rewarded by the system, the planting standards will soon be met. In terms of planting, priority will be given to planting crops that require a lot of water near the stream, such as the ordinary watermelon seeds drawn previously and the newly obtained high-quality cherry tomatoes. The slightly higher land at the back can be used to grow corn or grass as feed for rabbits. Just when everyone was busy, a small figure in a pink apron came running over like a happy little mole. It was Ningning, who was temporarily entrusted by Su Yang to the care of Aunt Chen next door. The little girl obviously couldn't stay there and sneaked over to watch her father and everyone working. Dad! Dad! Are you digging for treasure? Ningning ran to Su Yang, raised her little face, and looked at the rolling mud and cleared stones curiously, her little face full of curiosity. She imitated the adults and tried to move a small stone, but she couldn't move it. With a grin she chased a disturbed grasshopper. She saw her father sweating profusely, and she knew to take out her small water bottle and pass it to him. Dad, drink some water, you're not tired. This disruptive cheering made the hard-working villagers burst into laughter. The dull and arduous land reclamation site was filled with more joy and vitality because of the presence of this little elf. Su Yang touched his daughter's little head helplessly and lovingly, and told her not to run around and to be careful. He also did not forget his side job and took the time to take out his mobile phone to record the busy land reclamation scene. The camera shows the villagers working hard and sweating, the vigorous power of the rotary tiller turning the land, the sharp contrast between weeds and fertile fields, and of course, the cute moments of people standing aside and making things worse. He was conceiving the video copy to record the first day of reclamation of the Land of Hope. With nearly 10 acres of wasteland, the challenges are huge, but the future is promising. Thanks to the villagers for their great help, and my little supervisor for his troublemaking encouragement. #######. The first day's land reclamation work lasted until the evening. Although only an area of less than 1 acre was cleared, everyone felt a sense of accomplishment from the bottom of their hearts when they saw the originally barren land reveal its fertile background. As agreed, Su Yang paid each villager the day's wages and treated them to a simple but well-stocked farm meal in his yard. Watching the villagers leave with satisfaction, Su Yang stood at the edge of the newly reclaimed land, looking at the land in front of him that was condensed with sweat and hope, and the larger wasteland in the distance waiting for him to conquer, his eyes extremely determined. Chapter 62, Childhood Sweetheart Returns Home. Reclamation work is in full swing in the wasteland in the valley on the southern foot of the back mountain. Under Su Yang's simple guidance, a dozen burly villagers worked hard, sweating profusely, cutting grass with sickles, digging roots with hoes, and shoveling stones with shovels, with swift movements. The roar of the small rotary tiller could be heard from time to time, turning over the deep layers of the cleared land to reveal the fertile black soil. In just over a day, the originally overgrown scene has changed greatly. Nearly 1 acre of land has been initially cleared, full of original vitality and hope. Su Yang, wearing an old work suit covered with dirt and grass clippings, was squatting in an area that had just been cleared. He grabbed a handful of dirt and examined it carefully, occasionally discussing something with an experienced old farmer next to him. He now does farm work in an efficient manner. His calmness and concentration make the villagers who are involved in the land reclamation nod their heads secretly. He thought to himself that this land reclamation was more tiring than he had imagined, but seeing the land changing little by little, he felt really at ease. The villagers work very hard, so their wages and lunch must be guaranteed and no one should be treated unfairly. Funds were consumed quickly, including labor for land reclamation, fuel consumption for rotary tillers, and subsequent purchases of fertilizers and seeds. Although the stable returns from Lu's company solved the immediate problem, in order to support the development of these nearly 10 acres of land, we still have to hurry up and make it produce benefits. Ningning was like a happy little inspector, wearing a small straw hat woven by her father and a pink apron. She handed her small water bottle to Uncle Lee, who was wielding a sickle, and shouted in a baby voice, "Come on, Uncle Lee." Then she ran to the rotary tiller, kept a safe distance, watched the flying soil curiously, and shouted excitedly, "Dig, dig, dig big watermelons, plant big watermelons." Her childlike troublemaking cheering often caused the hard-working villagers to burst into good-natured laughter, and also added a lot of fresh colors and vitality to the originally boring and hard land reclamation site. In this land full of sweat and laughter, a clear female voice, with a hint of uncertainty and deep surprise, suddenly came from a small path not far away. "Brother Su Yang? Is it really you? Are you really back?" Su Yan looked up when he heard the voice and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a young girl wearing a clean white t-shirt, light blue jeans, carrying a simple black backpack and a neat high ponytail, standing on the edge of the field, staring at him with wide eyes, her face full of surprise and joy of reunion. The girl was about 22 or 23 years old, with healthy wheat-colored skin, delicate features, and a sunny smile. She exuded youthful vitality and a capable temperament that was different from other village girls. He was slightly startled, then recognized her. "Xiaoyu, Lin Xiaoyu. Why did she come back at this time? Look at her outfit. She is completely different from the little girl with pigtails who used to follow me around. She has changed a lot. She looks more capable and energetic now. Isn't she studying at the agricultural university in the city? After graduation, why did you come back to the village? Could it be?" He stood up straight, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and showed a surprised and gentle smile on his face. "Xiaoyu? Is it really you? When did you come back? You didn't even say hello in advance." Lin Xiaoyu walked over quickly, and when she saw Su Yang dressed like a farmer and the delicate little girl next to him, her eyes were filled with curiosity and a hint of complex emotions that were hard to detect. She thought to herself, "Oh my god, it's really brother Su Yang, he has changed so much. He was much calmer than the taciturn older brother in my memory, and his eyes seemed to hold many stories, but also more brilliant. Isn't he doing well in the city? Why did he suddenly bring his daughter back to the village to farm? I heard from the villagers that he is divorced. I just graduated and got home yesterday." Lin Xiaoyu smiled brightly, her eyes quickly swept across the busy land reclamation site, and finally landed on Su Yang, her tone full of admiration. "Brother Su Yang, you are really great. When I came back yesterday, I heard from the villagers that you brought your daughter back to farm, and you grew amazing strawberries and cucumbers. They became very popular on the internet, and even the city's Academy of Agricultural Sciences came to you for cooperation. I didn't quite believe it at first, but I didn't expect it to be true." Agricultural Science Academy? Before Su Yang could speak, Ning Ning, who was looking at this beautiful sister curiously, immediately interrupted proudly like a little trumpet. "Well, Grandpa Zhang and Uncle Li from the Agricultural Science Academy often come to see the vegetables grown by Dad. They say that the cucumber babies grown by Dad are amazing." She thought to herself, "This sister is so beautiful, her eyes are curved like crescent moons when she smiles. She knows my father, and also knows my grandfather and uncle from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences? Is she here to buy delicious food from Dad too? Or do you also think your dad is great at growing vegetables? Hello, little cutie." Lin Xiaoyu was immediately amused by Ningning's adult-like appearance. She squatted down and smiled more kindly. "You must be Ningning, right? I've seen many of your videos on Doudu. You're even cuter than in the videos. My sister's name is Lin Xiaoyu. She was your father's neighbor and good friend when he was a child." When the little guy heard that it was his father's friend, he immediately put aside his shyness, raised his little face politely, and called out in a baby voice, "Hello, Sister Xiaoyu. Hey, Ningning is so good." Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but reach out her hand and gently pinched Ningning's chubby little face, feeling like her heart was melting. Su Yan looked at the harmonious scene in front of him and explained to Lin Xiaoyu with a smile, "Don't listen to the rumors from the villagers. I was just lucky and got a few good varieties. I planted them randomly. The country is encouraging new farmers now, so I made some videos to record my life. I didn't expect that some people would pay attention to it." He still spoke modestly, not wanting to reveal too much about the existence of the system. "Brother Su Yang, you are too modest." Lin Xiaoyu stood up and looked at the vibrant land and the eye-catching sign on the wall of the old house in the distance again, with a gleam in her eyes. "I graduated from an agricultural university. Looking at the growth of your land, as well as the initial signs of land reclamation and soil improvement, this is definitely not as simple as blind planting. There must be a scientific method of your own. She paused, and a brighter smile appeared on her face, with a bit of longing for the future and a hint of eagerness to try. By the way, Brother Suyang, I came back after graduation this time to respond to the call of the country's rural revitalization and see if I can use the little agricultural knowledge I learned in college to do something in my hometown. Our Qingshan village has beautiful mountains and waters, but we have never found a good way to develop it. I think your farm has great potential. She pointed at herself and said cheerfully, my parents also support me to come back and take a look. I don't have to go to a big city. If I can find the right opportunity, it would be great to start a business in my hometown or participate in the construction of my hometown. Maybe we can learn from each other on agricultural projects in the future. Return to hometown for development? When Su Yang heard this, genuine approval appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself, so that's how it is. He doesn't want to be a village official, but wants to come back to develop on his own. Xiaoyu is a girl with ideas and courage. It is rare that after graduating from an agricultural university, he did not stay in the big city and chose to return to the countryside. She has a passion for agriculture and has the professional knowledge. If she can really do something in Qingshan village, it will definitely be a good thing for the village. I can communicate with her more in the future. Maybe the concepts and technologies of modern agriculture can be combined with the advantages of my system to produce better results. Well, it feels very natural and comfortable to chat with Xiaoyu, not like with Ruian, where I always feel like there is something between us and I feel uncomfortable. That's great. Su Yang smiled sincerely, our village really needs young people like you who are knowledgeable and have ideas. If you have any plans or need help in the future, just let me know. I'm just starting out here too, and I'm still figuring out a lot of things. It's a good opportunity for me to ask you, a professionally trained forest expert, for advice. Brother Su Yang, you are making fun of me again. I am not an expert at all. Lin Xiaoyu's cheeks turned red because of his teasing. She gave him a reproachful look, but her heart was sweet. But to be honest, Brother Su Yang, I am really very interested in your farm and the magical crops you grow. If I have time, can I come to your place to have a good visit and learn? Just treat it as doing market research in advance. Of course, you're welcome anytime. Su Yang agreed readily. As the two were chatting, the village chief Uncle Wan came over cheerfully with a big palm leaf fan. Seeing Lin Xiaoyu, he was also surprised. Hey, isn't this Xiaoyu? You're back after graduating from college? Oh, that's great, welcome. You're finally back. Our Qingshan village is in need of knowledgeable and cultured young people like you. He patted Su Yang's arm vigorously, pointed at Lin Xiaoyu, and announced loudly to the villagers working nearby, everyone, look, this is the golden phoenix that flew out of our village, Lin Xiaoyu. She is a top student from the agricultural university. Now she responds to the call of the country and is coming back to build our Qingshan village. Then he said to Lin Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, you're back just in time. Look, our village has a talented person now. Xiaoyang Farm has just contracted nearly 10 acres of wasteland on the back mountain and is preparing to start a big business. You two are both young people who understand agriculture. You should communicate more in the future and work together to make our Qingshan village prosperous. Uncle Wang's words were full of expectations for Su Yang and Lin Xiaoyu, and also ignited the other villagers longing for the future. Lin Xiaoyu greeted Uncle Wang with a smile and said that she would definitely work hard. Her gaze once again turned to Su Yang and the land behind him that was being watered with sweat and hope. Her heart was filled with curiosity about the current achievements of her childhood friend and longing for possible interactions and cooperation in the future. All of this was seen and remembered by Ningning, who was pretending to be playing in the mud but was actually eavesdropping with her ears perked up. She thought to herself, Sister Xiaoyu is a college student? So awesome. She also thinks her dad is awesome. Dad is already very awesome. Sister Xiaoyu wants to build their hometown with Dad? So will I be able to see this beautiful sister often in the future? It seems pretty good. Chapter 63 Childhood Friends Professional Perspective. The reclamation of wasteland in the valley on the southern foot of the back mountain is progressing in an orderly manner under the enthusiasm of the villagers and Su Yang's planning. After just 2 days, the original scene of overgrown weeds and bushes had changed dramatically. A large area near the stream was cleared, revealing dark, moist-smelling land. The furrows plowed by the rotary tiller are arranged neatly, as if waiting to sow new hope. The villagers are very motivated. The daily wage of 180 yuan, which includes lunch, is a real good job during the slack season. What's more, seeing that Su Yang is a hard-working young man with the support of the city's Academy of Agricultural Sciences, everyone feels that it is promising to work with him. In the afternoon, Su Yang was directing several villagers to sharpen the bamboos cut from the mountain, preparing to build a more stable frame for the high-quality cucumbers that were already climbing outside the yard. He thought to himself that these cucumbers were growing too fast and the original simple bamboo rack could no longer support them. Varieties that have been optimized by the system are different. They have high yields, but also high support requirements. For the newly contracted land, the infrastructure must also keep up, and an irrigation system is a must. Otherwise, relying solely on fetching water from the stream would not only be exhausting, but also too inefficient. We still need to work harder to raise funds. With the online sales of the next batch of strawberries and cucumbers, as well as the stable payments from Lu's company, we hope to raise enough initial infrastructure costs as soon as possible. He was thinking about funds and plans when he saw Lin Xiaoyu walking towards him along the path on the ridge of the field, carrying the black backpack again. Today, she changed into a more neat dark blue sports suit. Her white sneakers were stained with some mud, but it did not affect her youthful and capable temperament at all. "Brother Su Yang, are you busy?" Lin Xiaoyu greeted him with a smile, walked to his side naturally, and looked curiously at the cucumber racks that were being built. "Is the rain coming?" Su Yang put down the work in his hands and responded with a smile, "Just take a look, you're welcome. It's a good opportunity for you, a top student from the Agricultural University, to come here, so help me take a look at how the cucumbers are growing. Is there anything I need to pay attention to?" He thought that it was indeed easy to chat with Xiaoyu. She was knowledgeable and could get to the point, which was much easier than explaining to the villagers. Some of the questions she raised also reminded me that although system knowledge is good, we still need to pay attention to the details in specific practice and cannot rely entirely on the system, otherwise it will be easy to be exposed. Ningning seems to like Sister Xiaoyu very much. It would be nice to have another playmate. Lin Xiaoyu was not shy either. She walked to the edge of the cucumber field and observed it carefully. The emerald green vines almost covered the entire frame, and the leaves were thick and shiny, with almost no spots or insect eyes visible. Straight, green cucumbers with flowers and thorns hang on the vines, growing well. The air is filled with a fresh cucumber scent. Her heart was filled with emotion. "Oh my God, this cucumber is growing so well. The leaves are so healthy, the fruit set rate is so high, and the quality of the fruit is so good that it can be sold directly as a top quality product. Brother Su Yang is definitely not doing this blindly, he must have some unique secret. Or, as he said, is the seed itself against heaven? No, I have to ask from a professional perspective. This is of great research value and may help us find a breakthrough for the development of our village. Brother Su Yang, your cucumbers are growing so well." Lin Xiaoyu praised sincerely, and then changed the subject, with a professional look on her face. "I see that the leaves are thick and green, so there should be enough nitrogen fertilizer, but with so many fruits, the demand for phosphorus and potassium fertilizers in the later stage must be very high. How do you arrange the top dressing here? Also, I see that your soil is very dark in color, so the organic matter content must be high. Did you use farmyard manure as the base fertilizer? Is it fully decomposed? If the farmyard manure is not fully decomposed, it is easy to burn the roots and carry bacteria and insect eggs. You have to be especially careful." She did not directly ask Su Yang what his secret was, but started from the most basic and critical aspects such as fertilization and soil, trying to understand Su Yang's planting method from the side. Su Yang smiled secretly when he heard her ask such a professional question. He thought to himself, he is indeed a professional and his questions are very pertinent. The system had already suggested the top dressing plan, which used concentrated organic liquid fertilizer purchased from the system store, combined with a small amount of fermented rabbit manure and wood ash. The base fertilizer used is also the high-grade compound organic fertilizer rewarded by the system, which has an excellent effect. As for maturity, products produced by the system are naturally perfectly mature and without any hidden dangers. But these cannot be said directly. He showed a thoughtful expression on his face and replied, "Xiaoyu, you are right. It is time to apply phosphorus and potassium fertilizers. I am going to use some wood ash and my own fermented cake fertilizer water these days. The base fertilizer is mainly a lot of farmyard manure, which I collected from the village. It has been fermented for a long time. It should be almost ripe, right? I am not particularly sure, I just used it when I saw the color turned black. He once again downplayed the system's effectiveness by simply referring to homegrown methods and almost enough. Lin Xiaoyu immediately pointed out the problem, saying in a serious tone, the fermentation time is not the only criterion for judging maturity. The key also depends on the temperature, humidity, and whether there is any odor. Incompletely decomposed farmyard manure is very risky. How about Brother Su Yang, next time you are composting, can I come over and help you? I learned some rapid high-temperature composting techniques in college, which can shorten the composting time and kill bacteria and insect eggs more thoroughly. Su Yang pretended to be surprised, then smiled gratefully, that's great. I was just worried about how troublesome it would be to deal with this farmyard manure. I will definitely ask you for advice next time. It's not about asking for advice, it's about learning from each other. Lin Xiaoyu smiled and waved her hands, but she became more certain in her heart that Brother Su Yang definitely did not rely entirely on traditional methods, but he was a humble person and was unwilling to say more, and she could not dig into the matter. The two were chatting when Ningning ran over with a freshly picked carrot covered in dirt in her hand. Su Yang had just scattered a few seeds in the corner of the yard and planted them for fun. Dad, Sister Xiaoyu, look, these are the carrots I pulled out. The little guy held up his trophy as if he was presenting a treasure. Lin Xiaoyu was immediately attracted and praised with a smile, wow. Ningning is really amazing. She has learned to pull carrots by herself. This carrot looks so tender. It will be delicious after washing it. Yeah. The carrots my dad grows are super sweet too. Ningning puffed out her little chest proudly. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Ningning's innocent and adorable look, and couldn't help laughing. She reached out and gently scratched her nose, yes, your dad is the best. Everything he grows is delicious. Come on, sister will take you to see the little rabbits over there, okay? See if Snowball and the others are well behaved today. Yes. Let's go watch Snowball. Ningning was immediately attracted by the rabbit, and she pulled Lin Xiaoyu's hand and ran to the rabbit house in the corner of the yard. Su Yang watched as his daughter and Lin Xiaoyu quickly became familiar with each other, squatting in front of the rabbit house together feeding the rabbits and chatting, and he felt a sense of relaxation and warmth in his heart. He thought to himself that Ningning was indeed much happier with Xiaoyu around. She had more playmates and her personality became more cheerful. She knows a lot about agriculture, and I might be able to ask her for help with many things on the farm in the future. At least I'll have someone to discuss things with. Unlike Lu Ruian, who always comes with scrutiny and calculation, making people feel uncomfortable. Well, Xiaoyu is a good girl, practical, professional, and has a good personality. If she really decides to stay in the village to develop, maybe we can consider in-depth cooperation in the future? Of course, that's assuming she doesn't pry into my innermost secrets. As the sun sets, the entire courtyard and the fields in the distance are coated with a warm golden hue. Lin Xiaoyu played with Ningning for quite a while before she stood up and said goodbye, feeling unsatisfied. Brother Su Yang, I'll go back first and come back to ask you for advice another day. She said with a smile, her eyes full of curiosity about this magical farm and anticipation for certain possibilities in the future. Okay, take care. Su Yang nodded and watched her leave. Chapter 64, New Seeds of Hope. Su Yang was directing several hired villagers to evenly spread the bags of high-grade compound organic fertilizer, rewarded by the system, and some fully fermented farmyard manure and wood ash into the soil as the final base fertilizer treatment. With these high-quality fertilizers as a foundation, and the system's soil improvement technology continuously optimizing this C+ grade potential land, Su Yang is confident that this place will soon become a high-yield fertile farmland. He thought to himself that the foundation of this land was indeed better than that of the old house, with a thick soil layer and a high organic matter content. By using this high-grade organic fertilizer and adding farmyard manure, it should be no problem to raise the fertility to Class B, which is enough to support the first season of crops. Just plant the excellent cherry tomatoes that I drew last time. They are of high quality, have a unique taste, and have a nectar flavor. They will definitely be popular. Moreover, cherry tomatoes have many fruits, which are bright red and beautiful, making them suitable for shooting videos. Ningning also likes to eat cherry tomatoes, so it's a win-win situation. He was holding a shovel and personally demonstrating how to evenly turn the fertilizer deep into the soil to ensure balanced fertility, when he heard Lin Xiaoyu's clear voice coming from the ridge of the field. Brother Su Yang. You guys are so efficient. It's only been a few days and you've already finished plowing more than 2 acres of land. Lin Xiaoyu changed into a light sports outfit today. There were some mud spots on her white sneakers. She was carrying a backpack and there was a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. It was obvious that she had just returned from a visit to the village and came to check on the progress. He thought to himself, Xiaoyu is here again, and it just so happens that she, a top student from the agricultural university, is here, so some of my special operations can be explained more reasonably. Discussing technical issues with her is indeed rewarding, and it's better than figuring it out on your own. Su Yang stopped what he was doing, wiped his sweat with a smile, and said, How is it? Do you think my land is well maintained? I will plant the cherry tomato seeds this afternoon. Lin Xiaoyu walked to the edge of the field and saw the soil, which looked darker and looser after being mixed with organic fertilizer, and a small bag of seeds with simple packaging next to it, but with plump grains faintly visible inside. Her eyes immediately lit up. She picked up the seed bag curiously and took a look. Brother Su Yang, are these the high-quality cherry tomato seeds you mentioned? The seeds look plump and evenly colored, so they are good seeds. You also applied enough base fertilizer, mainly organic fertilizer. Your idea is completely correct. Then, she squatted down again, grabbed a handful of soil and smelled it, with a professional look on her face, but Brother Su Yang, this land has just been reclaimed. Although it looks fertile, the microbial community in the soil may not be stable yet. Wouldn't it be a bit risky to directly plant tomatoes that have high fertility requirements? Should we plant a season of green manure or legume crops to nourish the land first? He murmured in his heart, nurturing the land, does the land that has been improved by the system still need to be nurtured? But what Xiaoyu said makes sense, and it is indeed the case according to conventional agricultural operations. It just so happens that I can use her words to rationalize the effect of the system in optimizing the soil. He nodded in silence, Xiaoyu, you are right. Logically, we should take care of the land first. But when researcher Li from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences came here last time, he also looked at the soil and said that the soil quality of this land is very good. It may have been a place where dead branches and leaves were piled up in the old forest farm. The organic matter content is very high. With a little improvement, it can reach the excellent standard. There is no problem in planting fruits and vegetables directly. Moreover, my batch of cherry tomato seeds are said to be new varieties with strong adaptability and not particularly demanding on fertility. He cleverly put the blame on the Academy of Agricultural Sciences and the characteristics of new varieties, perfectly explaining why he skipped the land cultivation link. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly realized, I see, the experts from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences have seen it, so there must be no problem. They are experienced and their judgment must be accurate. However, when planting, you still need to pay attention to the spacing between plants and the sowing depth. Although cherry tomatoes are unlimited growth types, a reasonable density can ensure ventilation, light transmission, and later yield. I understand that. Su Yang nodded immediately and began to instruct the villagers to build ridges and dig holes according to the optimal parameters prompted by the system. The row spacing should be about 60 centimeters, the plant spacing should be about 40 centimeters, and the hole should be dug a little deeper, about 10 centimeters. After the seedlings emerge, we need to add soil. Lin Xiaoyu watched Su Yang directing the work with confidence and the villagers working in an orderly manner. Whether it was the row spacing, plant spacing, or the depth of the holes, they were all controlled very precisely. Lin couldn't help but admire him secretly. She thought to herself, Brother Su Yang really knows his business. This planting standard is even more standardized than the standardized base I went to during my internship. It seems that what he said about spreading nonsense was definitely being modest. He must have studied it seriously, or maybe there is really an expert guiding him behind the scenes? If cherry tomatoes can be grown to the same quality as cucumbers and strawberries, there will be hope for the characteristic agriculture of our Qingshan village. Dad, Sister Xiaoyu, are you growing cherry tomatoes? Ningning came over again without knowing when, wearing her little straw hat on her head, and looked at everyone busy with curiosity. Is this little tomato also super sweet? Yes, Dad hopes it will grow sweet as nectar. Su Yang responded to his daughter with a smile, and carefully placed a cherry tomato seed into the dug hole. Sweet as nectar? Ningning's eyes lit up instantly, then Ningning wants to eat it first. Okay, give Ningning the first one. Su Yang agreed readily. Lin Xiaoyu felt warm in her heart as she watched the natural and heartwarming interaction between the father and daughter. She took the initiative to pick up a small rake and helped the villagers cover the ground with fine soil. Although her movements were a little clumsy, she was very serious. Su Yang also did not forget to take out his mobile phone to record this moment of sowing hope. The camera shows the newly reclaimed fertile land, the busy figures of the villagers, the profile of Lin Xiaoyu who is carefully covering the soil, and the cute picture of Ningning helping to dig the soil with a small shovel. He thought to himself that this scene was perfect for Douyin. The title is Land of Hope, Planting the Future. Top students from the agricultural university come to help. Cherry tomatoes must succeed, with the tags #NewFarmers, #Rural Revitalization, #Cherry tomatoes, #College students returning home, #Father-daughter daily life. Xiaoyu's figure naturally appears in the frame, which not only adds to the highlights, but also indirectly confirms the professionalism and attractiveness of my farm. In one afternoon, with everyone's concerted efforts, 30 seeds of high-quality cherry tomatoes were carefully planted on this newly reclaimed land. Su Yang directed the villagers to fetch several buckets of clear water from the nearby stream, and scooped it with a ladle to gently water each sowing hole. Chapter 65 Logistics Upgrade is imminent. In the Land of Hope, the reclamation work of the nearly 10 acres of newly contracted wasteland in the valley on the southern foot of the back mountain is in full swing. The hired villagers are very motivated, and every day large areas of weeds and shrubs can be seen being cleared away, revealing the fertile black soil underneath. Meanwhile, at the old house, the crops that Su Yang carefully cared for were also growing at an astonishing rate. The high-quality cherry tomato seeds planted earlier have already broken through the soil. The tender green seedlings are nourished by the system-optimized C+ grade soil and primary soil improvement technology. They are changing day by day, stretching out their tender leaves, showing a vitality far beyond that of ordinary varieties. Excellent cherry tomatoes. Excellent current status, seedling stage thriving, leaves are rapidly differentiating, and the root system is well developed. Estimated time for first flowering, 12 days. The information on the system panel made Su Yang full of expectations for this batch of new varieties. If this cherry tomato can also be grown to the same quality as cream strawberries and high-quality cucumbers, with the nectar flavor described by the system, it will definitely be another little bomb that can detonate the market and gain word of mouth. At the same time, the high-quality cucumbers in the field outside the old house have entered the stable picking period. Dark green vines covered the reinforced bamboo frame, and there were surprises hidden under almost every leaf. Every morning, Su Yang can harvest dozens or even hundreds of kilograms of fresh, green, and thorny cucumbers. Whether it is supplied to the Orui Hotel under the Lu Group according to the contract, or put on the shelves in small quantities in the Dowdo Live broadcast room to give back to fans, it has received almost crazy praise. Crispy, sweet and juicy, comparable to fruit, rich cucumber flavor, fresh and refreshing. I never want to eat any other cucumber after eating this. Comments like these filled the comments section, and its repurchase rate and popularity even tended to overshadow the previous cream strawberry. High-quality sweet corn has also entered the grain filling stage. The corn stalks, more than 1 meter tall, are thick and upright, with thick, dark green leaves, like spirited guards. The corn cobs wrapped in the thick husks in the middle are becoming fuller and fuller, and the corn silk at the top is gradually turning from green to brown. The air seems to be filled with a unique sweet aroma mixed with milk and fruit. It will be around the corner before they are mature and available on the market in large quantities. Production is rising at a rate visible to the naked eye. The joy of the harvest is real, but what comes with it is the realistic problem that Su Yang had long anticipated but had to face: the logistics bottleneck. Early in the morning, Su Yang had just carefully packed dozens of kilograms of cucumbers and a small amount of ripe cream strawberries picked that day. Looking at the increasing amount of agricultural products piled up in the yard that needed to be processed and transported, he frowned. He began to think in his heart, no, I can't go on like this. Every delivery is like a battle. The picking, cleaning, sorting and packing alone take up almost all of my time, leaving me with less time to play with Ningning. Also, logistics is always a big problem. Now that cucumber production has increased, it's not so bad and can be stored more easily. But cream strawberries are very delicate, and they will be damaged if they are slightly bumpy or the temperature is wrong. After the sweet corn matures, vacuum packaging and a full cold chain are essential to ensure the best taste. It is not a good idea to trouble Uncle Wang all the time, as he owes more and more favors. Besides, his small van is not a professional refrigerated truck after all. When it encounters high temperatures in summer or needs to be shipped to a nearby county that is a little further away, it is a huge test for the ingredients. Although Lu's company is currently responsible for the transportation and quality control of the goods, and the risks have been transferred, I still have to handle the orders from online fans and the small channels that may be expanded in the future myself. If the logistics link cannot keep up, all previous efforts may be in vain. Once the reputation collapses, it will be difficult to rebuild it. The brand Ningning and Dad must be careful about its reputation. He sat on a small stool in the yard, took out the small notebook that recorded income, expenditure and planning, and began to calculate seriously. He thought that the online sales flow was very stable and the repurchase rate of cucumbers was very high. Although the unit price was not as high as that of strawberries, the sales volume was large and the profit was considerable. The popularity of sweet corn is still growing, and the next batch of sales will definitely bring in some funds. The contract with Lu Group provides a fixed supply every week, and the payment is timely and stable. It had cost a lot to contract the land, hire people to open up the wasteland, and buy a rotary tiller, but Lu's first advance payment did solve the immediate problem, plus the accumulated profits from recent online sales. Well, if I grit my teeth, it should be enough to buy a small second-hand refrigerated truck. He thought to himself that he must buy a car, as it would be the key artery for his farm products to reach the market. With your own refrigerated truck, you can control the transportation time and temperature yourself, which can ensure the freshness of the product to the greatest extent and improve the customer experience. Delivery efficiency can also be greatly improved. You no longer have to worry about other people as time or owe favors to others. Although the initial investment is large, it is a necessary investment for long-term development. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. Moreover, with a car, I can also consider expanding the sales scope appropriately, such as covering more places in Jiangxing City, or even try to cooperate with some small fresh food stores or private restaurants with high quality requirements to increase income sources, and not rely solely on online and lose. The initiative must be in your own hands. Having made up his mind, Su Yang no longer hesitated. He took out his mobile phone and began searching for information on small refrigerated trucks that met his requirements on some local second-hand car trading platforms and forums. He doesn't need it to be luxurious. What's important is that the cooling effect is good, the compartment should be clean and sanitary, meet the food transportation standards, be reliable and not break down along the way, and the price should be within his budget. This matter cannot be rushed, and you have to choose and compare carefully. Ningning woke up from her nap and saw her father swiping on the screen of his mobile phone, frowning from time to time. She came over curiously. "Dad, what are you looking at? Is there another uncle or aunt who wants to buy something delicious?" Su Yang smiled, put down his phone, and held his daughter on his lap. "No, Dad is thinking about buying a big cart of our own. Then we can carry lots of strawberries, cucumbers, and sweet corns and give them to uncles and aunts faster." Ningning's eyes lit up. A big cart, like the one Grandpa Wan uses to deliver goods? With a big box in the back? Su Yang pointed to the picture of the refrigerated truck on his phone and explained in the simplest way, "Yes, but Dad wants to buy a more powerful one. Look, the big box at the back is like a running refrigerator. It's cool inside, so our strawberry babies and cucumber babies can stay comfortable on the road without worrying about them spoiling due to the heat. When they are delivered to uncles and aunts, they are still as fresh as if they were just picked from the field." The so-called refrigerated truck is simply a special van. Its big box is like a large mobile refrigerator, which is equipped with refrigeration equipment and a thick insulation layer to keep the temperature very low. It is specially used to transport things that need to be kept fresh and are afraid of heat, such as fresh fruits and vegetables, milk, yogurt, and even ice cream, to ensure that they do not deteriorate on the road. Wow, what a cool big box. Ningning was immediately attracted. Then when Xueqiu, Hui and Taodao feel hot in the future, can they also live inside to cool down? Su Yang was amused by his daughter's fantastic ideas and scratched her nose. That big box is specially for Kai Kai to live in. The little rabbit will freeze if it lives in it. But when Dad buys a car, I can take Ningning to play in farther places, such as riding a rocking car in the big park in the county, or going to the zoo to see the big tigers. Great! Let's buy a big car and go see the big tiger. The little guy immediately cheered and clapped his hands, expressing his 100% support for his father's great plan. Seeing his daughter's excitement, Su Yang became more determined to buy a refrigerated truck. This is not only for career development, but also to create better conditions for Ningning so that she can see a wider world. He took immediate action and contacted several sellers through the platform. He inquired in detail about the condition of the car, cooling performance, mileage and other information, and made an appointment to view the car in the afternoon. Chapter 66 Logistics Upgrade and Initial Results. After careful screening and comparison online, and taking the time to visit the second-hand car market in a nearby county to view, inspect, and bargain, Su Yang finally used most of his working capital to successfully purchase a domestically produced small second-hand refrigerated truck in decent condition and with a satisfactory refrigeration effect. Although the car is not the latest model, it is well maintained. The interior of the car is clean and tidy, meets food transportation standards, and the refrigeration unit runs smoothly. For Su Yang's current needs, it is extremely cost-effective. When Su Yang drove this white pickup truck with some traces of old advertisements on the body back to Qingshan village, it immediately caused quite a stir in the village. Oh, Xiao Yang is really capable. He even bought a truck with air conditioning. This car looks very professional. It will definitely be much more convenient to deliver goods in the future. We no longer have to worry about things breaking down on the road. I was saying that following Xiao Yang is a good idea. It's only been a short while and he already has everything he needs. It's much better than going out to work. The villagers surrounded the car and marveled at it, their eyes filled with envy and admiration. In their simple perception, being able to afford this kind of big thing means that their career is prosperous and their life will be promising. Su Yang greeted everyone with a smile without giving any further explanation. He thought that although the second-hand car cost him most of his savings, it was definitely worth it. The cooling effect has been tested and there is no problem. The space is also sufficient to cope with the current and future production. With it, the biggest bottleneck of logistics has been preliminarily solved, and the initiative is in our hands. Next, it's the issue of people. A car alone is not enough, you also need a reliable, careful driver and porter who is familiar with the nearby road conditions. When he was reclaiming the land, he noticed a young man named Su Xiaowu in the village. He was in his early 20s, and had not been admitted to university after graduating from high school. So he did odd jobs near his home. He was skillful at work, honest and hardworking, but he didn't seem to have a stable job. Su Yang found out that Xiaowu had a driver's license, but he just didn't have the chance to drive a nice car. In the evening, Su Yang specially found Xiaowu who was helping his parents harvest grain at the doorstep. Xiaowu, are you busy? Su Yang handed over a cigarette. Brother Yang? When Xiaowu saw Su Yang, his dark face immediately turned red. He quickly put down the rake in his hand, a little at a loss. What do you want to talk to me about? He has both admiration and a sense of distance towards Brother Yang, a capable man who returned to the village with his beautiful daughter, is not only good at farming but also attracted experts from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, and has now bought a big car. Su Yang directly explained his purpose. It's like this, I just bought a refrigerated truck to deliver goods to the town and city. I'm in need of a driver now. I see that you're very capable and a very honest person. I'd like to ask if you'd like to come and help me deliver goods? I'll definitely pay you according to the market price. The work isn't hard, but you need to be careful and have a strong sense of responsibility. When Xiaowu heard this, his eyes lit up instantly, and he was so excited that he was a little incoherent. Brother Yang, are you serious? You want me to drive that big air-conditioned car for you? Of course I am willing. I am very willing. I have a driver's license, but I haven't touched a car for a long time. He was extremely excited. Oh my god, Brother Yang actually asked me to drive that big air-conditioned car for him. This is a serious job. I heard that the things Brother Yang grows are very valuable and people in the city are scrambling to get them. Driving to deliver goods for him is definitely better than doing odd jobs at home. Besides, Brother Yang is a nice guy and generous, so the salary will definitely be good. There is definitely a future in working with him. I have to work hard and not let Brother Yang down. I must drive carefully and deliver the goods safely. Okay, then it's settled. Su Yang was very satisfied to see Xiaowu agreed so straightforwardly. Your driver's license is fine. You will be proficient in driving after 2 days. Your salary will be 4,000 yuan per month for now, and it will increase depending on the situation. Tomorrow, you will familiarize yourself with the car, loading and unloading, and preservation processes with me. He thought that Xiaowu looked reliable and had a sincere look in his eyes, so he should be able to do the job. The initial salary is set at 4,000, which is considered good in the village and can also motivate him to work hard. However, training must be in place. These goods are very valuable and there must be no mistakes in the transportation process. Standardized processes must be established as soon as possible and cannot just be done verbally. After solving the driver problem, Su Yang returned home and began to establish a standardized packaging and shipping process. He designed different inner packaging methods according to the characteristics of different products, and ordered a batch of corrugated cardboard boxes with uniform sizes and printed with a simple logo of Ningning and Dad's daily life in the countryside from the internet as outer packaging, replacing the previous foam boxes of different sizes. He also bought a small vacuum sealer specifically for sweet corn. The next day, Su Yang began to provide on-the-job training to Xiaowu. He did not keep anything to himself, but patiently taught Xiaowu all the experiences he had gained and the details that needed to be paid attention to. Xiaowu, you see, the boxes of strawberries must be handled with care. They are subject to force from the side like this, so you must not press directly from the top. There are shock-proof nets inside, but they are also very delicate. Su Yang personally demonstrated how to stack the packed strawberry boxes into the refrigerated compartment. Cucumbers must be well ventilated, with some space between the boxes. Corn must be refrigerated as soon as possible after vacuum packaging, and the temperature must be controlled at 46 degrees Celsius. The temperature of this refrigerated truck is adjusted here, and it must be checked and confirmed every time before leaving the truck. While explaining, he let Xiaowu practice, repeatedly emphasizing the precautions until he was sure that he had fully grasped the key points. He thought that standardized processes were the basis for farm scale-up and must be strictly enforced. Once Xiaowu becomes proficient, I can consider hiring some aunties from the village to help with picking and packing, and I can focus on planting, quality control and online operations. Just then, Lin Xiaoyu came strolling over again, carrying her backpack. She saw Su Yang training Xiaowu and also saw the second-hand refrigerated truck. Her eyes were once again filled with surprise and admiration. She felt a little impressed in her heart that brother Su Yan was so proactive. In just a few days, not only was the logistics vehicle problem solved, the drivers were found, and standardized processes were started. He doesn't look like a new farmer who just returned to his hometown, but rather like an experienced farmer. He has such high requirements for quality, no wonder he can grow such good things, and no wonder the Academy of Agricultural Sciences values him so much. It's a good thing that the village can have another stable job like Xiaowu. Brother Su Yang, you're so quick. Have you even bought the refrigerated truck? Lin Xiaoyu walked forward with a smile. Brother Xiaowu, congratulations, you found a good job. Hee, it's all because Brother Yang thinks highly of me. Xiaowu smiled naively. Lin Xiaoyu seemed to remember something and said, by the way, Brother Su Yang, I heard my dad chatting with people from the village committee a few days ago, and he seemed to mention that the county was interested in purchasing agricultural transport vehicles. Especially for refrigerated trucks used to transport fresh agricultural products, there may be some fuel subsidies or purchase tax exemptions, which is part of the policy to support the entrepreneurship of new farmers. I am not sure about the details. You can go to the village committee or the agricultural station in the town to ask, maybe you can save some money? The information she provided was not certain, just fragments of words she overheard by chance, but she felt that it might be able to help Su Yang a little. Su Yang's eyes lit up when he heard this. He thought to himself, fuel subsidies and purchase tax exemptions, what a great relationship. Although I don't know the exact amount, every bit of savings counts as funds are tight right now. Xiaoyu's information came at the right time. I will go to the town to ask for clarification some other day. It seems that communicating with her more often is indeed beneficial. This girl not only understands technology, but is also well informed about policy information. She is a rare talent. Really? Thank you so much, Xiaoyu. This information is very useful to me. I will go to the town to ask tomorrow. Su Yang thanked him sincerely. You're welcome. I'm glad I can help. Lin Xiaoyu smiled and waved her hand, feeling happy that she could provide some help to Su Yang. Chapter 67 Unexpected Tenderness. In the afternoon, the sun was shining brightly, filling the entire Qingshan village with warmth. Su Yang was squatting next to the newly built rabbit house in the corner of the yard, holding a handful of lush green grass that had obviously been system optimized, and patiently feeding Snowball, Hui and Tao Tao. After these days of careful care, the three little rabbits have completely adapted to their new home. Their fur has become shinier and smoother, and their bodies have become rounder. They are happily chewing on alfalfa. Ningning brought a small stool and sat beside him, like a little supervisor, watching her father feed the rabbit carefully. From time to time, she stretched out her little hand and carefully touched Snowball's soft white fur, muttering, "Snowball, be good, eat more and grow fat." Su Yang murmured in his heart, rabbits are growing so fast now, this high-yield alfalfa is really great, and its nutritional value is much higher than ordinary grass. The rabbit manure can be collected and fermented, which is just right for using as fertilizer for the newly opened land. It is a perfect ecological cycle. Ningning is becoming more and more like a little breeder, which is good. I just don't know what Ruian is planning to do this time now that the contract has been sent. With her personality, it's impossible for her to give up so easily after being rejected last time, right? Especially the sweet corn, which was too tempting for her project. As he was thinking about it, he heard a familiar car engine sound coming from the gate of the courtyard. It was more low-key than the Audi A8 last time. It was a black Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle, and it did not have the Lu Group's internal license plate. He raised his eyebrows slightly. He thought to himself, he really came, changed his car, and changed his clothes. What is he trying to do? Incognito visit? Or do you feel that you were too high profile last time and have learned your lesson this time? It seems that she has a new assessment of my potential and value, but I don't know whether this assessment is purely commercial or mixed with other things. However, we will fight against the enemy and cover the water with earth. Let's see what excuse she will make this time. The car door opened and Lu Ruian got out of the car. This time, her outfit was indeed completely different from the previous 2 times. She was wearing a set of beige linen trousers with superior texture, neat cut but casual style, and a pair of brand new Todd's white flat loafers on her feet. Although they were still worth a lot of money, they at least allowed her to walk more freely on the country dirt road. Her hair was simply tied behind her head, and her face was lightly made up. Under the brim of her sun hat, her beautiful eyes seemed to be less sharp and cold than usual, and to have a more deliberately created softness, or rather, it was a complex emotion that was difficult to describe. She was holding a rather delicate-looking shopping bag with the logo of a famous children's educational toy store printed on it. Lu Ruian walked to the gate of the yard and looked at the father and daughter who were feeding rabbits in the yard, the vibrant vegetable field next to it, and the eye-catching Academy of Agricultural Sciences Cooperative Experimental Base sign on the wall. An indescribable feeling welled up in her heart again. She murmured softly, "Su Yang is so leisurely, feeding rabbits here? He has made this small yard look more like a home than before. Ning Ning looks very healthy and happy. How did he do it? Could it be that after leaving me, he found himself? No, it's impossible. He was just lucky and happened to get those special seeds. Yes, that must be the case. This time, I have to finalize the packaging. This is serious business. By the way, I can also take a look at Ning Ning to see if she is closer to me. I hope Su Yang's attitude will soften a little. At least, don't chase him away directly like last time." She took a deep breath, tried to suppress her chaotic emotions, forced a smile that was as natural and gentle as possible on her face, and walked in. "Su Yang, are you busy?" Her voice was noticeably softer than the last time she came. It had less of that business-like distance and more tentative politeness. Su Yang looked up when he heard the voice, and when he saw Lu Ruian's dress and posture, a hint of imperceptible surprise flashed across his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He thought to himself, "Wow, have you learned your lesson this time? Not wearing high heels anymore, and even changing clothes into casual ones? Do you still know how to say hello proactively?" It seems that the last inspection made her realize that a head-on confrontation would not work, and she began to change her strategy. However, her purpose has certainly not changed. Package? Most of them are just excuses. He stood up and patted the grass clippings on his hands. His tone was still calm, as if he was treating an ordinary visitor. "Boss Lu is here again? This time to confirm the packaging details?" He directly pointed out the excuse that the other party might have prepared and brought the topic back to business. Lu Ruian was choked by his direct attitude, and the opening remarks she had prepared about caring about the latest production status of suppliers were instantly stuck in her throat. She suppressed her unhappiness, tried to maintain a smile on her face, took out a printed sample of the packaging design from her shopping bag, and handed it over. "Yes, Mr. Su. Our hotel has initially drafted 2 packaging plans. I would like to ask you to confirm whether the material, specifications and logo design above meet the characteristics and transportation requirements of your products. After all, your product quality is so good, the packaging must also keep up to reflect its value." She tried to take the initiative in the conversation by discussing work details. Su Yang took the design drawing and glanced at it. The design was indeed very professional, simple and elegant, in line with the high-end positioning of the Orui Hotel. He thought to himself that the design was okay and the material requirements were reasonable. It seems that they are really serious about doing this business. However, trying to stall for time by discussing packaging, or to hint at something else? No way. He gave a direct conclusion. "I've taken a look at the plan and there's no major problem. Please inform me after you have selected the specific material and printing process, and the cost will be borne by you according to the agreement. If it's just to confirm this, I think communication by phone or email will be more efficient." Lu Ruian felt a little embarrassed after being pushed back by Su Yang again. Just as she was about to say something else, Ning Ning came running over with the rabbit in her arms. Chapter 68, The Boundary. Mom, you come to see us again. When the little guy saw Lu Ruian, his eyes immediately lit up, and his tone was more familiar and happy than last time. He threw himself directly to her legs and looked at the shopping bag in her hand curiously. "Mom, what fun things did you bring me this time?" The child's enthusiasm and innocence instantly dispelled the subtle awkwardness at the scene. Lu Ruian's heart softened at once, and all business calculations and emotions were thrown behind her. She quickly squatted down and handed the shopping bag to Ningning, with a gentle smile from the heart. "Ningning is really smart. Mom brought you a new puzzle and a set of little princess dress-up stickers. Do you like it?" "Wow! It's a mermaid princess puzzle, and there are shiny stickers." Ningning took out the gift and immediately cheered, her little face full of joy. "Thank you, Mom. Mom is the best." The little guy held the gift and happily kissed Lu Ruian on the face. This sudden act of intimacy made Lu Ruian's heart feel like it was hit by a warm current, and her eyes instantly turned red. Her heart trembled, and Ningning kissed me. She kissed me first. She still has her mother in her heart. She just likes her current life more and Su Yang's company more, but she hasn't completely forgotten me. That's great. An indescribable excitement and sadness surged into her heart, almost choking her. Su Yan looked at this scene and sighed slightly in his heart. He thought to himself, this little girl can be coaxed into submission with just a piece of candy. Lu Ruian brings gifts every time she comes, so Ningning will naturally become closer and closer to her. This is also human nature. However, this is also good. At least it allows Ningning to feel her mother's love, which is good for her growth. As long as Lu Ruian doesn't cross the line, doesn't try to destroy our current life, and comes to send warmth occasionally, I'm too lazy to stop her. However, now that we have finished discussing business, it's time to leave, right? He cleared his throat, intending to give a reminder. Unexpectedly, Ningning took Lu Ruian's hand, pointed at the pile of newly bought wood and bamboo in the corner of the yard, and asked in a baby voice, "Mom, look, Dad is building a new house for the little rabbit. When it's finished, we will have many little rabbits at home. Mom, do you want to stay and watch the little rabbits live in their new home with us?" Lu Ruian's heart skipped a beat. Ningning actually took the initiative to invite her to stay? This is unprecedented. She subconsciously looked at Su Yang, with a hint of inquiry and expectation in her eyes that she herself was not even aware of. Su Yang. He thought to himself, is there a leak in this little cotton jacket? You just took someone's gift and you turned your elbow out, and now you're staying to watch the rabbit move into its new home? I haven't finished building this rabbit hutch yet. What does she want to do? She really treats this place as her own home. No, we can't let her get any further than she wants. Su Yang spoke immediately. Although his tone was still calm, he had an unquestionable sense of boundaries. He said directly to Ningning, "Ningning, be good. Mom is very busy at work and has to go back to the city for a meeting. Bunny will live in the new home. Daddy can just take a video and show it to your mother." Then, he looked up at Lu Ruian with a calm gaze, and said calmly, "Boss Lu, now that the packaging plan has been confirmed, if there is nothing else, I won't send you off. There is still a lot of work to do on the farm." The order to expel guests was issued again. And it was done in front of Ningning, in an almost indifferent manner. The smile on Lu Ruian's face froze instantly. The warmth that had just been ignited by her daughter's closeness was instantly extinguished as if a basin of cold water was poured over her head. She looked at Su Yang's eyes that showed no emotion, and then looked at Ningning, who seemed a little disappointed because of her father's words but still nodded obediently. The familiar feeling of humiliation and frustration in her heart surged up again. Su Yang, he is so ruthless. He didn't even give Ningning any face. Is he warning me not to try to use my daughter to get close to him and interfere in their lives? Okay, Su Yang, you are cruel enough. Lu Ruian stood up suddenly, forcibly suppressed the bitterness and anger in her eyes, and a layer of frost covered her face again. She didn't even look at Ningning again, but just nodded coldly to Su Yang. "I know, Mr. Su. Then I won't bother you anymore. The cooperation will be carried out according to the contract." After saying that, she turned around and walked quickly out of the yard, her back straight, but with an indescribable embarrassment and determination. Su Yan looked at her back as she almost fled in panic. He did not feel much pleasure in his heart. Instead, he felt a little tired. He thought, well, it's better to suffer a short pain than a long one. She must be made fully aware of where our boundaries are. I hope that after this time, she will be more quiet and stop disturbing us under various pretexts. Dad. Ningning pulled at the corner of Su Yang's clothes, with a trace of confusion and grievance on her face. Is Mom angry? Why did she leave without waiting to see the little rabbit live in the new home? Su Yang squatted down, took his daughter into his arms, patted her back gently, and comforted her softly. Mom is not angry, she is really busy with work. Come visit Ning Ning and the little rabbit next time when Mom is free, okay? He knew that his attitude just now might be a bit tough and might make Ning Ning unhappy, but it was necessary. He couldn't give Lu Ruian any ambiguous signals, and he couldn't let Ning Ning have any unrealistic fantasies about their reunion. Oh, Ning Ning nodded, not quite understanding. Although she was still a little disappointed, she was soon attracted by her father's warm embrace and expectations for the future. Then Daddy, please build the bunny's house quickly so that Mom can see it next time she comes. Okay, Dad must hurry up. Su Yang agreed with a smile, but his heart became more determined to protect the peaceful life in front of him. Lu Ruian, if you are just a business partner, I welcome you. But if you want to cross the line, try to interfere with my life and Ning Ning's life, or even dream of going back to the past. A hint of coldness flashed across Su Yang's eyes. That's impossible. Chapter 69, First batch of tomatoes shipped, logistics shows initial success. The noise and frenzy of last night's live broadcast gradually faded away, replaced by the unique tranquility and freshness of Qingshan village in the early morning. In the small courtyard of the Su family's old house, there was a busy and orderly scene. Su Yang and his newly hired driver, Su Xiaowu, are doing the final packaging and shipment of the high-quality cherry tomatoes, order that was sold out in seconds during yesterday's live broadcast. He thought to himself that the live broadcast effect was explosive and Nectar Tomato became an instant hit. There is absolutely nothing wrong with the pricing strategy, and there is even room for improvement. Word of mouth has further fermented and fans have become more loyal. The revenue and system points from this live broadcast were very considerable, providing enough funds to purchase small agricultural machinery, improve the irrigation system, and even hire more people for standardized packaging and shipping. Unlike the previous slightly chaotic delivery scene, this time, everything seemed well organized and efficiency was greatly improved. Su Yang personally took Xiaowu to the land of hope in the back mountain before the morning dew had completely dissipated, and carefully picked the first batch of perfectly ripe and best-looking nectar tomatoes. Each bunch is rosy and plump, exuding an attractive luster and unique sweet fragrance. After returning to the yard, Su Yang did not use the foam boxes of different sizes before. Instead, he took out a batch of brand new corrugated cardboard boxes ordered online, which were printed with a simple light green Ning Ning and Dad's Daily Life in the Countryside logo and QR code. The inside of the carton is no longer a simple foam net, but a customized environmentally friendly pulp molded lining with partitions. Each groove can just hold a cherry tomato properly, minimizing squeezing and collision during transportation. Su Yang patiently demonstrated the packing process to Xiaowu. Xiaowu, look, these nectar tomatoes are a little tougher than strawberries, but they are also very delicate. Like this, gently put them one by one into this paper tray to make sure they don't shake. After filling 1 pound, cover with this transparent lid and put it in our customized carton. He pointed to the logo on the carton and said, see? Doesn't it look more professional? It's also a small advertisement for our farm. When customers receive the goods, the unboxing experience will be much better. He continued to think in his mind that standardized packaging was different, it looked much more professional and could protect the product better. Although the initial investment is a bit more, the brand image and user reputation are priceless. The money is well spent, and the packaging of cucumbers and corn will be upgraded as soon as possible. Ning Ning also got up early, wearing her little apron, and running around like a little supervisor. She was full of curiosity about these beautiful new boxes with her father's name and hers printed on them. Dad, this box is so beautiful. It's much better than the white foam box before. She picked up a delivery slip and tried to stick it on a packed box, imitating her dad's example. Dad, am I sticking it right? Our Ning Ning is the most correct one. Su Yang praised her with a smile, and helped her smooth out the edges of the label. The little guy ran over to the white refrigerated truck that was being pre-cooled, and looked curiously at the cool air coming out of the car. Following Su Yang's instructions, Su Xiaowu had already started the refrigeration unit in advance and accurately controlled the temperature of the car to between 48 degrees Celsius, which is suitable for keeping tomatoes fresh. Brother Xiaowu, is it as cool as a refrigerator inside this big box? Ning Ning asked, looking up at her little face. That's right, Ning Ning, it's cool inside. It's specially provided for these heat-sensitive tomato and cucumber babies to sit in. It guarantees that they will be comfortable when they arrive at their uncle and aunt's house. Xiaowu explained with a simple smile that he was full of enthusiasm and responsibility for this new job. When all the orders were carefully packed, Su Yang and Xiao Wu carefully and neatly stacked the 20 or so corrugated cardboard boxes printed with logos into the pre-cooled refrigerated compartment, paying special attention to leaving gaps for ventilation. Su Yang finally reminded Xiao Wu, today's first batch of nectar tomatoes is particularly important. You must drive steadily on the road and pay attention to temperature changes. After delivering them to the express delivery point in town, confirm with them that the fastest cold chain is available, and send the order number to me in time. Don't worry, Brother Yang. I will complete the mission. Xiao Wu patted his chest and made the promise, his eyes full of enthusiasm. Su Yang watched Xiao Wu drive the refrigerated truck smoothly out of the yard and disappear on the winding country road, and a sense of security and accomplishment surged in his heart. He thought that it would be reassuring to master logistics himself. With Xiao Wu in this car, the efficiency and quality of delivery will be guaranteed in the future. Seeing the goods delivered safely and the customers satisfied makes all the investment and hard work worth it. Now, I can start considering expanding some small batch offline channels that have extremely high quality requirements. All eggs cannot be put in one basket, and certainly not just rely on Luz. Just as Su Yang expected, thanks to the timely transportation of its own refrigerated trucks and standardized professional packaging, the first batch of nectar tomatoes was delivered to buyers in Jiangcheng and neighboring counties and cities at a speed and in perfect condition that exceeded fans' expectations. Soon, the Douyin backstage, fan groups, and even some local food forums and moments of Ning Ning and her father's daily life in the countryside were completely flooded with the amazing reviews about nectar tomatoes and the illustrated buyer shows. Oh my god! I received it. It arrived the next day through SF Express Cold Chain. The packaging is so thoughtful. The logo is so cute. None of the tomatoes are rotten and they are still cool. Oh my god, this cherry tomato really tastes like nectar, it's amazing, the juice explodes in your mouth when you take a bite, it's sweet, pure sweetness, not sour at all, the taste is explosive, I feel like I've been elevated after eating it. It's painful to pay 108 yuan per pound, but for this quality, I'm willing to pay for it. It's so delicious that it makes me cry. When will the anchor sell it next time? I'll reserve 5 pounds first. I was skeptical before, but after trying it, I was completely convinced. This is definitely the best cherry tomato I have ever eaten, bar none. I begged the anchor to share the secrets of growing it. I scanned the QR code on the packaging box and followed the anchor's Douyin account directly. The anchor not only grows good things, but also has good aesthetics and details. I, who didn't get the chance, shed 2 tears of envy and jealousy when I saw your orders and flattery. Host, do you think I still have a chance? Word of mouth, like a spark thrown into boiling oil, explodes instantly. Those fans who got the trial packs have almost become the most loyal fans of Honey Tomato, sparing no effort to share their magical experience on various social platforms. Many passers-by who were originally just watching were also attracted after seeing these real feedbacks with rich pictures and texts, excited tone, and almost no negative comments. They flocked to Su Yang's Doudu account to follow it, and the number of fans in the background once again ushered in a wave of rapid growth. Su Yang sat in the yard of the old house, looking at the continuously soaring number of positive comments, private messages, and new fans on the background of his mobile phone, and also looking at the increasing sales and system points in his account. His heart was filled with the joy of a good harvest and a sense of security that his career was steadily rising. He walked to the newly reclaimed, vibrant land in the back mountain, looked at the distant green mountains and the nearby flowing stream, breathed the fresh air, and felt the power coming from the land under his feet. The initial solution to the logistics bottleneck was like opening up a key artery, laying a solid foundation for the next stage of his farm's development. He thought to himself, word of mouth has improved. The effects of logistics upgrades are immediate. The brand image is also improving. The next step is to maintain quality, make good use of the newly contracted land, and expand the planting area of cherry tomatoes and sweet corn as soon as possible to meet the needs of more fans. Chapter 70 Uninvited Guests, Official Visit. In a high-standard conference room of the Jiangcheng municipal government, a meeting to promote the city's agricultural development and rural revitalization strategy is underway. The atmosphere was rigorous, with heads of each department reporting on their work progress in turn. When it was the turn of the Municipal Academy of Agricultural Sciences to speak, Professor Zhang Yuanxiao, director of the Crop Research Institute, cleared his throat and walked to the podium in high spirits. He did not elaborate on the routine scientific research data and project reports, but instead changed the subject and focused on a new discovery that had recently made him and the entire institute extremely excited. Professor Zhang adjusted his reading glasses on the bridge of his nose. Although his voice sounded old, it was full of unquestionable authority and irrepressible enthusiasm. Dear leaders and comrades, today, I will take up a little of your time to focus on reporting a typical case that our Academy of Agricultural Sciences has recently discovered and initially established a cooperative relationship with at the grassroots level, a new farmer in Qingshan village, a remote mountainous area. Comrade Su Yang and his family farm, as well as the several varieties of crops he is growing, can be said to be groundbreaking. As soon as these words were spoken, the originally somewhat dull meeting place suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on this highly respected agricultural expert. Professor Zhang signaled his assistant to play a few PPT slides, which showed photos of the vibrant crops at Suyang Farm and the eye-catching Academy of Agricultural Sciences Cooperative Experimental Base sign. Comrade Su Yang's situation is rather special. He is a young man who returned to his hometown to start a business. He worked hard alone with his young daughter in the abandoned ancestral home in his hometown. But the planting talent he showed and the results he achieved shocked us old guys who have been engaged in agricultural research for a lifetime. Professor Zhang's tone became more serious, pointing to the data chart on the screen. According to our institute's preliminary tests and field investigations, the cream strawberry he planted not only has a unique flavor, a natural cream aroma, and is extremely sweet, but its growth cycle is nearly half that of the best existing varieties. And the cucumbers he planted have vitamin C and soluble sugar content that is 2 to 3 times that of ordinary high-quality cucumbers, and they taste crisp and sweet, comparable to top-quality fruits. Wow! There was a burst of suppressed murmurs in the conference room, and many leaders showed surprised expressions. Professor Zhang ignored him and continued to throw out more important news, his voice slightly raised with excitement. What's even more incredible to us is that he has successfully tried to grow a new kind of excellent sweet corn. The grains of this corn are full like jade, the skin is thin and there is almost no residue, and the most important thing is it can be eaten raw like fruit. I and several researchers have tasted it ourselves. The rich juice and pure sweetness of the taste completely overturned our understanding of corn. It is simply corn juice that can be eaten. Raw corn? Extremely sweet? Secretary Lee of the Municipal Party Committee, who was sitting in the main seat, raised his eyebrows and suddenly opened his eyes, which had been slightly closed. He cast a sharp gaze at Professor Zhang, and his voice was steady but with a power that could not be ignored. Mayor Wang next to him also sat up straight and exchanged inquiring glances with several other leaders in charge of agriculture and technology. He thought to himself, Mr. Zhang is an authority on corn breeding in China, and he used words like subversive cognition and treasure to describe it? The Academy of Agricultural Sciences also hung up a special sign for a cooperation base? Corn eaten raw is no small matter. If this is true, this will definitely be a major breakthrough and a dazzling business card for our city's modern agricultural development and rural revitalization. This kind of model must be understood in depth and strongly supported. Professor Zhang felt the importance attached to him by the leaders and continued, Comrade Su Yang's success, according to him, is partly due to the excellent seeds he obtained through special friends, but more importantly, he has demonstrated a very scientific, efficient, and fully green organic planting concept and practical ability. Although he modestly called his soil improvement method a traditional method, the effect was amazing. It could greatly improve the fertility of barren land in a short period of time, and there was no residue of chemical fertilizers or pesticides. At the same time, he also knows how to use new media platforms such as Douda to record the warm and real rural life of him and his daughter and sell directly to consumers. Currently, the products are in short supply and have an excellent reputation. He has initially explored a new path of high-quality specialty agricultural products plus internet promotion plus technical support from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. He concluded in an earnest tone, Dear leaders, I believe that Comrade Su Yang and his small family farm are not just a simple grower, but also a modern ecological agriculture demonstration site with great potential, a living example that fully fits our rural revitalization strategy and is worthy of vigorous research and promotion. I sincerely ask the city to pay attention and support, and provide appropriate policies and resources to help him solve the current bottlenecks of land, funds, infrastructure, etc., and truly support this good seedling that has been discovered with great difficulty, and make it a benchmark for our Jiangqing city and even the entire province. After Professor Zhang finished his speech, the conference room was quiet for a moment, and then a low murmur of discussion broke out. Secretary Li pondered for a moment, glanced at the heads of relevant departments present, and finally looked at Mayor Wang, and said decisively, What Mr. Zhang said is of great significance. We must attach great importance to such a model of new farmers and take the initiative to serve. We can't let the pearl be covered in dust. Mayor Wang, I think we should go to Qingshan village in person this afternoon, with a small group and without any prior notice, to make a surprise attack, to see and hear the real situation. Comrades from the Agriculture Bureau and the Science and Technology Bureau will also come with us, just a few of us, so don't make a big scene. Okay, I agree with Secretary Lee. Mayor Wang nodded immediately. We need to discover and support such hard-working role models, get down to the ground, see the real situation, work on the spot, and solve problems. This is the attitude we should have in serving the grassroots and promoting rural revitalization. Without notifying the township or contacting the village committee in advance, at around 2 p.m. that day, 2 black cars with no special markings drove silently into the country road leading to Qingshan village and stopped in a secluded place some distance from the village entrance. Secretary Lee, Mayor Wang, and the main leaders of the Agriculture Bureau and the Science and Technology Bureau, accompanied by Professor Zhang and Li Wei from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, got out of the car and walked towards the village. They originally wanted to keep a low profile and go directly to Su Yang's farm. However, Qingshan village is not big after all. Although the leaders were wearing casual clothes, their demeanor of being in high positions for a long time and the respectful attitude of familiar faces around them, such as Professor Zhang and Li Wei, immediately attracted the attention of several elderly people who were enjoying the cool air at the entrance of the village. Ha! Professor Zhang and researcher Li are here again? Those people next to them, they look unfamiliar, but they look quite impressive. Yes, old man Wang, look at that guy in the white shirt, I think I've seen him on TV. Could it be a high-ranking official from the city? He came here specifically to see Xiaoyang? The news spread quietly among the simple villagers as if it had legs. Although there were no reporters and no cameras, when Secretary Li and his party, led by Uncle Wang, arrived at the Su family's old house, many curious villagers spontaneously gathered at the gate of the courtyard and on the edge of the field. They didn't dare to get too close, but just watched from a distance, talking in low voices, their eyes full of awe and envy of Su Yang. Oh my goodness, it really is the big boss who came to see Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang has really brought honor to our family now. The fact that the city's high officials can come and see it in person shows how amazing Xiaoyang's crops must be. Su Yang was in the vibrant cornfield outside the yard, replenishing a few weaker corn seedlings with concentrated organic nutrient solution, exchanged from the system store. Ningning wore a small straw hat and, like a little adult, held a small wooden stick and carefully checked whether there were any bad bugs on the cucumber vines. Chapter 71 Corn amazes everyone, and the support promise is fulfilled. When Su Yang saw Uncle Wang leading a group of people with extraordinary temperament coming over, especially the two faces in the lead who often appeared in local news, although he was prepared in his heart, he still felt a lot of pressure. He thought to himself, here they come, they really are the municipal party secretary and the mayor. This secret visit is quite a big deal. It seems that Professor Zhang really put in an effort to recommend me at the meeting. That's good too. The attention and recognition from top leaders are more effective than any publicity. We must keep our composure, not show any weakness, and certainly not expose our system. The focus is still on organic farming, scientific management and technical support from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. He put down the spray bottle in his hand, wiped his hands, and walked forward with just the right amount of surprise and a simple smile on his face. Secretary Li, Mayor Wang, Professor Zhang, and all the leaders, I never thought you would come to our mountain village in person. Please come in, please come in. Secretary Li thought to himself, this young man is pretty good. Faced with so many of us and so many villagers watching him, he was not panicked at all, and was neither humble nor arrogant, and was very calm. Looking at his mental state and the well-managed farm, he certainly doesn't look like an ordinary farmer. The crops in that field, wow, seeing it with my own eyes is even more shocking than in the photos and videos. Looks so good. It's green and not sickly at all. The fresh fragrance in the air. Mr. Zhang is right, there is indeed something going on here. Comrade Xiao Su, you're welcome. Secretary Li took the initiative to extend his hand and shook Su Yang's hand vigorously, smiling warmly. We are also responding to the call to go to the grassroots more often. I heard that you, as a new farmer, have done a great job and received high praise from Mr. Zhang. We came here specially to learn from you and see if there is any practical difficulty that can be solved for you young people who are rooted in the countryside and working hard to start a business. The leader was very humble and friendly, which made Su Yang relax a lot. The following scene was more like an on-site exchange meeting with a lively atmosphere than an inspection. Secretary Li, Mayor Wang, and their entourage, accompanied by Su Yang and Professor Zhang, carefully inspected the growth of the high-quality cucumbers, high-quality sweet corn, and high-quality cherry tomatoes, and expressed high appreciation for the organic planting model that is almost free of pests and diseases and relies purely on physical and biological methods of control. When they walked to the field of high-quality sweet corn that was about to produce silk and fill with grain, the leaders were amazed at the thick stalks and dark green leaves that were much thicker than those of ordinary corn. What really brought the atmosphere to a climax was the tasting session. Su Yang took out the excellent sweet corn that he had prepared long ago and had just washed, and handed it to the leaders and experts with a smile. "Dear leaders, Professor Zhang, researcherly, this is the sweet corn that our farm has cultivated. The biggest feature is that it can be eaten raw. Everyone, try it and give some opinions." Looking at the corn kernels that were as white as mutton fat jade and exuded the enticing aroma of milk and fruit, even the knowledgeable Secretary Li and Mayor Wang showed a strong curiosity. Following Professor Zhang's demonstration, several leaders followed suit and took bites of the corn cobs. Crack! A crisp sound rang out on the ridge of the field, accompanied by the sound of juice splashing. The next second, the leaders' faces showed expressions of extreme shock and disbelief. Sweet, too sweet. Mayor Wang's eyes widened as he chewed quickly, and there's not even a dregs left, just sweet juice. Is this really corn? Secretary Li also nodded repeatedly, with an expression of admiration that could not be concealed on his face. Incredible. The taste is refreshing, sweet but not greasy. If this is launched on the market, it will definitely be a disruptive product. Comrade Xiao Su, you really brought a big surprise to our Jiangcheng agriculture. The heads of the Agriculture Bureau and the Science and Technology Bureau also tasted the food and were all impressed by its ultimate taste. They looked at Su Yang with amazement and appreciation. Professor Zhang watched from the side with a proud smile on his face, and added, "This is only the initial maturity. Once it is fully mature, the flavor and sweetness will be further improved. And according to our preliminary analysis, its nutritional value is also very high." The leader's real reactions when tasting the food were secretly recorded by the accompanying secretary on his mobile phone. This is the most powerful evidence for reporting work when they go back. There was no noise of journalists interviewing at the scene, but the affirmation and praise from the leaders carried more weight. Secretary Li stated on the spot, "Comrade Xiao Su, your farm and these fine varieties must be strongly supported by the city. Regarding the difficulties you just mentioned in land reclamation, irrigation facilities, and brand building, we will study them immediately and come up with a specific support plan as soon as possible. The Agriculture Bureau and the Science and Technology Bureau should take the initiative to connect and provide a full range of services. We want to allow new farmers like you who have ideas, abilities, and roots in the countryside to work without worries." Thank you, Secretary Li, thank you, Mayor Wang, and thank you all the leaders for your concern and support. Su Yang expressed his gratitude sincerely. Ningning was chewing on the small piece of corn cob that her father had specially left for her. Seeing so many high-ranking officials praising her father, her little face was filled with pride, and she added in a baby voice, "My father is the best, and the corn he grows is the most delicious." The little guy's finishing touch assist caused a burst of relaxed and good-natured laughter at the scene, making the atmosphere more harmonious. The city leaders and their entourage did not stay in Qingshan village for too long. After learning in detail about the difficulties Su Yang was currently facing in his preliminary plans for the future, they left in a low-key manner. But the shock they brought was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, which began to spread in Qingshan village and even at higher levels. That night, although there was no overwhelming media coverage, the news that the municipal party secretary and mayor personally went to Qingshan village to inspect Su Yang, a new farmer, was quietly spread among the relevant political and business circles in Jiangcheng through various internal channels and word of mouth from insiders. Ningning and her father's daily life in the countryside, this Douyin account, and the mysterious farm with amazing potential behind it, have been quietly labeled as official focus and unlimited potential in the minds of many people. After coaxing Ningning to sleep, who was extremely excited about seeing a lot of high-ranking officials in the afternoon but also exhausted, Su Yang sat alone under the lamp, reviewing his afternoon experiences. He thought to himself, the city leaders personally paid a secret visit and promised on the spot strong support. What a treatment! It seems that Professor Zhang and the Academy of Agricultural Sciences really regard me as a key model. This is both a huge opportunity and a heavy pressure. Now that we have official endorsement, subsequent applications for policy subsidies and project funds should be much smoother, which is very important for farm expansion and infrastructure construction. But at the same time, the greater the attention, the greater the pressure. I must develop the new land as soon as possible, increase production capacity, and always control product quality without any mistakes. Otherwise, I will not only let down my fans, but also let down the trust of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences and leaders. The system points have increased a lot again. It's time to draw a few more prizes, or go to the store to see if there are any key technologies that can improve efficiency, irrigation, or new varieties. Tomorrow, Xiaowu and I will implement the small drip irrigation equipment that we had our eyes on before. The new land must be irrigated with modern technology and we can no longer rely on manual labor to carry water. The rotary tiller also has to hurry up and turn over the remaining wasteland. In terms of manpower, when tomatoes and corn enter the large-scale picking period, the current dozen or so villagers will definitely not be enough. We have to greet Uncle Wang in advance and organize more manpower, especially women who are careful and dexterous to be responsible for picking and packing. Chapter 72: The Power of New Equipment and the Home of Dragon Fruit. The nearly 10 acres of newly contracted wasteland in the valley at the back mountain are undergoing a transformation at a speed visible to the naked eye thanks to the hard work of the villagers in recent days and Su Yang's unsparing investment. The weeds and shrubs were cleared away, the stubborn stones were moved away and piled on the edge of the field, and the small rotary tiller thumped the deep layer of the land that had been dormant for years, revealing the fertile and loose loam underneath that exuded the fragrance of earth. Su Yang stood in front of about 2 acres of newly reclaimed and initially leveled land, feeling full of a sense of accomplishment, but also clearly aware of the bottleneck of efficiency. He thought to himself that the foundation of this land was indeed good and its B-level potential was not to be underestimated. Uncle Wang and his colleagues worked very hard, but relying solely on manpower and a small rotary tiller was still too slow to till nearly 10 acres of land to a high standard and catch up with the best planting time for the next crop. I need more efficient tools, especially for the sowing process, which is related to the uniformity of subsequent crop growth and management efficiency, and also directly affects the yield and quality. System store. I didn't have enough points before, so I was reluctant to look at those big guys. Now, after several rounds of online sales and stable payments from Luz, I should have accumulated a lot of points. We must see if there is any equipment that can solve the problem of sowing efficiency. If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. This investment cannot be saved, and this land of hope must produce benefits as soon as possible. With a thought, he immersed his consciousness into the system interface and directly clicked on System Store. A dazzling list of products popped up, and he directly filtered to the agricultural machinery category. Soon, a device with an icon flashing with technological luster caught his attention. Advanced Automatic Seeding Machine Model, S-Planter version 2.0. Function description: it adopts intelligent light sensing positioning and air pressure injection technology to achieve high precision and high efficiency automated sowing operations. It supports a variety of seed and seedling specifications, and can adjust the plant spacing, row spacing, and sowing depth. It comes with a small fertilizer box, which can simultaneously accurately apply base fertilizer or seed fertilizer. It is easy to operate, greatly saves manpower, and improves sowing quality. Points required for redemption: 300 points. He calculated in his mind that 300 points was indeed not cheap, it was almost half of my current points. But this function, high precision, automation, and synchronized fertilization? This is a magical tool tailor-made for my new land. Compared with manual sowing, the efficiency is more than 10 times higher. I'm afraid it's dozens of times. And the high precision can ensure that each seed falls in the best position and gets the best start of growth, which is crucial for the subsequent system to optimize crop growth. You can also apply fertilizer at the same time, saving you the time of applying base fertilizer. It's perfect. Although it hurts to spend the points, this investment is definitely strategic. With it, the nearly 10 acres of land can be sown quickly and with high quality, greatly shortening the construction period and seizing market opportunities. Bought it. He chose exchange without hesitation. Ding. Consumed 300 points and successfully exchanged Advanced Automatic Seeder X1. The equipment has been transferred to the system warehouse and can be taken out and used at any time. The notification sound of successful redemption cheered Su Yang up. He took the opportunity to check the seed warehouse, and in addition to the remaining ordinary seeds, there were also the spoils he had won from 2 draws in the past 2 days using his scattered points. Excellent red pitaya seedlings X50 plants quality, excellent, taste, sweet and juicy, delicate flesh, almost no fishy smell of ordinary pitaya, rich in anthocyanins, growth period, medium to long, requires trellis, yield, medium to high. Ordinary watermelon seeds X1 bag quality, ordinary, about 20 seeds, features, thin skin, strong adaptability, and acceptable sweetness. He was thinking in his mind, red heart dragon fruit, excellent quality. It is rare to grow this thing outdoors in Zhangcheng. It is a rare fruit. If it can be grown successfully, it will definitely be a hot seller. The characteristic of almost no fishy smell is very important. Many people don't like dragon fruit because of its grassy smell. It has high nutritional value, is rich in anthocyanins, and is in line with the current trend of healthy consumption. It just takes a longer growing period and a trellis needs to be built, but that is okay, there is plenty of space in this new land. Ordinary watermelon seeds are just right. Planting them near the stream can help Ningning cool down in the summer. Although the quality is average, since it is grown on systematic land, the taste must be good. Okay, it's decided. The 2 newly opened acres of land will be used to grow dragon fruit and watermelon. This was done with a newly purchased automatic seeder. In the afternoon, Su Yang took out the brand new, advanced automatic seeder from the system warehouse. This machine looks much more sophisticated than ordinary agricultural machinery. Its silver-gray metal shell has smooth lines and a futuristic sense of technology. It is not as bulky as a traditional seed drill, but more like an intelligent agricultural robot. Su Yang drove his second-hand refrigerated truck and carefully transported this treasure to the new land in the back mountain. This novel big guy immediately attracted the attention of villagers who were clearing land. Wow! Xiaoyang, what new machine is this? It looks very advanced. Can this thing be used for farming? Why haven't I seen it before? The villagers were talking at once, their eyes full of curiosity. Su Yang smiled and briefly explained that this was an automatic seeder that could plant seeds in the ground quickly and efficiently. Then, he began to follow the operating instructions transmitted to his mind by the system, and skillfully loaded the machine with high-quality red heart dragon fruit seedlings. These seedlings were wrapped in a special nutritional gel and could be directly placed in the machine's seedling compartment. He also added a small amount of slow-release organic granular fertilizer, exchanged from the system store into the fertilizer box. After setting the parameters of plant spacing, row spacing, and sowing depth, Su Yang started the machine. The seed drill was like a tireless craftsman, moving forward at a constant speed along the planned route. The probe in front seems to be scanning the soil conditions, and the robotic arm at the back accurately plants the dragon fruit seedlings wrapped in nutrient gel into the loose soil at the set depth and spacing, while also simultaneously releasing a small amount of granular fertilizer at the root position. The whole process is smooth, precise, and efficient, with almost no unnecessary movements. In less than an hour, all the dragon fruit seedlings in 1 acre of land were planted, and they were arranged neatly, as if they had been measured with a ruler. The amazing efficiency and precision left the villagers who were still digging holes with hoes and planting seeds nearby dumbfounded. The villagers were extremely shocked. My God, this machine is so amazing. He worked faster than all 10 of us combined, and planted the crops so straightly. The high tech in this city is just different. Xiaoyang has a smart brain and is willing to spend money to buy such good things. We have handed this land over to the right person. Su Yang was also very satisfied with this efficiency. He took out his mobile phone and recorded the working process of the automatic seeder and the neat and uniform ridges after sowing. He thought to himself, this video must be edited well. The focus is on highlighting the concept of technological farming and demonstrating the high efficiency and precision of modern agricultural machinery. The title could be Farm Equipment Upgrade. The first appearance of the advanced automatic seed drill, the hope of planting a field of dragon fruit, with tags like #newfarmer, #technological farming, #automatic sour, #dragonfruit, #rural revitalization. This will not only demonstrate my dedication and professionalism, but also attract more fans who are interested in modern agriculture, and further enhance the account's level and influence. It can also indirectly respond to those who question my nonsense. Just as Su Yang was concentrating on shooting the footage, a figure in a pink apron came running over. It was Ningning, who had rushed over after hearing the news. The little guy was completely fascinated by this big cart that could automatically plant fruits. Dad! This big car is so amazing. It can plant the seedlings in the soil by itself. Ningning walked around the planter, her big eyes full of curiosity and excitement. Is it a robot? Like in the cartoons? Su Yang explained with a smile, it's almost like that. It's a very smart robot that helps Dad farm. Wow! Robot! Ningning immediately became interested. She ran to the front of the machine, put her hands on her waist, and imitated the commander in the cartoon, shouting in a baby voice, "Robot, let's go and plant big watermelons." The cute appearance of this little commander once again made the villagers nearby laugh. Su Yang also recorded this childlike scene. After sowing the dragon fruit, Su Yang adjusted the parameters of the machine, replaced them with ordinary watermelon seeds, and quickly finished sowing another area. After finishing all this, it was already afternoon. Su Yang returned to the old house and checked messages on his mobile phone while resting. In addition to the daily requests and inquiries from fans, he also found a private message on Douyin from an unfamiliar account. When I clicked on it, I saw that the other party claimed to be a food blogger. His account name was Sia the Fat Boy Who Loves to Eat. He didn't have many followers, only a few thousand. But looking at the content on his homepage, he shared some restaurant visits and home cooking, and his style was quite sincere. The content of the private message is roughly, "Hello, Mr. Su Yang. Sorry to bother you. I am Xiaopang Xie, a Dao food blogger. I have been following your account silently and am deeply attracted by the magical agricultural products you grow and the warm pastoral life you and Ningning have. Especially your cream strawberries, cucumbers, raw sweet corn and cherry tomatoes. Everyone's feedback is simply the ceiling level. I really hope to have the opportunity to cooperate with you, such as visiting your farm for a visit and filming, or you provide some products and I make a real tasting evaluation video. Although I don't have many fans, I really love food, and I guarantee to make content with my heart, hoping to let more people know about your good things. Looking forward to your reply." He began to think in his heart, food blogger? A few thousand fans is indeed not a lot. But their attitude is quite sincere, and they don't look like those marketing accounts that are out to make money. Collaborative visit and filming? This one work. The farm is still in the early stages of construction, and the system and many things are not convenient to be displayed to the public. The risk is too great. Provide product for review? This is something you can consider. Having a relatively objective third-party food blogger review my products, especially nectar tomatoes and sweet corn, can further expand word of mouth and reach some groups of food lovers who may not watch my daily videos. Moreover, the other party has few fans, so the asking price should not be high. They may even only need to provide products, so the investment cost is low. You can chat online first to see the other party's specific ideas and requirements. If he is reliable, it is okay to provide a small amount of cucumber or corn samples for him to try first. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. It's always good to have more publicity channels. He moved his fingers slightly and replied a simple message to Sia the Fat Eater. "Hello, thank you for your attention. It is not convenient to visit you at the moment. Regarding product evaluation cooperation, you can talk about your ideas in detail." Chapter 73, Initial Exploration of Foodie Xiao Xie and Sample Delivery. After properly returning the newly purchased, advanced automatic seeder to the system warehouse and carefully checking the covering soil and humidity in the area where the dragon fruit and watermelon had just been planted, Su Yang patted the dirt on his hands and prepared to return to the old house. After a busy whole day, although my body didn't feel too tired because of the system transformation, I was mentally exhausted. The reclamation and sowing of the new land has finally taken the first solid step. Looking at the neat and uniform ridges full of infinite vitality, his heart is filled with expectations for the future. He thought to himself that the automatic seeder was incredibly efficient and the 300 points were well spent. These 2 acres of land are planted with dragon fruit and watermelon. Dragon fruit has a long growth cycle, but once it bears fruit, it is definitely a new engine for profit growth due to its excellent quality and scarcity. As for watermelon, its main purpose is to satisfy Ningning's little wish, and by the way, it can also add some cooling products to the farm in summer. The new land still requires continuous investment, including building dragon fruit racks, improving the irrigation system, and subsequent top dressing management, all of which require money and energy. It seems that we have to continue to expand sales channels. Relying solely on online fans and orders from the Lu group is not enough. As he walked, he took out his cell phone, wanting to see if there was any new message from the food blogger, Sia the Fat Foodie, whom he had replied to before. I clicked on the private message on Doudu, and sure enough, the other party replied almost immediately, and sent several messages in a row. The words were full of excitement and earnestness. Brother Su, you really replied to me? I'm so excited. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm sorry for being so abrupt. I understand that your farm must have a lot of trade secrets. I'm very grateful to have your products for review. Regarding the evaluation cooperation, my idea is very simple. I will use my most authentic perspective as an ordinary foodie to taste your legendary agricultural products, and make a video of my most authentic feelings to share. I will not use those fancy special effects and copywriting. I will just eat and praise them honestly, hoping to let more friends who love food like me know about your magic farm. Don't worry, Brother Su. I guarantee that the content of the video is absolutely objective and true, without exaggeration or any negative connotations. I just want to try something new, and I also hope to use your help to increase the popularity of this little blogger. Here is my WeChat ID, 234461. If it's convenient, we can add each other as friends and chat in detail. I can also send you the mailing address for the samples. Su Yan looked at this series of sincere and slightly playful replies, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. He thought to himself, this little fat guy Xia is quite interesting, he speaks very honestly and has a very humble attitude. Unlike some people who come to us and ask for cooperation fees or make various requests. A true perspective and objective review, this is exactly what I need. Although having few fans may have limited influence, on the other hand, it also means that his reviews may be more pure, and are less likely to be suspected of being advertisements for profit, and the risk of failure is also smaller. Just think of it as supporting newcomers. It's always good to have one more channel for communication. There's no harm in sending him some samples to try. The cost is not high. If his videos are really good, we can consider establishing a long-term sample supply relationship in the future. He copied Xiaopang Xia's WeChat ID, switched to WeChat and added him as a friend. The friend request was quickly approved. The other part.If's WeChat name was Foodie Xiaodaoxi, and his avatar was a cute cartoon image of a panda chewing on bamboo. Su Yang sent a message straight to the point. Hello, Xiao Xia, I'm Su Yang. I understand your idea, and it sounds good. It's indeed inconvenient to visit you for the time being, but I can send you a small amount of samples for tasting and evaluation. On the other end of the phone, Fat Xiao Xia, who was sitting in his rental house in front of his computer screen, thinking hard about the topic for his next video, was so excited when he saw the WeChat notification and the message from Su Yang that he almost jumped out of his chair. He was ecstatic inside. What the hell, Brother Su, it's really Brother Su, he actually added me on WeChat. He also agreed to send me samples. Ah. Am I taking off? This is Ningning and her father's daily life in the countryside. Now he is the most popular new farmer on Daodu, a big shot certified by the Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences. His creamed strawberries, cucumbers, raw corn, and nectar tomatoes are all legendary. They are sold out in seconds every time they are put on the shelves, and scalpers even drive up the prices to sky-high levels. I can actually get free samples for review? This is simply pie in the sky. No, you have to stay calm. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so make sure you seize it. The video had to be shot at my best, using all of my food vocabulary and fully showcasing my admiration for Sugo's produce. I will try to become famous overnight, so that my little fat Xia who loves to eat can also take off. Xiaopang Xia took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement, and replied with trembling fingers, Brother Su, thank you so much. You are really my benefactor. I will definitely taste it well and make the video carefully, and I will never let you down. This is my delivery address, XXX, Unit X, Building X, XX Community, XX Road, XX District, Jiangxing City, recipient Xia Xiaodao, phone number 138295. He deliberately kept his real name Xia Xiaodao to make it seem more formal. After receiving the address, Su Yang replied with an okay and didn't say anything else. In the afternoon, when Su Yang was packing and shipping items for online fans and Lu Group, he also prepared a small box separately. It contained 2 vacuum-packed, high-quality cucumbers of excellent appearance, and 3 ears of high-quality sweet corn, also vacuum-packed with plump grains. After thinking about it, I reluctantly gave up some and put in 5 or 6 freshly picked, creamed strawberries, and a small bunch of high-quality cherry tomatoes. He thought to himself that a richer variety of samples would better demonstrate the strength of my farm. Cucumbers and corn are the main products. Although strawberries and tomatoes are less in quantity, they better reflect the top quality. I hope this guy knows what's good and doesn't waste my kindness. He handed this special sample box to Su Xiaowu and specifically reminded him, Xiaowu, this box will be sent separately. The address is this, and it also uses the fastest cold chain. Okay, Brother Yang, don't worry. Xiaowu took the address sheet and skillfully loaded the boxes onto the refrigerated truck. Watching the pickup truck disappear again on the country road, Su Yang's gaze turned into the distance. Chapter 74, Foodie Xiaodao's live broadcast becomes a god, and the fan interaction reaches a climax. In Jiangxing City, in a brightly lit but slightly cramped rental house. Xia Xiaodao, the operator of the Daodu account, Xia the fat little man who loves to eat, is facing the camera with an expression of irrepressible excitement on his face. Although there were only a few hundred people online in his live broadcast room, this was already the most popular time since he started broadcasting, but it did not stop him from feeling excited as if he had won the jackpot. On the table, a corrugated cardboard box printed with a light green Ningning and her father's daily life in the countryside logo and a QR code was solemnly placed. This is not just a delivery box. In his eyes, it is a sacred object containing divine ingredients. He thought excitedly, it's here, it's finally here, the sample that Brother Su sent me. It arrives the next day with cold chain shipping. What speed in packaging! Just looking at this box makes you feel different. What kind of divine delicacy is inside? Strawberries with cream? Nectar tomato? Or the sweet corn that can be eaten raw? Ah, no matter what it is, Showdown, will be deified today. He tidied up his hair, which was a little messy due to excitement, gave the camera a simple and extremely excited smile, and pressed the start button. Hello, my friends, all the foodies in front of the screen. Your Showdown is back. He tried to greet them with the most enthusiasm. Today we are not going to visit any stores or cook some dark dishes, but to have a real high-end game. Do you see this box? Does it look familiar? That's right, it's the legendary Ning Ning and Dad's Daily Life in the Countryside farm, the fairy farm that is stamped and certified by the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, personally inspected by city leaders, and every time new products are released, they are sold out in seconds. I am grateful to Brother Sue for thinking highly of me, a nobody, and sending me a box of samples to taste. Today, I will take you to unveil the mystery of these magical ingredients and see whether they are worthy of the word ceiling. The live broadcast room barrage instantly became active. Watch from the front row. Showdown has made great progress. He can even receive the food from Brother Sue. I am so envious, please eat more for me. Is this true? Is it something from Brother Sue's house? Unbox it quickly. Showdown, is this really a sample? You don't have any food, right? When Showdown saw this question, he immediately raised his voice and patted his chest and said, Brother, what are you talking about? Look at the background of my live broadcast room and my equipment. Do they look like they are worthy of Su Ji's food? Su Gu is very busy. It would be a great honor for me if he could send me samples. Today is absolutely a pure and heartfelt pilgrimage for foodies to the best ingredients. Don't worry, everyone watch it. He carefully cut the tape and opened the carton, revealing the carefully fixed samples inside: a few emerald green cucumbers, a few ears of milky white sweet corn, a small box of ruby red strawberries, and a small bunch of equally tempting cherry tomatoes. Wow, family, did you see that? This packaging is so professional. Brother Sue is so generous, and he has a wide variety of varieties. Showdown picked up a cucumber. Let's start with this, the legendary cucumber that is as crisp and sweet as fruit. Barrage, did you wash the cucumber? Eat it directly? Showdown, why wash it? The stuff from Brother Sue's house is certified green and organic by the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. I just wipe it and start eating. I want the original flavor. He wiped it with a tissue and there was a crunch. After hearing the crisp sound, his eyes widened and he exclaimed, Holy crap! It's sweet, really sweet. Brothers, believe me, this is definitely not a cucumber. This is a fruit covered in cucumber skin, sweet and juicy, without any astringency at all. Barrage, is this true? Sweeter than fruit? Showdown replied as he ate it, really, it's much sweeter than the super expensive imported crispy cucumber I bought yesterday, and the cucumber flavor is really authentic and rich, absolutely amazing. After eating the cucumber, he picked up the vacuum-packed sweet corn. Next, let's try this. Eat raw fruit corn, the same way as cute Ning Ning. Barrage, this is what I'm looking forward to the most. Streamer, please eat it. Barrage, can it really be eaten raw? Will it cause diarrhea? Showdown tore open the package and showed the milky white corn kernels to the camera. What kind of diarrhea is this? Su Ji's products must be top-notch. I'm leaving my life to this corn today. Family, I'm going first. He closed his eyes and bit down hard. Puff! Juice splashed everywhere. Showdown suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils dilated, and he hummed happily, mmm. Sweet, super sweet, like drinking sweetened milk, and here's the point. There is no skin residue at all, it really melts in your mouth. Family, I declare that Su Ji's corn is once again the best. This is fucking corn juice that you can actually eat. The barrage is completely crazy. Ah! I'm hungry after watching this, Anchor, please stop just enjoying yourself. 68 for 2? It's worth it. The quality is definitely worth it. Showdown, please ask Brother Sue when he will sell corn again. Please. Showdown, besides eating this corn raw, how does it taste like if it's cooked? Showdown replied while savoring the food, Brother, do we need to cook this? It's so delicious even when eaten raw. What will happen if we cook it? But Brother Sue didn't send me the cooked version, I will definitely try it next time I have the chance. Next came the strawberries and tomatoes. Barrage, strawberry, cream strawberry, try it. Barrage, and tomatoes, nectar tomatoes? They sound sweet. Showdown carefully picked up a cream strawberry and took a deep breath. It smells so good, it smells really good, there's a real creamy taste in the sweet fragrance. When you put it in your mouth, you will be intoxicated instantly. I can't describe it. It's sweet but not greasy. It melts in your mouth. It's like Mount Everest. The Mount Everest of the strawberry world. Finally, there's the nectar tomato. Barrage, the finale is here. Hold on with the knife. Comment, this tomato looks so tempting, does it really smell like nectar? Showdown picked up one and put it in his mouth. Bang! There seemed to be a slight popping sound. Flower's nectar, it really tastes like nectar. His voice changed with excitement, purely sweet, not sour at all, like eating solid honey. Brother Sue, do you still need a son? At the end of the live broadcast, Showdown slumped in a chair, facing the camera, his eyes distracted but extremely satisfied. Family, I am at a loss for words for today's review. I can only say that, Ning Ning and Dad are forever gods. Brother Sue, you are my second parents. I want to keep these samples for myself, no, I want to taste them slowly. Everyone, go and follow Brother Sue, whether you can grab one, it depends on fate. Farewell. Qingshan Village, the old house of the Sue family. Suyan looked at the exaggerated barrage of comments and the continuously increasing number of online users in Showdown's live broadcast room, and nodded with satisfaction. He thought to himself, well, this knife works pretty well, the reaction is real, and the interaction is pretty good. Although it's a bit exaggerated, it does show the characteristics of the ingredients. This wave of free promotion is worth it. I hope it can attract some new fans, especially those who are particular about food. He exited the live broadcast room and continued to study the installation of drip irrigation equipment. At the same time, Zhangcheng, the headquarters of Lu Group. Lu Ruian watched the replay of Showdown's live broadcast on Secretary Lin's phone, especially his almost crazy reaction when tasting the nectar tomato, and the crazy questions and purchase requests about the taste of the tomatoes and the barrage. Her heart was tightened again. Her heart was shaking like nectar, pure sweetness without any sourness. Even a small blogger with not many fans can give such a review, which shows how amazing the quality is. The project team's report was indeed not exaggerated. This nectar tomato and that sweet corn must be obtained without delay. Suyang rejected him so coldly last time, so it seems that relying on the secretary to make a phone call won't work this time. The packaging excuse was too far-fetched and he didn't buy it at all. I have to go there myself. Show enough sincerity, even at any cost. For the project, for the group, and for. She raised her head suddenly, her eyes were sharp, and her tone was full of unquestionable determination. Secretary Lin, prepare the car immediately. I want to go to Qingshan Village now. Now. Secretary Lin was shocked again. Yes, now. Lu Ruian's voice was filled with suppressed urgency. Also, take out the Patek Philippe women's watch from the safe in my office, and also take the pink diamond necklace that my father gave me on my birthday last time. He had mixed thoughts in his heart. Suyang, this time, I come with enough sincerity. Talk about business, and also, look at Ning Ning. Are these things enough to make you let go of that damn indifference and alienation? I am determined to get a steady supply of nectar tomatoes and sweet corn. Secretary Lin looked at the almost crazy and resolute light in President Lu's eyes, and was shocked. He didn't dare to say anything more and immediately turned around to make arrangements. Chapter 75, The Tenderness Broken, the Peace About to Break. The night quickly dyed the sky of Qingshan Village like ink, leaving only a few sparse stars and a lingering sunset glow on the horizon. In the small courtyard of the old house, the dim old-fashioned table lamp was hung by Su Yang in advance under the grape trellis in the middle of the yard, emitting a warm light, softly covering Su Yang and Lin Xiaoyu, who were discussing the drip irrigation equipment plan at the stone table, and Ning Ning's figure, who was sitting obediently beside them reading a picture album. The air is filled with the fragrance of soil, the moisture of grass, and the faint aroma of firewood and food wafting from distant farmhouses. Everything seems so peaceful and full of life. So you see, Brother Su Yang. Lin Xiaoyu pointed to a cross-sectional diagram of a drip irrigation tape in the document and said seriously, this kind of pressure-compensating dripper with an internal patch has a more complex flow channel design and can automatically adjust the pressure changes to ensure that the water output remains basically the same under different slopes and pipe lengths. Although it is more expensive than ordinary maize-type drip irrigation tape, for the nearly 10 acres of land you have just contracted, the terrain is definitely undulating. If you want to achieve precise water and fertilizer integration, this effect is the best, and it can avoid the situation where some places have too much water and fertilizer, and others have insufficient water and fertilizer. Su Yang listened very attentively and nodded from time to time. Although he has a systematic, basic irrigation technology that is more about principles and basic knowledge. When it comes to equipment selection and brand comparison, the professional advice of Lin Xiaoyu, a graduate of the Agricultural University, is particularly valuable. Su Yang secretly approved of Xiaoyu's analysis, thinking it made a lot of sense. The new land is larger and the terrain is not as flat as the old land. Precision irrigation is very important and is directly related to the yield and quality consistency of subsequent crops. Pressure compensation type, it seems that this money cannot be saved. Fortunately, the sales of cucumbers and tomatoes have been good recently, and the advance payment from Lu has also arrived, so the funds are sufficient for the time being. Once the drip irrigation system is laid, watering and fertilizing will be much easier and the efficiency will be greatly improved. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a sound of hurried and hesitant footsteps coming from the gate of the courtyard, different from the footsteps of the villagers. Then, a figure appeared at the open gate of the courtyard. Lu Ruian is here. This time, she did make careful preparations. She was wearing a set of beige linen trousers with high-quality texture, neat cut but casual style, and a pair of brand new Todd's white flat-soled loafers on her feet, which allowed her to barely cope with the dirt road in the country. Her hair was simply tied behind her head and she wore only light makeup on her face, trying to hide the fatigue and complexity in her eyes. She was holding a shopping bag that looked quite exquisite, which contained the Patek Philippe women's watch she had taken out of the office safe, the valuable pink diamond necklace she had given to Ningning, as well as some imported chocolates and novel children's toys. Lu Ruian stood at the door, took a deep breath, and tried to adjust her breathing and mentality. This time the reason was to confirm the packaging details and long-term supply, which was sufficient. The gifts are also prepared more, sincerely. Su Yang shouldn't just chase people away like he did last time, right? Let us talk about work first, and then visit Ningning. Maybe the atmosphere will be better? However, when her eyes turned to the stone table in the courtyard and saw the unusually harmonious and warm picture under the warm yellow light, all her psychological preparations collapsed in an instant. Su Yang listened attentively to the young girl's explanation, with a concentration and relaxation on her face that she had never seen before, and there was even a gentle smile on the corner of her mouth. And Ningning, her daughter, actually leaned against the girl so naturally and intimately, her little head almost touching her arm, with a picture book in her hand, and from time to time she looked up and said something to the girl, with complete trust and happiness on her face. This scene, like a red-hot iron, burned Lu Ruian's heart deeply. Envy. Uncontrollable jealousy instantly grabbed her like a poisonous snake. Su Yang, how dare he? How dare he show that kind of expression to another woman? Who is that woman? Why could she sit in her seat, enjoying Su Yang's gentleness and her daughter's closeness? She felt like an unnecessary intruder into someone else's happy family, a complete joke. The expensive gifts in her hands seemed extremely heavy and ironic at this moment. Mom! You're here again. Ningning was sharp-eyed and spotted Lu Ruian standing at the door. She immediately jumped down from the stool happily, waving the picture book with pictures of small animals that Lin Xiaoyu brought in her hand, and ran towards her. Sister Xiaoyu is showing me pictures of drip irrigation. Dad said that we can use a small tube to give water to the vegetables in the future, just like a straw. The little guy's innocent words were like pouring fuel on Lu Ruian's burning jealousy. Lin Xiaoyu also saw Lu Ruian and felt the cold, sharp, and even hostile gaze from her. She was startled and immediately realized that this beautiful woman with a strong aura might be Brother Su Yang's extraordinary ex-wife. The smile on her face immediately became a little restrained and polite. She quickly stood up and nodded at Lu Ruian without speaking rashly. Lu Ruian almost subconsciously moved aside to avoid Ningning's hand that was stretched out to hug her thigh. She didn't even see what her daughter was holding. Her eyes were like two cold searchlights, fixed on Lin Xiaoyu. Then she turned abruptly to Su Yang. Her voice was particularly cold and sharp because she was trying hard to suppress her anger. She didn't even care about basic courtesy. Su Yang, I have something to talk to you about. Her tone carried an unquestionable sense of command, as if Lin Xiaoyu's existence itself was a mistake. Su Yang was extremely disgusted by Lu Ruian's sudden and hostile outburst, especially since she actually ignored and even avoided Ningning. Su Yang was filled with anger, but when he saw Ningning's face turn pale and she timidly retracted her hand because of Lu Ruian's attitude, he immediately suppressed his anger and comforted his daughter first. What is she crazy about? You can't argue with Lu Ruian in front of her, it will scare the child. We must send Xiaoyu away first, and then explain things to her clearly. This kind of unreasonable behavior must not be tolerated. Chapter 76 The Final Showdown, The Boundary of Determination. Su Yang bent down, gently touched Ningning's little head, pointed at the bag in Lu Ruian's hand, and said in a calm tone, Ningning, be good, Mom has brought you another gift. Go into the house first to see what good things are and play with them for a while. Dad and Mr. Lu are going to talk about work. It will be over soon. He once again emphasized President Lu and work in an attempt to remind Lu Ruian to control her emotions. Then, he stood up straight and turned to the embarrassed and uneasy Lin Xiaoyu. He immediately put on an apologetic and friendly smile. The change in attitude was so fast that Lu Ruian, who was standing next to him, gritted her teeth and said, Xiaoyu, I'm so sorry. I'm afraid we can't talk in detail today. I think the pressure compensation drip irrigation tape you just mentioned makes a lot of sense. I'll take the information first and study it carefully later. I'll come to you for consultation and discussion when I'm free another day. Thank you so much for today. No. It's okay, Brother Su Yang, you should focus on your work first. Lin Xiaoyu waved her hands quickly. She just wanted to leave this weird scene as soon as possible. Take a look at the information first. If you have any questions, just contact me on WeChat at any time. Ningning, I'm leaving now. I'll bring you a better album next time. She nodded politely to Lu Ruian again as a greeting, picked up her backpack and prepared to leave. I'll take you to the gate. Su Yang said immediately, completely ignoring Lu Ruian, whose face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out of it. He accompanied Lin Xiaoyu to the gate of the courtyard, whispered a few words of thanks, and politely reminded her that the mountain road was difficult to walk on at night and to be careful. The attitude was natural and gentle, just like saying goodbye to a close and respectable friend. Lu Ruian looked at Su Yang's back, seeing how polite and considerate he was to that wild girl, and then compared that with his cold and even warning attitude towards her just now. She felt that the anger, grievance, jealousy and strong sense of humiliation that had been pent up in her chest for a long time finally completely overwhelmed her reason. She suddenly threw the heavy shopping bag containing a Patek Philippe women's watch in her hand towards Su Yang's back and towards the gate that seemed to be closed to her forever. Bang! A dull and harsh sound exploded in the silent night sky. The box bounced off the ground, and the watch inside, which still shone with expensive brilliance under the dim light, rolled onto the muddy ground and was instantly covered with dust. Su Yang! Lu Ruian's voice became sharp and distorted due to her out-of-control emotions, and she was hysterically angry. I put aside all my status and pride, and come to your shabby place again and again, to discuss cooperation with you with sincerity. Why do you treat me with such indifference, ignorance, and even hostility? Do you think I deserve it? Are you still resentful of me for forcing you to divorce? Have you forgotten how you treated me when you had no money and no ability and relied on me for support? Have you forgotten? She spoke without thinking, pouring out the deepest resentment and twisted sense of superiority in her heart, trying to hurt Su Yang with the favor of the past and the humiliation of the present, and to find an outlet for her out-of-control emotions. After Su Yang sent Lin Xiaoyu away, he heard a loud noise behind him and Lu Ruian's uncontrolled scream, and slowly turned around. When he saw the dusty but still expensive Patek Philippe women's watch on the ground, and then saw Lu Ruian's face twisted with jealousy and anger, with tears streaming down her face, the last trace of patience on his face disappeared, replaced by ice-cold disgust and complete determination. His heart was as cold as ice that had been frozen for thousands of years. There was not a single ripple in his heart, only disgust and exhaustion. Enough is enough. He loses control every time he comes, completely ignoring the fact that Ningning is right next to him. She has not shown the slightest bit of remorse or change, and her arrogance, selfishness and unreasonableness are deeply rooted in her bones. Before marriage? Mention that I rely on her for support? Who does she think she is? Even though I, Su Yang, am a house husband, I have never spent a penny of the Lu family's money against my conscience. Are you bringing this up now in order to completely break off relations with me and humiliate me in the most vicious way possible? To prove that she was right to divorce? It's ridiculous. A woman like this would make my eyes dirty if I looked at her for even a second. He was too lazy to even bend down to pick up the priceless watch on the ground. He just looked at Lu Ruian coldly, as if he was looking at a strange madman, and his voice was colder and more piercing than the cold wind on a winter night. Boss Lu, it seems that not only are you out of control of your emotions, but you also have problems with your basic memory and cognition. We are divorced, completely and cleanly. My attitude towards others is my freedom, and it all depends on whether the other party is worthy of my respect. Lin Xiaoyu is my friend, a college student who sincerely came to help me and the development of the village. She is well educated and respectful to others. It is only natural for me to treat her with courtesy. He took a step forward and hugged Ning Ning, who was hiding behind the door because of Lu Ruian screaming and throwing things. Her face was pale and her eyes were full of tears. He held her tightly in his arms. Then he raised his head and his eyes were like two cold scalpels, mercilessly dissecting Lu Ruian's hysterical disguise and piercing her most unbearable inner self. As for you, if you are here as the president of Lu Group, then your behavior just now is just like a shrew scolding in the street, with no manners at all. If you are here as Ning Ning's mother, then I tell you, you are not worthy at all. A woman who only uses expensive gifts to make up for absence, but is hysterical, emotionally out of control, and even scares the child in front of her, is not worthy of being a mother at all. Su Yang held his trembling and sobbing daughter in his arms, feeling her small body trembling with extreme fear. The last bit of pity he had for Lu Ruian disappeared, leaving only endless disgust and resolute rejection. His voice was firm and decisive, like a final judgment, leaving no room for mercy or leeway. Lu Ruian, the cooperation must be carried out according to the terms of the contract. All subsequent contacts must be made via email. Don't call again, and don't show up here again. He held Ning Ning in his arms, took a deep look at the expensive watch covered in dirt on the ground, and then looked at Lu Ruian's face, which was pale with shock, humiliation, and despair. His tone was extremely cold. Look after the child? You saw it today, too. Apart from bringing her fear and tears, what else can you bring? Please leave immediately. You are not welcome here. Never come back again. I don't want the peaceful and tranquil life that Ning Ning and I have finally had to be tainted and destroyed by your inexplicable and out-of-control emotions. After saying that, he no longer looked at Lu Ruian. Holding his daughter who was still sobbing softly, he turned around resolutely and walked into the house. With a bang, he slammed the shabby but sturdy wooden door shut, as if completely closing the door to all entanglements with the past. Lu Ruian stood blankly outside the door in the cold night, as if every last bit of her strength and soul had been drained away. Every word Su Yang said just now was like a poison ice blade, piercing into her heart and tearing all her pride, all her disguise, and all her hopes into pieces. Shrew, unworthy, never come again. How could he drive her away with such heartless, hurtful, and unforgiving words? The undisguised disgust and coldness in his eyes made her feel chilled and desperate more than any rejection. She looked at the tightly closed wooden door, as if it would never be opened for her again, and listened to the gentle voice of Su Yang whispering to comfort Ning Ning from inside. She wanted to cry, to shout, to rush in desperately and ask Su Yang why he treated her like this, why he deprived her of the right to see her daughter. But in the end, all her strength seemed to be drained away, and all her voice was blocked in her throat, leaving only endless coldness, humiliation, and despair that was enough to drown her. She lost so completely and so miserably. Chapter 77: Consequences and Boundaries. The black Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle drove away from the entrance of Qingshan village silently like a ghost, leaving behind that land that Lu Ruian thought was full of humiliation and frustration, as well as the tightly closed wooden door that seemed to reject her forever. Inside the carriage, the extreme silence formed a sharp contrast with the passing night outside the window. Lu Ruian leaned stiffly on the soft leather seat in the back seat, her fingertips were cold, and her whole body was shaking slightly uncontrollably because of the hysterical outburst and Su Yang's final cold and decisive words. Humiliation, an unprecedented feeling of humiliation, instantly overwhelmed her like a cold tide. How could she, Lu Ruian, the president of Lu Group and a prominent figure in Jiangqing's business community, have ever been treated like this? Being scolded to her face as a shrew and unfit to be a mother, and even being forever rejected by her ex-husband, the man she once supported like a charity, with the most disgusting and merciless tone? Su Yang's cold eyes and the words "never come again" were like a poison ice blade, repeatedly cutting at her pride that had already been tattered. The scene just now replayed uncontrollably in her mind. Su Yang held Ning Ning tightly in his arms, looking at her as if she were a strange madman, and the disgust and determination in his tone were so real and so piercing. And Ning Ning, her daughter, was so frightened by her loss of control that her face turned pale. She hid in her father's arms, trembling and sobbing softly. That scene made her heart ache more than any hurtful words Su Yang had said. Not worthy of being a mother. Lu Ruian muttered to herself absent-mindedly, and her tears finally fell uncontrollably, leaving a cold trail in the dim carriage. She suddenly raised her hand and wiped away her tears, trying to regain a trace of dignity as General Lu, but the intense pain and despair deep in her heart could not be dispelled. He forgot who he was. The anger burned like wildfire, but was soon replaced by a deeper sense of powerlessness and indescribable bitterness. But Ning Ning looked like she was really afraid of me at that time. Did I really scare her? Why did I lose control so much? When I saw him standing with Lin Xiaoyu, I just couldn't control myself. And the peaceful and tranquil life he talked about was tarnished and destroyed by me? Is it true that in their eyes, my appearance is just a trouble? She thought of the box of Patek Philippe watch that she had thrown to the ground after losing control. The watch, covered in mud, was just like her mood at the moment, in a state of disgrace. So what if it was priceless? In Su Yang's eyes, even a glance would be redundant. The gift that was intended to be a stepping stone instead became evidence of her hysteria. She closed her eyes tightly, trying to get rid of the unbearable images from her mind and force herself to calm down. She took a deep breath, and when she opened her eyes again, the fragility and tears in her eyes had been forcibly suppressed, replaced by a layer of colder hardness. Qingshan Village, the old house of the Su family. After seeing off the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle that finally disappeared into the night, Su Yang closed the gate and bolted it, as if isolating himself from a tiring world. He took a deep breath, and the fresh air in the mountain village at night calmed his irritable mood a little. He lowered his head and looked into his arms. Ningning seemed to be frightened by the incident that had just happened. Her little face was a little pale. She hugged his neck tightly and sobbed softly. Ningning, be good, don't be afraid, Daddy is here. Su Yang carried his daughter into the warm living room, put her on the small wooden bed, and gently wiped the tears from her face with a soft towel. His voice was extremely gentle. Just now, Mom may have encountered something unhappy at work, so she was in a bad mood. I didn't mean to scare Ningning. He didn't know how to explain the complexity and out of control of the adult world to such a young child, so he could only try to find a reason that was relatively easy to understand. It's finally over, he thought. This constant pulling and testing is really exhausting. Although Lu Ruian's outburst this time was ugly, it was a complete breakup. That was good, so that she wouldn't have to bother him again under various pretexts in the future. She hasn't changed at all. Deep down, she is still the arrogant and controlling CEO Lu. It was only because of my unexpected rise and the needs of her project that she had to humble herself a little. However, that disguise was vulnerable when it touched her pitiful self-esteem. Email contact? Just what I wanted. We will handle official business impartially and according to the contract. Payment will be made upon delivery and nothing else will be discussed. This is the best way to draw a clear line. But, it's a pity for Ningning, she was scared like this for no reason. It seems that I have to protect her better in the future and not let Lu Ruian's emotions affect the child. Dad. Ningning raised her tearful eyes and looked at Su Yang, with a trace of fear and confusion on her face. Why is Mom so angry? And she even threw things so scary. It's Daddy's fault. Daddy didn't protect Ningning well and scared her. Su Yang hugged his daughter tightly in his arms, his heart full of self-blame and deeper disgust for Lu Ruian. Mom didn't mean it. She was just too tired and couldn't control her temper. It won't happen again in the future. Daddy promises that he won't let anyone scare Ningning again. He patted his daughter's back gently and sang her favorite lullaby, trying to soothe her frightened mood. Ningning was in her father's warm and safe embrace, her emotions gradually calmed down. She rubbed her head against his, and said in a muffled voice, well, Ningning believes in Dad. So Mommy really won't come in the future? Children's minds are always sensitive. She seemed to have grasped some information from the fierce quarrel just now and her father's final decisive words. Su Yang was silent for a moment. He didn't want to deceive his daughter, but he also didn't want her to bear the burden of the adult world too early. He finally chose a relatively gentle statement. Mom is very busy at work, so she may come less often. But it doesn't matter, Ningning has Dad, Grandpa Wang, Sister Xiaoyu, and Xueqiu, Hui, and Tao Tao to accompany her. We will be very happy every day, right? Yeah. Ningning nodded vigorously, seeming to accept this statement. She hugged her father's neck and added softly, Ningning likes to be with Dad the most. Hearing his daughter's words, all the fatigue and unhappiness in Su Yang's heart disappeared, leaving only endless tenderness and determination to protect. After coaxing Ningning to sleep, Su Yang came to the yard alone. The cool night breeze blew away the last trace of irritability in his heart. He looked at the land that seemed quiet and full of vitality under the moonlight, then looked at the sign on the wall that read Cooperative Experimental Base of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, and his eyes became firm and clear again. He thought that the storm was finally over. Although the process was ugly, it also completely cut off unnecessary involvement. Now, I can finally devote myself to the construction and development of the farm. Although the contract with Lu has been signed, we should not put all our eggs in one basket. Product quality is my core competitiveness, and word of mouth has also risen. I must expand more diversified and controllable sales channels as soon as possible. Online fans need to be maintained well. The evaluation results of the food blogger Showdown are good. You can consider contacting a few more bloggers with suitable styles for sample promotion. Offline, in addition to the stable supply from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, perhaps you can try to contact some small boutique fresh food supermarkets or private restaurants in Jiangqing City that have extremely high quality requirements. Small batches and high prices can also share risks and enhance brand image. The most critical thing is the development of new land and infrastructure construction. Now that we have accumulated a certain amount of funds, we must spend them carefully and give priority to investing in areas that can best improve efficiency and ensure quality. First of all, the irrigation system. The pressure-compensated drip tape solution recommended by Lin Xiaoyu is very reliable. I will contact the manufacturer to place an order tomorrow and lay it on the new land as soon as possible to achieve precise water and fertilizer integration, which is the basis for ensuring stable quality of large-scale cultivation. The second issue is manpower. After the land reclamation is completed, the daily management, picking, and packaging will definitely not be enough to rely on Xiaowu and the occasionally hired villagers. It is necessary to establish a relatively stable workforce, preferably consisting of women in the village who are dexterous, careful, and responsible, and provide them with standardized training. This can also provide more jobs for the village, which is considered to be fulfilling my promise to Uncle Wang. Finally, there is the system store and lottery. I have accumulated a lot of points. I can go and see if there are any semi-automatic tools that can improve sowing efficiency, or new high-quality seeds, especially fruit ones. Ningning will definitely like them. Su Yang sat at the stone table, took out a small notebook, and wrote down these ideas clearly one by one under the light. His brain was working fast, planning the blueprint for the future development of the farm. Chapter 78, Rage, on the brink of breach of contract. A black Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle drove into the brightly lit garage of the Lu Group's headquarters building. As soon as the car door opened, a breath of urban night air, mixed with car exhaust and air conditioning cold air, rushed in, instantly dispersing the air from Qingshan village that still remained in Lu Ruian's nostrils, with the fragrance of soil and fruits, and also dispersing the extremely short-lived tenderness in her heart that arose because of the condensed gift. Lu Ruian stepped out of the car almost as if escaping. The slight sound made by her white Todd's flat shoes on the mirror-like epoxy floor was particularly clear in the empty garage. She didn't even look back at the driver, and walked straight towards the exclusive elevator entrance. Her back was straight, but as tense as a guitar string that could break at any time. As soon as the elevator door opened, Secretary Lin, who had been waiting there for a long time, came up with his usual professional smile on his face. However, when he saw Lu Ruian's face, which was so pale that it was almost transparent, and her eyes were as cold as ice, his heart sank suddenly. "Boss Lu, you're back." Secretary Lin subconsciously lowered his voice. Lu Ruian didn't respond, didn't even look at her, walked straight into the elevator, and only uttered two words coldly: "Top floor." The elevator rose steadily. The atmosphere in the small space was depressing and suffocating. Secretary Lin stood behind Lu Ruian. Through the reflection of the smooth stair wall, he could see President Lu's clenched fists and slightly trembling shoulders. She knew that something extremely unpleasant might have happened during this trip to Qingshan village, and it was something serious enough to make the usually calm and self-controlled Mr. Lu lose control of his emotions. Lu Ruian's heart was like boiling magma at this moment, completely ignited by Su Yang's last words and his resolute attitude. Shrew. Unworthy of being a mother? Never come again? How could Lu Ruian have ever suffered such a great humiliation? Su Yang, how dare he do that? On what basis? Does he think that by growing a few crappy things he can turn around and step on me? I forgot who it was. Cooperate? She sneered in her heart. From the very beginning, this cooperation was a charity from her condescending attitude, but now it has become his capital to control her? No, this can't go on. She wanted to let him know who was truly in control of the situation. Bite. The elevator reached the top floor and the door slowly opened. Lu Ruian took a deep breath, forced down the ferocious expression on her face that was about to get out of control, and put on a colder and harder mask. She walked out of the elevator quickly, her voice as cold as ice, without even looking back at Secretary Lin, notified the director of the legal department, the director of the purchasing department, the person in charge of the catering project, and also call Chef Pierre to come to my office for a meeting immediately. You must be there within 5 minutes. Yes, Mr. Liu. Secretary Lin's heart was filled with alarm. Even Chef Pierre was called to attend such an emergency meeting? It seems that the seriousness of the matter is far beyond her imagination, and it is probably related to the high-end catering project and Mr. Su from Qingshan village. She didn't dare to delay and immediately picked up the phone to start contacting. Ruian pushed open the heavy door of the president's office and threw herself into the huge boss chair that symbolized power and status. She looked out the window at the still dazzling night view of Jiangshan, but her eyes were like a frozen lake, bottomless and burning with rage. Soon, there was a gentle knock on the office door, and several executives who had received the emergency notice, including French executive Chef Pierre, who was wearing a snow-white chef's uniform and had a serious expression, walked in one after another with an uneasy mood. They were keenly aware of the unprecedented cold and murderous aura emanating from the president, and the atmosphere in the office was so low that it was hard to breathe. Boss Liu. The purchasing director was the first to feel the pressure and spoke cautiously. Everyone sit down. There was no warmth in Ruian's voice, and her eyes swept across everyone present like a sharp blade. After everyone was seated, she did not lay out the details at all, and directly announced an unquestionable decision in a cold and sharp tone. Regarding the supply cooperation with Qingshan Village Suyang Farm, it is suspended. Legal Department, immediately evaluate the lowest cost of unilaterally terminating the agreement. Although she used the words pause and evaluate the cost, the determination in her tone made anyone know that her real intention was to cut off contact completely. What? Mr. Liu. The purchasing director was the first to exclaim, his face pale. Suspend? Terminate? This is absolutely not possible. Our formal contract with Mr. Su has just been completed not long ago, and on the hotel project side, Chef Pierre's new menu is almost designed around the top ingredients from Mr. Su's farm. If it is terminated now, the project. Boss Liu, from a legal perspective, our unilateral termination of the contract is a serious breach of contract. The legal director also added hastily, sweat on his forehead, not only will it be difficult to recover the advance payment, but we will also face the high amount of compensation that Mr. Su may file, and it will cause immeasurable damage to our group's business reputation. Moreover, our reasons for breach of contract are totally untenable. Chef Pierre, who had been silent all this time, now frowned, his blue eyes filled with confusion and anxiety. He spoke in Chinese with a heavy accent and a serious tone. Boss Liu, please forgive me for being frank. The samples provided by Mr. Su, whether it is strawberries, cucumbers, or the legendary nectar tomatoes that I just tasted through the channel, their quality is phenomenal. They are the soul of our new menu and the only chance for the Ori Hotel to redefine the top dining experience. If we lose this source of supply, I can't imagine what substitute can satisfy our pursuit of the ultimate quality. With all due respect, if this project loses Mr. Su's ingredients, its value from the perspective of culinary art and market competition will be greatly reduced, and it may even fail directly. The stubborn and proud French chef once again directly expressed his strong opposition in order to safeguard what he believed to be the culinary art and the future of the project. Ruian listened to the almost unanimous opposition and dissuasion from her subordinates, especially Pierre's blunt words only chance and big discount. Her anger burned even more fiercely and her face became even uglier. Why is everyone saying good things about him? That his stuff is irreplaceable? Without him, will my Lu group really be unable to move forward? She slammed the table, her voice sharp and commanding. Enough. I don't want to hear this. I just want to ask you, can you find a substitute? Purchasing department, look for it immediately, worldwide, regardless of cost. R&D department, invest all your resources in imitating and improving it. I don't believe that our Lu's technology and financial resources are not as good as a country bumpkin. She was so excited that her breathing became rapid, her chest heaving violently, and her eyes were filled with irrational paranoia. The purchasing director and the head of R&D looked at each other, bitterness and embarrassment written all over their faces, but they did not dare to refute directly. The legal director gritted his teeth and reminded again, Boss Liu, even if we look for a replacement, it will take time, and the success rate is unknown. But the legal risks and reputation loss of unilateral breach of contract will occur immediately. I'll take the risk. Ruian interrupted him abruptly, her eyes sweeping across everyone coldly. Now, all you need to do is follow my orders. Do it immediately. Dismiss. She almost yelled the last two words, then turned her chair abruptly, with her back to everyone, looking out the window at the city night scene that had once fascinated her but now only made her feel endless irritation. The executives looked at each other, and finally could only sigh helplessly and quietly leave the office filled with the president's anger and irrational decisions. They knew that a huge storm might really be coming. The reason for this was simply because the president could not accept the fact that she was rejected and ignored by her down-and-out ex-husband. The office door was gently closed, isolating the outside world. Ruian sat alone in the dark shadows, her body still trembling slightly with anger. "Do you really want to breach the contract?" she asked herself. Reason told her that her subordinates' concerns were correct, the risks were huge, and the consequences were unpredictable. But when I thought of Su Yang's cold eyes, those resolute words, Ning Ning's closeness to that sister Xiaoyu, and my own embarrassment and loss of control in front of him, an uncontrollable anger and resentment swept over her again. The idea of breach of contract grew wildly in the soil of her anger and pride. Chapter 79, Cutting Off the Old Entanglements, the System Gives a New Journey. The early morning sunlight penetrated the mist, casting a warm golden hue on the courtyard of the Su family's old house. The crowing of roosters, mixed with the fresh scent of earth, announces the beginning of another vibrant and busy day. Su Yang was methodically checking the brand new but expensive pressure-compensating drip irrigation tape that Xiao Wu had just delivered yesterday in the yard. He carefully checked the specifications and quantities, and had already begun planning in his mind how to most efficiently lay them on the newly contracted land of Hope in the back mountain. Water fertilizer integrated intelligent drip irrigation system small, although he spent 100 points to redeem it, the system's built-in water pump, filter, fertilizer applicator and intelligent control valve, its technological content and precision far exceeded the equipment he had to piece together and buy on the market, and it was definitely worth the money. Ning Ning, wearing her pink overalls with a bunny pattern on it, was squatting in front of the newly built rabbit house. She was holding a few fresh branches of high-quality red heart pitaya in her hands and carefully feeding Snowball, Hui Hui and Tao Tao. The three little rabbits were obviously very fond of this new food with a slightly sweet taste. They gathered around Ning Ning's little hand and nibbled on it happily. "Look, Dad." Ning Ning raised her head, her little face filled with pride. "Snowball and the others love eating these red leaves. Do they also think that what Dad grows is the most delicious?" Su Yang walked over with a smile and rubbed his daughter's head. "Of course, the things Dad grows are magical." He thought to himself that with the intermediate soil improvement technology and the intelligent drip irrigation system in hand, the infrastructure in the new land had made a qualitative leap. Once this system is installed, watering and fertilizing can be automated and precise, which will not only save a lot of manpower, but also ensure that crops grow in the best environment. The quality and yield will definitely be taken to a higher level. The cooperation with Lu Group. Judging from the situation yesterday, I guess there will be some action soon, right? With her personality, it's impossible for her to let it go after suffering such a big setback. However, when the enemy comes, we will fight back. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. Now I am no longer the Su Yang who was controlled by her in every way. Just as I was thinking about it, the phone placed on the small stool next to me started vibrating. Su Yang picked up the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar landline number, and the location shown was Jiangchang. He raised his brows slightly and pressed the answer button. A young female voice came from the other end of the phone. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Su Yang from Qingshan Village?" "I am. Who is this?" "Hello, Mr. Su. I am the director of the legal department of Lu Group." The female voice paused, as if it was difficult to speak, but she continued, "I am very sorry to inform you that according to the latest strategic adjustments made by the group's top management, we have decided to unilaterally terminate the Agricultural Product Procurement Cooperation Agreement number 4531 signed with you. Regarding the subsequent breach of contract compensation and follow-up matters, we will communicate with you by email as soon as possible." After saying this, the Minister of Justice said "excuse me" and hung up the phone. Hearing the beeping sound coming from the phone, Su Yang's face did not show any surprise. Instead, he showed a smile of relief and even a bit of liberation. He sneered in his heart. As expected, it came. Unilateral termination of the contract? Compensation for breach of contract? Oh, do I care about your compensation? You were the one who begged me to sign this contract from the very beginning, and now you just say you don't want it? Well, it's good to cut it off completely, so that I don't have to deal with your harassment and temptations in the name of official business in the future. Without Lu as a big customer, the cash flow may be a little tight in the short term, but in the long run, the benefits will definitely outweigh the disadvantages. I can plan production and sales completely according to my own pace without being constrained by her. The quality of my products is good enough, so I have no problem selling them. The demands of online fans cannot be met, and the Academy of Agricultural Sciences is also waiting for samples. Ruian, do you think you can hit me by cutting off this line? On the contrary, you have dispelled my last bit of worry, allowing me to fly more freely. He deleted the call record casually, as if he was just clearing out an insignificant piece of junk information. Feeling suddenly brightened, he turned his attention back to the system. System, conduct 5 draws. Su Yang decided to try his luck while he was in a good mood. Ding! Consumed 10 points, entered the lottery. Congratulations on obtaining primary pest and disease resistance aura passive. After equipping it, it can slightly increase the resistance of all crops on the farm to common pests and diseases. He was delighted. This is good. Although it is at the elementary level, being able to reduce pests and diseases means reducing management costs and potential losses, which is equivalent to increasing profits in disguise. Ding! Consumed 10 points, entered the lucky draw. Congratulations on winning, thank you for your patronage. Ding! Consumed 10 points, enter the lucky draw. Congratulations on winning, special fertilizer, fruity sweetener micro high efficiency, X1 bottle 50 milliliters. It can be diluted in small amounts during the fruit expansion period to significantly increase the sweetness and flavor complexity of fruit crops, and is more effective for system optimization varieties. Ding! Consumed 10 points, entered the lucky draw. Congratulations on winning, thank you for your patronage. Ding! Consumed 10 points, enter the lucky draw. Congratulations on winning, excellent greenhouse construction drawings basic ventilation and insulation type, X1. Contains a detailed list of materials and construction steps, which can be used to build an economical and practical high-standard vegetable greenhouse. Su Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. What the hell? Fruity sweeteners to enhance sweetness and flavor complexity? Can it be more effective for system varieties? This is simply a magical tool. Although it's only 50 milliliters, the description says it's a trace and high-efficiency type. Use it on the next batch of strawberries, tomatoes, or grapes. Wouldn't the quality be amazing? There are also excellent greenhouse construction drawings, which come just in time. I am worried about the open-air planting in Shindi. What should I do if I encounter extreme weather or winter? With this blueprint, we can start planning and building several high-standard greenhouses to achieve off-season planting, or provide a better growing environment for crops such as dragon fruit and grapes. After 5 draws, there are 285 points left. Although I thanked you twice for your patronage, the 3 items I won were all extremely practical, especially the fruit sweetener, which was a pleasant surprise. Su Yang just felt full of energy. Lu Ruian's departure not only did not bring any blow to him, but instead seemed to have untied some kind of shackles on him. Coupled with the timely gift from the system, it filled him with unprecedented confidence and clear plans for future development. He stood up, clapped his hands, looked at the land that was being cultivated and full of hope, and then looked at his daughter who was holding a rabbit and smiling brightly. His new farmer career will soon usher in a broader and freer new chapter after cutting off the old entanglements. Ning Ning, let's go. Su Yang picked up his daughter and kissed her rosy face. Dad will take you to see our future big vineyard and big watermelon field. Let's try to finish turning the fields today. Great. Let's go see the big watermelon field. Ning Ning cheered and hugged her father's neck, and her clear laughter echoed in the field full of hope. Chapter 80, Finding alternatives is difficult, and the project crisis begins to emerge. In sharp contrast to the land of Qingshan village that is full of hope and vitality is the almost solidified low pressure in the Lu Group headquarters building in the center of Jiangqing City. Ever since Lu Ruian returned in disgrace from Qingshan village last time and decided to unilaterally terminate the purchasing agreement with Su Yang Farm in an almost hysterical manner, she issued a death order to the purchasing department and R&D department of the group regardless of cost. Immediately find a supplier worldwide that can perfectly replace Su Yang Farm's batch of top quality ingredients. Lu Ruian never believed that without a little Su Yang, her high-end organic catering project, which she had high hopes for, would not be able to move forward. For a time, the purchasing department and R&D department of Lu Group started running like a clockwork machine. The phone kept ringing and emails kept coming in droves. Samples of so-called organic, specially supplied and rare species from all over the world were continuously airlifted to the back kitchen laboratory of the Orui International Hotel. Manager Wang from the purchasing department has been shouting his voice almost hoarse these days. With 2 huge dark circles under his eyes, he shouted in English to the international supplier on the other end of the phone, "What? Your strawberry, which is called Royal Special, has a sweetness level of only 12? Where is the flavor analysis report? Cream aroma? Sorry, we only tasted a faint grassy flavor. Next." He cried out inwardly, "My Lord Lu, you are going to force us to death. How can the things on Mr. Su's farm be simply measured by money? Those cream strawberries, those nectar tomatoes, those raw sweet corn, let alone looking around the world, even if you look through the history of agriculture, it would be difficult to find a few that can match them. Now, the contract has been torn up. Not only has the advance payment been wasted, but we also have to search the world for substitutes for his magic ingredients. Isn't this like looking for a needle in a haystack? Director Chen of the R&D department is almost driven crazy. He and his team conduct the most rigorous physical and chemical analysis and blind taste tests on every batch of samples sent to them. The result was disappointment again and again. This batch of diamond cucumbers from the Netherlands are quite crisp, but their sweetness and juice content are far less than Mr. Su's, not to mention their unique fragrance. This Japanese snow country sweet corn is ridiculously expensive. It can be eaten raw, but the skin is a bit thick and the sweetness is only average. Compared with Mr. Su's bursting taste and pure sweetness, it is more than a level lower. There is also this Spanish black pearl tomato, which has a unique flavor, but there is no trace of nectar and the acidity is relatively high. Director Chen looked at the samples marked as unqualified on the laboratory bench and sighed deeply. Mr. Lu is really getting stuck in a rut this time. Mr. Su's crops, from seeds to planting techniques, must have their own unique features, even impossible to replicate. It is simply a pipe dream for us to think of replacing them with existing varieties on the market. Technical barriers are not something that can be easily broken through simply by spending money. Piles of frustrating reports were delivered to Lu Ruian's desk. She pretended to be calm as she flipped through the pages, but the more she read, the gloomier her face became, and her fingertips turned slightly white from the force. Lu Ruian was extremely anxious. What was going on? What a bunch of rubbish! In such a big market with so many internationally renowned organic brands, you can't even find a few decent fruits and vegetables? How can Su Yang grow it? Could it be that he was really lucky, or was there some expert guiding him? She was unwilling to admit it, nor did she want to delve into the real reason for Su Yang's success. She only knew that she could not lose, especially not to the man who was eliminated by her own hands. Secretary Lin gently placed a glass of lemonade next to her hand, and said cautiously, "Boss Lu, regarding the catering project of the Orui Hotel, recently, customer complaints about the new dishes have begun to increase. The focus is mainly on the taste and flavor of the ingredients. They are not as amazing as before. Some of the signature desserts have even been temporarily removed from the shelves due to the lack of that cream strawberry." Lu Ruian suddenly raised her head. Her eyes were cold and looked like she wanted to kill someone. "Where is the project leader? What did he say? Has the development of new dishes come to a standstill?" Managerly, the project leader said that the kitchen is under a lot of pressure, Secretary Lin said with difficulty. Chef Pierre's research and development of many innovative dishes has come to a standstill due to the lack of core ingredients. The Healthy Light Meal series, originally planned to be launched next quarter, featuring raw sweet corn and nectar tomatoes, may have to be postponed indefinitely because no suitable alternative ingredients can be found. Manager Lee also said that if no breakthrough can be found, the project may really not be able to survive. Lu Ruian's voice suddenly rose, with a hint of unbelievable sharpness. "Can't sustain it? A project with an investment of hundreds of millions of yuan can't sustain it just because of the lack of a few fruits and vegetables? What does he do for a living?" The nameless anger in her heart was ignited again. She was not only angry at the incompetence of the project leader, but also began to have an extremely weak, yet unignorable, hesitation about her original impulsive decision. Those things of Su Yang, are they really so irreplaceable? Am I really wrong? No, I am not wrong. It's their fault, they can't find anything better. Lu Ruian closed her eyes tightly, trying to shake off Su Yang's calm and indifferent face and Ning Ning's happy and intoxicated expression when she was holding the nectar tomato in her mind. But those images, like a brand, burned her nerves more and more clearly. The difficulty in finding alternatives, the stagnation of projects, the increase in customer complaints, all of these were like invisible nooses that slowly tightened, making this strong woman who was used to being in control of everything feel powerless for the first time, and even on the verge of panic. She knew that if she didn't find a solution, this project, into which she had poured countless efforts, might really fail in her hands. Chapter 81 Farm Upgrade, Word of Mouth, New Customers. The morning sun shines on the newly reclaimed land of hope on the back mountain. The excellent red heart pitaya seedlings sown a few days ago have stubbornly taken root under the dual blessing of the system-optimized soil and the primary disease and pest resistance halo. The tender green branches strive to stretch upward, showing vitality. In another area, common watermelon seedlings have also sprouted out of the soil. Their emerald green cotyledons are covered with morning dew, which is very cute. Su Yangjiang and Lin Xiaoyu, together with a few nimble villagers, began to plan and build the skeleton of the first batch of high-standard vegetable greenhouses for the new land in accordance with the requirements of the excellent greenhouse construction drawings. He was planning in his mind that the new land was large, and although open-air planting was convenient, it would be greatly affected by the weather. Greenhouses are essential to ensure a stable supply of high-quality crops throughout the year, especially relatively delicate varieties such as dragon fruit and cherry tomatoes. The drawing provided by the system is very practical. Ventilation, insulation and lighting are all taken into consideration very carefully, and the materials are relatively economical. First, we will build 2 pilot projects, one for dragon fruit and the other specifically for raising seedlings and growing off-season vegetables. Brother Su Yang, your greenhouse design is so professional. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the simple construction drawings drawn by Su Yang, as well as the galvanized steel pipes, card slots, film pressing wires and other materials purchased according to the drawings, with admiration in her eyes. The location of the vents, the spacing and curvature of the frames are all scientifically considered to maximize the growth environment of the crops in the greenhouse. It's better than some of the greenhouses in our school's experimental fields. Su Yang smiled and attributed the credit to his friend at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. It was also a friend who was engaged in facility agriculture at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences who gave me the advice, and I just copied him. He didn't dare say that this was won through the system lottery. He continued to think, Xiaoyu, a top student from the Agricultural University, really helped me a lot. Many operations that I find it inconvenient to explain directly using system knowledge seem much more reasonable when she confirms them from a professional perspective. For example, the villagers only knew that the greenhouse was a good thing, but once Xiaoyu explained what was good about it, they became more convinced. Ningning, wearing her little straw hat, ran around like a little supervisor, sometimes helping to pass small tools, although most of the time she ended up making things worse. Then she ran to the dragon fruit seedlings, imitating her father, gently fiddling with the soil with her little fingers, and whispered to them in a baby voice, "Little dragon fruit seedlings, you must grow up quickly and produce red, sweet fruits for Ningning to eat." Su Yan looked at his daughter's cute appearance and took out his mobile phone to record this heartwarming scene. He knows that these real and natural pictures are the most attractive part of the account Ningning and her father's daily life in the countryside. At the same time, the follow-up effect of the previous batch of high-quality cherry tomatoes, nectar tomatoes sold in limited quantities in the Doubt Live broadcast room is still continuing to ferment. Almost all fans who got the trial packs have become the most enthusiastic fans of nectar tomato. Family members, who understands? Su Ji's nectar tomatoes are so delicious that I am at a loss for words. Sweet but not greasy, they really have the fragrance of nectar. When you take a bite, the juice bursts out immediately, and it feels like your soul is sublimated. 108 per pound? I think it's a steal. This quality would cost at least 3 times as much in a high-end supermarket. I beg the anchor to stock more next time. My child is crying because of it. I made a simple salad with nectar tomatoes, and the whole salad was elevated to a higher level. Those small tomatoes I had before were nothing. The review video of the food blogger, Xia the Fat Foodie, titled A Pilgrimage to Divine Ingredients, was like a catalyst, completely igniting the reputation of Su Yan's agricultural products in the food circle. In the video, Xia Xiaodao's almost crazy real reaction when tasting each sample, the crispness in juice when biting the cucumber, the sweetness in his mouth when eating raw sweet corn, the intoxicated expression when tasting cream strawberries and nectar tomatoes, coupled with his down-to-earth and slightly exaggerated rainbow fart, is very contagious. Brothers, I declare that Ningning and her father's daily life in the countryside will always be the god in my heart. This is no longer a simple agricultural product, it is a work of art and the ultimate enjoyment for the taste buds. This video was forwarded and commented on a lot, and many foodies who originally didn't pay attention to rural life also learned that there is such a magic farm and a treasure anchor in Qingshan village. The backstage private messages were flooded again. In addition to the fans who urged for daily updates and asked about purchasing channels, many new faces also emerged: some local small boutique fruit shop owners, purchasing managers of high-end private restaurants, and even several e-commerce platforms under the banner of organic life and healthy ingredients. They all contacted Su Yang in various ways, hoping to establish supply cooperation with him. Su Yang sat on the edge of the field, drinking water and flipping through the information, with a thoughtful expression on his face. He was thinking in his heart that the word of mouth had completely taken off, and the popularity of nectar tomato was more lasting and intense than expected. Showdown thanks that kid for giving me an assist. These small channels that come to you on their own initiative are opportunities. Although Lou's business has failed, we should not put all our eggs in one basket. These boutique fruit stores and private restaurants have high quality requirements and precise target customer groups. Small batches and high prices can not only guarantee profits, but also further enhance the brand image of my farm and share risks. I am not considering e-commerce platforms for the time being. They have many requirements and long payment terms, and I currently do not have the staff or production capacity to keep up. He selected several fruit stores and private restaurants that looked reliable and whose addresses were also located in Jiangqing City or nearby areas, and decided to provide them with a small amount of samples to try. Dad, what are you looking at? Are there many uncles and aunts who want to eat our red fruits again? Ningning ran over holding a few warm rabbit manure balls she had just picked up from the rabbit house. She now knew that this was precious fertilizer and asked curiously. Su Yang put down his phone with a smile, took the fertilizer from his daughter's hand, and scraped it on her little nose that was stained with dirt. Yes, everyone likes what Dad and Ningning grow together. Come on, Dad will take you to see our new land. Today we are going to build a beautiful rack for the dragon fruit babies so that they can climb higher and get more sun. Great! Build a tall building for the dragon fruit baby. Ningning was immediately attracted by the new task. She took her father's hand and ran towards the new land full of hope, her clear laughter echoing in the valley. Chapter 82: The high-rise building of Pitaya scientific frame and condensed fantastic ideas. When Su Yang came to this warm land again holding Ningning's little hand, Lin Xiaoyu had already been waiting there with a few skillful villagers that Uncle Wang had helped to contact. Brand new cement pillars and cut galvanized steel pipes, iron wires, and other materials were neatly stacked in the morning light, with mixed cement mortar next to them. Brother Su Yang, you're here. Lin Xiaoyu greeted Su Yang with a smile when she saw him. She was wearing a pair of durable overalls today, her hair was neatly tied into a high ponytail, and beads of sweat were on her forehead. It was obvious that she had been busy for a while. I have prepared all the materials according to the list you gave me. I also briefly told Uncle Wang and the others about the initial idea of setting up the scaffolding. See if there is anything else that needs to be adjusted. Su Yang's eyes swept over the materials and the land that had been preliminarily cleared and leveled, and he couldn't help but secretly praise Lin Xiaoyu's efficiency and meticulousness. He thought to himself that Xiaoyu was a rare talent. Not only does he understand agricultural technology, he also has strong organizational, coordination and execution capabilities. With her around, I really have less worries. Many system optimization solutions that I can't explain directly can be implemented more reasonably through her professional suggestions. The pitaya is a climbing plant and belongs to the cactus family. It is afraid of waterlogging but needs good support, so building a frame is the key to the key. Although the system drawings provide several solutions, the selection of local materials and cost control still need to be based on actual conditions. Xiaoyu's experience can make up for this. For this new land, every investment must be carefully calculated, but the investment in key links is worthwhile, and future benefits are expected. Su Yang smiled gently. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaoyu, the materials seem to be fine. For the dragon fruit support frame, I am considering using this kind of cement column with a steel ring or a cross-steel frame structure on the top. This is stable and durable, the cost is relatively controllable, and it is conducive to the natural drooping of the dragon fruit branches and ventilation and lighting. As he spoke, he took out a simple hand-drawn diagram from the cloth bag he carried with him, which clearly marked the spacing and height of the columns, as well as the style of the top support structure. Lin Xiaoyu took the drawing and looked at it carefully, with a hint of admiration in her eyes. She was also a little surprised. Although the drawing by brother Su Yang was simple, the key parameters and structures were very clear, and even more practical than some diagrams in textbooks. How does he look like a new farmer who just returned to his hometown? He has such a deep understanding of a relatively niche crop like pitaya, and has considered even the trellising method so thoroughly. Many of the details are very forward-looking, which is really not something an ordinary farmer would think of. He said the information was given by a friend. It seems that friend is a real expert. Lin Xiaoyu sincerely praised, Brother Su Yang, your plan looks very professional. Using cement columns as the main support is indeed the safest choice. Dragon fruit is not light when it grows, and it has a long lifespan. Investing in it all at once can save a lot of subsequent troubles. The steel ring or cross design on the top can also guide the branches to spread out in all directions, increasing the area receiving light, which is very beneficial for flowering and fruiting. She paused and added, however, when building, we must pay special attention to the spacing and orientation between the columns, and try to ensure that each row of dragon fruit can get enough sunlight. At the same time, we must also consider the wind direction on this side of the valley to ensure good ventilation in summer and reduce the occurrence of pests and diseases. In addition, pitaya pollination mainly relies on nocturnal insects or manual assistance, and reasonable plant spacing is also very important for these later management. Su Yang immediately nodded in agreement. Xiaoyu, you reminded me very well. Ventilation and post-management are indeed my key considerations. According to our agreement, the row spacing is controlled at about 2.5 meters, the plant spacing is 1.8 meters, and 3 to 4 seedlings can be planted in a triangle or quadrangle around each cement column. The two of them discussed back and forth and soon finalized the specific construction details. Although the villagers nearby did not quite understand the professional terms, seeing Su Yang and Lin Xiaoyu's serious and focused expressions, as well as the drawings and materials that looked high-end, they became more confident about the future of this farm. Ningning was like a curious elf. She ran to the concrete pillar and patted it with her little hands, and then picked up a short piece of discarded steel pipe and knocked it. When she saw her father and Lin Xiaoyu directing the villagers to start digging holes, erecting pillars and fixing steel frames, new ideas immediately popped up in her little head. Dad, Sister Xiaoyu. Ningning ran to them, raised her little face, pointed at the newly erected cement pillars, and said excitedly, "Look, these pillars are so tall. Do they look like the tall buildings we built for the dragon fruit baby? When the dragon fruit babies grow up, they can live in their own tall buildings, where they can get some sunshine every day and see faraway places." Ha, our Ningning is so right. Lin Xiaoyu was amused by Ningning's childish metaphor and bent over with laughter. She squatted down and scratched Ningning's little nose. Isn't this a high-rise building built for the dragon fruit babies? Only when they live in it can they produce more big and sweet red fruits for Ningning to eat. Yes. Ningning nodded vigorously, and then, like a little adult, she walked to a newly fixed cement column, stretched out her little hand and patted it solemnly, and announced in a baby voice, "This tall building will be called the home of Grandpa's son." She ran to another one and said, "This one is called Grandma Moon's swing. And this one, called the bird singing stand." The little guy enthusiastically gave each pillar that would carry hope a fairy tale name. His crisp laughter and wild imagination added infinite vitality and fun to this bustling construction site. Su Yang felt warm in his heart as he watched his daughter and Lin Xiaoyu interacting naturally and smiling happily. He took out his cell phone and recorded this busy and warm scene. This scene was too vivid, he thought to himself. The process of setting up the dragon fruit rack, the hard work of the villagers, Lin Xiaoyu's professional guidance, and Ningning's creative ideas as the chief naming officer, are simply perfect douyin materials. The title could be, New Progress in the Land of Hope. Building a high-rise building for the dragon fruit babies, giving them names on the spot, scientific planting and childlike fun go hand in hand, with the tags #newfarmers, #dragonfruit planting, #scientific scaffolding, #rural revitalization, #cutebaby-daily-life, #father-daughter interaction. This not only shows the professionalism of our farm and the careful care we take of our crops, but also highlights the warm family atmosphere, which fans will surely enjoy watching. The sun was getting hotter and hotter, but everyone's enthusiasm did not diminish in the slightest. Chapter 83, the RV arrives at Qingshan village, and the cute baby shopkeeper appears online for the first time. In the early morning, the mist had not yet completely dissipated, and a few rays of morning light barely penetrated the clouds and sprinkled on the quiet Qingshan village. On the dirt road at the entrance of the village, where usually only tractors and tricycles passed by, several huge vehicles were slowly driving by. At this moment there were several large luxury RVs with shiny bodies, reflecting dazzling light in the morning light. Printed on the body of the car is a colorful and stylish logo, Life in the Countryside, with a line of small words next to it, Large-Scale Rural Experience Documentary Variety Show. Some early rising villagers, carrying hoes to go to the fields or carrying baskets to wash clothes by the stream, could not help but stop when they saw this scene. They gathered around curiously, stretched their necks to look, and talked in low voices. "Hey, what kind of car is this? Why is it so big? It's as big as the small building in our village." An old man holding a pipe in his mouth squinted his eyes, his face full of surprise. "What's written on the car? Life in the country? Is it for TV?" A sharp-eyed young man nearby read it out loud. "Why are the TV crew coming to our poor mountain village? Is there a big star coming?" A woman holding a child guessed, her eyes full of anticipation. The villagers were talking one after another, and the noise was getting louder and louder. Upon hearing the news, the village chief Uncle Wang also hurried over from home, wearing an old coat and cloth shoes. He was also shocked when he saw these luxury RVs and the staff who got out of the cars one after another, carrying various professional filming equipment. He thought to himself, "Wow, this is such a big scene, much more lively than the last time Secretary Li and his party came from the city. This car and this equipment are obviously not trivial. Filming for TV? Come to our Qingshan village? This is the first time. I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. Uncle Wang squeezed forward, with a warm smile on his face, and took the initiative to greet a middle-aged man who looked like the person in charge of the program group. Comrade, what are you doing? Seeing that it was the village chief, the person in charge politely extended his hand and said, "Hello, fellow villager, we are the filming team of the variety show Life in the Countryside. The main purpose of our program is to experience the most authentic rural life and find some authentic and unique ingredients and local customs. I heard that your Qingshan village is beautiful and the people are simple, so I came here specially to record the program for a few days." When Uncle Wang heard this, he felt a little more at ease, but he still had some doubts. He continued to think, experience country life? Looking for ingredients? That sounds good. Please don't come here to cause trouble. It would be bad if it affects the normal production and life in our village. However, it would be a great thing if we could really promote the good things of our Qingshan village. Just as the entrance of the village became bustling with the arrival of the program crew, at the Su family's old house, Su Yan was preparing to go to the back mountain. The newly purchased small drip irrigation equipment has been installed for a small part, and the skeleton of the pitaya greenhouse has also taken shape. He thought to himself that this batch of steel was of good quality and the greenhouse frame should be able to withstand wind and rain. After the drip irrigation system is laid, water and fertilizer management will be much more precise. Hopefully we can catch up with the sowing period for the next batch of high-quality seeds. Ningning should be having a lot of fun playing with the rabbits at the old house. I'll go back and make her something delicious when I'm done with this. Before he went out, he carefully instructed Ningning to play well near the yard of the old house, not to run around, and not to open the door to strangers. Ningning held her beloved rabbit Snowball in her arms, nodded seriously, and promised readily that she would be the best little housekeeper. As soon as Su Yang left, Ningning began her farmer inspection. She first ran to the rabbit house and added some fresh alfalfa to Snowball, Gray and Tao, and then whispered to them in a baby voice. Then she ran to the chicken coop and was surprised to find that the mother hen had laid 2 more round eggs. She picked up the eggs carefully and put them in her small bamboo basket. After doing all this, she suddenly remembered what her father said, that in the fine vegetable garden next to the old house, there seemed to be a few cream strawberries that had turned red, like sparkling rubies. She thought to herself, Dad said he was going to the back hill to build a big house today, and he would be very busy. I can go and see if the strawberry babies have grown up, pick the biggest and reddest one, and give Dad a surprise when he comes back. Thinking of this, an expectant smile appeared on Ningning's little face. She walked with her short legs, humming a tuneless nursery rhyme, carrying an empty little bamboo basket, towards the treasure land where cream strawberries, fine cucumbers, and nectar tomatoes were grown. At the same time, one of the variety show guests, the popular young actress Xiao Cheng, was wandering aimlessly on the village path, carrying the small bamboo basket given by the program team with some helplessness. According to the requirements of the task card, she needs to find and obtain at least 3 fresh lunch ingredients on her own. She complained in her heart that the scenery of this village was nice and the air was good, but the ingredients were too hard to find, right? After walking for a long time, I didn't even see a decent vegetable stall. The program crew is really good at making things difficult for us. They insist on making us experience this original ecology. Isn't this making things difficult for a kitchen novice like me? She was following a winding path along a field and was about to give up and go back when her eyes suddenly lit up. Not far away, a small vegetable garden that was extremely neatly maintained and filled with the fragrance of fruits and vegetables appeared in sight. What surprised her even more was that at the edge of the vegetable garden, there was a small figure with pigtails and a pink apron, squatting on the ground like an elf, stretching out her chubby little hands, carefully picking something. Xia Qing was delighted. Ha! There's a little thing there. Are those strawberries next to her? She looks so good. It's bright red and quite big. There are also cucumbers and tomatoes, which look so fresh. I was lucky enough to finally find my target. This little girl is so cute, like a porcelain doll. Xia Qing quickened her pace and walked over, trying to soften her voice, for fear of scaring the little girl who looked only 4 or 5 years old. Hello, little friend. Is your family home? I want to buy some vegetables from your family for lunch. Ningning was carefully pushing aside a strawberry leaf, looking for the reddest and largest one. When she heard the sound, she suddenly raised her head. She saw a beautiful sister who was wearing a large sun hat and a pair of large sunglasses. Her face was almost invisible, but she had a nice voice and a tall figure. She was looking at her with a smile. The little guy blinked his big black grape-like eyes and thought to himself, this sister is so tall and beautiful. She also wants to buy vegetables from our house? Dad is busy in the back mountain and is not at home, can I sell it to her? Dad said that if he sold the delicious food, he could buy more beautiful princess dresses for Ningning, and even a big Lego castle. She remembered her father's instructions before he left, but then she also remembered that her father had also taught her to be polite, and that this sister looked smiling and didn't look like a bad person. So, our little Ningning shopkeeper straightened her chest and answered in a serious tone like a little adult, "My father is busy in the back mountain." "What do you want to buy, sister?" "The vegetables in our family are delicious. They are all grown by my father himself without pesticides." Xia Qing was amused by Ningning's serious look and thought the child was so cute. She took off her sunglasses, revealing a bright and beautiful face that could be considered top-notch in the entertainment industry. She teased her with a hint of joking, "You're the only small boss here? Aren't you afraid that your sister is a bad person and will take away your beautiful vegetable garden?" Ningning tilted her head and looked carefully at Xia Qing's face, which was even more stunning after she took off her sunglasses. Then, an extremely bright and sweet smile bloomed on her little face, revealing 2 cute dimples. She said in a childish but extremely confident tone, "Sister, you are so beautiful, and your eyes are as bright as the stars in the sky. You must not be a bad person. My dad said that only kind-hearted people have such bright eyes. Besides, the bad guys in cartoons are all ugly and fierce, but you are not fierce at all, sister." Puff! Xia Qing was completely amused by this sudden divine logic and flattery. She felt that her heart was about to be melted by this little girl. She thought to herself, "Oh my god, this child is so cute. This little mouth is so sweet that it can simply coax people into the sky. Beautiful sisters are all good people, kind-hearted people have bright eyes. I am convinced by this logic. No, I have to buy something today just for this little cutie. I can also take some interesting photos at the same time. The show will definitely be a blast. Which villager does this child belong to? You are so good at talking. He is simply a natural variety show star." Through the miniature camera worn by Xia Qing and the lens of the cameraman who was quietly following not far away, the first confrontation between the cute baby shopkeeper and the celebrity customer was clearly and instantly transmitted to the mobile director's Car of the Life and the Countryside program crew, as well as to some online interactive live broadcast platforms that were opened in advance, immediately triggering the first wave of small barrage climax. In the director's room, the director looked at Ningning's innocent and lovely face and Xia Qing's expression of laughter on the monitor, and excitedly picked up the intercom. "Attention, all units, attention. Xia Qing met a very cute little girl, and the interaction was excellent, which was very interesting. Photographer, give more close-ups, especially the little girl's expression, and record their conversation completely and clearly. This will definitely be the highlight of our first episode." The barrage on the online interactive platform also became active instantly. "Ha ha ha. This kid is so funny. Pretty sisters are all good people, I give full marks to this logic. Sister Xia Qing is being manipulated by a little cute kid. Look at Xia Qing's expression of trying not to laugh. It's so real. She has thrown away all her image as a goddess. Which villager's kid is this? He's so good at talking. He's a natural talent for variety shows. He looks so familiar. Is he the little internet celebrity named Ningning on Doudu? The one above, now that you mention it, she really looks like her. She's the Ningning and her father's daily life in the countryside. Oh my god, the production team actually found her home? Chapter 80 for the charm of the universe's first strawberry, the unexpected harvest of the female star. Xia Qing pointed at the juicy green cucumbers and said, "I want to buy a few cucumbers and make a cucumber salad for lunch, is that okay?" She thought cucumbers were simple and quick to cook, suitable for quick cooking on the show, and could also show off her cooking skills. Cucumber, as a common vegetable, is refreshing and delicious. It is easy to cook it cold or stir-fry, which is perfect for people like her who don't cook often. When Ningning heard that Xia Qing wanted to buy cucumbers, her brows furrowed slightly. She ran to the cucumber vine with her short legs, and like an experienced little farmer, she stretched out her chubby little hands to push aside the leaves and took a close look at the cucumbers hanging on the vine. There were some small cucumbers hanging on the vine, some of which had tender yellow flowers on the top. They did look very fresh, but Ningning felt that they seemed to be missing something. Then he ran back, with a trace of professional regret on his little face, and shook his head. "Sister, it seems that the cucumber babies are still not awake today. They said that they need more sun exposure to become sweet. They may taste a little, unhappy when eaten now." She thought to herself, Dad said that cucumbers are sweetest and most delicious when the little flowers on the tops are about to fall off, and these seem a little short of that. Strawberries. Yes, strawberries are red, and my dad said one can be sold for a lot of money. If I sold the strawberries, my father would definitely praise me for being the most capable. Thinking of this, she immediately pulled Xiaqing's clothes, pointed her little finger at the cream strawberry next to her that was as red as a gem and exuded a rich sweet fragrance, and tried to sell it in an unquestionable tone. Sister, buy some strawberries. The cream strawberries my father grows are the most delicious strawberries in the universe. It's fragrant and sweet, and tastes like grandma's. Ningning loves it the most. As she spoke, she sniffed hard, as if the fragrance in the air was the best proof. Xiaqing was once again amused by Ningning's sales pitch, which was full of childishness and a bit of unquestionable. Cucumber baby, hasn't he woken up yet? This little guy has such a rich imagination. She thought to herself, hasn't he, the cucumber baby, woken up yet? This little guy has such a rich imagination. But, cream strawberries, it sounds so high-end, and it has the taste of grandma? This description is too strange. The show effect, this definitely has a show effect. Besides, what if it's really as delicious as she said? She looked at Ningning's big eyes that were full of expectation and confidence, and those strawberries that were indeed bright red and incredibly plump, and her heart began to waver. The appearance of these strawberries was indeed more tempting than any so-called premium strawberry she had seen in the city. The unique aroma, even from a few steps away, penetrated her nose and made her mouth water even though she was not particularly fond of sweets. While Xiaqing was hesitating, Ningning had already run to the strawberry ridge with her short legs and carefully picked the largest and reddest cream strawberry that exuded a rich and sweet fragrance. She did not forget what her father taught her. She first rinsed it briefly with the clear stream water from the mountain stream nearby. In order to facilitate watering and washing, Su Yang used a thick bamboo pipe to lead a stream of spring water from the back mountain to the side of the vegetable garden and built a simple stone trough. The spring water was clear and sweet, and was perfect for washing fruits and vegetables. Then, she held the strawberry in her two small hands as if she was offering a treasure. The strawberry looked particularly large in her small palms, and she handed it to Xiaqing. Sister, try it. If it's not sweet, you don't have to pay. Dad said so. Ningning raised her little face with an extremely sincere look in her eyes, and her big eyes like black grapes were flashing with an irresistible light. Xiaqing looked at the strawberry in front of her that was like a perfect work of art. The fruit was round in shape, even in color, and the fine seeds on the surface were clearly visible, as if shining with tiny rays of light. Looking at Ningning's clear eyes without a trace of impurities, it is really impossible to refuse this pure sharing from a child. The unique creamy sweet aroma of the strawberry was even more clearly audible, making even this female star, who was used to all kinds of delicacies, salivate. She took the strawberry, and it weighed slightly in her hand. The stem was fresh and green, and the fragrance went straight into her nose. She took a small bite. In an instant, an extreme sweetness that was difficult to describe in words exploded on her taste buds like the most brilliant fireworks. The sweetness was pure and rich, yet without a hint of sourness. The flesh was delicate and soft, melting in the mouth without requiring any chewing. The juice was so rich that it seemed to overflow, sliding down her tongue into her throat, leaving a mouthful of rich fragrance. The most amazing thing is that in that extreme sweetness, there is indeed a light, very natural, mellow aroma similar to that of high-quality animal cream, which blends perfectly with the fragrance of the strawberry itself, forming an unprecedented, rich, and extremely harmonious top-level flavor. Xiaqing froze completely, her hand holding the strawberry trembled slightly, her eyes suddenly widened, her face filled with incredible shock and an intoxicated expression of being completely conquered by the ultimate deliciousness. Oh my God! What kind of divine smell is this? It's so delicious. This is definitely the most delicious strawberry I have ever eaten in my life, no doubt about it. That creamy taste is so amazing. This is not just a strawberry, this is simply a gift from the Creator. The little girl didn't lie to me, this is really the most delicious thing in the universe. No, it's too delicious, I have to buy more. If I bring this back for other guests to try, they will definitely go crazy. This episode is going to be a hit. She almost lost control of herself as she ate a huge strawberry in just a few bites. She couldn't help but lick the sweet juice on her fingertips with her tongue, completely forgetting about managing her image as a female star. At this moment, the task and the ingredients no longer mattered. Her entire taste buds and brain were occupied by this unprecedented delicacy. Through the miniature camera Xiaqing carried with her and the camera of the cameraman who quietly followed her not far away, her shocked, intoxicated and even somewhat out of control expression when tasting the strawberries was perfectly captured, becoming excellent material for later program editing. This scene also made the directors and staff in the broadcast car and on the online interactive platform excited again. Fuck! Looking at Sister Xiaoqing's expression, how delicious must these strawberries be? Sister Xiaoqing's idol baggage has fallen to the ground and she can't pick it up anymore, ha! The goddess has become a foodie. I can smell the fragrance through the screen. I'm so hungry. Ningning, everything her father grows is super delicious. I didn't get the corn last time. The strawberries in this little girl's home must have been grown by a god. Director, please ask for the address. Our production team has bought them all. If we can get them into the show, it will definitely be a hot topic. In the director's room, the director excitedly picked up the intercom, his voice a little distorted. Great. Xiaoqing's reaction is so real. This strawberry is definitely the highlight. The post-editing will focus on this part. Xiaoshan, go ask this little girl when her parents will be back. We must find a way to purchase more of these strawberries. The ratings of this episode depend on them. Xiaoqing came back to her senses and looked at Ningning's eyes that sparkled because of her love. She excitedly grabbed the little girl's hand and said, "Little friend, your strawberries are so delicious. I'll buy 2 boxes, no, 3 boxes. I'll buy as many as you want." Her mind was now filled with the amazing taste, and she completely forgot that she originally just wanted to buy a few cucumbers, and also forgot whether the purchasing funds provided by the program team were sufficient. When Ningning heard that her beautiful sister was going to buy so many things, her little face lit up with joy. She remembered her father saying that strawberries were very precious and a small box could be sold for a lot of money. She thought to herself, hee, the strawberries grown by my dad are the most delicious. My pretty sister likes it very much. I want to help my dad sell it for a lot of money and buy a big excavator toy. With Ningning's enthusiastic help, she clumsily helped Xiaoqing pack 2 small baskets of the best quality cream strawberries. In order to facilitate the occasional villagers or acquaintances who wanted to taste the fresh fruits, Su Yang specially wove some small fruit baskets with thin bamboo strips. The bottom was covered with clean hay, and crooked little rabbit and strawberry patterns were drawn on it with Ningning's crayons, which looked both simple and cute. Xiaoqing readily took out 2 brand new red $100 bills from her wallet and handed them to Ningning. Seeing the cute little girl's eyes widened as she received the huge sum of money and carefully put the money into her apron pocket, she couldn't help but pinch her little face again, and she loved this little girl even more in her heart. She even thought that the money was too little. 2 small baskets of such delicious strawberries for 200 yuan was like finding a treasure. Finally, Xiaoqing walked out of Su Yang's vegetable garden in a daze, carrying the 2 small baskets of heavy magic strawberries that exuded an alluring aroma. She looked at the strawberries in her hand, remembered her original purpose, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Xiaoqing muttered quietly, really, too impulsive. I agreed to buy cucumbers for lunch, but ended up buying expensive strawberries. But, the taste of this strawberry is definitely worth it. I'll let the director and those old-fashioned guests taste it first when I get back. They will definitely thank me. This episode might really go viral because of this strawberry. She returned contentedly to the program recording base camp, the RV gathering place at the entrance of the village, ready to show off her unexpected gain to other guests and the program crew. A storm surrounding the most delicious strawberries in the universe was about to brew quietly within the Country Life program crew. She couldn't wait to see the shocked expressions on other people's faces when they ate the strawberry. Chapter 85. How can this be a strawberry? This is clearly nectar. Xiaoqing was dazed, carrying the 2 small baskets of heavy, fragrant magic strawberries, and returned contentedly to the program crew's base camp at the entrance of the village where RVs were gathered. She felt like she had completed a great treasure hunt, and the strawberries in her hands were the priceless treasure. Qingqing, you're finally back. Did you find anything good? Inside the RV, a senior actor, who was also the big brother of this variety show, named Zhou Feng, was flipping through an outdated magazine out of boredom. When he saw Xiaoqing come in, he asked casually. There were 2 other guests in the car. One was Li Lu, a male host of a funny variety show, and the other was Zhao Linger, a new member of a sweet girl group. All 3 of them looked a little worried about the lunch ingredients. Xiaoqing placed the bamboo basket on the small table like she was presenting a treasure, with an expression of pride that could not be concealed. Look, what I found. Hey, isn't this a strawberry? Lila came over to take a look, and said with a disapproving tone, Qingqing, our task is to find ingredients for lunch. You bought a bunch of strawberries. Are you planning to have a strawberry feast for us at noon? He thought to himself, these strawberries look good, but they can't be eaten as a meal. Could it be that this girl was fooled by the villagers? Zhao Linger also looked at it curiously and whispered, these strawberries smell so good and are so big. They are even prettier than the ones I saw in the imported supermarket. She felt a little greedy, but was too embarrassed to say it directly. Zhou Feng put down the magazine and looked at the strawberries. Being experienced, he could tell at a glance that these strawberries were special. The color and aroma were all different from the ordinary. Qingqing, where did you get these strawberries? They don't look cheap. He thought to himself, would this girl spend all the purchasing funds on this? At this time, Fang Ming, the program director who had been sitting in the corner watching the monitor, came over. He was about 50 years old, wearing black framed glasses. He looked gentle, but his eyes were sharp. He was the only person who saw in real time the entire process of Ningning selling strawberries and Xiaoqing's fall through Xiaoqing's body camera. Fang Ming was already beaming with joy in his heart. This little girl was simply a godsend from heaven. The editing of that interaction would definitely be a big hit. This strawberry, judging from Xiaoqing's reaction, it must be really top-notch. He pretended to be calm and picked up a strawberry. He looked at it carefully against the light and smelled it. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Well, the aroma of this strawberry is indeed very special. It also has a faint milky aroma? Xiaochang, are you sure this was grown by ordinary villagers? He thought to himself that this was definitely not an ordinary item. Su Yang, the Ningning's dad who became popular on Douyin, seemed to be really something. Xiaocheng immediately seemed to have found a soulmate, and said excitedly, Director Fang, you can smell it too. Let me tell you, I just tasted one of these strawberries, and the taste is simply amazing. This is the best strawberry I have ever eaten in my life, no doubt about it. It is sweet to the heart, not sour at all, and has that unique creamy fragrance, which is amazing. It was sold to me by a super cute little girl. She said it was grown by her father, called cream strawberry, and was the most delicious in the universe. The most delicious strawberry in the universe? Li Lu exclaimed exaggeratedly, with obvious disbelief on his face. Qingqing, have you been fooled by that little girl? No matter how delicious strawberries are, can they be so delicious as to be in heaven? He thought to himself, people in this circle like to exaggerate, especially female celebrities, who dare to say anything for the effect of the show. Zhao Linger also muttered quietly, cream-flavored strawberry, sounds a bit like essence. Zhou Fang was more rational. He picked up one, smelled it carefully, and squeezed it gently. He felt that the flesh was firm and the aroma was indeed unique and natural, not like anything artificially added. He looked at Xiaoqing. Qingqing, are you sure it tastes that good? Xiaoqing was anxious, so she picked one up and handed it to Zhou Fang. Brother Zhou Fang, you will know if you try it. It will definitely subvert your perception of strawberries. Then he gave it to Li Lu and Zhao Linger. You guys try it too. If it doesn't taste good, I'll eat both baskets. The three of them took the strawberries doubtfully. Zhou Fang took a small bite and savored it carefully. Then his eyes suddenly lit up, and he even slowed down his chewing with an expression of disbelief on his face. Li Lu was joking at first, but the moment he bit down, his whole body froze, his mouth opened wide, his eyes as big as bells, as if his soul had left his body. Zhao Linger took a small bite, and the next second, her beautiful almond eyes instantly curved into crescents. She stomped her feet with happiness and uttered an inarticulate exclamation sound from her mouth. Zhou Fang was the first to come back to his senses, his voice trembling a little. Oh my god. This taste is incredible, sweet but not greasy, and the aroma is mellow. This is definitely the best strawberry I have ever eaten. His heart was shocked. How could this be a strawberry? This is simply nectar. How could Qingshan village have such a treasure? Li Lu was even more exaggerated. He swallowed a strawberry in 2 or 3 bites, wiped his mouth, rushed to Xiaoqing, and grabbed her arm. Qingqing, my sister Qingqing, you didn't lie to me. This is really the most delicious in the universe. Do you have any more? Give me 2 more, no, 2 baskets. He had only one thought in his mind, this strawberry was so delicious, more amazing than any of the top ingredients in any food show he had hosted. Zhao Linger no longer cared about her ladylike image and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. It's so delicious, Sister Xiaoqing, this strawberry really tastes like grandma's. I'm so happy. She felt so happy in her heart. If she had known it was so delicious, she should have asked for one more. Looking at the 3 people's reactions as if they were under a spell, Director Fang Ming's lips curled up into a smug smile. He thought to himself, great, the effect has been achieved. The guests' reactions when tasting strawberries will definitely be a highlight of the show. He cleared his throat and pretended to be deep and said, it seems that Xia Qing really dug up a treasure this time. Strawberries of this quality are indeed rare. So, Xiaolu, you and Xiaoli, take the purchasing funds and go to the store that Xia Qing mentioned just now to see if you can buy some more strawberries. If they have other vegetables and fruits that are of good quality, buy some as well. Our meals for the next few days will depend on these magic ingredients. Okay, Director Fong. A young staff member responded immediately. Fong Ming added, his tone was somewhat meaningful, remember, be nice and be a little lenient on the price. After all, it's our program team that discovered this treasure. What he was thinking in his heart was, Su Yang, this young man is not simple, his agricultural products are of great value, and establishing a good relationship with him will be of great benefit to the subsequent filming and promotion of the program. When Xia Qing heard that the director was going to send someone to buy more, she immediately perked up, Director Fong, I'll go with them. I know the way, and the little girl selling strawberries is so cute. Maybe I can buy more if I go. She was still thinking about what Ningning said, the cucumber baby hasn't woken up yet, and wanted to see if other dishes in Su Yang's house were as magical. Fong Ming thought about it and nodded in agreement, okay, Xia Qing, you can come with us. Be careful and take more interesting photos. Chapter 86, The Sky-High Price of Shinong Vegetables, the live broadcast room exploded. Su Yang had just returned to the old house from the back mountain. The newly purchased small drip irrigation equipment and materials were piled in the corner of the yard. He was preparing to make a simple lunch first, and then go to the back mountain to start laying them after the afternoon. Ningning was holding Snowball and holding a meeting with a few chicks in the yard, assigning them patrol tasks in a baby voice. Su Yang thought to himself that laying the drip irrigation system would be a lot of work and he had to hurry. Let us keep it simple for lunch today. Just smash a cucumber, stir-fry some bok choy, and have some rice. Ningning seems to particularly like the smashed cucumbers I make. The cucumbers optimized by the system taste really good, sweet, refreshing and crisp, and the aroma of minced garlic is perfectly brought out. As soon as he walked into the kitchen, he heard footsteps coming from the gate and Xia Qing's slightly excited voice. Little boy, here we are again. Is your dad home? Hearing the sound, Su Yang walked out of the kitchen and saw several young people and a young staff member carrying a camera standing at the gate of the yard. Ningning saw Sister Xia Qing coming again, and immediately dropped the snowball in her arms and ran over happily. Beautiful sister. Are you here to buy delicious food again? The little girl was very impressed by this celebrity sister who was so generous and praised her beauty. When Xia Qing saw Su Yang coming out of the house, she immediately put on a brighter smile on her face, and her tone became particularly polite and a little admiring. Hello, sir. Excuse me, I am Xia Qing, a guest of the program Country Life. I just bought some strawberries from your store, they are so amazing. After tasting it, our director and other guests praised it highly, so they sent us here specially, hoping to purchase more. If there are other fresh vegetables, we would also like to buy some. She felt a little nervous, not knowing whether she would be easy to talk to Ningning's dad, who looked a little aloof and was said to be very popular on the internet. I was so busy interacting with the little cutie just now that I didn't see the farmer himself. Now I see that although this gentleman is dressed simply, he has a calm temperament, deep eyes, and an indescribable charm. Su Yang looked at Xia Qing's cautious and expectant expression and smiled secretly in his heart. He nodded and said calmly, Miss Xia, you're too polite. We just picked a batch of strawberries this morning, and there aren't many left. We have to meet the needs of fans who have made online reservations and the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. We do have some cucumbers and tomatoes that have just matured. If you need them, we can provide you with a small amount. He did not directly refuse, but also made clear the principle of limited supply. When Xia Qing heard that there were not many strawberries left, an expression of disappointment immediately appeared on her face, but when she heard that there were still cucumbers and cherry tomatoes, a glimmer of hope was ignited again. Great, great. We also want cucumbers and cherry tomatoes, Mr. Su, please tell me about the price. She asked tentatively. Su Yang pondered for a moment and quoted a price that seemed reasonable to him but a little shocking to the stars and directors. Cucumbers, 50 yuan per caddy, cherry tomatoes, 128 yuan per caddy. The quantity is limited, and I can only supply you with 5 caddies of each. When Zhou Fong and Li Lu heard the price, they couldn't help but gasp and looked surprised. Zhou Fong muttered in his heart, so expensive? This is almost as expensive as premium Wagyu beef. Is this rural dish made of gold? Leela whispered to Zhao Linger, this price is a steal. Is he deliberately raising the price because we are celebrities? At this moment, the barrage on the live broadcast platform used by the program team for online interaction had exploded because of Su Yang's offer. 50 yuan a pound for cucumbers? Why doesn't he just go and grab them? These country vegetables are sold at sky-high prices. Do you think we are being taken advantage of? 128 small tomatoes? Made of gold? This anchor looks honest, but he is really evil. Oh my god, at this price, is it so easy to make money from celebrities? They are just trying to rip off the production team, right? They are a lifelong blackmailer. This is not a new farmer, I think it's a new farmer. The way he eats is so ugly. The production crew, please call the police. This price is clearly a scam to defraud consumers and drive up prices. Don't get excited, the guy above. What if their food is really worth the price? But, this is too expensive. Who among the common people can afford it? It's outrageous. Just wait and see. If something of this price doesn't taste good, let's see how it ends. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little awkward, Xiaoqing quickly tried to smooth things over and said to the other guests, Teacher Zhou, Lilu, Linger, Fengming, you haven't tried other things from Mr. Su Yang's house. I can guarantee that they are as amazing as strawberries. At this price, I think it's worth it. Fengming looked at all this with a frown on his face. He thought to himself that the price was indeed expensive, ridiculously expensive. Is Su Yang deliberately raising the price, or is he really confident in his product? However, the topic became popular instantly. If his stuff is really worth the price, then after this episode is aired, the more controversial it becomes, the more popular it may become. This is a double-edged sword. He said to Xiaoqing through the headset, Xiaoqing, ask Mr. Su if he can let us taste the cucumber and tomato samples first? After all, they are expensive, and our program team also needs to be responsible for the quality of the ingredients. Responsibility. Xiaoqing immediately understood what he meant, and said to Su Yang with a smile, Mr. Su, we know that the quality of your agricultural products must be very good, but the price is indeed a bit beyond our expectations. Can you please let us taste a little bit of the sample first? This will give us a more intuitive understanding of your product and make it easier for us to report to the director and other guests. Su Yang looked at Xiaoqing's eyes, which contained a hint of pleading and expectation, and glanced at the camera not far away that was always facing him, and he understood. He thought to himself, do you want to try before you buy? Or do you want to create a show effect through the tasting session? Well, then I'll make you convinced. Don't be afraid to taste my things. He nodded, turned and walked into the vegetable garden, and quickly picked a flowery and thorny, excellent cucumber, and a small bunch of bright red, nectar tomatoes. Instead of going to the kitchen, he went straight to the old well in the yard, drew a bucket of clear, sweet well water, and carefully rinsed the cucumbers and tomatoes in front of everyone. The cucumbers were so green and juicy that they seemed like they could squeeze out water. The cherry tomatoes were as crystal clear as rubies, exuding a unique sweet fragrance. Su Yang cut the washed cucumber into pieces with a knife, picked the tomatoes one by one, put them in a clean bamboo dustpan, and handed it to Xiaoqing, Miss Xia, and all the teachers, please have a taste. Our farm products may not look as exquisite as those in the supermarket, but they are fresh and original. Xiaoqing, Zhou Feng, Li Lu, and Zhao Linger all picked up a cucumber or a tomato with a bit of curiosity and scrutiny. Under the gaze of countless online viewers, they almost simultaneously put this sky-high farm dish into their mouths. The next second, everyone's expressions were frozen as if they were under a spell. Chapter 87: The Storm on the Tongue and the Surrender of Sky-High Price. Su Yang used a knife to carefully cut the washed cucumber into even pieces, and picked the crystal-clear nectar tomatoes one by one, which were like rubies, and neatly stacked them in a clean bamboo dustpan. Then he handed it to Xiaoqing slowly, Miss Xia, and all the teachers, please have a taste. Our farm produce may not look as good as those in supermarkets, but it is fresh and authentic. Xiaoqing, Zhou Feng, Li Lu, Zhao Ling and others gathered around the small winnowing basket, with a look of scrutiny in their eyes as if they had first seen the sky-high price, a bit of anticipation after being shocked by the cream strawberries, and a hint of ordinary people's pure curiosity about an unknown delicacy. Under the gaze of countless online viewers, they reached out their hands almost at the same time, each picked up a piece of emerald green cucumber or a bright red cherry tomato, and put it into their mouths. The next second, time seemed to freeze. Zhou Feng paused in his chewing, and for the first time, his usually calm and mature face revealed a look of shock that was almost unbearable. The scrutiny in his eyes was instantly lit up, as if stars had exploded. His heart was shocked. How could this be a cucumber? It is sweet and crisp, with a unique herbal fragrance and a long aftertaste, like a mountain spring flowing through your throat. This tomato has an extremely rich fruity aroma. It is really pure sweet, without a trace of sourness, and the so-called nectar flavor is simply a stroke of genius. How did Su Yang do this? This is no longer just any top-quality food, it is a work of art. Although the price is expensive, it is definitely worth it. Li Lu was even more exaggerated. He couldn't wait to stuff a tomato into his mouth before he swallowed a mouthful of cucumber. Then he froze in place as if struck by lightning, his eyes widened like bells, his mouth half open, and after a long while he uttered a weird, out-of-tune cry, "Oh my god, I'm so embarrassed, I was wrong. Sushin, Li Lu, kneel before you. This cucumber can be filmed as a cucumber spirit, and this tomato can be filmed as a tomato fairy. 50 or 100? If this is put up for auction in our show, I will be the first to bid. I will buy it for 8 or 10 kilograms without blinking an eye." Zhao Linger took a small bite of the nectar tomato, and she felt so happy that she almost melted. Her beautiful almond eyes instantly curved into sweet crescents, and her little head nodded slowly, making an indistinct sound of satisfaction. After a long while, she said in a surprised tone with a baby voice, "It's so delicious. This little tomato is sweet and fragrant, like the sweetest fruit candy, but so refreshing. It's better than all the snacks I've ever eaten." She felt so happy in her heart. Brother Su Yang was not only handsome and had a cute daughter, but the things he grew were also so magical. It was so perfect. She wished she could eat them every day. Xia Qing tasted it again, still with the intoxicated expression of being completely conquered by the delicious taste. She looked at the other guests who were smitten in the same way, feeling proud and complacent. "I told you. The food from Brother Su Yang's house is of divine quality. This taste is unique. Do you believe it now?" She thought to herself, "Brother Su Yang is so awesome, this farm is simply a treasure, and she is so lucky to be able to participate in such a program." Chief Director Fong Meng, a well-informed and experienced TV personality who has tasted countless so-called delicacies from land and sea, has completely put aside his directorial airs at this moment. He first tasted a piece of cucumber, and the refreshing taste refreshed him. Then he picked up a nectar tomato and tasted it carefully. The expression on his face changed from initial curiosity to deep shock, and finally to unconcealed admiration and excitement. "Incredible, incredible. The quality of this ingredient is completely beyond my imagination. This is no longer just a simple delicacy, it is an ultimate, pure gift from the origin of the land. This episode is going to be a hit. We must dig deeper into Su Yang and this farm, because this is the soul we are really looking for in life in the countryside." After a brief silence, the comments on the online interactive platform exploded like a volcano. "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, look at their expressions, is there some magic elixir added to this dish? They all look like their souls have left their bodies. 50 yuan for a cucumber and 120 yuan for a tomato. I was wrong. I take it back. I want to try it now. Please, go to the link. Where are the people who said it was expensive before? Come out and take a walk? How can this be expensive? This is clearly a great value for money. No, it's a great value for money. It tastes divine. It's absolutely divine. I'm almost crying with greed through the screen. I'm willing to pay for this quality. This is the real organic, this is craftsmanship. This is the gift of nature. Host, you are the sweeping monk in the agricultural industry. I'm crying, why am I not in Zhangcheng? Please consider nationwide delivery. I'll pay double the postage." Su Yang looked at the group of stars in front of him who seemed to be under a spell, his face still showing a calm and indifferent expression, as if all this was within his expectations. He thought to himself that the effect had been achieved, and the system's products never disappointed people. These people's reactions were the best advertisement. Xia Qing was the first to come back to her senses. She excitedly grabbed Su Yang's arm and looked at him with sparkling eyes. "Brother Su Yang, we want all your cucumbers and tomatoes. How much can you sell them to us? Price is not a problem, our production team will take care of it all." Zhou Fong, Li Lu, and Zhao Linger also echoed, saying that they would take as many as they could, and they looked like they wanted to empty out Su Yang's entire vegetable garden. Su Yang smiled and waved his hand, his tone still unhurried. "Ms. Xia, teachers, thank you for your kindness, but my production is indeed limited. In addition to ensuring the fans who have made online reservations, we must also give priority to the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Today, I can only share 10 kilograms of cucumbers with you, and nectar tomatoes, only 2 or 3 kilograms, no more. He still adheres to the principle of limited supply, which is both a fact and his strategy to maintain product scarcity and brand value. Although they were a little disappointed, the stars were overjoyed to be able to buy some. After some friendly negotiations, Xiaoqing used the program team's funds to purchase 10 kilograms of cucumbers and 3 kilograms of honey tomatoes, as well as some pak choi recommended by Ningning, which were also of good quality. Carrying the heavy trophies, the stars and directors left the Su family's old house reluctantly and returned to the RV camp at the entrance of the village. Chapter 88: The Star Group's Job Search and Su Yang's Test. RV camp at the entrance of Qingshan Village. Director Fong Ming looked at the divine ingredients on the table that exuded enticing fragrance, and the expressions of the guests who were still immersed in the deliciousness and couldn't extricate themselves, and he already had a new plan in mind. He cleared his throat and announced to the guests, "Dear teachers, in view of the great interest and high recognition shown by everyone in the ingredients of Mr. Su Yang's farm this morning, our program team has temporarily adjusted the tasks for this afternoon." He paused, leaving the audience in suspense, and then continued, "In the afternoon, your task is to take the initiative to find Mr. Su Yang and see if you can participate in the daily work of his farm as an intern farmer and experience a day of the most authentic pastoral labor." Director Fong Ming thought to himself that Su Yang's farm was definitely the biggest treasure of this season of our show. His magic ingredients are naturally popular, and the little girl Ningning is a natural darling of the camera. Tasting alone is not enough, the stars must be truly involved so that the contrast and interaction will be more interesting. Moreover, according to what he had just learned from someone investigating Su Yang, the city's Academy of Agricultural Sciences had cooperated with him. Let the stars go job hunting with a lower attitude, maybe we can dig out more stories and secrets about them. This is both an experience and a gesture of learning from a master, and the audience will definitely like it. In terms of remuneration, the program crew can bear part of the cost, or simply use food ingredients to offset it, focusing on a real experience and achieving mutual benefit. Going to Brother Su Yang's house to work? Zhao Linger was the first to let out a small exclamation, her face full of worry and a little excitement. I don't seem to know how to do any farm work. Will it cause trouble for Brother Su Yang? She thought to herself, however, it seemed like it would be nice to be able to take a closer look at those beautiful fruits and vegetables, as well as the cute little rabbit and Ningning. Brother Su Yang looks so gentle, he shouldn't make things too difficult for us, right? Lila looked eager to try, as if he had found a new source of jokes. Doing farm work? Me? Director Fong, are you sure you are not kidding? I am so delicate and tender that I can only feed the chickens and pull weeds for the rabbits at most. However, Ningning, the little girl from Su Yang's family, is quite interesting. There will definitely be something interesting to interact with her. Maybe I can take the opportunity to get a few more bites of delicious food? Xiaoqing said that his cucumbers and tomatoes are also excellent. I'll take this job. He was calculating in his mind, what if I screwed a screw wrong, or fell while moving something, then the show would be great. I can also observe Su Yang closely, and maybe I can get some of his secret recipes for growing vegetables. Zhou Fang pondered for a moment and nodded. Well, the director's arrangement is good. It is right to have an in-depth experience. However, Mr. Su Yang does not look like an ordinary farmer. It may not be easy for him to lead us outsiders to work. I hope it is not too heavy physical work. My old waist can't bear it. He examined it in his mind and decided to take this opportunity to observe how he grew those unbelievable crops. If there was any experience worth learning from, it would be good for us to understand modern agriculture. Xiaoqing was the most excited one, her eyes lit up. Great, Director Fong is wise. I have long wanted to go to Brother Su Yang's farm to learn from him. The things he grows are so magical, there must be many tricks we don't know. I will definitely perform well and prove that I am not just a pretty face. She was both excited and nervous. Brother Su Yang looked quite aloof. She wondered if he would agree to let us help. Will he think we are here to cause trouble? I have to behave well and not leave a bad impression on him. Director Fong Ming looked at the different reactions of the guests and nodded with satisfaction. Don't worry, we have already had a preliminary communication with Mr. Su Yang, and he said that everyone is welcome to experience it. As for what to do specifically, it depends on how Mr. Su Yang arranges it. Just feel free to experience it and show your true self. Now, let's go back to the RV to rest and recharge our batteries. We will set off on time at 2 p.m. At the old house, Su Yang saw off the group of excited stars and program crew members, and the yard finally returned to its former tranquility. He cleaned up briefly and made a hearty lunch. The main ingredients were naturally the top quality cucumbers and tomatoes produced at home, paired with fresh pork belly just bought from the village, and freshly laid eggs from the hens in the backyard. Ning Ning ate so much that her belly was round. She hugged her father's arm and acted coquettishly, saying that these were the most delicious scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried pork with cucumbers that she had ever eaten. After lunch, Ning Ning played for the whole morning and had a full meal. Soon she lay down on the mat. Her eyelids gradually became heavy and she fell into a sweet dream soon. Su Yang tucked in a thin quilt for his daughter and tiptoed out of the room. The yard was quiet, with only the chirping of cicadas and the occasional barking of dogs in the distance. He sat at the stone table in the yard, holding a glass of boiled water, enjoying the rare tranquility of the afternoon. He thought to himself, these celebrities are really real when it comes to eating. In this way, the footage from this morning was definitely a phenomenal free advertisement for my farm, and the effect was better than if I posted 100 doing videos myself. System. Su Yang muttered to himself. A pale blue virtual light curtain quietly emerged. Su Yang's eyes habitually swept across the personal information column. When he saw the level column, he was stunned. His breathing paused for half a second. An incredible and strong surprise flashed in his eyes, and even the hand holding the water cup shook slightly. Host, Su Yang. Level, Intermediate Farmer Experience Value 350-5000. System points, 415 points. Technologies mastered: Farming System Basic, Primary Soil Improvement Technology, Primary Rabbit Breeding Technology, Primary Pest and Disease Resistance Aura Passive, Fruity Sweetener Trace High Efficiency Type X1 Bottle 45 ml remaining, Excellent Greenhouse Construction Drawings. Basic Ventilation and Insulation Type. Unlocked Crops Items: Cream Strawberry Excellent, Excellent Cucumber Excellent, Excellent Sweet Corn Excellent, Excellent Cherry Tomato Nectar Flavor Excellent, Excellent Red Dragon Fruit Excellent, Ordinary Watermelon Seeds, Advanced Compound Organic Fertilizer, Advanced Automatic Seeder, Water Fertilizer Integrated Intelligent Drip Irrigation System Small. Current mission: successfully cultivate the land of hope and put it into production in progress. Su Yang's heart was stirred slightly. An intermediate farmer? When was it upgraded? The experience value actually jumped directly to 350 points? He thought carefully and realized that the recent rounds of live streaming had achieved remarkable results, especially for nectar tomatoes and sweet corn, which had received very good market response. Not only did it bring in considerable cash flow, but it also seemed that his experience points had increased significantly at that time, and he had unknowingly broken through the bottleneck of the primary stage. This upgrade was somewhat silent, but also reasonable. Intermediate farmer, I wonder what new permissions or functions will be unlocked. He thought to himself that the recent rounds of live streaming had achieved remarkable results, especially for nectar tomatoes and sweet corn, which had received extremely good market response. Not only did it bring in considerable cash flow, but the system points also increased significantly. Over in the Land of Hope, most of the land reclamation work has been completed. The first batch of dragon fruit and watermelon has been planted with an automatic seeder, the drip irrigation system is being laid, and the greenhouse frame has begun to be built. Everything is progressing steadily, and the process of farm scale-up and modernization has officially begun. In terms of funds, although the cooperation with Lu Group has been terminated, the previous advance payments and several batches of payments for goods have been received. Coupled with the booming online sales, the situation is not too tight for the time being. However, the subsequent construction of greenhouses, improvement of irrigation systems, and the possible need to hire more long-term helpers are all considerable expenses, so you still have to budget carefully. Chapter 89, Celebrities on Duty, More Fun on the Farm. The afternoon sun brought a hint of warmth, dispelling the chill of the early morning in Qingshan village. After Su Yang sent away another group of villagers who came to consult about the installation details of the drip irrigation equipment, he estimated the time and knew that the group of special visitors from the Country Life Program crew would soon be arriving. He thought to himself that Director Fong Ming had been quite polite in his phone call just now, saying that he wanted the guests to experience real farm work, which could be considered as adding some labor material to the program. I would certainly not refuse a free publicity opportunity. Having them around can also indirectly demonstrate the professionalism and development potential of my farm, which will be helpful in attracting subsequent investment or expanding other cooperation. However, can these stars who look glamorous in their daily lives really do farm work? Don't be unable to help and cause trouble when the time comes. Well, the new batch of drip irrigation pipes and some small farm tools that arrived this afternoon need to be transported from the village entrance to the Land of Hope on the back mountain. The road is not far, but the things are scattered, and it does require some effort and carefulness. Let's just give them a small test to see their attitude and ability to cooperate. When Su Yang walked out of the old house, he saw director Fong Ming, Xiao Qing, Zhou Fong, Li Lu, and Zhao Linger, and a group of people, surrounded by several staff members carrying cameras, walking towards his house. Xiao Qing took the lead with an excited smile on her face. When she saw Su Yang, she immediately waved enthusiastically, "Brother Su Yang, we are here. We heard that we can experience your farm work in the afternoon, and we are all looking forward to it." She was actually a little excited. Brother Su Yang looked so professional. It would definitely be interesting to learn something from him. And she could also see more of the lovely Ningning. Li Lu made an exaggerated ready-to-suffer expression, winking at the camera and saying, "Dear fellow countrymen, dear audience friends in the live broadcast room, have you seen my equipment? In order to experience the most authentic farm life, I didn't even apply sunscreen. Teacher Su Yang, please be merciful, I'm afraid my small body can't handle heavy work." He was calculating in his mind that the more clumsy and awkward he acted, the better the show would be. Zhou Fong still looked calm, but his eyes were filled with curiosity and scrutiny about the unknown farm work. He thought that Su Yang's farm was indeed extraordinary. It must have its unique features to have the Academy of Agricultural Sciences set up a cooperation agreement with it. Perhaps he could learn some tricks from the experience in the afternoon. Zhao Linger followed behind timidly and whispered to Xiao Qing, "Sister Qing, I don't seem to know how to do any farm work. Will I cause trouble for Brother Su Yang?" She was both excited and nervous. She was looking forward to getting closer to this magical farm, but was also afraid that she would be clumsy and make mistakes. Su Yang looked at their different expressions, a gentle smile appeared on his face, and he pointed to a pile of goods that had just been unloaded at the entrance of the village not far away, and said, "Thank you, teachers. Since you are here to experience it, you must stretch your muscles first. It just so happens that a batch of new drip irrigation pipes and some small farm tools I ordered have just been delivered to the village entrance. It's still a long way from there to the land of hope that I have just contracted in the back mountain. Although the things are not heavy, they are quite scattered. I would like to trouble everyone to help carry them over together, which can also be regarded as a contribution to the construction of our farm this afternoon. How do you think?" He said this politely, but it also contained a hint of an unquestionable arrangement. This is both a test and an opportunity for them to have initial and direct contact with farm work. When Director Fong Ming heard this, he immediately thought that this arrangement was good, authentic, participatory, and could show the star's cooperative side. He nodded quickly and said, no problem, Su Yang, just arrange it, and we will fully cooperate." So, under Su Yang's simple assignment, the celebrity guests started their first farm mission. Zhou Fong and Li Lu were responsible for carrying the relatively long drip irrigation main pipes, while Xiao Chang and Zhao Linger were responsible for some lighter drip irrigation tapes, joint accessories and small farm tools. Su Yan also carried the heaviest bundle of pipes and walked in front to lead the way. Su Wenning, wearing her little straw hat, ran to Zhou Fong like a little supervisor and called out in a baby voice, "Come on, Uncle Zhou Fong, does this tube look like a long, big earthworm?" After a while, he ran to Li Li's side, looked at him and looked a little embarrassed because of his wrong posture, and chuckled, "Uncle Li Lu, you look like you were going to fall." The little guy's childish words made everyone laugh and also alleviated a lot of the unfamiliarity and fatigue of doing physical work for the first time. Although Xiao Qing also felt a little tired, but seeing Su Yang carrying the heavy object easily and walking in front, and Ning Ning's cute cheering, she felt a surge of energy in her heart, and she must perform well and not let Brother Su Yang look down on her. Li Lu really felt the strain. While carrying the pipe, he panted exaggeratedly to the camera, "Oh my god, this doesn't look heavy, but it's really hard to carry it. My old waist. Ouch. Ning Ning baby, Uncle is working so hard to grow delicious food for you, you have to give Uncle a few more shots." The comments on the live broadcast platform also became active because of this real labor scene. Ha ha ha, is Brother Lu risking his life to be funny? Even moving a pipe requires so much drama. Well done, Sister Xiao Chang. Women are just as good as men. Teacher Zhou Fong is a hard-working person. Ning Ning, the little supervisor, is online. She's so cute. Is Big Earthworm okay? Dad Su is really strong. He can carry so much without changing his expression. After a flurry of activity, everyone finally managed to move all the supplies to the newly reclaimed land of hope in the back mountain. Looking at this piece of land that has been preliminarily cleaned up but still retains its original atmosphere, as well as the skeleton of a dragon fruit greenhouse being built in the distance, the stars all felt the hardships Su Yang encountered in starting his own business and his vision for the future. Su Yang looked at them and saw that although they were a little embarrassed, they all insisted on completing the task. He showed a smile of recognition on his face. Thank you for your hard work, teachers. It seems that everyone has good physical strength. This means that we have passed the pre-job training this afternoon. He thought to himself, well, their attitude is okay, not too squeamish, these tasks should not be difficult for them, the main thing is to let them get a feel for it. Lin Xiaoyu will be here later. She can provide professional guidance when laying the drip irrigation tape, so I can worry less. Ningning is a very capable little supervisor and has a great sense of camera. Su Yang pointed to the land that had been ridged according to the plan and began to assign the afternoon's work. We are going to plant a new batch of high-quality cherry tomatoes and red dragon fruit on this land. The main work in the afternoon is to help lay the drip irrigation tape, weed the newly planted dragon fruit seedlings, and fix the branches. He paused and looked at Lin Xiaoyu, who had just rushed over from the old house with some measuring tools. Laying drip irrigation tape is a technical job. I'll let Xiaoyu explain the essentials to everyone in detail later, especially this pressure-compensated dripper. Its function is to ensure that every crop can get uniform water and fertilizer under different terrains, which is very important to ensure crop quality. Pressure-compensating dripper? Li Lu looked bewildered. It sounds very advanced. Is it similar to the one in our water purifier? Lin Xiaoyu was amused by him and patiently explained, the principle is somewhat similar, both are for controlling water flow. The internal structure of this dripper is relatively special. It can automatically adjust the water output according to the changes in the water pressure in the pipe to ensure uniform water flow. Simply put, it means that every seedling can have a fair share of water, so that some will not die of bloating while others will die of thirst. She thought to herself that Brother Su Yang's plan for the farm was becoming clearer and clearer, including the drip irrigation system, greenhouse construction. Although these stars were clumsy, their attitudes were good. It's good to be able to help Brother Su Yang share some of the burden. So, under the professional guidance of Lin Xiaoyu and the supervision of Su Yang, the stars began their farm internship. Laying drip irrigation tape is indeed a delicate job. The connection of the main pipe, branch pipe, drip irrigation tape, and the direction of the dripper all require careful operation. Xia Qing learned the most seriously, following Lin Xiaoyu's instructions meticulously. Zhou Fang is also relatively calm. Although his movements are slower, they are more meticulous. Zhao Linger was a little flustered and needed Lin Xiaoyu's help to correct her from time to time. Li Lu was still responsible for creating the atmosphere. While laying the pipes, he encountered many problems. Sometimes he connected the pipes incorrectly, and then he almost stepped on the freshly laid drip irrigation tape, which caused everyone in the barrage in the live broadcast room to burst into laughter. On the other hand, the work of weeding and fixing branches of dragon fruit seedlings is relatively easy. Ningning volunteered to be the weeding team leader. She took her small rake and carefully weeded around the dragon fruit seedlings, humming, "Little weeds, bad weeds, don't steal the dragon fruit baby's food." Of course, she was more often commanding Zhao Linger, "Sister Linger, look, that big grass is so bad, you should pull it out quickly." Or he would run to Li Lu, watch him clumsily tying the branches, and then comment seriously, "Uncle Li Lu, you tied it too loosely. When the wind blows, the dragon fruit babies will dance." Li Lu was so amused by her words that he shouted to the camera, "I am not here to work, I am here to be inspected by the little ancestor." Xia Qing was busy laying the drip irrigation tape. While wiping her sweat, she sighed, it turns out that laying the drip irrigation tape is so particular. Each section must be aligned, and the pressure must be even. Brother Su Yang and Xiaoyu are so professional. Zhao Linger was carefully weeding the dragon fruit seedlings. Looking at the tender green seedlings, she whispered, "Although it's tiring, it feels quite interesting. The air is good, and these seedlings are so cute." Zhou Fang was more concerned about deeper things. While fixing the branches, he observed the soil and the growth of the dragon fruit, thinking, this seemingly simple job is not easy to do. Su Yang's farm is quite large and well planned. From soil improvement to irrigation system to crop selection, he must have put a lot of thought into it. This young man is not simple. As the sun sets, the entire land of hope is coated with a warm golden hue. Although the celebrity guests were all exhausted and had backaches, their faces were filled with a simple and satisfied smile that was different from the one on stage. Su Yang felt a little more relieved as he watched them trying to adapt in the drip irrigation network that was taking shape with everyone's cooperation. Perhaps, the existence of these special helpers is not all bad. He took out his mobile phone and recorded this busy and laughter-filled scene, preparing to use it as exciting material for the next Doubt video. He thought to himself, after this episode is broadcast, the popularity of my farm will definitely go up a level. By then, my land of hope will probably be really famous all over the world. Just as he was thinking, Ning Ning ran over with a few nectar tomatoes that she had just secretly picked from the old house. She handed them to Su Yang and Lin Xiaoyu like offering treasures, and then distributed them to several celebrity guests. Dad, Sister Xiaoyu, and all the uncles and aunts, eat the red fruits to replenish your energy. This is Ning Ning's special reward. Everyone took the tomato that exuded the tempting sweet aroma of nectar, looked at the little guy's sincere and slightly proud smile, and all the fatigue seemed to disappear at this moment. Chapter 90 Farmhouse Dinner Under the Sunset, Stars Praised Heavenly Taste. Su Yang clapped his hands and smiled at the celebrities who were already slumped on the ridges of the fields, patting each other on the waist. Thank you for your hard work, teachers. Today's farm work experience ends here. To reward everyone for their hard work, I have prepared some farmhouse meals. As a token of respect, please come to my old house for a simple dinner. As soon as she heard the word dinner, especially the one prepared by Su Yang himself, Xiaoqing was the first to jump up from the ground, her eyes shining like searchlights. That's great, brother Su Yang. I've been starving for a long time, and I've been waiting to taste the farm dishes you made. She was calculating in her mind. The ingredients at brother Su Yang's house were so good, the dishes he cooked must be even more delicious. In this episode, Xiaoqing's image as a foodie was completely established. Lilu also covered his stomach exaggeratedly. Su Yang, you are so kind. I feel that the sweat I shed this afternoon can grow 2 acres of cucumbers. I am looking forward to your meal to keep me alive. Although Zhou Feng remained calm, his eyes revealed obvious anticipation. Zhao Linger nodded like a chick pecking at rice, her face full of longing for the delicious food. Director Fong Ming was watching from the side with a smile on his face, and quickly signaled the cameraman to follow. Okay, Mr. Su Yang is too polite. This dinner must be recorded well, as it is the highlight of our program, A Bite of Qingshan Village. In the small courtyard of the old house, Su Yang asked Lin Xiaoyu to help set up a clean old wooden square table in advance and placed it under the grape trellis. Several temporary lights pulled from the house emitted a warm yellow light. Su Yang tied on an apron, walked into the simple but extremely tidy kitchen, and began to prepare in an orderly manner. He thought to himself that today's dishes didn't need to be complicated, the key was to highlight the taste of the ingredients themselves. Smashed cucumbers are a must. Use freshly picked, high-quality cucumbers, which are sweet and crisp. Simply mix them with minced garlic, balsamic vinegar, a little light soy sauce and a few drops of sesame oil to maximize their original flavor. Nectar tomatoes can be used directly to make a salad. After cutting them into pieces, drizzle them with a little honey and lemon juice to highlight their unique nectar flavor and pure sweet taste. Stir-fry the Chinese cabbage over high heat to lock in the moisture and fragrance. And stew some local chicken soup. Oh, I didn't buy chicken today, so let us keep it simple, 3 dishes are enough. By the way, there is also the fruit sweetener. The system says it is a trace and high-efficiency type, which is more effective for system-optimized varieties. I just picked some cream strawberries this afternoon. Although there are not many, it's a good opportunity to try out the effect and give them a surprise as an after-dinner dessert. Just say it's a special variety, planted in small quantities for experiment, and they won't be able to ask anything else. Su Yang moved skillfully. He fluffed the cucumber with the back of a knife, cut it into pieces, and drizzled his specially prepared garlic sauce on it. The fresh scent of cucumber mixed with garlic instantly filled the entire courtyard. The nectar tomatoes are simply cut into dice and mixed with a few tender perilla leaves. The red and green colors are very beautiful. Put the Chinese cabbage into the pot and stir-fry over high heat, and it will soon become a green, steaming delicacy. Dad, let me help you serve the food. Ning Ning had changed into a clean floral dress at some point, and ran into the kitchen like a happy little butterfly, offering to help. Okay, Ning Ning, be careful and don't get burned. Su Yang handed a plate of smashed cucumbers to his daughter, while he himself served himself a tomato salad and stir-fried cabbage. When the 3 seemingly simple and plain farm dishes were placed on the table, the unique fragrance of natural ingredients, a mixture of the scent of the fields and the smell of sunshine, instantly captured everyone's sense of smell. Xiaoqing, Zhou Feng, Lilu and Zhao Linger sat around the table, looking at the brightly colored and fragrant dishes in front of them, and couldn't help swallowing. Wow! Brother Su Yang, just by smelling this aroma, I know it must be delicious. Xiaoqing was the first to pick up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of smashed cucumber and put it into her mouth. Crack! After the crisp sound, Xiaoqing's eyes suddenly widened and squinted happily, and she murmured in admiration, it's delicious. This cucumber is so crisp and sweet. The cucumber flavor is just right, and the garlic flavor is just right, it is simply the best in the world. Zhou Fang also took a piece and tasted it carefully, with an appreciative expression on his face. Well, this cucumber is indeed of top quality, sweet and crisp, with an excellent taste, much better than those so-called organic cucumbers on the market. Li Lu was even more exaggerated. He grabbed a piece with his hands and stuffed it into his mouth, dancing while eating. Oh my god. Is there some magic medicine added to this cucumber? I, Li Lu, have traveled all over the country and eaten so many cucumbers, but I have never eaten such a tasty one. Sushin, from now on you are my brother. Zhao Linger sipped the nectar tomato salad. The sweet and sour tomatoes with a unique nectar flavor made her shake her head in happiness. This little tomato is so delicious, sour and sweet, and has a light floral scent. It's so special. It's better than all the cherry tomatoes I've eaten before. She felt so happy in her heart. Brother Su Yang was not only handsome, his daughter was cute, but even the dishes he cooked were so delicious. It was just perfect. Through the live broadcast, the audience watching in front of the screen seemed to be in the scene, watching the stars' intoxicated expressions and generous praise. The barrage of comments exploded again. Fuck, looking at their expressions, I'm drooling even through the screen. What kind of magical place is Su's father's? Everything he grows tastes delicious. Cucumbers cost 50 yuan per pound, and tomatoes cost over 100 yuan per pound. Now I don't think they are expensive at all. The quality is worth the price. I'm so greedy, when will the anchor be available again? I'm willing to pay a high price for it. This is real farm food. It looks delicious and is much more tempting than the food in Michelin restaurants. Su Yang looked at everyone eating contentedly and a faint smile appeared on his face. He thought that the effect was good and the quality of the ingredients was the best language. Just look at the way they eat and you can tell how popular my food is. When everyone had almost finished eating, Su Yang slowly brought out a small celadon plate from the kitchen. On it were a few plump, bright red cream strawberries dotted with green mint leaves, which exuded a rich, sweet cream aroma with a hint of kiwi fruit. I planted this myself. It's an experimental variety. The yield is very small. You can try it as a dessert after dinner. Su Yang said lightly. Xia Qing recognized at a glance that this was the cream strawberry that had astounded her in the morning, but when she smelled it carefully, it seemed that the fragrance was even stronger and more complex than that in the morning, with a hint of indescribable, intoxicating fruity aroma. She picked one up and put it in her mouth. Instantly, an even sweeter scent and richer creamy flavor than in the morning swept across her taste buds like the most violent tsunami. The newly added, indescribable complex fruity aroma elevated the taste of strawberries to a whole new, incredible level. Oh my god! Xia Qing was so shocked that she stood up from her chair and pointed at the strawberries on the plate. Her voice was trembling. Brother Su Yang. This strawberry, is 100 times more delicious than the one in the morning. What kind of magical strawberry is this? Zhou Fang, Li Lu, and Zhao Linger also tasted it, and then they all showed expressions of extreme shock and intoxication, as if they were struck by lightning. This is no longer strawberry, this is nectar. It's so sweet that it reaches deep into my soul. It was so delicious that I cried. I felt like the strawberries I had eaten before were all fake. Su Yang, are you still in need of an apprentice? Sweeping the floor or doing odd jobs is fine, as long as I can eat this kind of strawberries every day. Su Yang looked at their almost inappropriate reactions and thought to himself, the effect of fruit sweetener is really amazing. Just a small amount can enhance the flavor of high-quality strawberries so much. If this is used on other fruits. He has begun to look forward to the fruitful scene on the farm in the future. Director Fang Ming was watching with a smile on his face, his mind pounding. Great, great. This scene of a celebrity tasting divine farm dishes and expensive strawberries upgraded will definitely be the highlight of this episode. Chapter 91, the program team's special request, Ning Ning's unexpected talent. The four celebrity guests, Xia Qing, Zhou Fang, Li Lu and Zhao Linger, were all sitting on small stools without any image at this moment, their faces filled with satisfaction and laziness after being completely conquered by the ultimate delicious food. Each of them ate until their bellies were full. Even the chief director Fang Ming was given some dishes to taste. They were all impressed by Su Yang's cooking skills and the top quality of the ingredients. Brother Su Yang, I have never eaten such delicious farm food in my life. Xia Qing rubbed her slightly bulging belly and burped contentedly without hesitation, her pretty face full of happiness. Your cucumbers and tomatoes are simply grown by gods. And the last strawberry, I felt like the strawberries I had eaten before were made of plastic. Lilu also covered his chest exaggeratedly. Sushin, I feel that my taste buds have evolved after the baptism of your meal. I'm afraid that eating anything else from now on will be boring. Your farm is simply a food paradise hidden deep in the mountains. Although Zhou Fang was not as exaggerated as them, he also praised sincerely, Su Yang, the quality of your ingredients is indeed the best I have ever seen in my life. This meal is simple, but it is the most comfortable and memorable meal I have ever eaten. Zhao Linger whispered to Xiaoqing, Sister Xiaoqing, Brother Su Yang not only grows good vegetables, but also cooks delicious food and is also good at raising children. He is really perfect. Su Yang looked at their heartfelt praise and a faint smile appeared on his face. He thought to himself that the effect of fruit sweetener was indeed immediate and those experimental cream strawberries completely stunned them. This kind of word-of-mouth fermentation is more effective than any advertising. Ningning had already eaten and drunk her fill. At this moment, she was holding her beloved rabbit Snowball in the open space in the corner of the yard, imitating the way the celebrity brothers and sisters she saw in the afternoon laid drip irrigation tapes. She scratched the ground with a small branch, muttering to herself and enjoying herself. Director Fong Ming looked at this warm and harmonious scene, and recalled the divine taste of the dishes he had just eaten, with a shrewd gleam in his eyes. He cleared his throat, put down the chopsticks in his hand, and said to Su Yang in a tone that was somewhat solemn and expectant, Mr. Su Yang, today's dinner is really an eye-opener for us and a feast for our taste buds. The quality of your farm's ingredients and your love for rural life are very consistent with the core concept of our show life in the country. He paused, and threw out an idea he had been brewing for a long time. So, on behalf of the program team, I would like to make a special request to you. We very much hope to have the opportunity to hold a small rural food tasting event for these top-quality agricultural products from your farm in our beautiful Qingshan village in subsequent programs. We can invite some well-known figures in the food industry, such as food critics, internet celebrities, and even representatives of catering companies that have a demand for high-quality ingredients, to let them experience the divine taste of your food for themselves. This will not only further expand the popularity and influence of your agricultural products, but also add a highly topical highlight to our program. What do you think? Su Yang raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. He thought to himself, a country food tasting party? Organized by the program team? That's a good idea. Although the show Life in the Country has just started airing, with the traffic of these celebrity guests, the attention it will definitely receive is not low. If I can use their platform to push my farm's products into higher-end circles, attracting food lovers and potential big customers who really understand food and can afford it, it will definitely be a major benefit to my subsequent expansion of sales channels and improvement of brand premium capabilities. Moreover, the program team organized it, which saved me a lot of energy and cost. I only needed to provide the venue and top-quality ingredients. This deal was a good deal. However, the specific operation method still needs careful consideration. I can't let them take over the show, and I can't let them expose the core secrets of my farm. I have to strike a balance between leveraging power and maintaining independence. He pondered for a moment, with a thoughtful expression on his face, and did not agree immediately. Director Fong's proposal sounds very attractive. I personally welcome this opportunity to promote the agricultural products of our Qingshan village. However, the scale of my farm is limited after all, and the output of top-quality ingredients is not high. I don't know if it can meet the needs of the tasting event. You don't have to worry about the production volume. Director Fong Ming immediately took over the conversation, fearing that Su Yang would refuse. The scale of the tasting will not be too large, and the focus will be on quality and experience. We can communicate with you in advance about the types and quantities of ingredients to ensure they are within your supply range. Moreover, our program team will be fully responsible for all matters related to the organization, publicity, and guest invitations of the tasting event. You only need to provide the venue and the best quality ingredients, as well as some of your personal experience sharing. Director Fong Ming thought to himself that Su Yang was indeed a smart man and he did not refuse outright, which meant there was hope. He must have also seen this opportunity, so I have to show enough sincerity and professionalism to allay his concerns. If this tasting event is successful, Su Yang Farm will become popular, and our program will also benefit from it. It will be a win-win situation. Just as Su Yang was still weighing the pros and cons and Xiao Chang and others expressed their support and expectations, Ning Ning, who had been playing quietly in the corner of the yard, suddenly stopped what she was doing. The little girl seemed to be infected by the adults' heated discussion and the lingering aroma of delicious food in the air, or perhaps she remembered the melody she sang on the ridge of the field in the afternoon. She held the rabbit Snowball in her arms, tilted her little head, and hummed to herself in a childish voice. The strawberries are round and red. They are so sweet when you take a bite. They smell so good. They are grown by my dad. They are the best. The cucumbers are long and green, and the juice flows out when you take a bite. They are refreshing and delicious. Eating them in the summer is a joy. The corn cobs are plump and eating them raw is like drinking milk dew. The skin is thin and there is no residue, it is sweet and sticky. Ning Ning loves to eat them and can't stop. The little tomatoes are like lanterns, with a taste of nectar inside. I can't stop eating them one by one. Dad is the best and a hero. The little girl's singing voice is crisp and tender, the melody is so simple that it is almost out of tune, and the lyrics are so straightforward that they are somewhat cute, which are completely her true feelings about these divine ingredients that she likes to eat most. But the amazing thing was that when she hummed, her sense of rhythm was unexpectedly good. The joy that came from her heart and her admiration for her father were conveyed through her innocent voice, which brought an indescribable magic and instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Even the cameraman who was filming hard couldn't help but secretly point the camera at this cute little kid who suddenly showed his talent. Su Yang was also stunned, looking at his daughter with a somewhat amusing and helpless look. He thought to himself, this girl, I never realized she had this creative talent. These lyrics, are they too down to earth? He praised all my signature products in a very thorough manner and even gave me the compliment of being called a hero. Is this a sales promoting song that she learned on her own? Well, although it is simple, it is catchy and memorable. If it is accompanied by a cute animation and posted on Douyin, it might become a hit. Could it be that she inherited a little bit of artistic talent from her unreliable mother? However, isn't it too deliberate for her to sing and perform so formally in front of the camera? Just let it be, as long as the child is happy. Xia Qing was the first to react. She widened her eyes in surprise and clapped her hands. Wow, Ning Ning, you sing so beautifully. Did you write this song yourself? So talented, Grandma smells so good, Dad grows the best, it's a stroke of genius. She walked quickly to Ning Ning, squatted down, looked at this little creative talent with sparkling eyes, and her tone was full of undisguised appreciation and excitement. Ning Ning baby, what is the name of your song? Can you teach me to sing it? I think if this song is well produced, it will definitely go viral on the internet, and you will definitely be a little star in the future. Xia Qing's heart was already filled with huge waves of excitement at this moment. Oh my god, this child is simply a treasure. Not only is she cute and speaks in an interesting way, she also has a talent for improvisation and singing. This baby voice, this catchy melody and lyrics are so magical. If I sign her, I can definitely make her into a phenomenal super child star, more popular than those cute Korean child stars. Director Fong Ming's eyes lit up as well, and he almost stood up from his stool with excitement. He thought to himself, what a pleasant surprise, this is truly a pleasant surprise from heaven. This little girl is not only a food broadcasting genius, but also a creative talent. This song of Shennong is the theme song specially tailor-made for our food tasting session. If Ning Ning could sing this song live during the tasting session, the popularity and communication effect would definitely double. No, this point must be grasped. Su Yang must be convinced to let Ning Ning perform at the tasting session. This is definitely the biggest highlight and memorable point of this episode. Zhou Feng, Li Lu and Zhao Linger were also amazed by Ning Ning's sudden display of talent. They applauded and praised Ning Ning for being smart, cute, and musically talented. The barrage of comments on the live streaming platform was instantly filled with comments such as Ning Ning is so talented, godlike ballad, please give me the full version, the host should release a single soon, and the popularity soared again. Su Yan looked at his daughter being praised by everyone, a hint of shyness and pride appeared on his little face, and he felt both proud and a little amused. He knew that Ning Ning's unintentional song would probably bring new and unexpected waves to his farm and the program Country Life. Director Fong Ming's gleaming eyes made him feel that this shrewd program producer might have already set his sights on his little singer. Chapter 92, Songs of Shennong are popular, and farm life becomes a tourist attraction. Su Yan looked at his daughter being praised by everyone, a hint of shyness and pride appeared on his little face, and he felt both proud and a little amused. He knew that Ning Ning's unintentional song would probably bring new and unexpected waves to his farm and the program Country Life. Director Fong Ming's gleaming eyes made him feel that this shrewd program producer might have already set his sights on his little singer. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Director Fong Ming pulled Su Yang aside, lowered his posture very low, and expressed in earnest words that the program team hoped to use the Shennong ballads hummed by Ning Ning as a promotional video for the program and promote it on official accounts and cooperative media platforms. He thought to himself that Director Fong had made a very smart calculation. Although Ning Ning's lyrics are simple, they are innocent, cute, catchy, and have great potential for spread. There is no doubt about the promotion ability of the program team. If it really becomes popular, it will greatly enhance the popularity of my farm and the image of my products. Ningning herself also likes to sing, so it's fine to let her express herself naturally in front of the camera instead of performing deliberately. However, you have to find the right limit and not overexpend your children. Soon, they carefully edited the lovely clip of Ningning humming Shennong ballad, paired it with the paradise-like beauty of Suyang Farm, and the intoxicated and satisfied expressions of celebrity guests such as Xia Qing and Zhou Fang when they tasted the divine ingredients, into a trailer of less than a minute. This piece of footage was mainly released through the official account of Country Life, and was also pushed across the entire network through several mainstream short video platforms and social media. Suyang thought to himself that the program team was really efficient. I wonder what the response will be once this trailer is released. It should bring some attention to both the show and my farm. What he didn't expect was that the response would be so explosive. As soon as the trailer was released, the number of clicks and reposts soared like a rocket. The most popular thing among them was not the exaggerated eating styles of the stars, nor those divine ingredients that looked extremely tempting, but Ning Ning's Shennong ballad, which was less than 10 seconds long. The strawberries are round and red. They are so sweet when you take a bite. They smell so good. They are the best grown by my dad. These simple and straightforward lyrics, which are full of childlike innocence and the purest praise for food, coupled with Ning Ning's soft and cute voice with unexpectedly good rhythm, quickly spread across the internet as if carrying a strange magic. Oh my god! This little baby voice is so cute. Grandma smells so good, Daddy grew the best, it's a soul-stirring blow. AWSL. This song is addictive. I've been playing it on repeat for an hour. All I can think of is red red strawberries round and round. Please give me the full version and the source of the audio. This is the real healing divine song. Ning Ning baby is so talented. The lyrics are simple and unpretentious, yet they accurately capture the soul of each ingredient. Some music bloggers and short video creators with a keen sense of smell are overjoyed. They quickly adapted and covered Ning Ning's Shennong ballad in various ways. There was a refreshing version with guitar playing, a dynamic version with electronic music mixed in, and even a cute chorus version where a kindergarten teacher led the children to learn to sing together. For a time, related topics such as Ning Ning's Strawberry Song and Qingshan Village Shennong ballad quickly rushed to the Doudu hot search list, triggering a small wave of cute baby divine songs. Ning Ning and her father's daily life in the countryside. The number of followers of this Douyin account has skyrocketed, increasing by more than 100,000 overnight, and the comment section and private messages have been completely flooded. Countless netizens came in, and the first thing they said was, "Host, your daughter sings so beautifully, are the dishes in your home as delicious as the ones in the song?" Suyang looked at the numbers jumping wildly in the background of his phone and the messages pouring in like snowflakes, and for a moment he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, What is this? I worked so hard to farm, upgrade the system, and research new varieties, but in the end, all the limelight was stolen by my daughter just humming a few lines of a song? The power of internet communication is truly terrifying, and it does not follow common sense at all. This wave of publicity from the program team has saved me a lot of effort. However, this sudden popularity also brought some side effects that I did not expect. As the Shennong ballads became popular and the reputation of Suyang Farm's divine ingredients spread far and wide, some fans and self-media bloggers with strong initiative and overflowing curiosity began to try to find this legendary treasure farm through various clues, such as the outline of distant mountains occasionally revealed in program footage, or the Qingshan village mentioned in previous news from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, and even sporadic discussions on some local forums. Fans' enthusiasm online has reached a new peak. Ning Ning is so cute and her song is beautiful. Where is Papa Su's farm? I really want to check in and try the magical vegetables. We are going to Qingshan village as a group. Anyone want to join us? I can't wait to taste those grandma-flavored strawberries. Wow, it's impossible to get anything from the anchor's house. Now that the song is popular, will it be harder to go to the farm? Chapter 93, the Shennong ballad effect ferments, and the tasting meeting is put on the agenda. As the night deepened, after seeing off the satisfied and reluctant life in the countryside program crew, the courtyard of the Su family's old house finally returned to its former tranquility. The lights under the grape trellis were still soft, and the air was still filled with the lingering aroma of food and a hint of fruity sweetness. Suyang simply tidied up the dishes on the stone table. Ning Ning had played too wildly in the afternoon and was very excited by the Shennong ballad that she improvised. At this moment, she was snuggling in her father's arms, with heavy eyelids and a small doze. "Daddy," the little one mumbled in a dreamy voice, "red strawberry, sweetheart." Hearing this, Su Yang showed a helpless yet doting smile on his face. This girl never forgets to eat wherever she goes. However, these few lines of her songs turned out to be a blessing in disguise and were more effective than any 10 promotional videos I could have shot. Judging from the look in director Fong Ming's eyes, he probably liked the free publicity point of this video. He carefully picked up Ningning, carried her back to the small bed in the room, and covered her with a thin quilt. Looking at his daughter's peaceful sleeping face, Su Yang's heart softened. The next morning, Su Yang was awakened by a series of ding-dong sounds from his mobile phone. He picked up his phone with some confusion, opened the Doudu app, and was instantly shocked by the explosive growth of data in the background. After a night of fermentation, the number of followers of the account, Ningning and her father's daily life in the countryside, soared from over 200,000 yesterday to 500,000. And it continues to rise at an alarming rate. The latest trailer clip, edited and released by the official account of the program team, which includes a clip of Ningning humming Shinong Ballad, has received over 500,000 likes, and has received tens of thousands of comments and reposts. Oh my god! This little baby voice is so cute. Grandma smells so good, Daddy grew the best, it's a soul-stirring blow. AWSL. This song is addictive. I've been playing it on repeat for an hour. All I can think of is red strawberries round and round. Please give me the full version and the source of the audio. This is the real healing divine song. Ningning baby is so talented. The lyrics are simple and unpretentious, yet they accurately capture the soul of each ingredient. Host, your daughter sings so beautifully. Are your dishes as delicious as the ones in the songs? Please put them on the shelves. Su Yan looked at the comments and private messages that came in like snowflakes, and for a moment he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The power of this Shinong ballad is greater than I imagined. Ningning is really my lucky star. It is more effective than any marketing method. This wave of free publicity from the program team is unprecedented. It is a great opportunity for my farm's brand building and product promotion. We must seize this traffic. Sure enough, not long after, director Fong Ming called, his voice filled with irrepressible excitement. "Mr. Su Yang, it's famous, completely famous. Ningning's few lines of the ballad are now being sung all over the internet. Our program has benefited from it, and the real-time interactive data last night hit a new high." Su Yang responded calmly. He knew that the purpose of director Fong Ming's call was not just to announce the good news. As expected, director Fong Ming changed the subject and said more sincerely, "Mr. Su Yang, you see, taking advantage of this popularity, can we put the rural food tasting conference we proposed earlier on the agenda as soon as possible? I have contacted several influential critics and internet celebrities in the food circle, and they have expressed great interest in the ingredients from your farm. Teacher Xiaoqing and her friends also hope to taste your magical craftsmanship again, and are even willing to help promote it on their social media." Su Yang pondered for a moment. Fong Ming had a very clever plan. He wanted to strike while the iron was hot and stir up the popularity of the tasting session. However, this is indeed a good thing for my farm. It can reach a higher-end customer group and help improve the brand image. In terms of ingredients, the quality of nectar tomatoes and sweet corn is absolutely stunning, and paired with a small amount of cream strawberries using fruit sweetener, the effect is sure to be explosive. Director Fong, Su Yang said, his tone calm but firm, "I agree with your proposal for a tasting meeting in principle, but there are a few conditions that I must make clear in advance." You say, we will definitely cooperate with you fully," Director Fong Ming said quickly. First, the scale of the tasting event should not be too large. The guests are all guests, but the emphasis is on quality experience rather than any ostentatious show. Second, the ingredients used in the tasting will be determined by me based on the actual output and best quality of the farm in that season. I do not accept any designated menu or force requests for ingredients beyond my capabilities. Third, the main purpose of the tasting session is to promote the high-quality agricultural products of our Qingshan village in this healthy rural lifestyle concept. I hope it will be a sincere exchange rather than pure commercial hype. Finally, and most importantly, Su Yang said with a stronger tone, Ningning is still young. Whether she participates in the tasting session and how she participates, such as whether she wants to sing, must all be based on her own wishes. I don't want any coercion or deliberate attempts to get her to perform. The child's happiness and natural state are the first priority. After listening to Su Yang's clear and logical conditions with clear bottom lines, Director Fong Ming's evaluation of this young man increased a bit. He immediately agreed, "Mr. Su Yang, don't worry, Your conditions are reasonable and our program team fully respects them and will strictly implement them. We also pursue authenticity and quality, and will never sacrifice principles for the sake of program effects. After the two sides reached a consensus, preparations for the tasting session began in full swing. The program team is responsible for guest invitations, media liaisons, and the layout of the tasting event. They initially decided to hold the tasting session next to the Ridge of the Land of Hope newly contracted by Su Yang, and planned to build a temporary, open tasting area full of pastoral atmosphere so that the guests could experience this gift from the land firsthand. After Lin Xiaoyu learned about the tasting session, she also offered to help. As the half-host of Qingshan Village and an agricultural professional, she hopes to take this opportunity to contribute to the promotion of her hometown. Brother Su Yang, I'll ask my dad to coordinate with Uncle Wang about the site cleaning and temporary water and electricity connection for the tasting event. The village will definitely support it. While helping Su Yang sort out the freshly picked nectar tomatoes, Lin Xiaoyu suggested, I think we can emphasize the word fresh when pairing the ingredients. For example, we can use the freshest nectar tomatoes and cucumbers to make a garden salad. Sweet corn can be eaten raw or simply roasted to better reflect its original flavor. Strawberries can be used as the final dessert to give the guests a perfect ending. Su Yan highly recognized Lin Xiaoyu's professional advice. He thought to himself, Xiaoyu is really knowledgeable and her advice is very practical. With her around, I can save myself a lot of worry about many details of the tasting session. Her love and sense of responsibility for Qingshan Village are rare. If the farm really wants to expand in the future, she may be a trustworthy partner. While Su Yang and Lin Xiaoyu were busy preparing for the tasting session, little Su Wenning was also busy. She seemed to really regard herself as a little singer. Every day, she would hold her rabbit Snowball and hum her Shinnong ballads over and over again in the yard and on the ridges of the fields. From time to time, she would pull Lin Xiaoyu to be the audience and ask her to dance with her. Sister Xiaoyu, do you think I sing well? On the day of the delicious party, I will wear the most beautiful princess dress and sing for all the uncles and aunts who come. Ningning raised her little face, her eyes sparkling, full of anticipation for the tasting session. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help laughing at her cute appearance, and praised her with a smile. It sounds good, our Ningning sings the best song in the world. Sister will definitely applaud you and give you flowers when the time comes. Su Yan looked at his daughter's cheerful expression and felt both amused and warm in his heart. Chapter 94, Dangers Lurking Around, the CEO's Immortal Old Acquaintance. In the center of Zhongcheng City, the Lu Group headquarters building. Inside the CEO's office on the top floor, the atmosphere was as solemn as the sea before a storm. Lu Ruian sat behind a huge Italian ebony desk, her face cold and her eyes so sharp that they seemed to be able to penetrate people's hearts. Sitting at the long conference table in front of her were Wang Ming, the group's purchasing director, Chen Li, the research and development director, and Pierre, the executive chef of the Orui International Hotel. Beads of sweat oozed from the foreheads of the three, and their voices trembled with an imperceptible tremor as they reported. Lu Ruian's voice was full of emotion, but the invisible pressure made everyone present feel short of breath. So, what you mean is that since the supply agreement with Qingshan Village Suyang Farm was terminated, the so-called top-grade organic ingredients we spent huge sums of money to collect from all over the world have not only soared in cost by at least 30%, but the quality is even worse than what a country boy like him can grow? Manager Wang from the purchasing department wiped the sweat from his forehead and explained with gritted teeth, Boss Lu, we have indeed tried our best. The strawberries, cucumbers and tomatoes that are currently available on the market and meet our organic standards barely meet the standards in terms of various physical and chemical indicators. But in terms of flavor and unique taste, it is indeed, there is a clear gap compared to the batch Mr. Su supplied before. The feedback from the kitchen is that even with the best cooking techniques, it is difficult to completely make up for the difference in the ingredients themselves. My Mr. Lu, you are going to force us to death. How can the things on Mr. Su's farm be simply measured by money? The unique milky aroma of cream strawberries, the pure sweetness of nectar tomatoes without any sourness, the bursting taste of raw sweet corn, let alone looking around the world, even if you look through the history of agriculture, it would be difficult to find a few that can match them. Now, the contract has been torn up, not only has the advance payment been wasted, but we have to search the whole world for substitutes for his magic ingredients. Isn't this like looking for a needle in a haystack? Director Chen of the R&D department also added, with a bit of helplessness in his voice, Boss Lu, we have conducted strict sensory evaluation and ingredient analysis on every batch of samples sent to us. Many samples are just called organic, but the actual flavor content is not even as good as some ordinary high-quality varieties. The batch of ingredients that Mr. Su supplied previously had a unique flavor composition, such as a certain ester compound in strawberries, trace amounts of nectaraldehyde in tomatoes, and extremely high soluble sugar and amino acid content in corn. These are not easily replicated by existing varieties. We have tried to compensate for this through post-seasoning or extraction techniques, but the effect is minimal. It is too difficult to obtain the natural authentic taste. Mr. Lu is really getting stuck in a rut this time. Mr. Su's crops, from seeds to planting techniques, must have their own unique features, even impossible to replicate. It is simply a pipe dream for us to think of replacing them with existing varieties on the market. Technical barriers are not something that can be easily broken through simply by spending money. Chef Pierre, who had been silent all this time, finally couldn't help but speak at this moment. His blue eyes were filled with his obsession with ingredients and a hint of disappointment that was difficult to conceal, and his tone was emphasized with the French, "Boss Lu, please forgive me for being blunt, but the soul of food lies in the ingredients." The samples supplied by Mr. Su earlier were not just good, they were excellent, and they were muse that could inspire infinite inspiration for the chef. The core ideas of our new menu are almost all built around their unique flavors. Now, losing them is like a painter losing his most beloved paint, or a musician losing his most suitable instrument. Customer feedback on several of our new dishes has begun to decline. They complain that the taste is not as expected and the flavor is not amazing enough. If this situation continues, the top-notch dining reputation that the Orui Hotel has worked so hard to build will suffer a fatal blow. My signature dessert, Cream Dream, cannot be replicated without the natural creamy aroma of strawberries. And the summer pastoral symphony salad I had conceived would have completely lost its soul without the raw, fruit-sweet corn and the tomatoes with the fragrance of nectar. If this project loses Mr. Su's ingredients, its value from the perspective of culinary art and market competition will be greatly reduced, and it may even fail directly. As Lu Ruian listened to the almost unanimous pessimistic arguments of her subordinates, the irritability in her heart grew like weeds. She slammed the table and said sharply, "Enough, I don't want to hear these excuses. I just want to ask you, can we find a replacement? Globally, regardless of cost. I don't believe that with the technology and financial resources of our Lu Group, we can't find a few ingredients that can compete. Trash, a bunch of trash. In such a big market with so many internationally renowned organic brands, how could we not even find a few decent fruits and vegetables? How can Su Yang grow it? Could it be that he was really lucky, or was there some expert guiding him?" At this moment, Secretary Lin, who had been standing quietly by the side, hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and gently placed a printed document in front of Lu Ruian, whispering, "Boss Lu, this is the latest promotional information released by the Country Life Program team, as well as relevant information about the Rural Food Tasting Conference they are about to hold in Qingshan Village. The list of invited guests includes Mr. Wang Mingyuan and the little motor on the tip of the tongue." Lu Ruian's attention was suddenly drawn over. Life in the country? Qingshan Village? Food tasting session? She picked up the file and glanced through it quickly. When she saw that the ingredients for the tasting session were mainly provided exclusively by Su Yang Farm and that the list of invited guests included some influential names in the food and catering circles, even including several direct competitors of the Ori Hotel, her pupils suddenly contracted and the knuckles holding the documents turned slightly white due to the force. Su Yang, he is actually going to hold a tasting session? Did they also invite Wang Mingyuan, a notoriously picky gourmet and influential food celebrity? And my competitors? What is he doing? Show his magical ingredients to the high-end catering industry in Jiangcheng and then wait for the price to rise? He's slapping me in the face. He knew clearly that Rui urgently needed these things, but he didn't come to me directly. Instead, he tried to raise his own value in this way and asked me to beg him? A strong sense of crisis and anger of being plotted against instantly gripped her. Chapter 95. Careful preparations before the tasting. Expectations from all parties are high. Director Fang Ming invested tremendous enthusiasm and resources in this tasting session. Under his direction, the program team built a semi-open tasting area full of pastoral style beside the ridge of the field in Suyang's Land of Hope, relying on the gurgling stream and backed by the lush mountains. Several long tables made of rough logs are covered with elegant blue-printed cloths, and dotted with wildflowers and verdant vines picked from the mountains. Next to them are several earthenware jars filled with clear stream water and a few foxtail grasses. The aim is to create a natural, high-end, and original atmosphere so that the guests can truly immerse themselves in it. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. The guest lineup is strong, the venue is perfectly decorated, Su Yang's ingredients are even more heavyweight, and with the addition of Ning Ning as her secret weapon, this tasting session will definitely be a success, and the ratings and popularity will surely go off the charts. I can already foresee the sensation that will occur across the internet after the show airs. This kid Su Yang is really a treasure. We have to find a way to sign a long-term cooperation agreement with him. The guest lineup is also quite impressive. In addition to the regular stars of country life, Xiao Qing, Zhou Fong, Li Lu, and Zhao Linger, director Fong Ming also used his connections to invite a local Jiangcheng veteran food critic known for his sharp tongue and picky taste buds, Wang Mingyuan, also known as the Gourmet King. A restaurant explorer known as the Little Motor on the tip of the tongue who has millions of fans on Doudu and is famous for exploring tricky and bizarre foods, as well as several five-star hotel catering directors and owners of well-known private restaurants who have a strong demand for high-end ingredients. It is interesting to note that the invitation list cleverly avoided Lu Ruian's Orui International Hotel. This may be an unintentional move by director Fong Ming, or perhaps he was keenly aware of something and did not want to tie Su Yang, a hot commodity, to a specific big capital too early, leaving more possibilities for subsequent cooperation in the program. When the Gourmet King received the invitation, he was actually a little cautious. This tasting event organized by the Life in the Country program team sounds full of gimmicks, with things like magic ingredients and nectar tomatoes. I want to see if there is real stuff or it is pure hype. Xingshan Village? What kind of top-notch products can come from an unknown little mountain village? However, since Professor Zhang Yuanqiao of the Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences mentioned it to me privately and said that the stuff there is worth a try, maybe there really is something to it. I have a very picky taste. I hope you can give me a surprise and not make my trip in vain. Under the instigation of celebrity sisters such as Xia Qing and the tacit approval of Su Yang, Ning Ning also began to secretly rehearse her Shenong ballad, preparing to give all the guests a surprise at the tasting session. The little guy is very devoted to this. Every day he would pull his father or sister Lin Xiaoyu to be the audience and practice over and over again. His little body twisted to the discordant melody, and he also added some cute dance moves such as waving his hands and stomping his feet. Although Su Yang was a little worried that his daughter would be nervous and stage frightened, he was also happy to see her pure happiness and desire to perform. He just repeatedly reminded her, as long as Ning Ning is happy, it doesn't matter whether she sings well or not. What everyone likes is the way our Ning Ning sings seriously. This girl Ning Ning really takes singing seriously and looks very serious. I hope she doesn't get stage fright and just treat it as a game and have fun. This tasting event is a key step in enhancing the brand value of my farm. The quality of the ingredients is the core, but Ning Ning's cuteness and this ballad are undoubtedly the best catalysts and must be successful. The news of the tasting session has already caused quite a stir in a small circle through the program team's pre-promotional trailers, social media announcements from invited guests, and word of mouth from some people in the food circle. Countless fans and food lovers are looking forward to this feast of divine ingredients to be held in the remote mountain village, and have left messages on the program's official account, hoping to see a more detailed live broadcast or report of the tasting session. Su Yang looked at his daughter's cheerful expression and felt both amused and warm in his heart. For this tasting session, he could be said to have taken out all the top quality ingredients from the bottom of his box. He personally picked the freshest and best quality, nectar tomatoes, from the land of hope in the back mountain and the fine vegetable garden in the old house. Each one is rosy and plump, exuding a unique sweet aroma of nectar, as well as the already famous, excellent sweet corn, specially selected tender cobs that are most suitable for eating raw, with grains as white as jade and rich in juice, and the crisp and refreshing, excellent cucumbers, with morning dew. Nectar tomatoes and sweet corn are the king bombs of this tasting event, and their quality is definitely enough to impress the audience. Cucumber has a refreshing taste and is good for appetizers. But there was still one dessert missing that would make the final decision. His eyes fell on the bottle of fruit sweetener in the system warehouse, which had only 45 milliliters left. That's it. Su Yang's eyes lit up. Although the cream strawberry season has ended last year, I still have a few plants left at the old house for observation, and there are a few that have matured. With this sweetener, even if it is only used in trace amounts, the flavor will definitely break through the sky again, becoming the real secret weapon of this tasting event. In order to ensure that the ingredients can maintain the best flavor and condition from picking to the tasting session, Su Yang also specially exchanged the knowledge of basic food preservation technology from the system store. Although it is only elementary, combined with his own understanding of the characteristics of the ingredients and the fact that the ingredients are more durable in storage after system optimization, it can play a significant role. For example, he learned the best time to pick different fruits and vegetables, and how to control the temperature and humidity after picking to slow down their respiration and maximize the flavor and moisture. At Lin Xiaoyu's suggestion, he also prepared some common vegetables that reflect the local characteristics of Qingshan village but have also undergone slight systematic land optimization, such as freshly pinched tender pumpkin vines and newly dug small potatoes, to make a few light side dishes, enriching the taste of the tasting session and making it more down to earth. Su Yang watched Lin Xiaoyu busying around helping to select and match ingredients, and he admired this enthusiastic and professional girl more and more in his heart. Xiaoyu, this time it's really thanks to you. Your understanding of ingredients and your suggestions for matching are much better than mine. Lin Xiaoyu blushed slightly when she heard this, and waved her hand with a smile. Brother Su Yang, you are too modest. These treasures of yours are of amazing quality. I just made some immature suggestions. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to participate in such a meaningful event and promote the good things of our Qingshan village. The quality of Brother Su Yang's ingredients is amazing. If this tasting can make more people realize the potential of our Qingshan village, it will also be a great encouragement for me to develop agricultural projects in my hometown in the future. I must use everything I have learned to help Brother Su Yang make this tasting event a success. Chapter 96, Storm is Coming, the President's Official Business Revisit and the Prelude to the Tasting Meeting. The ridges of the fields in the Land of Hope in Qingshan village are already a busy and orderly scene. Director Fong Ming directed the program crew and worked intensively on the final layout of the venue and equipment debugging. Several long tables made of rough logs are neatly arranged by the stream, covered with elegant blue-printed cloth and dotted with dewy wildflowers and verdant vines picked from the mountains. Everything strives to present the most natural, high-end and original pastoral style in front of the camera. Su Yang and Lin Xiaoyu carefully inspected the top-quality ingredients that would be used for the tasting session. Each nectar tomato is rosy and plump, exuding the tempting sweet fragrance of nectar. Each ear of high-quality sweet corn has grains as white as jade and is full of juice. Each high-quality cucumber is emerald green, with flowers and thorns on top. Su Yang even specially picked the last few cream strawberries that had been slightly treated with fruit sweetener from the old house as the secret weapon for the tasting session, preparing to give all guests a peak taste bud experience. The quality of the ingredients is the key to the success of this tasting event, and there must be no room for carelessness. The cream strawberries are sweetened with sweeteners, and the flavor is sure to wow everyone again. The unique taste of nectar tomatoes and sweet corn is also a highlight. Lin Xiaoyu's suggestions on ingredient pairings are very professional and can better highlight the original flavors of the ingredients. The program team has arranged the venue quite well and it is very stylish. They hope to attract truly knowledgeable and capable customers. Near noon, a black Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle, which was more low-key than the previous times, stopped quietly on the relatively flat open space at the entrance of Qingshan village. The car did not have the internal license plate of the Lu Group, which was obviously intentional. The car door opened and Lu Ruian got out of the car. Today she changed into a set of beige linen pants that looked casual but was actually quite expensive, and a pair of clean white flat shoes. Her hair was simply tied behind her head, and she only put on very light makeup, trying to blend into the rural environment, but she still couldn't hide her innate coldness and nobility. She was holding an exquisite gift bag, which contained several sets of imported brand educational toys and several beautiful hardcover picture books that she had just bought for Ningning. In addition, there is a small box with low-key packaging but heavy weight, which contains a classic Patek Philippe women's watch that she specially selected. She took a deep breath and walked towards the tasting venue in the back mountain. When Lu Ruian appeared beside the ridge of the field in the Land of Hope, Su Yang was confirming the details of the tasting session with director Fong Ming and Lin Xiaoyu. When he saw Lu Ruian, his eyes were calm and without any surprise, as if her appearance was already within his expectations. He continued discussing with director Fong Ming and the others, and just glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and ignored her, as if she was just an ordinary, uninvited bystander. Ningning was holding Xia Qing's hand and rehearsing her song of Shenong attentively. When she saw Lu Ruian, a happy smile appeared on her little face. She immediately ran over and called out politely, "Mom, you're here to see us again." She tried to ignore the discomfort caused by the name, squatted down, and handed the gift bag in her hand to Ningning. "Ningning, look what new toys and storybooks your mother brought you." Ningning took the gift and thanked her politely. "Thank you, Mom." Then she was attracted by the novel toys in the bag. She did not show too much intimacy. Instead, she quickly ran with the gifts to Lin Xiaoyu and Xia Chang, who were not far away, and showed them off chatteringly, as if they were the ones she wanted to share her joy with more. Xia Cheng and Zhao Linger also surrounded Ningning, exclaiming at the novel toys, and soon became friends with Ningning. Ningning's attitude towards my gift was just a polite one, but the way she looked at Lin Xiaoyu and Xia Qing, that's what true closeness and dependence are. How am I inferior to that rustic Lin Xiaoyu? How am I inferior to that Xia Qing who can only act? Ning Ning, Mom is the one who loves you the most. Which of the gifts I brought is not better than those cheap things they have? She suppressed the bitterness in her heart, stood up, and looked at Su Yang, who was talking to director Fong Ming. The preparations for the tasting are coming to an end. Exquisite tableware, top-quality ingredients carefully arranged in bamboo baskets and bluestone slabs, nectar tomatoes, high-quality sweet corn, high-quality cucumbers, and a small amount of cream strawberries, all bright in color under the sun and exuding an enticing fragrance, are like works of art. Researcher Li Wei from the Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences also arrived early on behalf of Professor Zhang. He was holding a small notebook and whispering with Su Yang about the details of crop growth data. His expression was focused and full of admiration. One after another, the invited senior food critic gourmet King Wang Mingyuan, the restaurant explorer Little Motor on the tip of the tongue, as well as the catering directors of several five-star hotels and owners of well-known private restaurants arrived at the tasting site with a strong interest in the magic ingredients and a bit of cautious pickiness. Director Fong Ming enthusiastically introduced Lu Ruian to all the guests, saying only that she was the person in charge of the catering project of the Orui Hotel. She is very interested in the special ingredients of Suyang Farm and has come here specially for inspection and exchange. Lu Ruian, as a professional inspector who happened to pass by and was quite interested in Qingshan Village's specialty agricultural products, politely greeted everyone, then found a seat casually nearby and sat down, silently observing everything with mixed feelings. Since she came here, Su Yang hasn't even looked at her. Chapter 97 Tasting Session Part 1 The ingredients are amazing, but the CEO pretends to be calm. The afternoon sun shines across the green mountains and gently shines on the carefully arranged tasting area beside the ridge of the Land of Hope. The cameramen of the Life in the Country program team had already taken their positions, with multiple cameras aimed at every corner of the tasting area to ensure that no wonderful moment was missed. In the online interactive live broadcast room, popularity is rising steadily, barrage of comments is surging like a tide, and countless pairs of eyes are looking forward to this legendary feast of divine ingredients. As a farmer, Su Yang is also the undisputed protagonist of today's tasting session. He was wearing a clean and well-fitting cotton and linen casual outfit, his hair was neatly combed, and he looked calm and confident. He stood beside the long table, facing the camera and the guests, with a gentle smile on his face, and began to introduce today's protagonist. Dear teachers and friends, thank you very much for coming to our Qingshan village, to my little land of hope. Su Yang's voice came through the microphone clearly. My farm has always adhered to the most simple organic planting concept. I hope to bring you the most authentic, healthy, and delicious ingredients through scientific management and respect for the land. He paused, pointing to the agricultural products on the table that were emitting an attractive luster in the sun. Today, I would like to invite you to taste our already famous nectar tomatoes, each of which is full of the fragrance of sunshine and nectar. There is also the high-quality sweet corn that can be eaten raw. Its sweetness and bursting taste will surely subvert everyone's perception of corn. And our most basic and popular, excellent cucumber, its crispness and fragrance are the best gift of summer. Lin Xiaoyu was wearing a simple white shirt and jeans, with a neat ponytail. She was standing next to Su Yang at the moment, like a professional agricultural product explainer. She added with a smile, these crops of Brother Su Yang are not only of excellent varieties, but more importantly, he uses very advanced ecological planting and soil improvement techniques. For example, this honey tomato, in addition to its own genetic advantages, Brother Su Yang also precisely controlled the ratio of trace elements and organic matter in the soil, so that its anthocyanin and insoluble sugar content reached an astonishing level, which is why it has such a unique flavor and pure sweetness. As she spoke, her eyes inadvertently met Su Yang's, and there was a tacit understanding between the two that required no words. Su Yang was very satisfied with Lin Xiaoyu's supplement. Xiaoyu's professional explanation came at the right time. It not only improved the style of the tasting session, but also cleverly rationalized some of the effects of system optimization through high-sounding words such as scientific management and precise control. With her around, I really feel less worried. Lu Ruian, who was sitting in the corner of the guest seats, trying hard to make herself look like a pure business investigator, saw the natural and tacit interaction between Su Yang and Lin Xiaoyu, and the undisguised admiration in Lin Xiaoyu's eyes when she looked at Su Yang. The inexplicable irritability and sourness in her heart quietly rose again. Humph, it's such a nice talk about precise control and ecological planting. I think it's just luck that you got some special seeds. This Lin Xiaoyu is just a young girl who just graduated. What does she know? Su Yang was very kind to her, but to me. She forced herself to look away from the two of them, took a deep breath, and tried to keep her face calm. No, the purpose of my coming here today is to evaluate the commercial value of these ingredients, and I must not be disturbed by these insignificant emotions. Su Yang continued, of course, in addition to these three main products, today we have also prepared a small mysterious surprise for everyone as the finale dessert of the tasting session. I believe that its unique flavor will definitely leave a deep impression on everyone. He was referring to those top-quality cream strawberries that had been slightly treated with fruit sweeteners, which was his trump card. Today's scene is a concentrated display of my farm's brand value and market potential. The quality of these top-quality ingredients produced by the system is a top priority and will definitely conquer these knowledgeable and discerning guests. The first round of the tasting session was the excellent sweet corn, which has long been famous. Su Yang demonstrated it himself. He picked up an ear of sweet corn with plump, milky white grains and, without any cooking, bit into it directly in front of the camera. The crisp sound, accompanied by the visible splashing of juice, instantly aroused everyone's appetite. "Teachers, please." Su Yang smiled and gestured. Xia Qing was the first to pick up an ear of rice, and following Su Yang's example, she took a big bite without hesitation. Instantly, her beautiful eyes widened, her face filled with incredible surprise and intoxication. "Oh my god. Brother Su Yang, this corn is really sweet, and it's the kind, like drinking sugarcane juice. There's so much juice, and there's no residue at all, it's so delicious." Zhou Feng followed closely behind, savoring the corn carefully. The expression on his face changed from initial caution to deep admiration. "Incredible. The taste of this corn completely overturned my perception of corn. The skin is as thin as a cicada's wing and melts in the mouth. There is only sweetness and the unique fragrance of corn in the mouth. Su Yang, your corn is really unique." Li Lu was even more exaggerated. He ate half of the corn in just a few bites. His mouth was stuffed full, and he shouted at the camera incoherently, "Family, I declare that Su Yang's sweet corn is the Mount Everest of the corn world. Compared to this, the sweet corn I ate before is just a weed on the side of the road." Food critic Wang Mingyuan, also known as the king of gourmets, appears to be more professional. He first carefully observed the color and fullness of the corn, then leaned in to smell its unique milky and fruity aroma, and then took a small sip to taste it. With just one bite, an extremely rare, almost moved expression appeared on his face, which was always known for being picky. He put down the corn and stood up excitedly, his voice trembling. Is this corn? This is clearly a fruit, a nectar that condenses the essence of the land and the sun and rain. I have tasted delicious food for decades, but I have never tasted such pure and amazing sweet corn. My friend Su Yang, your corn should be called jade liquid millet, which is worthy of being recorded in the history of food." As soon as the name Yu Yesu came out, the atmosphere on the scene and in the live broadcast room was instantly pushed to a climax. The comments in the online live broadcast room were like crazy. "Fuck. Jade liquid millet, even the glutton king gave this kind of evaluation? How delicious must this corn be? Eating raw corn, the juice splashes everywhere, it makes my mouth water. Please upload the link, I am willing to pay a high price. This is the real life in the country, the ingredients are divine, I'm dying of greed. Dad Su is so awesome. Ningning can eat such delicious food every day. I am so envious that I am crying." Chapter 98 Tasting Session Part 2 Tomatoes conquer the taste buds, the president can't hide his gaffe. Lu Ruian sat aside and picked up a small piece of cut sweet corn. She pretended to be calm and took small sips, but when the sweet and ultimate taste exploded on her tongue, the shock in her heart surged like a tsunami. This is impossible, the corn tastes better than the one I had at his house last time. It is sweeter and juicier. How did he do it? Is it possible that the newly reclaimed land is better than the one on the old house? If Warriors or D department can get sweet corn of this quality, our healthy light meal series. No, I must not lose my composure in front of him, let alone let him see my eagerness. I'm just here for inspection, yes, just inspection. Next, it was time to taste the nectar tomato. Each ruby red, crystal clear little tomato exudes a rich fruity aroma and unique sweet nectar fragrance. After tasting the food, the guests once again fell into collective aphasia and could only use various exaggerated expressions and exclamations such as "him" and "wow wow wow" to express their inner shock. The store visitor little motor on the tip of the tongue even took out his phone on the spot, took a lot of photos of the honey tomato, and excitedly announced, "Family, today's material is ready. This nectar tomato is definitely the most amazing fruit I have eaten this year. No, it is a magical fruit. I, Brother Mata, guarantee in the name of my millions of fans that this video will be a blast on the internet. Su Yang Farm, wait for me to make it famous." Lu Ruian tried to keep her face calm and picked up a nectar tomato and put it in her mouth. The pure sweetness and the rich nectar fragrance once again impacted her taste buds and cognition. This tomato, the flavor is even richer, and the aroma of the nectar is simply refreshing. If the dessert or D department of Orei can use this tomato to make summer special drinks or ice products. She felt her mouth dry and subconsciously picked up the teacup in front of her, trying to hide her inner uneasiness. The flattering compliments from the celebrity guests pushed the atmosphere to a new climax. Xiaoqing ate a tomato and made a heart shape to the camera. "Brother Su Yang, you are my god. The food in your house is not only delicious enough to make people want to cry, but also makes people feel happy. I have decided that from now on I will be a die-hard fan of Ningning and her father's daily life in the countryside, and no one can snatch it from me." Li Lu ran to Su Yang and asked with a grin, "Brother Su Yang, are you still in need of an apprentice? Sweeping the floor, feeding rabbits, or being a horse for Ningning to ride on is fine. As long as I can eat such delicious food every day, I, Li Lu, am willing to work like a cow or a horse for you." Although Zhou Fang remained calm, he couldn't help but give Su Yang a thumbs up. "Su Yang, you used the simplest method to create the most extreme taste. This respect for ingredients and pursuit of quality is worth learning for all of us." Zhao Linger blushed and whispered to Su Yang, "Brother Su Yang, the vegetables you grow are so delicious. I feel like I'm in love with these delicious vegetables and fruits." Lu Ruian listened to these generous praises and looked at how Su Yang remained calm and composed despite being admired by everyone. She felt more and more complicated. Are they all crazy? They are just some fruits and vegetables. Is it necessary to make such an exaggeration? But this taste, is indeed something I have never experienced before. Su Yang, how did he do it? She tried hard to find a hint of pride or boasting in Su Yang's expression, but all she saw was calmness and confidence in his own products. In order not to appear like an outsider and to demonstrate her professionalism, Lu Ruian cleared her throat, tried to make her voice sound calm and objective, and began to ask some questions. "Mr. Su, the quality of your crops is indeed impressive. How long is their planting cycle? Are there any special requirements for soil and climate conditions? In terms of production, can we guarantee a long-term stable supply? After all, for our catering companies, the stability and controllability of ingredients are very important." She tried to bring the topic back to the business track she was familiar with, and also wanted to take this opportunity to test Su Yang's background. Su Yang smiled gently upon hearing this, and replied calmly, "The questions raised by Mr. Lu are very professional. Regarding the planting cycle, it is indeed shorter than that of ordinary varieties. This is mainly due to the excellent varieties and advanced planting management technology guidance provided by experts from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. For example, the ecological cycle agricultural model we adopt and the precise regulation of the soil microenvironment can effectively promote crop growth." He cleverly attributed the credit to the technical guidance of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences and the characteristics of excellent varieties without any flaws. Li Wei, a researcher at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, who was standing nearby, also added, "Yes, Mr. Lu, Comrade Su Yang is a model of the new farmer that our Academy of Agricultural Sciences focuses on supporting, and his farm is also an important cooperative test base for new and excellent crop varieties. We have been continuously monitoring and analyzing the soil, water sources, and crop growth data here. Comrade Su Yang does have very unique insights and practical abilities in organic farming and ecological management." As for the stability of production, with the gradual commissioning of Comrade Su Yang's newly contracted land and the improvement of modern facilities such as drip irrigation and greenhouses, production will definitely increase steadily in the future. Our Academy of Agricultural Sciences will continue to provide all-round technical support to ensure that these excellent varieties can continue to produce high-quality fruits in a stable and sustainable manner. Li Wei's official endorsement was very important, and it blocked some of Lu Ruian's more tentative questions that she had prepared for the follow-up. Lu Ruian was filled with frustration. It was the Academy of Agricultural Sciences again. His answers were flawless, and the people at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences defended him and spoke for him everywhere. Could it be that he really had no hidden secrets and that it was all thanks to those so-called excellent seeds and the help of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences? I don't believe it, he must be hiding something more crucial. But I can't find any flaws.